Chapter 1. The Day the Pillar Lit. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. Wei Liangshan had spent 32 years learning to expect nothing from the heavens. He was a merchant lord by title and a mediocre cultivator by honest assessment. Chi vein opening, barely, his meridians as thin as river reeds after a drought. He had inherited a compound with cracked courtyard tiles and a family name that meant something only because his grandfather had once meant something. He ran his household the way a cautious man waters a dying garden. Just enough, never wastefully, always watching for the first sign that the effort had stopped maturing. The spice trade kept 12 mouths fed. It did not make him powerful. It made him careful, and on most mornings, careful was sufficient. On the morning of the 7th month, 3rd day, he was reviewing a spice ledger in his study when he heard the sound. Not thunder, not wind, something between them, a vibration that moved through the walls and into his chest, settling behind his sternum like a held breath released all at once. He knocked over the ink brush getting up. He did not stop to write it. The ink spread across the ledger page in a slow dark bloom, and he was already through the door before he registered that he was moving. He reached the ancestral hall in 40 seconds. His children were already there. The twins stood at the center of the hall, facing each other across 5 feet of stone floor, both 7 years old. Wei Xiaoyin stood with her eyes closed and her arms loose at her sides. Her skin had gone the color of winter moonlight, cool and still, and from her shoulders rose a slow column of silver-blue radiance. Yin Qi in its purest expression, cold enough that frost crystals were forming on the incense holder nearest her left hand, a delicate lace of white spreading across the ceramic glaze. Wei Xiaoyang stood opposite her with his eyes wide open and his jaw tight, the way he always said it when he was refusing to show fear. From his chest radiated a gold light so bright it threw hard shadows across the hall. Yang Qi blazing, heat shimmering above his small shoulders in visible waves that made the memorial tablets behind him waver like reflections in disturbed water. They had awakened at the same moment. Liangshan could feel it, some paternal instinct sharper than cultivation sense, that the two events had not merely coincided. They had been the same event, split across 2 bodies that shared a bond older than their names. The 2 pillars of light climbed toward the ceiling, and then they did not stop at the ceiling. They passed through the roof tiles as though the tiles were mist, spiraling upward together 30 feet above the compound before they met. Where silver blue touched gold, the colors did not mix, they braided. They wound around each other in a tight helix, and then locked into a column of intertwined light that was neither yin nor yang, but something that made both things more completely themselves. Something that made the air around it feel clarified, the way air feels after lightning has passed through it and left the sky clean. The resonance pillar. Liangshan didn't know the name yet. He knew only that it existed, that his children had made it, and that the light from it was washing down through the roof hole it had burned through the tiles and pooling across the ancestral hall floor in patterns that his own chi pathways, thin, cracked, neglected, were drinking with the desperation of dry earth meeting rain. His sealed meridians began to unseal. Not all of them, not fast, but the innermost 3 channels along his spine, the ones a physician had told him 15 years ago were permanently scarred and would never circulate again, softened under the pillar's field and began to move for the first time in his adult life. The sensation was equivalent to a fist unclenching that he had not known was clenched, a relief so comprehensive it registered as a kind of grief for all the years when the fist had been closed. Xiaoyang blinked. The gold light steadied from blazing to steady. He looked at his hands as though he'd discovered them attached to a stranger's arms, turning them over, watching the gold light pulse at his fingertips with each heartbeat. "Father," he said, and his voice came out rougher than usual, scraped clean by something immense passing through a small body. "I think we did something." "Yes." Liangshan crossed the hall and measured steps, not running, because running would have alarmed them. He crouched between his children and looked at each face in turn. Xiaoyang's flushed and bright-eyed. Xiaoyin's pale and remote as the moon on still water. Both of them here. Both of them standing. Both of them his. "You did something very large." He placed one hand on each of their heads, gentle, deliberate. Are you hurt? Xiaoyin opened her eyes. They had gone slightly silver at the iris edges, a yin alignment mark that would fade over hours. Liangshan would later learn, as the initial awakening surge settled into stable circulation. I'm cold, she said, but not the bad kind. The kind like being very still in a clean place. I'm hot, Xiaoyang said. Everything itches. My arms itch. My back itches. The bottoms of my feet itch, which makes no sense. That's your chi pathways opening, Liangshan said. He kept his voice level, the voice he used when the merchants were negotiating and he needed to think clearly. Above them, the pillar continued to burn. Through the ancestral hall's open door, he could see two household servants standing frozen in the courtyard, staring upward at the column of light with expressions he categorized as awe adjacent to panic. He made a mental note to reassure them before they fled to the neighbors, and the neighbors came to see. You've both begun your cultivation. This is a good thing. It doesn't feel like a small thing, Xiaoyin said. It isn't, Liangshan agreed. He looked up at the pillar and estimated its height at roughly 20 meters above the compound. Its light visible, he calculated rapidly, from at minimum a quarterly radius, which meant every cultivator in a quarterly radius had already noticed. He had perhaps 3 hours before the questions began. Perhaps fewer. Come inside. Both of you. We'll eat breakfast, and I'll explain what I can. He walked the compound clockwise after breakfast, accounting for every person. 12 people. 12 people who had absorbed the pillar's passive field for approximately 40 minutes. The head household servant, Old Fong, 63 years old and never cultivated a day in his life, held out his palm when Liangshan reached him, and a thread of pale qi, thin as smoke, tentative, curled from his wrist. Master Wei, Old Fong said. His voice had a quality Liangshan had never heard in it before. Did I just? Yes, Liangshan said. You did. Come find me this evening, and I will show you how to hold it. When he reached the east wing, he stopped in Mei Ruohua's doorway. She sat in her wheelchair by the window, the pillar's light streaming in and wrapping around her like something that had been looking for her specifically. Her hands were folded in her lap. Her eyes were full, and the quality of what was in them was not grief, it was recognition. The recognition of something long absent finally restored. She had been a core formation cultivator once. 3 years ago, her meridians had been shattered in a political incident she rarely discussed, and that Liangshan had never been able to investigate safely. She had come home unconscious in a cart. Her cultivation was gone. Her legs had stopped supporting her. Physicians said decades. The pillar had been washing over her for 7 minutes. Liang, she said, my pathways. I can feel them. He crossed the room and knelt beside her chair and held her hand, and above the compound, the pillar burned 20 meters high and climbing. That evening, after the household was fed and the servants had been reassured and the twins had been put to bed with the slightly dazed expressions of people who have had a very large day, Liangshan sat at his desk and wrote. He wrote quickly and in his merchant's shorthand, because the thoughts were coming faster than he could organize them. He wrote, the pillar scales with balanced family members. He wrote, sealed meridians reopening, medical impossibility by 3 physicians' assessment, now happening. He wrote, 12 people in compound, 12 people affected, calibration pattern suggests the effect is not random, but proportional to closeness and accord. He wrote, last, whoever reads the heavenly ledger has seen this. I do not know who that is. I do not know what they will want. I know that wanting has already begun, because things this significant do not go unobserved by people with the cultivation rank to observe them, and people with that cultivation rank do not observe without intent. He closed the ledger. He sat for a moment in the quiet compound, listening to his household breathe. Then he went to his wife's room and sat beside her wheelchair until she slept, because she had been alone with her hope for 3 years, and tonight the hope had company, and the company should not leave immediately. Above the compound, the pillar burned 20 meters into the night sky, and somewhere in the capital, an intelligence courier who had been monitoring the heavenly ledger on a 4-hour rotation had just watched a new entry appear and was already composing his report for the one person in the empire who had been watching that specific bloodline for a very long time, and he was already moving. Chapter 2. The harmonic core emerges. Bao Tingji arrived at the Wei compound gate at the 7th bell of morning, looking precisely as though he had not slept. This was accurate. He had spent the night pacing a rented room 3 li from the Wei compound, filling 3 pages of formation theory notes with increasingly urgent diagrams, and periodically stopping to stand at his window and look toward the pillar of light that was visible even through 6 buildings and 2 market district alleyways. At some point between the 3rd bell and the 4th, he had stopped pretending he was going to sleep and had instead made tea, opened a 4th page, and committed himself to understanding what he was looking at before morning. His traveling robes were good quality but had been slept in the sense that they had been wearing on a man who had been awake all night. His topknot listed 15 degrees to the right. The formation sense compass in his left hand had been spinning freely since he'd turned onto the Wei family street, its needle a blur of indecision, which was the reaction of a properly calibrated instrument encountering a resonance source it had no reference category for. He stopped at the gate and knocked with the heavy brass ring. Twice. Measured. The knock of a man who expects to be received. The gate opened. Wei Liangchen stood in it, already dressed, already composed, his expression composed, already having expected a visitor with a compass. "Good morning," Liangchen said. "You have questions?" 17 written down, Bao said, and approximately 40 more that formed on the walkover, in addition to the ones I couldn't form properly because I don't yet have the vocabulary for them. He held up the spinning compass. "May I come in? The instrument has been behaving like this since I turned your corner. I would very much like to stand inside it and see if that helps or makes it worse. Tell me your name and your interest first." Bao Tingji, formation scholar, currently unaffiliated with any institution, which I mention specifically because you are about to start worrying about who reports to whom, and I would like to be categorized correctly from the beginning. He pointed at the pillar, upward, without looking at it, because he had been exercising the discipline of not staring at it all morning and did not intend to surrender that discipline now. "I have studied formation theory for 40 years. I have never encountered a naturally occurring resonance pillar. I did not believe they were possible outside the texts of the primordial era. Now I am standing 40 meters from one, and my compass needle is spinning at a frequency I have never recorded in 4 decades of field work." He lowered the compass. "My interest is scientific. My resources include a substantial library of relevant texts, and my intentions toward your family are not political." "What are the primordial texts?" Liangchen asked. Bao lowered his compass fully and held Liangchen's eyes. "Ah," he said after a moment. "You don't know what it is. I know what I observed. I know what it is doing to the people in this compound. I don't know what it is, where it comes from, or what it will draw to us." Liangchen held the gate. "You apparently know at least one of those things. I know what it is. I have theories about where it comes from. I have significant concerns about what it will draw." He inclined his head. "We need each other. May I come in?" Liangchen studied him for 3 seconds. The compass, the notes visible in the breast pocket, the quality of attention in the man's eyes. Eyes that found the question more interesting than the danger. That was either good or terrible, and he would need more data to determine which. "Come in. No concealment formations, no recording anything without permission, plain speech at all times. Those are my preferred conditions also." They sat in the study. Bao spent 20 minutes at the window observing the twins in the courtyard. He asked explicit permission before looking, which Liangchen noted as a point in his favor, and made precise compass readings from 6 different angles, comparing them against his notes with the focused silence of a man conducting an experiment he has been waiting to conduct his whole life. Then he sat at the desk and drew. "Dual harmony resonance," he said, not looking up from the diagram. "Described in 3 texts from the primordial cultivation era, which most contemporary scholars treat as allegorical rather than historical. The system requires 2 conditions, a matched polarity pair, 1 Yin primary cultivator and 1 Yang primary cultivator, and a bloodline bond between them of sufficient depth to sustain a harmonic core." "What is the harmonic core?" Liangchen asked. He had poured his own tea and was holding the cup without drinking it. Bao set down his brush. He turned to face Liangchen fully. "This is the part that determines everything else, so I need you to hear it clearly." "I am listening clearly." "The harmonic core is a shared spiritual organ, not located in one child. It exists in the space between them, sustained by both simultaneously. It is what creates the pillar. It is also what makes them vulnerable in a way that has no standard cultivation parallel." He turned his diagram around. 2 circles, a narrow connecting bridge, a larger implied structure in the gap between them. If the twins' emotional and spiritual balance breaks, sustained conflict between them, significant fear or grief in either one, or physical separation beyond a safe radius, the core destabilizes. A partial destabilization dims the pillar and impairs both children's cultivation. A full core rupture is fatal to both. The pillar does not merely dim when the core ruptures. It collapses inward. The energy returns to its source. The outcome is not something I want to describe in more detail than that. The room held its silence for a moment. How large is the safe separation radius? Liangshan asked. The texts are imprecise on exact distances. They were written by theorists rather than practitioners, and the pillar system had not been observed in living memory even when the texts were composed. Their estimate is approximately 300 meters at the current cultivation level of the twins. As they advance ranks, the radius extends. At meridian expansion, the texts suggest the radius has grown to roughly a li. He paused. The radius can be compressed by external forces, targeted qi disruption at the core, certain classes of spiritual poison designed to sever cultivation bonds, or an overwhelming emotional catastrophe for either twin. These are the tools someone with hostile intent would use. What strengthens the core? Bao's expression shifted, a slight softening, a researcher's satisfaction at a question that has a genuinely good answer. Physical contact between the twins during cultivation. When they touch during a practice session, the harmonic core's resonance tightens by measurable degrees. The pillar's output increases. The calibration between their two polarities accelerates. He paused. It is, in the text's language, inelegant. The texts were composed by formal theorists who clearly found it mildly distasteful that a cultivation system of this sophistication required something as simple as two children holding hands. But that is what the data says. Harmony, Liangshan said. In all its forms, Bao agreed. The pillar feeds on family harmony the way a mill feeds on water. Conflict is drought. Resolution is the river. The more people within the pillar's radius who are genuinely in accord with each other and with the family's direction, the stronger the pillar's output becomes. The system scales with the number of balanced members. 12 people in this compound, all in genuine cooperation. The output, per the text's projections, would be remarkable. He tapped his notes. I should also mention a secondary mechanism the texts reference but cannot fully describe, something they call the resonance absolute. A third form of qi generated when the twin pair achieves complete synchrony. Neither yin nor yang. Something that encompasses and exceeds both. The texts call it the qi that settles all debts, which is the kind of phrase that tells you the authors understood the significance without being able to explain it. When will you understand it? When I've had more time with the primordial texts and a functional pillar to observe. He looked at Liangshan steadily. And there is one more thing. The pillar registered in the heavenly ledger the moment it appeared. Every significant cultivation formation does. The ledger is readable by cultivators of heavenly sage rank. I have not completed my analysis of who monitors the ledger and how actively, but I will have that answer for you by tomorrow. And you should prepare yourself for the possibility that the answer is someone with significantly more power than either of us would prefer. Liangshan set down his tea. Then give me that answer tonight, he said. Because tomorrow morning I need to be planning for it, and I cannot plan for something I haven't named. He called Himei and had the West Wing guest room prepared. In the courtyard, Xiaoyang chased the compound cat through a scatter of gold sparks. Xiaoyin read on the fountain edge in a small cool bubble of yin air. Above them the pillar turned. That evening Liangshan sat with Bao in the study for another 2 hours, walking through everything Bao knew about the resonance pillar's external visibility. How far the light carried at night. What cultivation rank was required to sense the field passively. Whether there were ways to distinguish the pillar's signature from an ordinary household cultivation formation to a skilled observer at range. The answers were 1 li clearly, half a li for non-cultivators on a clear night. Core formation and above. No, the pillar's Yin-Yang intertwined signature was distinctive and unambiguous to any competent formation scholar. How many competent formation scholars are there in this city? Liangshan asked. Bao thought about it. 40? Perhaps 50, including the registered guild members and the independent practitioners. Of those, I would estimate 30 have the cultivation sensitivity to recognize a resonance pillar signature versus an unusual household formation. And how many of those 30 are affiliated with the city governor's office or with cultivation organizations that report to the capital? Bao looked at the ceiling. 17, by my estimate. Possibly 19. So by tomorrow morning, 17 to 19 people in this city will know that the Wei compound has something historically significant above it, Liangshan said. And within 48 hours of that knowledge, at least one of them will communicate it upward through a chain that ends in the capital. Yes, Bao said. That is the correct assessment. Then tomorrow, before those 48 hours are up, I need to have made this compound look as ordinary as possible from the outside, Liangshan said. And I need to have started making it much more dangerous from the inside. He stood. The heavenly ledger. Whoever reads it has already seen the entry. Tell me tomorrow who that is and what they want. Whatever you're afraid to confirm, I need to know before it confirms itself by showing up at my gate, and by then, it will be too late to prepare. Chapter 3. Family cultivation begins by the third day. Wei Liangshan had made his accounting and understood what he had. He sat in the ancestral hall at the fourth bell of morning with the pillar burning above him and his cultivation ledger open, and he wrote down every name in the compound and every cultivation change he had observed since the awakening. 12 people. 48 hours of pillar exposure. The results were comprehensive enough that he filled 3 ledger pages, which he then totaled, averaged, projected forward, and compared to every benchmark he could remember from the cultivation manuals he had studied in his 20s before acknowledging that his meridians were too compromised for serious cultivation practice. Old Fong, the head household servant, 63 years old, no prior cultivation history, mortal shell to chi vein opening. The man had wept when Liangshan demonstrated the first breathing form to him that evening, a sustained and unembarrassed weeping that he apologized for repeatedly until Liangshan told him to stop apologizing. The pillar had done in 48 hours what a dedicated cultivation teacher would have required 6 months of daily instruction to achieve, and that was with an optimal student. Old Fong was 63 and had not previously known his chi pathways existed. Auntie Pei, the head cook, 11 years with the Wei family, no prior cultivation, mortal shell to chi vein opening. Her primary response had been practical inquiry. Would the chi circulation affect her salt-tasting ability, her sensitivity to heat, her ability to assess the doneness of meat by touch? Bao Tingji had answered these questions with the academic seriousness they deserved. Auntie Pei had nodded, said fine, and returned to her kitchen with the manner of a woman who has added cultivation to her list of professional competencies and intends to take it as seriously as she takes the rest. He may, the compound's most senior servant by years of service and actual competence, who had been at chi vein opening for 2 years, advancement through that rank and into the first stage of foundation tempering seeding. This was the most significant non-family advancement, and Liangshan had noted it with particular attention. Foundation tempering seeding in 48 hours of passive exposure, from a chi vein opening base that had been stable for 2 years. He wrote beside her entry, Pillar effect is not linear. It compounds with existing cultivation foundations. 2 seasonal workers, both starting from scratch. Both had lit chi vein opening. The 3rd seasonal worker is second cousin Wei Dajin, who had chi vein opening already. Measurable advancement at the upper range of that rank. Liangshan wrote beside Dajin's entry, in small characters that could be read as annotation, watch. And himself. Chi vein opening base. 3 sealed meridians now unsealing and cycling. Effective capacity significantly above his technical rank. Advancement to foundation tempering becoming visible on the horizon. He closed the ledger and wrote his 3 rules. Rule 1. Pillar output scales with the number of balanced family members. He had tested this the previous afternoon. A deliberate managed disagreement between 2 servants about the sweeping schedule, timed against the pillar's light, then resolved against the pillar's light. The relationship was direct and immediate and measurable by eye if you knew what to look for. More people, better accord, stronger field. The equation was simple. The execution would not be. Rule 2. Harmony is not the absence of conflict. It is the presence of resolution. He wrote this because he had noticed that the pillar brightened fractionally after the servant's disagreement was resolved, brightened beyond the level it had held before the disagreement began. The act of resolving something fed the pillar with something the act of never conflicting did not. A household of people who never disagreed was a household of people suppressing themselves, and the pillar would feel the suppression. Rule 3. 300 meters maximum separation between twins at current cultivation level. He underlined this twice. The underlining was not for his own memory. He would not forget this one. The underlining was for the version of himself that might, under pressure, be tempted to compromise. He was giving that version of himself a written instruction that was harder to override. He was on his fourth ledger page when Xiaoyang appeared in the doorway, barefoot, wearing the expression of someone who had been awake for an hour thinking about something and had decided to stop doing it alone. The boy came in and sat cross-legged on the floor across from Liangshan without asking, the way he always moved through his father's spaces, as though ownership of rooms was a formality that didn't really apply between people who genuinely knew each other. "Father," he said, "if the pillar keeps making us stronger, eventually people who are already strong will feel like they need to stop it." "Yes," Liangshan said. Xiaoyang looked up at the pillar. "The kind of people who feel that way usually have the resources to act on it." "Also yes." "So, when does that start?" His voice was very level. Not frightened, assessing. Liangshan had been watching his son conduct assessments for 7 years and was consistently struck by the quality of the boy's threat evaluation even applied to things a 7-year-old should not need to be evaluating. "It has already started," Liangshan said. The pillar registered in something called the heavenly ledger when it appeared. People with enough cultivation rank can read the ledger. The first observers may already know more about this compound than we do about them. He met his son's eyes. "So we build as quickly as we can, as quietly as we can, and we make lists of everyone we expect to be a problem before they decide to be one." "Lists," Xiaoyang said. "Lists are the beginning of plans. Plans are the beginning of control." Liangshan picked up his brush again. "Come here. I'll show you how to start one." They spent 40 minutes on the first version of the adversary ledger. Xiaoyang contributed 2 names that Liangshan had not yet listed. Neighbors who had complemented the compound's cultivation activity with the specific enthusiasm of people cataloging assets. Liangshan noted them and revised his timeline for when the first external approach would arrive. When Xiaoyin found them later, the twins ran their first formal joint cultivation session in the ancestral hall. Synchronized breathing, matched to the pillar's pulse, both of them feeling their way toward the harmonic core's natural rhythm. The pillar brightened measurably for the first time since the initial awakening. Bao Tingji, in his west wing room, woke up from a half-doze, looked at the compass on his nightstand, and reached for his notes. "You have a systematic mind," he said to Liangshan that afternoon. "I have a merchant's mind," Liangshan said. "The pillar is a resource. Resources respond to management. What's the difference between managing qi and managing inventory, except that qi is distributed across human beings and inventory sits on shelves?" Bao considered this seriously. "Inventory doesn't have feelings," he said. "Neither does inventory have the capacity to strengthen itself in response to being well-treated," Liangshan said. "I'll take the trade-off." He turned from the window. "Tonight, the heavenly ledger. I need the name." Bao's expression did something careful. "Tomorrow morning," he said. "I need to be certain. I won't tell you a half-confirmed suspicion about a person with that much power." "Then be certain tonight," Liangshan said. "And in the morning, tell me everything, including the parts you don't want to say." Bao had his notes in a pile beside his tea and the particular posture of someone settling in for a long night. Liangshan left him to it. He walked the compound one more time before retiring. He did this each evening now, a complete circuit, checking the household state, noting anyone still awake. Old Fong was practicing his new breathing form in his small room by lamplight, moving his hands with the careful slowness of a man newly informed that the motion matters and takes importance seriously. He may had fallen asleep over her cultivation notes, a rolled-up brush still in her hand. In the east wing, Mei Ruohua was deep in sleep for once. Real sleep, the kind that hadn't come easily in 3 years. The twins shared a room. Both were asleep, turned toward each other the way they always slept, facing, close enough to feel each other breathe. Liangshan stood in the doorway for a moment and watched his children and thought about the 17 families Bao had referenced, the ones in the texts, the ones who had had something like this and were gone. He thought about what he would need to make sure the Wei family was not the 18th. He went to his study and began the adversary ledger, his real one, the one he hadn't shown Bao yet, the one that would eventually have to name the name that Bao was working up to. He wrote down every threat he could identify and graded each by capability, intent, timeline, and removability. He rated the Dong family's timeline as 3 weeks. He rated the governor's timeline as tied to the Dong family's. He left a blank line for the capital threat with a note beside it. Confirm via Bao tomorrow. Must be named before it can be planned for. Outside, a man he didn't know was standing in the alley behind the compound wall, looking at the faint glow that persisted above the roofline despite the compound's first 2 rings of concealment formation, writing down observations in a pocket notebook, and would bring that notebook to the Dong family compound before dawn, and the patriarch would read it with breakfast and make his decision before noon. Chapter 4. The merchant's bargain. The Dong family's eldest son arrived at the 9th bell in pressed merchant clothes carrying a carved cedar tea box worth approximately 40 spirit stones, which told Liangshan, before Dong Feijin had opened his mouth, that the Dong family valued this visit at exactly 40 spirit stones. A number precisely calibrated to communicate significant wealth without communicating a willingness to pay significantly more. Liangshan received him in the formal reception hall. The room had its best furniture, its good tea, its walls hung with the family's merchant credentials in their lacquered frames. It looked like the reception hall of a prosperous but not ostentatious merchant lord, which was what it was supposed to look like, and which was, increasingly, a significant underrepresentation of what the Wei compound had become in the past 4 days. Tea was poured. The carved box sat between them. Neither man touched his cup first, because touching your cup first was a small social concession, and small social concessions in a conversation that hadn't established its stakes yet were best deferred. Wei Laoban, Dong Feijin said, 24 years old, handsome in an angular way, carrying himself with the settled assurance of someone told his whole life that rooms make space for him. My father sends his regards and expresses his admiration for the cultivation development your household has recently experienced. Please thank the Dong patriarch for his attention, Liangshan said. He let the word attention sit in the air. Not interest, not concern. Attention, the word that left open whether the noticing was favorable. My father is a practical man, Dong Feijin said, taking the word's meaning and moving past it with the ease of someone used to having his verbal signals deflected. He has observed that the cultivation phenomenon emanating from your compound has had what might be called a neighborhood effect. Several Dong family household cultivators have reported unusual progress in their morning sessions. I was not aware the Dong compound was within our active radius. It is not, but some of your exterior walls are adjacent to buildings in which Dong family members have interests. Dong Feijin set his tea down, the first cup movement of the conversation, a small strategic concession that said, I'm committing to the next statement. My father is a man who understands the value of proximity and the cost of distance. He would like to discuss partnership. What kind of partnership? Liangshan asked, though he knew exactly what kind. The Dong family has spirit stone reserves, cultivation manual libraries, and connections to 3 of the 4 major cultivation guilds in this city. Dong Feijin's voice was smooth and precise, the voice of a man reciting prepared language. Your family has something of considerable value that is drawing attention from parties with significantly more resources and considerably less goodwill than my father's household. He paused. We offer access to our resources in exchange for a formal arrangement. A percentage of cultivation benefits, officially recorded. What percentage? 40. Liangshan picked up his tea and drank from it. A slow drink, deliberate. He looked at the carved cedar box and thought about several things simultaneously. The Dong patriarch's soul ignition rank and 3 core formation connections. The conversation Bao Tingji had had with him that morning about the heavenly ledger and the entities who read it. The 30-day window on a letter that had not yet arrived, but was already being composed. And the fundamental arithmetic of giving 40% of something to someone who had not created it and could not replicate it. The Dong patriarch's 3 guild connections, Liangshan said. Are those commercial connections or cultivation authority connections? Dong Feijin blinked, a slight hesitation, not expecting the specific question. Both. The guilds handle both commercial licensing and cultivation registration. And the cultivation manual libraries. Are these publicly cataloged titles or proprietary texts? A mix, Feijin said, now slightly careful. Primarily texts acquired through guild membership and long-standing commercial relationships. Some proprietary items. Liangshan set down his tea. I need time to consult my household before providing a formal response, he said. 1 month. A very brief pause from Dong Feijin. 1 month was not what he had prepared to hear. He had prepared to hear negotiation, a counter percentage, a list of conditions, the language of a deal being struck. 1 month was the language of a deal being deferred, which was a different conversation that required different preparation. Of course, he said, recalibrating smoothly. We are patient partners. He stood. He left the tea box on the table. When he was gone, Liangshan sat alone with the cedar box for a moment. Then he called Bao Tingji. The Dong patriarch will contact the city governor within 4 days, he said. Not to report anything specific, to signal that the Wei compound is worth the governor's attention. The governor already has Crown Prince reporting infrastructure in place. The signal will travel from Dong to governor to capital in under 12 hours total. He opened his cultivation ledger to a new page. What can we accomplish in 1 month that changes this calculation? Bao had been thinking about exactly this for 2 days. Twins at foundation tempering, he said. You at the early stage of foundation tempering. Your wife's meridians at 30% repair. He may solidly at foundation tempering. 2 other household members beginning foundation tempering seeding. And, he paused, a concealment formation. Baffling the pillar's visible light output without disrupting the cultivation field itself. I've been designing it since I arrived. I need permission and materials to begin. You have both, Liangshan said. He set a spirit stone pouch on the desk. 6 rings of the concealment formation. Begin tonight. I need the first 2 rings functional within 24 hours. Bao took the pouch with the brisk efficiency of a man whose plan has just been funded. He was already reaching for his formation mapping tools. The Dong patriarch will not wait the full month, Liangshan said, more to himself than to Bao, as he looked at the adversary ledger and wrote Dong Qiushan's name in dark, definitive ink. He will make his move on night 28, possibly night 25. He has 3 hired core formation cultivators already, I estimate. Men who've worked for him before, on jobs that required deniability. He picked up his brush. I need Elder Su. Send a message today, priority spirit relay. Tell him I need him here within 17 days. Bao looked up from his formation compass. Elder Su Changfeng. You think he'll come? He's been looking for a reason to come since my father died, Liangshan said. This is a reason. He'll be here in 10 days. Now go build the concealment formation, and while you're doing it, think about whether you can add a 7th ring that I haven't asked for yet, because I think we're going to need it. Bao went to the market. Liangshan drafted the priority relay message to Elder Su in his clearest hand, sealed it with the family mark, and sent it via the fastest spirit relay courier service the city offered. Then he sat and looked at the adversary ledger. The Dong patriarch had been offered a 1-month delay. But a 1-month delay was only as durable as the Dong patriarch's patience, and the Dong patriarch's patience was an asset he managed precisely. He would use the delay's full term if waiting served him and cut it short if waiting cost him. The pillar's concealment formation was not yet complete. The household's cultivation had been visible to observers in the alley for 4 days. The Dong family had already noted the compound. Whatever the patriarch had decided, he had been building toward it since the first day. Liangshan wrote in the adversary ledger, beside the Dong patriarch's name, moves early if he believes his advantage is temporary. Find what he believes his advantage is, and make it temporary faster than he expects. He set down his brush. He looked at the blank line below the Dong entry, the line he'd reserved for the capital threat. Bao would have the name tomorrow. Liangshan had a feeling about the name. He had been turning it over since Bao mentioned the heavenly ledger. He hadn't written it yet because writing it would make it real, and real things required plans, and he did not yet have the plan for that name. He would. He was going to need to. Outside the compound walls, across 3 li of city streets, in a palace study with spirit-sealed windows and a cultivation formation that had been running for 200 years, someone who had been watching the heavenly ledger for longer than this city had existed was composing a set of instructions that would begin their journey toward the Wei compound in the morning. and the Wei family did not yet know they were already en route. Chapter 5. Xiaoyin's first spiral. On the 9th day, Xiaoyin tried to do too much at once. She was 7 years old and in possession of yin qi that responded to her emotional states with the sensitivity of a fine silk thread in wind. Every shift in temperature translated, nothing dampened, everything amplified. She had been reading Bao Tingji's copied sections of the primordial text for 5 days straight, absorbing them with the concentrated patience she brought to everything she found genuinely interesting. The section on yin polarity techniques had occupied the last 2 days. She had learned about spiral concentration, about the difference between drawing ambient yin qi and generating internal yin qi, about the theoretical maximums that a mortal shell practitioner could achieve before the pathways became involved. She found the description of the theoretical maximums particularly interesting. She waited until the mid-afternoon rest period. Xiaoyang was napping with his boots on, which he always did when he hadn't planned to nap and had simply stopped moving long enough for sleep to claim him. Auntie Pei was in the kitchen. Old Fong was doing the courtyard walkthrough. The compound was holding the specific thick quiet of a hot afternoon in the 7th month. Xiaoyin sat on the fountain edge and tried to draw all the yin qi within her immediate radius into a single concentrated column above her left palm. The fountain froze in 16 seconds. Not just the surface. The entire basin, all 200 jin of water, turned solid and blue-white, with ice crystals spiking upward from the rim in a starburst pattern and spreading across the surrounding courtyard tiles like a frost map. The blossoms on the nearby plum tree crisped and dropped simultaneously, a small shower of frozen petals falling straight down in the windless heat. The temperature in the courtyard dropped fast enough to be physically perceptible as a wall. Auntie Pei, in the kitchen doorway 20 feet away, exhaled a visible breath and took an involuntary step backward. The cold hit Xiaoyin's heart 3 seconds after the fountain froze. Not the cold of the technique that she had anticipated. This was the wrong kind of cold. Chaotic, self-amplifying, her qi circulation pulling inward past every correction she tried to apply. Her pathways had overloaded. The concentration had exceeded her channel's capacity and locked, the way a water gate jams when forced to hold more pressure than its mechanism was designed for. She tried to release the accumulated qi and found the release pathway sealed. She tried to route it sideways and found no available channel. She tried the emergency dispersal technique Bao had described theoretically and found that she couldn't remember the second step. Her heartbeat slowed. 1 beat. A long pause. Another beat. The ice spread from the fountain toward where she was sitting in a slow, deliberate advance, climbing the fountain's stone lip with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. She did not scream. She was too cold to scream and too frightened to do anything as loud as screaming. And anyway, there was a part of her mind that was still working clearly, and that part knew that screaming would not help and thinking might. She thought, Xiaoyang. She did not choose to send a message through the harmonic core. She didn't know how to do that deliberately yet. She simply held his name in her mind with the totality of what she was feeling, which was cold, locked, slowing, help. And the harmonic core did what it was built to do. 20 meters away, through one wall and a corridor, Wei Xiaoyang's yang qi ignited. He came through the courtyard door at a dead run 2 seconds later, still half asleep, one boot unlaced, and saw his sister sitting in a ring of ice with frost on her eyelashes and her lips the pale gray blue of pre-dawn sky. He crossed the frozen tiles at full sprint without slowing, went to his knees on the ice beside her, and grabbed both her hands in both of his with the grip of a boy who had decided that letting go was not permitted. The yang-yin collision at the contact point cracked through the courtyard like a stone dropped on a frozen river. A single sharp report, then a ring of fractures spreading outward from their clasped hands across the frozen tiles. Gold light and silver light collided in the air above the fountain, wrestled with each other for 2 seconds in a display that Bao Tingji, appearing in the courtyard doorway with his compass already out, would later describe in his notes as the most spectacular qi polarity equilibration event I have personally witnessed, and then resolved into the familiar helix of the pillar, pulsing hard twice before steadying. The cold retreated from Xiaoyin's wrists, then her forearms, then her chest, then her heart, which resumed its normal pace in 3 large, unsteady beats. Yin, Xiaoyang said. His voice had the specific roughness of extreme fright inadequately managed. He was still gripping her hands hard enough that his knuckles were white. What were you doing? Your face went blue. I was testing a spiral concentration technique, she said. Her voice came out thin and somewhat distant, the voice of someone whose body is still receiving reports from a recent crisis. The saturation threshold turned out to be lower than the text implied. The saturation, you turned the fountain into a rock. The fountain froze as a secondary effect of the ambient Yin concentration, she said. The rock description is technically inaccurate. You almost died, he said. The roughness in his voice had sharpened to something more precise and considerably less manageable. I almost went into cultivation cardiac arrest, she said. Which is different. It is not different. Bao Tingji crouched at the fountain edge with his compass, examining the frost pattern on the tiles with the focused attention of a scholar who has chosen to allow the emotional intensity of the moment to proceed without his intervention. Classic Yin spiral, he said, to no one in particular. Concentration overflow, the Yin Qi exceeded the circulation channel's capacity and began feeding on ambient cold instead of being released. The lock forms when the overflow exceeds a specific threshold. Standard emergency recovery protocol is Yang polarity contact at full output. He looked at Xiaoyang. You were through a wall. I know where I was, Xiaoyang said. The harmonic core's emergency resonance function is automatic and faster than conscious cultivation response. You received the distress signal before she could call for you. Bao made a note. How did the signal feel? Xiaoyang considered this reluctantly, because it required him to shift from, I am still very frightened, to, I am now analyzing my experience. And the two states were not comfortable neighbors. Like her voice, he said finally. Not words. The quality of her voice when something is actually wrong, as opposed to when she's pretending things are worse than they are to make a point. Bao wrote this down with emphasis. Liangshan had arrived in the courtyard at some point during the exchange, and was looking at his daughter with the face he used when he was saving a reaction for later. He addressed Bao. How fast does the spiral lock? At her current cultivation level, and with the ambient Yin Qi available in this courtyard, the lock formation took approximately 16 seconds, Bao said. The safe intervention window from lock point is 18 to 30 seconds. Xiaoyang responded within approximately 22 seconds of the lock forming. 8 seconds of margin, Liangshan said. 8 seconds at current proximity and with the emergency resonance function, Bao agreed. At the 300-meter maximum separation radius, the signal transmission time is comparable, but the response travel time extends significantly. If they were at maximum separation when the spiral locked, then the window might not be sufficient, Liangshan said. The courtyard was very still for a moment. Xiaoyang had not let go of Xiaoyin's hands yet. He did not appear to be planning to. The pillar above them burned steady and warm, and the ice on the courtyard tiles was sublimating in the afternoon heat, wisps of cold mist rising from the blue-white surface as warmth reclaimed the stone. Xiaoyin looked at her brother. The link works, she said. The link works when we're close, he said. That's different from the link working. She held his eyes. Then we don't get separated. A pause. I'm sorry I frightened you. He looked away. Don't do experiments without telling me first, he said. This was not what he meant to say, but it was the version of what he meant that came out when he was managing himself carefully. That's the rule. Tell me before. So I know. Agreed, she said. The pillar brightened by a measurable degree. Liangshan noted this in his ledger. Conflict resolved with explicit agreement and mutual acknowledgement. Field strengthens. The process works. Apply this deliberately in household governance. Resolution is not just good for relationships. It is fuel. But the thing he wrote down last, the thing he underlined, was the number. 8 seconds of margin at 20 meters, with full harmonic core function. At maximum separation, with any delay in either twin's response, that margin disappears. The 300-meter rule was not a guideline. It was a boundary that, if crossed, might leave him explaining to the pillar why he had failed to protect the children who were its source. And that was a failure he would not permit under any circumstance. Chapter 6. Mei Ruohua's Qi returns on the 12th day. Mei Ruohua stood up from her wheelchair and walked 7 steps across her room. She did it in the hour before dawn, before the household was awake, before the light had shifted from black to the gray of earliest dawn. She had been planning it for 3 days. This was how she did things. She planned quietly, alone, without announcement, and then she did them. And then she told someone only after she had the result in hand. She had learned this approach in her father's merchant house, where plans that were spoken aloud before completion had a way of becoming commitments to other people's expectations instead of expressions of your own judgment. You did the thing first, then you narrated. She had been running Bao Tingji's meridian assessment protocol each morning since day 3, memorizing the steps from observation, then applying them herself in the privacy of her room before the rest of the household woke. The protocol was designed to measure conductivity across each meridian line, qi retention in the primary dantian, and circulation distance in the major channels. She recorded the results in a small personal notebook she kept under the seat cushion of her wheelchair. Day 3, conductivity at 19%. Day 5, 24. Day 7, 31. Day 9, 37. Day 11, 41%. 41 was the threshold. She knew the threshold because she had studied cultivation medicine in her 20s, initially to understand her own practice and later, after the injury, to understand her own condition. 41% meridian conductivity was the lower boundary at which the pathways could support weight-bearing activity with cultivation assistance. Not comfortably, not without effort, but physically. She placed both feet flat on the floor. She felt her qi pathways engage, thin, much thinner than they had once been, but there and responsive. She distributed her weight forward through her feet and felt them hold. She stood 7 steps to the window. She counted each one. Her qi pathways were working at the edge of what they could sustain. She could feel the strain, the channels slightly hot, the circulation laboring, but they held. All 7 steps. She stood at the window in the pre-dawn gray and looked at the pillar burning above the ancestral hall, its light steady as a lighthouse, and she breathed. She walked back to the wheelchair. She sat down. She opened her notebook and wrote. Day 12. 7 steps. Full weight. Conductivity threshold confirmed functional. Next milestone. 16 steps. Day 17 approximately. She did not weep. She had used up weeping in the first year, when she still believed the injury might not be permanent, when each morning began with the particular grief of remembering again. She had nothing against weeping in general. She simply didn't have any left for this specific thing. She told Liangchen that evening, in the courtyard, while he was doing his cultivation forms in the pre-dusk light. He stopped his form. He crossed to her, not rushing, which she appreciated, because he'd learned years ago that she didn't want to be received as fragile, and stood in front of her wheelchair with his full attention on her face. How far, he said. 7 steps. To the window and back to the chair. Full weight through both feet. Yes. Did the pathway strain? He was not asking whether she was okay. He was asking for her assessment of the physiological data, which was the correct question. They strained at the limit. They held. She met his eyes. I estimate 16 steps by day 17. 20 steps or more by day 20 if the pillar output stays at current levels. He was thoughtful for a moment in the way that meant he was incorporating new information into a larger calculation. Day 20 is 3 days before the Dong Patriarch's likely action date, he said. I want you walking to the ancestral hall on your own before that date. He paused. Not for strategy. Because I want you there. She looked at him. He was not a man who said things like that easily. When he did, they were always precisely the thing he meant. I'll have it by day 19, she said. Give me a goal earlier than you need, and I'll overshoot it. They talked about the cultivation schedule for the twins, about Old Fang's remarkably rapid qi vein opening stabilization, about Bao Tingji's progress on the concealment formation. She asked specific questions and got specific answers. When she asked about the heavenly ledger analysis and what Bao had found, Liangchen told her the outline of it without softening, because she was not someone you softened information for. The Emperor, she said, when he finished. We don't have confirmation yet, he said. Bao is still working through the texts. But that's where the evidence is pointing. Yes. She considered this for a moment in the measuring silence she used for serious problems. Then we need to be somewhere other than here before his patience runs out, she said. The children can't be in a fixed location that powerful interests know about. A pillar that doesn't move becomes a fixed target. I know, he said. I've been building contingency routes since day 3. Good. She turned her wheelchair back toward the east wing. At the doorway she paused. Liang, when I walk to the ancestral hall, I want to do it early morning. With the children there. I want them to see it when it happens. He looked at her. I want them to know that what the pillar does for people is real, she said. Not abstract. Not reported. Real. A thing they see. Day 19, he said. Early morning. I'll make sure they're there. She went inside. In the courtyard, the pillar burned above the compound, and its light came in through her window and lay across the floor in a pattern that she had begun, over 12 days, to think of as the shape of something being built. The next morning, her meridian assessment read 44%. She revised her timeline forward by 2 days and began planning the walk to the ancestral hall. She also began planning the thing she hadn't mentioned to Liangshan, her cultivation resumption. Not just the passive absorption of the pillar's field, but active practice. Returning to the core formation techniques she had studied and practiced for 15 years before the injury. Her meridians were at 44%. Core formation typically required 70% minimum, but chi vein opening required 20%, and foundation tempering required 35%, and she was at 44 and climbing at approximately 3 points per day. Foundation tempering was 6 days away. That was a week ago. She hadn't dared to calculate. She opened her cultivation notes, the ones she'd written before the injury, in a notebook she'd kept locked in her dresser for 3 years because looking at them had felt like looking at a person she used to be and couldn't reach. She read through them with the systematic attention of someone conducting an assessment, not someone experiencing grief, because she had made that distinction deliberately and she intended to keep it. Her old notes were good. She had been a rigorous cultivator. The techniques were well documented. She would need to relearn some of the more physically demanding forms as her legs regained strength, but the foundational chi circulation patterns, those she could begin again immediately. She started that night. Not the advanced forms. The root forms. The ones that came before everything else, that any cultivation teacher would have a new student practice for months before introducing more complex techniques. She ran them for 40 minutes and felt her meridians respond with something she could only describe as relief. Somewhere on the other side of the compound wall, a Dong family intelligence operative made his 12th consecutive evening observation note. The light had increased again. 12 days of unbroken growth, measurable each evening. The recommendation he filed that night was no longer polite. The patriarch needed to make his decision, because whatever was building inside that compound was going to be significantly harder to acquire in another 30 days, and possibly impossible in 60. Chapter 7. Elder Su arrives on the 17th day. Elder Su Changfeng arrived without a letter. This was his habit. He had been Wei Liangshan's late father's sworn brother for 38 years, and Liangshan's late father's sworn brother did not send letters announcing arrival, because the habit of announcement implied the habit of seeking permission, and Elder Su Changfeng had never asked permission for anything except in formal contexts that required the performance of permission-seeking as a courtesy to the institution. In practice, he went where he judged he should go, arrived when he judged he should arrive, and relied on the accuracy of his judgment to make up for the social inconveniences of unannounced travel. He was 61 years old and looked like a mountain that had decided to become a man but retained the mountain's essential characteristics: broad, settled, permanent, largely indifferent to weather. His traveling clothes were practical and worn with no consciousness of appearance. He had a sword on his hip that he never touched during conversation. He arrived with 2 disciples, young men in their mid-20s, trained in the specific watchful deference of people who have been taught that their job is to observe and not to speak unless the observation needs to become audible. Liangshan was in the courtyard when the gate opened. He had not been expecting Elder Su specifically. He had sent the priority relay message 6 days ago and knew intellectually that 10 days was the fastest realistic response time. His body had not received that message. He felt, when he saw the broad figure cross the threshold, a relief so comprehensive that he recognized it as the specific relief of a long unsupported position finally receiving backup. "Uncle Su," he said. "Nephew." Su came into the courtyard and looked up at the pillar without greeting ceremony. He studied it for 30 seconds with his hands clasped behind his back, his cultivation sense extended. Liangshan could feel the probe, expansive and deep, the quality of a domain manifestation field extending its range. Not aggressive, simply thorough. 17 days? 17 days. You didn't send word for the first 11. The first 3 days I didn't know what it was. The next 8 days I was determining whether sending word was safe. When I determined that the priority relay was safer than waiting longer, I sent. Liangshan paused. You are the first person I have allowed through the gate without prior intelligence assessment. Su looked at him. His expression was layered in the way that 61 years of deliberate practice produces. Precise, layered, nothing wasted. Your father trusted people more easily than you, he said. He was a better cultivator. You will be a better strategist. He walked to the courtyard bench and sat. The harmony constraint is real. I extended my sense on the road outside the compound, and the pillar dimmed when my disciples had a minor disagreement about the route. Interesting. Bring the children. You were testing it before you introduced yourself, Liangshan said. I teach by demonstrating before explaining. The lesson takes better. He settled on the bench. The children. The twins arrived with the barely contained energy of children told to behave themselves who are unsure what behavior is expected. Xiaoyang stopped at 3 meters from the elder and looked at him with the direct assessment he applied to all new people. Reading exits, reading the sword, reading the quality of a stranger's stillness. Xiaoyin stood slightly behind her brother with her hands folded and her attention on Su's face with a different quality of focus. Not threat reading, but pattern reading. Looking for what this person was, not what they might do. Su studied them both for a long moment. Then he said, without preamble, to his elder disciple, Chai, argue with Fong. Make it about the road. The disciples were clearly uncomfortable with the instruction. Chai offered a mild observation that the eastern route into the city had been better maintained. Fong offered an equally mild counter that the northern route had less commercial traffic. The argument was performatively mild, which was itself a kind of argument. It lasted 30 seconds. The pillar dimmed. Measurably, visibly, Bao Tingji in his West Wing room paused in the middle of writing a sentence and looked at the compass. Su raised his hand. The disciples stopped. The pillar steadied. Resolve it genuinely, Su said. Chai said, the eastern road was muddy after the recent rain. The northern was the practical choice. Fong said, you were right. I argued from the direction we came, not from conditions. The pillar brightened by a small, specific degree. Su looked at the twins. What did you observe? Xiaoyin spoke first, which was unusual. She typically let her brother go first in new social situations, holding her own response until she had more data. The field belongs to everyone in the compound, not only to us. We anchor it, but we are not its only source. The quality of everyone's relationships matters. Su nodded once. And you? Looking at Xiaoyang. If the household is in conflict, we can't fix the pillar by being in perfect balance ourselves. Maintaining the household's harmony is as important as maintaining our own. He paused. Which means the family is a tactical asset that requires active management, not just passive cultivation. The elder looked at Liangshan. The boy thinks offensively. The girl thinks structurally. He stood. Good. You'll use both kinds of thinking before this is over. He walked toward the guest wing. My rooms are where they always were, I assume. Untouched, Liangshan said. Good. At the wing door, he paused without turning. The first real test isn't the Dong family. They are inconvenient. The first real test will come from a level above the Dong family, and it will come before 30 days are out. I am here because I calculated the timing. He went inside. That evening they trained for 3 hours. Su's domain manifestation revealed itself fully in the first exchange, a broad, settled, comprehensive field that Liangshan's foundation tempering approaching Qi read as both impressive and sobering. Old power. Thoroughly understood. No wasted edges. Your meridian scarring, Su said during a rest. Your father said it was a childhood fall. My father was protecting me from a conversation he hadn't finished having with himself, Liangshan said. Su looked at the pillar. I know. I suspected it at the time and accepted his version because it was what he offered. 30 years of regret about that. He paused. When you know the name of who ordered it, you tell me. When I have enough power to say the name safely, I'll say it, Liangshan said. Right now I can only say, the same family that sent the inspector to the governor's office, the same political faction that has its hands in the census program, the same network that will be the second knock at my gate after the Dong patriarch. He met the elder's eyes. So the conversation we're having right now is how I become strong enough, fast enough, to say the name out loud. Su cracked his knuckles. his one physical tell for something adjacent to anticipation. Then stop resting, he said. We have 2 hours before the household needs its sleep. They trained through the second hour and into a third, because Liangshan refused to call for the rest break until he felt the foundation tempering consolidation phase begin to seat more firmly, the specific interior sensation of his qi network settling rather than expanding, the shift from growth to depth that Bao had described and that Liangshan now recognized from the inside. When he finally bowed to signal the end of the session, his robes were damp and his breathing required conscious management. 8 days to foundation tempering, Su said, evaluating what he'd just seen. You said 10 yesterday, Liangshan said. You pushed harder tonight. A pause. Your meridian scarring is clearing faster than it should be even with the pillar's assistance. I want you to think about why. Liangshan looked at the pillar. The family is stronger, he said slowly. The more the household advances, the more the pillar strengthens, and the more the pillar strengthens, the faster my own meridians heal. He paused. It's a closed loop. The family's cultivation feeds the pillar heals my meridians, stronger meridians accelerate my cultivation, stronger cultivation feeds the pillar. Yes, Su said. Which means the most important thing you can do for your own advancement is exactly what you're already doing, managing the household's cultivation health. He turned toward the wing. And the second most important thing is not dying before the foundation tempering comes through. He paused at the door. Get some sleep. For hours at minimum. He went in. Liangshan stood in the dark courtyard for a moment, looking at the pillar. 8 days, Su said. 8 days to foundation tempering. And the Dong patriarch's timeline, his own assessment said, was 25 days to direct action. That left 17 days. 17 days between foundation tempering and the Dong patriarch's move. 17 days to go from foundation tempering to what? Meridian expansion? That was months at normal pace. With the pillar at its current output level and Elder Su's pressure protocols pushing him at maximum speed, he went inside and made a new calculation. He wrote the number down. He looked at it for a while. Then he underlined it, because it was both the target he needed and the thing that was just barely possible. And targets that were just barely possible were the only kind worth underlining. And the number he'd written was 3 weeks, not 3 months. Chapter 8. The governor's eyes on the 19th day. The city tax inspector arrived at the second bell of afternoon and was everything a tax inspector was supposed to be. Punctual, documented, polite, and carrying an assessment kit that Bao Tingji identified as containing a spirit sense mapping tool within 30 seconds of the man entering the compound gate. Inspector Tang was 40, neat, carrying a regulation assessment portfolio with his licensing credentials affixed to the cover in the correct format. His cultivation rank, which Bao measured from the study window using his formation compass, was core formation, a rank that was unusual for a municipal tax official and entirely usual for a crown prince. Linked intelligence operative carrying credentials that explained his presence at any compound he needed to enter. Liangshan received him in the courtyard with the ease of someone who had been expecting exactly this kind of visit and had prepared for it. He signed the acknowledgement that the inspector had presented credentials, offered the inspection team access to all public compound areas, and asked Old Fong to bring tea. While Old Fong brought tea, Bao Tingji appeared in the courtyard from the direction of the west wing, carrying the merchant's licensing portfolio and wearing the distracted expression of a man preoccupied with clerical concerns. Inspector Tang, Bao said, intercepting him near the ancestral hall. I'm the household's registered scholar and record keeper. I handle the cultivation use licensing documentation, which I know is always the part that takes the most time. Let me walk you through it now so we can get that out of the way first. He opened the portfolio. The commercial qi use registration is filed under this section, but there's a cross-reference to the residential cultivation exemption that I've been told requires a separate form in the new system, which, here, let me show you the form, and you can tell me whether the cross-reference satisfies the requirement or whether we need to file separately. The inspection form review took 8 minutes. Bao managed it with precise incompetence, asking the right questions to require Tang to look at each section carefully, discovering apparent ambiguities that required rereading, and physically positioning both himself and Tang, so that for those 8 minutes they stood in the one spot in the courtyard where Bao's small portable jamming formation was most effective. Tang completed his review, pronounced the documentation satisfactory, toured the compound's outbuildings, and left without remarkable comment. Bao returned to the study and set down the portfolio. 4 minutes of clean transmission before I was close enough to jam, he said. He activated the tool on entry. Standard procedure, you start recording immediately. The first 4 minutes captured the concealment formation's current state, the pillar's outer ring intensity, and general cultivation density across the compound. Not precise rank assessments. The formation's concealment held at that resolution, but enough to flag the compound as significantly above a normal merchant household's cultivation activity. He paused. And there is one more thing. Liangshan waited. The transmission signal I jammed. I traced its relay frequency. It's not the City Watch relay frequency, and it's not the standard municipal intelligence relay frequency. Bao met his eyes. It's a private frequency, and when I mapped the relay direction, it pointed toward the governor's private compound, not the city administrative offices. He held up the compass. Governor Lin Shaozong is not processing this inspection report through normal channels. It goes to his personal communication infrastructure, which I've been studying for 3 days and which connects, ultimately, to a relay that reports to a bureau associated with the Crown Prince's administrative office. The governor and the Crown Prince have a private intelligence sharing arrangement, Liangshan said. A long-standing one. The account that controls the relay infrastructure was established 18 months ago. Bao set the compass on the desk. Before the pillar appeared. Before the twins awakened. This city was already of specific interest to the Crown Prince's intelligence network 18 months ago, which means either this city has other significance I haven't identified yet, or they had reason to suspect the Wei family's bloodline before the pillar appeared, Liangshan said. The study was very still for a moment. I believe the second explanation is correct, Bao said. The Heavenly Ledger does not only record current formations. It records historical bloodline potential. Families with the genetic architecture for a dual harmony resonance, even if that architecture has not yet activated. Someone who reads the ledger regularly would have seen the Wei bloodline flagged as potential pillar stewards, and would have positioned an asset in this city accordingly. He looked at Liangshan steadily. They were waiting for the twins to awaken. And when they awakened, the waiting period ended, Liangshan said. He stood and went to the map on his wall, its marks accumulating. Begin packing the essential items tonight. Not obviously, nothing that changes what the compound looks like from the outside. But the things we cannot leave behind, I want them portable within 24 hours. He traced a route on the map with one finger. And build the 7th ring. Whatever it costs, whatever it takes, I need it functional in 3 days. 3 days, Bao said, already reaching for his formation mapping tools. I'll need to not sleep for approximately 2 of them. That's why you came here with 40 questions, Liangshan said. You don't sleep much anyway. Go. He closed the study door and went to do his own evening assessment. The 6-ring concealment formation was functioning. The visible light signature was reduced to approximately 30% of the raw pillar output. Not invisible. Nothing this significant could be made invisible, but manageable. At street distance, it read as an unusual, but not unprecedented household cultivation formation. The kind of thing that attracted moderate curiosity from cultivators and mild well-being reports from non-cultivators in the neighborhood. The kind of thing that attracted sustained, methodical attention from anyone with a monitoring talisman and a brief from the right office. Liangshan mapped the compound's known vulnerabilities in order. Eastern wall, lowest, approachable from the drainage alley. 3 points of access that a competent cultivator could use without creating enough noise to alert the household. The militia was partially trained, but not experienced. Hime was foundation tempering, but had never been in a real fight. Elder Su was the only true combat capability in the compound, and Elder Su could only be in one place. He wrote in his notes, need to know which night they come before they know they're coming. Early warning formation on the eastern wall. Bow to design. Complete before day 22. He had learned enough about the Dong Patriarch's operating style to estimate the attack window, not on a day when anything significant had happened in the compound, because the Patriarch would want a clear intelligence picture before committing. 2 to 3 days after the last report from his observer network showed stable conditions. The compound's conditions had not been stable for a single day since the pillar lit, which meant the Patriarch was working from an intelligence picture that was always 3 days stale, always underestimating what the compound had become, always planning for something slightly less than what he would actually encounter. Liangshan intended to keep it that way. He intended to keep the compound's development moving faster than the intelligence lag. The patriarch's agent would log tonight's reading. 3 days later, the patriarch would act on it. And in 3 days, the compound would be something the agent hadn't reported yet. He closed his notes. He went to sleep, 4 hours, as Sue had specified. He was asleep before the lamp finished dimming. In the eastern alley, the Dong family's operative finished his notes and closed his pocketbook and started the walk to the Dong compound with a report that was already out of date, and the Dong patriarch would act on it anyway, because an outdated report was the only kind he had. Liangshan stood at the study window for a long time after Bao left, looking at the compound walls and the city beyond them, and thinking about the specific nature of the intelligence gap he was maintaining. The gap was this. Every external party assessing the Wei compound was working from observations made at minimum 2 to 3 days ago, transmitted through chains of human interpretation that introduced additional delay, processed by decision-makers who were primarily concerned with avoiding the wrong call rather than making the fast one. The Dong patriarch knew what the compound had been 12 days ago. The governor knew what his spy inspector had measured 19 days ago. The Crown Prince's office knew what the monitoring talisman had captured 30 days ago. And the pillar had been advancing every single day of those 30 days. By the time any external party acted on their assessment, the compound's actual state was days or weeks ahead of what they were acting on, which meant every hostile move against the compound would be calibrated for a target that no longer existed in the form it had occupied when the decision was made. This was the family's primary tactical advantage. Not strength, not allies, not political connections, but speed of advancement relative to the intelligence lag. He needed to protect that lag. He needed to keep external observers' information outdated. He needed to ensure that every time someone decided to act against the compound, they were planning against last week's version of the Wei family. He wrote this in his ledger in careful characters. Maintain the gap. The gap is the weapon. Below it he wrote the counter requirement. Identify when the gap is about to close. Because when someone with sufficient cultivation rank and sufficiently direct heavenly ledger access decided to stop relying on field intelligence and simply read the real-time record, that would close the gap in an instant, and the family needed to be ready for that moment. He didn't know when it would come. He was starting to suspect it would come sooner than he wanted, and the Dong patriarch's outdated report, walking through the alleys toward its recipient, would simply be the thing that happened before it. Chapter 9. The twins' training regime. On the 20th day, Liangshan established the formal cultivation schedule. He called the entire household to the courtyard at the 8th bell of morning, all 12 people, and he stood under the pillar's light and told them the truth. Not a softened version of the truth, not a version calibrated to prevent alarm. The full truth, because they were all already inside the situation, and because people who understood what they were part of were better at protecting it than people who had been protected from understanding. He told them about the harmonic core and its vulnerability. He told them about the pillar's harmony mechanics and what that meant for how they lived together. He told them about the heavenly ledger and the fact that powerful parties already knew the compound existed and had been waiting, possibly for longer than any of them had been alive. He told them about the Dong patriarch's likely intentions and the governor's intelligence relationship with the capital. He told them that they might need to move, and that when they moved, they would move as a household, together, coordinated, everyone who was staying with full understanding of what that meant. Old Fong said, "What do you need from me, Master Wei?" Liangshan said, "Everything I'm about to describe." The schedule was as follows: pre-dawn, Yin resonant meditation, open to any household member who chose to attend. Xiaoyin's natural Yin cultivation hour, her energy most receptive before dawn, created a mild enhancement field in the east wing that benefited anyone who sat in quiet practice during those 40 minutes. Voluntary, but the cultivators who attended were showing approximately 15% faster advancement on Bao's assessments. Morning, the twins' primary session, 2 hours, supervised by Bao Tingji. Polarity exercises, harmonic core calibration, joint techniques. No observation permitted except by designated household members. The concentration required was too sensitive to be managed with an audience beyond what was necessary. Midday, individual cultivation, calibrated by rank and type. Liangshan had written separate instruction sheets for each household member, working from Bao's assessment of each person's cultivation type and current progress. Old Fang's instructions looked entirely different from He Mei's instructions, which looked entirely different from the seasonal workers. Generic practice was less than half as efficient as targeted practice. The investment in individualized instructions paid immediate dividends. Evening, group form. All 12 household members in the courtyard simultaneously, running a coordinated breathing exercise that Liangshan and Elder Su had developed together over 2 evenings. It did not require high cultivation skill. It required presence, attention, and coordination. The coordination was the point. 12 people breathing together in synchronized form fed the pillar's harmony metric in ways that 12 people breathing separately in the same courtyard did not. Night. Liangshan's personal training with Elder Su. The household slept. The pillar maintained. The schedule was posted on the courtyard gate. He Mei asked 3 specific questions about the midday calibration, all of which were excellent, and Liangshan answered each in full. Old Fang asked if he was truly on the schedule. Liangshan told him he was the reason the schedule had a pre-dawn section at all. The twins' morning sessions with Bao were the most closely documented and deliberately managed portion of the schedule. Bao had developed the specific exercises from the primordial texts, adapting theoretical descriptions into practical drills with the creative engineering of a scholar who had spent 40 years doing exactly this, taking descriptions written by theorists and making them into things bodies could actually do. Xiaoying's natural approach was iterative. She would run the polarity exercise, identify one specific inefficiency, correct only that element, run it again, identify the next. 40 iterations to understand a technique. Her yin qi by the end of 40 iterations was almost always exceptionally clean. Xiaoyang's natural approach was adaptive. First attempt, committed, fast, instinctive, often 30% incorrect. Second attempt, significantly better. Fifth attempt, usually excellent, occasionally spectacular. He learned through collision with the actual technique, letting the error teach him the correction. In joint sessions, these approaches clashed. Xiaoying wanted to do it right the first time. Xiaoyang wanted to do it fast and let rightness emerge. They expressed this disagreement in the specific register of twins who know each other's voices too well to be polite about fundamental differences. Pointed, exasperated, certain that their own approach was obviously correct. The pillar dimmed every time. Bao tried 3 different formats over the first week. On day 20, he implemented the fourth, 40 minutes separate, 20 minutes joint. In the separate period, each twin practiced in their own style with their own exercises. In the joint period, they ran techniques that required both approaches: precision timing at high speed, accuracy under pressure, clean form executed without the luxury of iteration. The first 3 days of this format were worse than anything that preceded it. The compressed joint period intensified the friction rather than reducing it. On the 4th day, something shifted. Xiaoying stopped trying to make Xiaoyang slower during the joint period. Xiaoyang stopped trying to make Xiaoying faster. They ran their opposite approaches into the same technique from different angles, and, because the technique required both angles simultaneously, found that the technique itself was the resolution mechanism they'd been trying to impose on each other. On the 5th day, they held a joint Yin-Yang form for 7 minutes without a single interruption. The pillar blazed to its current recorded maximum. Bao used 3 exclamation marks in his notes, which was more than he had used in the previous 40 years of combined notation. What changed? Liangshan asked. Bao closed his notebook. They stopped trying to make the other one into themselves, he said. They ran the technique together and trusted the technique to integrate their approaches, instead of trying to integrate the approaches before they ran the technique. He paused. That is a cultivation breakthrough. It is also a relationship breakthrough. Both kinds count at the same time. Can that be systematized? It is already being systematized, Bao said. I'm redesigning the joint session around tasks that require both approaches and provide no room for methodological debate. You can't argue about how to hold a formation that requires one person doing it each way simultaneously. The task answers the argument. He tilted his head. Your son thinks offensively. Your daughter thinks structurally. The correct answer is not to resolve the difference. It is to make the difference into a system. Liangshan looked at the twins in the courtyard. Xiaoyin explaining something to Xiaoyang with her characteristic precision, Xiaoyang listening with his characteristic impatience that didn't quite obscure the fact that he was absorbing everything she said. Yes, he said. That is exactly what I'm trying to build. He turned from the window. Bow. Tomorrow morning at the first bell, I want the full household assessment. Every person, every rank, every advancement rate. And I want your projection for where each person will be in 30 days if the pillar continues at current output. The projection will have error bars, Bao said. Give me the error bars, Liangshan said. I'll plan in the middle and account for the edges. Bao had the full assessment ready before dawn. He read it to Liangshan in the study over cold tea, because neither of them had thought to heat a second pot. The numbers were better than Liangshan had hoped in some areas and worse in others. The twins were advancing faster than any precedent in the texts. Their harmonic core synchronization was creating advancement pulses that a solo cultivator would never experience. Old Fong had stabilized fully at Qi vein opening and was showing early signs of foundation tempering seeding, which at 63 years old was a medical event that would have been impossible without the pillar. Hime was solid foundation tempering and showing meridian expansion seeding, which put her ahead of Liangshan himself by 2 rank stages. The compound's collective cultivation output, measured as a unified field rather than individual contributions, had increased by 40% over the previous week. 40%. In 7 days. The acceleration is compounding, Bao said. Each advancement strengthens the pillar, which accelerates the next advancement, which strengthens the pillar further. At current trajectory, he turned a notebook page. In 30 days, the compound's average cultivation level will have reached a point that normally requires 3 to 5 years of institutional sect training. Liangshan looked at the numbers. And the Dong patriarch, when he attacks, will be attacking a compound that has advanced significantly past what his last intelligence report described. Yes, Bao said. His hired cultivators will be calibrated for a foundation tempering resistance level. They will encounter something considerably more difficult. He paused. The question is whether that gap will be sufficient. Liangshan wrote the numbers in his ledger. Then he wrote, the gap between what they expect and what we are is the primary tactical asset. Maintain it. Grow it. Never let the gap close. Outside, the pre-dawn quiet of the city held for another hour. Then the 5th bell rang and the household began to wake, and another day of cultivation began, the family growing without announcement, without fanfare, without any external sign that within these compound walls something unprecedented was building, something the adversary ledger's blank line had not yet named, but was circling toward, one day at a time, with the patience of something for centuries old. But patience, Liangshan was beginning to understand, was not the same as hesitation. Chapter 10. First cultivation rank up on the 26th day. Wei Liangshan broke through to foundation tempering. He had felt it building for 4 days, the specific quality of pressure that Bao described as the consolidation phase, when the meridians stop expanding and begin to deepen, when the Qi network shifts from quantity to quality. His 3 sealed spine meridians, now unsealed and cycling freely for 10 days, had been feeding capacity into the consolidation steadily, and Elder Su's pressure training protocols had been providing the additional load needed to force the process forward at maximum speed. The breakthrough happened at the 3rd bell of morning, during their 6th consecutive double-session training day. Su was running the maximum pressure protocol, the one where a domain manifestation cultivator holds sustained pressure against a lower cultivator's formation, forcing the lower cultivator to expand their Qi output continuously to compensate. Liangshan had been holding under that pressure for 42 minutes, which was 17 minutes past his previous record. Su had not acknowledged the record extension. He had simply maintained the pressure and waited. At minute 43, something released. The sensation was not dramatic. It was the opposite of dramatic. It was the feel of something settling into the place it had been trying to reach for 32 years. The foundation tempering seal clicked into position in his core with the interior resonance of a key finding a lock it was made for, and his Qi pathways expanded to 3 times their previous volume in the span of 4 heartbeats. The pillar responded before his nervous system finished processing the event. The column above the ancestral hall pulsed outward, one deep, comprehensive pulse, the way a bell sounds when struck with full force rather than tapped. The pulse expanded past the concealment formation's 8 rings. It was not visible light. The rings held the visual component, but it was perceptible as pressure to every cultivator within the compound, and as a profound, inexplicable sense of rightness to every person in the compound who had not cultivated a day before their 53rd day living under the pillar's field. Old Fong set down his broom and pressed his palm to his chest, and felt his qi vein opening stabilize to a firmness it hadn't had before, as though the pulse had tamped everything down and tightened it. Auntie Pei, in the kitchen, felt the specific clarity of qi pathways flushed clean. She noted, with characteristic practicality, that her salt sensitivity had returned to normal, which she'd been tracking. He Mei, in the middle of a cultivation form, felt her foundation tempering seeding surge by 3 weeks of equivalent progress in a single breath. She inhaled sharply and held the breath and felt the advancement complete itself under her ribs. In the east wing, Mei Ruohua was standing. She had been standing by the window in her daily morning standing practice, and the pulse hit her meridians with the force of a tide. Her conductivity jumped 4 points in one event. Her legs held her weight without the managed effort she had been applying. For 23 seconds, she stood without thinking about standing, which was the first time that had happened in 3 years. The twins, asleep in the main wing, both woke with the harmonic core resonating, not in distress, but in recognition. The family's pillar had changed register. Something in it was now deeper, more comprehensive, more like a foundation than like a growing thing. They felt this through the core the way you feel a house settle after new construction. Not alarming, simply the sensation of something becoming more solidly itself. In the courtyard, Elder Su looked at the pillar's pulse and made a sound low in his chest that contained approximately 30 years of patience about this specific family and its specific potential. Good, he said. Now do it again in a year, at Meridian Expansion. Liangshan sat in the post-breakthrough stillness and took a careful inventory of his new perception. Foundation tempering. His formation sense extended outward an additional 20 meters. He could feel the compound's pillar field more precisely than before, could sense the individual contribution of each household member as a distinct thread in the combined field. Old Fong's thin but stable qi vein opening. He Mei's solid foundation tempering seeding. The twins' harmonic core humming at its center like a double note sustained. He sat for a while. Then he stood, bowed to Su, and went to his desk to write it down. He was writing when Bao Tingji appeared, compass in hand. The pulse was visible at the wall, Bao said. Not through the concealment formation. I mean, it was visible to anyone with cultivation sense standing outside the compound. Not the pillar's light. The pulse itself, as a qi pressure wave. He set the compass on the desk. The Dong family's watchers would have felt it. I know, Liangshan said. He kept writing. The governor's operative at the gate would have felt it and filed it. I know. The capital relay will have it by nightfall. I know, Liangshan said. He set down his brush and looked at Bao. What does the pulse tell them? Foundation tempering breakthrough. Simultaneous pillar output surge consistent with significant advancement. And Bao paused. The duration and character of the pulse suggests to anyone with the relevant expertise that the breakthrough was pillar-assisted, which tells them the pillar is actively accelerating advancement rather than merely ambient field enhancing it. That is a different category of threat to them. An ambient field is a passive asset. An advancement accelerator is a force multiplier. He paused. The Dong Patriarch's timeline just shortened by several days. Liangshan closed his ledger. How many days? He'll move tonight or tomorrow night, Bao said. If I were him, I would move tonight, before you have time to prepare for the shortened timeline. Liangshan stood and went to find Elder Su. He found him in the outer courtyard running a sword form at quarter speed, the slow, meditative practice that domain manifestation cultivators used not for combat training, but for the cultivation of internal stillness. Su finished the form before acknowledging Liangshan's presence. The leakage from the breakthrough, Liangshan said. I felt it, Su said. From inside, and I know what it is. Imagine how it reads to someone outside who only knows there's something unusual in this compound. They'll move their timeline forward, Liangshan said. I estimated the Dong Patriarch would act on day 25 to 28. After that pulse, I revised that to day 22 at the latest. I agree, Su said. He sheathed the sword. The Pulse's character would tell a competent cultivator analyst that the breakthrough was pillar-assisted. That means not just a significant advancement, but a compound where cultivation accelerates at a rate the Dong patriarch has never encountered and probably cannot fully conceptualize. He looked at the pillar above the hall. He will calculate that if he doesn't act soon, the window for acting from a position of superior force closes. We have 3 days before day 22, Liangshan said. 2.5, Su said. He'll want to act under the previous night's cover, which means the night of day 21. That's tomorrow night, Liangshan said. Su met his eyes. Yes. They looked at each other for a moment. Then we're not waiting for day 22, Liangshan said. We complete the preparations today. Emergency positions drilled by tonight. Bao's early warning formation on the eastern wall active before the pre-dawn watch. He turned back toward the study. And I want the household's most important people, the twins, Mei Ruohua, Bao, move to the most interior rooms tonight. If there's a breach, the goal is to protect the core while Elder Su handles the perimeter. Understood, Su said. Then, after a pause, you've been planning for this since before I arrived. I've been planning for this since the second day, Liangshan said. I was hoping to have longer. But the pillar doesn't wait for convenient timing, and neither do the people who want it. He paused. Be ready. Both of us. Tonight. Because tomorrow the window may be closed. Chapter 11. The Dong Ultimatum. On the 28th day, the Dong Patriarch came himself, because the hired cultivators he'd sent the previous night had failed, and he was a man who dealt with failure by applying more of himself to the problem. The night visit had been handled so efficiently. Elder Su's domain manifestation field clearing the hired core formation team from the eastern wall in under 4 minutes. The 3 remaining cultivators sitting against the wall in various states of cultivation disruption, while Liangshan and Bao conducted a methodical search for monitoring equipment. That Liangshan had actually had time to finish his assessment of the courtyard damage and begin drafting his letter to Governor Lin before dawn. The Dong Patriarch arriving at the front gate at the 9th bell of morning was therefore not a surprise. He was a man who doubled down. Liangshan had studied him carefully enough to know that about him. Dong Xiaoshan was 64 and not large, but he carried his soul ignition cultivation the way certain men carry authority, not as a tool, but as an atmospheric condition. He arrived with 3 core formation cultivators positioned with the specific geometry of force presented as courtesy, and he walked to the gate with the manner of someone who is accustomed to gates opening. Liangshan met him there and did not open the gate wider. Wei Liangshan, Dong Xiaoshan said. His voice had the particular flatness of a man who has set aside the social performance and arrived at the business. Last night's event was regrettable. I understand a miscommunication may have led to a misunderstanding about the terms of our proposed arrangement. I received no miscommunication, Liangshan said pleasantly. 6 core formation cultivators came over my eastern wall in the dead of night. Elder Su Changfeng addressed them. I then sent a letter to Governor Lin documenting the incident. All straightforward. He paused. Was there something you wanted to discuss? Dong Xiaoshan looked at him for a moment with the specific look of a man revising his approach mid-stride. He had come prepared to address the aftermath of last night. Liangshan's cheerful treatment of last night as a closed matter, already documented, already filed, already behind him, changed the ground beneath the conversation. I'd like to revisit our proposed partnership, Dong Xiaoshan said, in light of recent developments. Of course. What terms are you proposing? The situation has progressed beyond what a 40% arrangement would reflect. He clasped his hands behind him. I would consider a more comprehensive arrangement, one that reflects the Dong family's full scope of protection and the growing significance of your compound's cultivation output. He met Liangshan's eyes. 80% of cultivation benefits, formally registered, with the Wei family retaining operational control of the compound itself. Liangshan took a moment to examine this number. 80% was not a partnership offer. 80% was a takeover offer framed in the language of partnership. Dong Xiaoshan was telling him, last night I sent 6 men. This morning I am offering to let you keep the building. I see, Liangshan said. He kept his voice level. And the alternative to this arrangement? Dong Xiaoshan did not say what the alternative was. He didn't need to. The 3 core formation cultivators behind him were the alternative, and behind those 3 was a patriarch who had already demonstrated a willingness to send 6 men over a wall in the night. And behind that patriarch was a city governor who reported to the crown prince. And behind the crown prince was something Bao Tingji had been unable to name without shaking for 3 nights. "I need to consult my household," Liangshan said. 3 days. Dong Qiushan's expression tightened. "I gave you 1 month before. 3 days is sufficient." 3 days, Liangshan agreed. "I give you my word as a merchant lord." The patriarch left. Inside the compound, Elder Su materialized at Liangshan's shoulder with the timing of someone who had been listening through the gate seam. "He'll move on night 2, Su said. "He accepted 3 days because it gave him time to bring in more cultivators, but he won't wait a 3rd night." "I know," Liangshan said. "Which means we have day 1 and day 2. He turned toward the study. "Night of day 2, what do we need in place?" 12-ring concealment formation functional, Su said, walking beside him. Household militia briefed and positioned. The tunnel route pre-scouted. "What tunnel route?" "I'll show you today," Su said. "There's a drainage channel running under the East District that emerges 2 streets east of the Muyang Road. Bao found it 3 days ago and told me quietly. I've been assessing it. It holds 4 adults at a time if you don't mind getting wet." Liangshan made a note in his ledger. "If the attack comes and we repel it, that changes the political calculation. A domain manifestation cultivator defending a merchant compound against 6, 8, or 10 hired core formation cultivators makes headlines. The governor will use the incident to strip the compound of protection under city law." "Yes," Su said. "So we do not fight to repel. We fight to document and let them retreat, then file the documentation, then use the sympathy window to lock in the Qingfeng crossing contacts before the governor's countermove reaches us." Liangshan looked at him. "You've been planning this since you arrived." "I came here because I knew this moment was coming," Su said. "I just didn't know it would come this fast." He paused. "The children are extraordinary. More extraordinary than I expected." "Yes," Liangshan said. "The Dong Patriarch knows only that they are extraordinary. He doesn't know how extraordinary. That gap is our window." Su pushed the study door open. "Use the window." Liangshan sat in the study and thought about how to use the window. The Dong Patriarch was now, by his own statement, in retreat. He had come to the gate this morning with force posture and gone away with 3 days of deferral and a merchant lord's binding word. That was not the outcome he'd planned for. He would spend the next 3 days recalibrating, bringing in more resources, hardening his approach. But 3 days, in this compound, was a significant unit of time. Liangshan began writing. He wrote the household's cultivation state as of this morning. 12 people, collectively advancing at a rate that 3 days ago he would not have projected for 3 weeks. He wrote the Dong Patriarch's expected revised force, the current 3 core formation cultivators plus, at minimum, 3 more based on the morning's posture and the Patriarch's demonstrated willingness to escalate. 6 core formation minimum against Elder Su's domain manifestation and the compound's current state. Domain manifestation against 6 core formation was not a fair fight. It was a highly asymmetric fight that Su would win. He wrote, "What the Dong Patriarch does after that loss determines what comes next. Option 1. The Patriarch accepts the loss and withdraws permanently. Probability low. He was not the withdrawing type. Option 2. The Patriarch escalates to the governor level, filing legal complaints, using city law enforcement to create compulsion where direct force had failed. This was the more dangerous option because it turned the fight onto terrain where Su's domain manifestation was irrelevant. Probability high. Option 3. The Patriarch contacted the capital directly, offering to facilitate the Crown Prince's census in exchange for authority over the Wei compound's disposition. This was the most dangerous option. Probability moderate, but increasing with each day the compound grew stronger and made the Patriarch feel more out of his depth. He wrote, all 3 options lead to the capital. The capital's timeline is the binding constraint. Everything else is a vector toward the same destination. He underlined, we are leaving before the governor has a chance to lock us in place legally. The window for voluntary departure is 3 weeks maximum, possibly less if the capital relay accelerates. He dated the entry and closed the ledger. Then he went to find Bao Tingji, because there was a foundation to build and the building needed to start now. and every hour spent on it here was an hour they didn't need to spend at Qingfeng Crossing scrambling to build it under pressure, and that was the only advantage they had, and it was shrinking every day. Chapter 12. Crown Prince's Envoy. On the 29th day, the imperial letter arrived. It came via a formal courier in imperial colors, the gray and gold of the Crown Prince's household, not the duller gray of the Emperor's general service, which was a distinction Liangshan noted because distinctions in imperial protocol reflected the exact chain of command that had generated the communication. Crown Prince's household, not delegated to a ministry, the Crown Prince's personal administrative apparatus. The courier was sole ignition. Tax inspectors were not sole ignition. Formal correspondence couriers were not sole ignition. Sole ignition couriers existed for two categories of delivery: significant political communications and deliveries that might require enforcement. The letter was from the office of Crown Prince Zhao Junlan. In the elegant, formally precise language of imperial correspondence, it expressed admiration for the Wei family's cultivation development, noted the empire's practice of maintaining a cultivation census for national advancement purposes, and requested the Wei family's attendance at a census event in the capital within 30 days. The language was so carefully constructed that a reader without political experience might genuinely interpret it as an invitation. A reader with political experience recognized it as an ultimatum with the threat language removed because the threat didn't need to be written, it was understood. While Liangshan was reading, the courier had entered the courtyard uninvited, not rudely, but with the ease of someone who considers all spaces within reach of his credentials accessible, and was standing near the ancestral hall with cultivator's stillness. Bao Tingji, watching from the study window with his compass, made an urgent mark. Monitoring talisman activated at entry, embedded in the lacquered gift box containing 3 Tier 2 spirit stones that the courier had set on the nearest courtyard table. I am honored by His Imperial Highness's attention, Liangshan said, with precisely calibrated formality. I will compose a formal reply within the week. The courier inclined his head and left. The moment the gate closed, Bao was at Liangshan's shoulder with the compass pointing at the gift box. Active transmission, Bao said. It's been recording since it entered the compound. I need 19 minutes, and everyone in approximately their current positions. Liangshan called the household to stillness. He stood where he was and breathed steadily. Around him, the household found their positions and held them with the practiced coordination of people who had been drilling for exactly this kind of instruction for 9 days. 19 minutes. Bao worked at the gift box with his formation tools, the compass, and 3 instruments from his kit that he had been maintaining specifically for close proximity talisman work. He looped the recording. He stabilized the loop. He stepped back. Done. The receiving station gets the same 6 minutes on repeat until the charge depletes naturally. He set the compass on the courtyard table. But the first 6 minutes they received live included a pillar signature map at foundation tempering intensity, the concealment formation's 8-ring structure clearly identifiable as deliberate formation work rather than ambient activity, and, because the twins were in the courtyard during the first 30 seconds before I could move the household, a clean bilateral polarity reading of the harmonic core. He paused. They have confirmation that the harmonic core exists and is active. Liangshan kept his expression neutral. What does that change? Before today, the capital had intelligence suggesting the Wei compound was a significant cultivation site. After today, they have confirmation that the harmonic core, specifically the thing the Emperor has been hunting across Pillar Steward bloodlines for 400 years, is functional and accessible in this compound. Bao looked at him directly. The 30-day census window was the polite timeline. With the core confirmed, the polite timeline will be revised. Revised to what? I don't know, but I don't think it will be 30 days. He gathered his tools. I'll have the full heavenly ledger analysis complete tonight. You need to read it before morning. Have it at my desk before the second bell, Liangshan said. He went to his study and began drafting the reply to the Crown Prince. The artful, layered, impeccably courteous letter of a merchant lord expressing genuine gratitude and finding 17 genuine reasons why this specific month was unfortunately not convenient for travel to the capital. The letter was honest in its individual claims and misleading in its cumulative impression. He worked on it for 2 hours and was satisfied with the result. Then he opened a second page and began the letter to Lady Shen Yueqing, his childhood friend, occasional ally, core formation merchant heiress with networks across 4 provinces, whose existence he had not yet mentioned to Bao or Elder Su, and who was going to receive a message tonight that would make her pack a bag and begin traveling toward Wooling City before dawn. Some resources you keep in reserve. You disclose them when you need them, not before. He sealed the letter to Lady Shen and set it aside for early morning dispatch, then returned to the Crown Prince's formal reply and read it through one more time. It was good work. The language was impeccable. Anyone reading it would find exactly what they wanted to find in it. Compliance, if they were looking for compliance. Delay, if they were looking for delay. Genuine warmth, if they needed to believe in genuine warmth. The problem was that it wouldn't hold. He had bought weeks, not months. Weeks in which the pillar's output was climbing, in which the twins were advancing, in which every day the compound's cultivation state exceeded what the capital's intelligence reports described. Weeks in which the Emperor's heavenly ledger was updating in real time with data that Liangshan's letter could not contradict. He thought about what Bao had said about the heavenly ledger. It didn't just record what the core had done. It recorded what the core could do. The theoretical ceiling. The estimated timeline to resonance absolute generation. The Emperor was reading a document that tracked the twins' advancement toward a technique that could destroy him. He was not going to wait for the census invitation's polite 30-day window. He was going to move the moment the intelligence justified moving, and the twins' advancement was providing better justification every day. Liangshan thought about the timeline, about what significantly harder to reach us actually required. Not just a defensible location. The Emperor could breach most defensible locations given enough time and resources. It required the compound's cultivation level to reach a point where the cost of breaching it was prohibitive even for an imperial-level deployment. What did that require? He pulled out a new page and started calculating. He was still calculating when the 3rd bell rang, and he set the calculations aside because he needed 4 hours of sleep, and Elder Su had been very specific about the 4 hours, and Liangshan had learned to treat Su's specifications as the boundary conditions they were. He slept. The pillar turned above the compound. The calculations waited. And in a relay station 20 li from the capital, the monitoring talisman's looped recording finally depleted its charge and went silent, and the technician on duty noted the timestamp and the 18-hour extension past expected depletion and wrote a note that said, "Possible manipulation of transmission. Recommend assessment before further deployment." The note went into the morning dispatch. The morning dispatch went to the intelligence office. The intelligence office had a specific protocol for flagged relay anomalies originating from cultivation sites that were already under active monitoring. Forward immediately to the assigned analyst, who was a careful woman named Hu Qingshan, who had been the assigned analyst for the Wei compound's file for 29 days, and who had been building a picture of the compound with a thoroughness that exceeded what the file's nominal significance warranted. Hu Qingshan read the flag note at the 4th bell of morning. She cross-referenced it against the monitoring talisman's 6-minute recording. She noted the 18-hour extension. She noted the precise loop cycle characteristics. The recording was too perfect, each cycle too clean, lacking the micro-variations that natural battery depletion produced. She wrote her own assessment. Talisman's continuous loop was deliberately engineered by a competent formation practitioner operating within the compound. Competence level, high. Likely core formation minimum, possibly higher. She filed this assessment with a priority marker and sent it to her supervisor, who would send it further up the chain, where it would eventually reach a person who had been waiting for an assessment like this since before the monitoring talisman was deployed. The assessment's arrival at that person's desk would change the timeline. Not from 30 days to 30 days, from 30 days to something considerably shorter. In the Wei compound, Liangshan slept 4 hours and woke before dawn, as he always did. He did not know about the assessment. He would not know about it until the consequence arrived, and the consequence, when it came, would not announce itself in advance. Chapter 13. Talisman removed. Letter sent on the 30th day. Bao Tingji burned the monitoring talisman in the courtyard brazier at the 4th bell of morning, at the precise point in the loop cycle when the receiving station would log a clean signal termination consistent with charge depletion. The jade casing cracked and blackened. The transmission record ceased. He stood at the brazier for a moment watching the jade burn and said, "The loop ran for 18 hours past the expected depletion window. 40% probability that the receiving station flags it as anomalous. 60% that it's attributed to an overcharged stone. Acceptable, Liangchen said from the doorway. You've been up all night, Bao observed. Both of us have. You were finishing the analysis. I was reading it. Bao turned from the brazier. And Liangchen looked at the pillar above the ancestral hall, burning steadily in the pre-dawn darkness. I want to tell the family today, he said. Everything. The bloodline charter theory, the pillar steward history, what the emperor has been doing to other families like ours. I want everyone in this compound to understand what they're part of. Bao was quiet for a moment. The twins will understand the implications. Yes. There's 7. Yes. Liangchen met his eyes. And they are the center of a situation that has been developing for 4 centuries without their knowledge or consent, and they are going to be asked to be extraordinary for their entire lives because of what they were born as. They deserve to know that early. They deserve to make the choice to be part of this with full understanding. He paused. Or I can protect them from understanding for a few more months and let them arrive at the truth through the experience of someone trying to kidnap them. I prefer the first approach. Bao considered this. The primordial texts suggest the pillar stewards were always told, he said. Not always young, but always before the first significant confrontation. He paused. I found a line in the 4th text last night that I didn't include in my written analysis. I'll tell it to you now, and you can decide whether to share it with the family. Tell me. It says, the stewards who were told and chose freely became the strongest pillars in the recorded era. The stewards who were kept unknowing and protected failed more often and damaged more than the knowledge would have damaged them. He looked at the burning pillar. The pillar runs on genuine accord, and genuine accord requires genuine understanding. The harmony of people who don't know what they're agreeing to is structurally weaker than the harmony of people who chose fully. Liangchen went inside and called the household together. They sat in the ancestral hall, all 12 of them, on whatever available surface presented itself. The twins on the low bench by the south wall, Meiruo in her wheelchair with her feet flat on the floor and bearing weight, Old Fong on a stool, Xue Linglan standing in the corner with her back against the wall and her hands clasped in the manner of someone listening very carefully. He told them everything. The harmonic core, the bloodline charter, the pillar steward lineage, the void architects who had designed it, the hollow emperor who had been hunting it for 4 centuries, the 17 pillar steward families who were gone. He told them what the census program was. He told them what the emperor wanted. The ancestral hall was very quiet for a while. Then Xiaoyang said, then we get stronger faster. Xiaoyin said, then we need to understand the pillar better than he does. Mei Ruohua said, then we stop hiding and start choosing. Old Fong said, what do I need to do? Liangchen looked around at 12 faces holding 12 different flavors of the same essential thing. The look of people who have been given information that is heavy and true and who are deciding, each in their own way, to carry it. Exactly what you've been doing, he said. Exactly that. And tomorrow morning, we review the evacuation protocol in full, because I believe the timeline I was working with has shortened, and I want us ready to move the moment the decision is made. In the corner, Xue Linglan was not quite looking at the pillar. She was looking at the twins. She looked the way a person looks when they've been waiting a long time to be in the right place and have just confirmed that this is it. After the meeting, Liangchen spoke with each household member individually. Not the full debrief, he had done that, but the personal conversation that came after. Some people needed specifics. Some needed reassurance. Some needed to express something. He gave each person the version of the conversation they needed. Old Fong needed to hear that his cultivation would not be taken away if they had to move. Liangchen told him that the pillar moved with the family. Wherever the family went, the pillar went, and Old Fong was part of the family. The man's expression shifted in a way that Liangchen recognized as the release of a fear he hadn't known was being held. Auntie Pei needed practical logistics. Where would they cook? What would they carry? How would they maintain cultivation practice on a barge? Liangchen answered each question directly, and she made notes and said, I'll need 2 days' notice minimum for proper provision packing. He may needed to understand her role in a conflict scenario. Liangchen explained it clearly. Her job was to protect the twins and Mei Ruohua, not to fight anyone. Her cultivation, in a defensive posture, was more valuable as a shield than a weapon. Wei Dajin, his second cousin, asked to speak to him alone. He said, If the emperor finds us wherever we go, what is the plan then? His voice was even. Liangshan told him there was a plan. He did not share the details, because the details weren't ready yet. Daji nodded. The conversation ended. The hesitation that Liangshan had been filing without conclusion for days sharpened slightly, not into anything specific, into something worth monitoring. That night, Xue Linglan came to the study door. The name I gave you, she said. Ho Wenxiu. When you wrote it down, do you know who he works for? I have a strong suspicion, Liangshan said. If it's who I think you suspect, she said, I want you to know that he came to Fenglu City with a list. It wasn't just our compound. He had a list of 6 families. I know because the neighbor who ran first told me what she'd seen before she ran. A pause. I don't know how many of the other 5 he reached. Liangshan looked at her for a moment. Thank you, he said. That confirms something I've been calculating. She nodded and left. He sat alone in the study and wrote one word at the top of a new page, systematic. Then he wrote below it, not a census, a culling. He sat with those words for a long time. A culling, not acquisition, not conscription. Elimination of the bloodlines that could produce the resonance absolute, the one technique that threatened the Hollow Emperor's existence. The census was not an intelligence program. It was a hunting protocol. Find them. Verify they have the harmonic core. Remove them before they can develop it to the dangerous threshold. 17 families. 17 times this had worked. The Wei family would have been the 18th if the twins had awakened somewhere less visible, somewhere without the compound's proximity to a city with cultivation traffic, somewhere without Bao Tingji walking past at exactly the right moment and turning around. They had not been chosen to survive by some benevolent force. They had survived the first phase by accident, by 3 accidents, in fact, each of which had narrowed the intelligence lag enough to let them build before the culling response arrived. Those accidents would not repeat. The culling response was arriving now, on the road, 2 days ahead of the decree, and it would be calibrated for what the intelligence reports described rather than what the compound actually was. Which meant the gap was the entire foundation of their survival at this point. The gap between what the Hollow Emperor knew and what was actually walking toward Qingfeng Crossing. He wrote, protect the gap. Advance faster than they can recalibrate. Make each successive assessment obsolete before it can be acted on. Then he wrote the hardest line. This works until it doesn't. The moment someone accesses the heavenly ledger and reads the real-time state of the harmonic core, the gap closes. At that point, no amount of advancement speed compensates. We need to be beyond their reach before that happens. He sat for a very long time and thought about whether it was a plan that could be built fast enough, and whether, somewhere in what Bao had described about the resonance absolute, there was a shorter path to being beyond the Hollow Emperor's reach than raw cultivation advancement alone could provide. Chapter 14, Xue Linglan's Secret. On the 31st day, Liangshan found Xue Linglan in the cultivation storage room at the 3rd bell of afternoon, sitting on the stone floor with her back against the spirit stone shelves, holding a jade token in both hands, and weeping in the silent, controlled way that years of grief under watch produces. She heard him at the door and was on her feet in under a second. The motion was smooth, fast, and entirely inconsistent with her presented cultivation rank. She had told him, on the intake form when she joined the household 43 days before the awakening, that she was mortal shell. Mortal shell cultivators did not rise from sitting position with that quality of speed. Core formation cultivators did. Master Wei, she said. Her voice was entirely steady. Her eyes were dry. She had accomplished both in the time it took Liangshan to cross the threshold. He looked at the jade token she'd transferred to her sleeve in the same motion she'd risen. Bring it out, he said. A pause, long enough to be visible, short enough to communicate that it was being managed, and then she drew the token from her sleeve and held it on her flat palm. A family crest token. Good jade, well carved. The kind of craftsmanship that spoke of a family with resources and enough stability to commission quality work. The crest was a crane above a cresting wave. On the reverse, he could see the inscription had been rubbed smooth from handling. The name worn away by years of being held, pressed, carried in a pocket, and taken out and held again. Your family, he said. Was, she said. He said nothing. He waited. The Crown Prince's cultivation census, she said. She looked at the token and nodded at him, which was easier for the telling. Fenglu City, 2 years ago. My family had a household formation, 4 generations old. Not a resonance pillar, not a harmonic core. A simple, breath-strengthening formation, the kind that takes the ambient cultivation energy of a household and recirculates it gently, improving everyone's baseline health and extending longevity. Nothing that should have mattered. She paused. The census team said it was of national strategic value. They were wrong about that specifically, but they were correct that they could say it and face no consequences. My family declined to surrender the formation. The census team cited imperial authority. There were 9 days of formal dispute, correspondence, legal filings, appeals to the city's commercial council. Her hands tightened on the token. On the 9th day, our compound burned. The storage room was very quiet. Ruled accidental, Liangchen said. Ruled accidental, she confirmed. I was in the market buying vegetables. When I came back, there were investigators everywhere, and a ruin and nothing else. She finally looked at him. Her eyes were dry and her voice was steady, and the quality of stillness in her face was the stillness of long practice with an unresolvable weight. I have the forged references because a forger is cheaper than my actual history, and my actual history would have prevented me from getting into any reputable household in this city. Reputable households don't hire sole survivors of census disasters. They worry about the attention it brings. What is your actual cultivation rank? Liangchen said. Core formation, she said. My family's formation ran for 4 generations. I was the only one who reached core formation from it. He looked at her for a moment. Core formation, which she had been concealing for 43 days plus the entire time since she'd joined the household. Core formation, which meant she had been working as a household maid while possessing more cultivation than 90% of the city's registered practitioners. Why did you come here specifically, he said. I heard about the pillar 3 days after it appeared. Someone in the vegetable market was describing it. The light, the twins, the compound. And I thought, they'll come for this too. The census will come. And I thought, she stopped. She started again. I want to be present the next time that happens. I want to be there and have the ability to do something about it. I could not do anything last time. I want the next time to be different. She met his eyes. I know I misrepresented myself. I understand if you need me to leave. You're staying, Liangchen said. Something shifted very slightly in her expression. You are staying, he repeated. Tomorrow morning, first bell, you tell Bao Tingji your actual cultivation rank and your actual cultivation type. You will be incorporated into the household formation on your actual terms. He paused. I will also need, at some point, not tonight, but soon, the name of the census team leader who made the determination that your family's formation was of national strategic value. She looked at him. Why? Because we are going to be dealing with the census program and the people who run it for some time, he said. And names matter when you're building a picture of an operation. He turned toward the door. The census team leader, was he civilian or military? He held a rank equivalent to senior inspector, she said. Not military. Administrative. A man named Ho Wenxiu. She paused. I believe he works directly for the emperor's household administration. Not the crown prince. The emperor. Liangchen stopped at the door. He didn't turn around. Grand Steward Ho Wenxiu, he said. Does that sound right? I only knew the name Ho Wenxiu, she said. That's the same man, Liangchen said. He stood at the doorway for a moment, looking at the corridor. Then he turned. Tomorrow morning. First bell. Tell Bao everything. And Shui Linglan, welcome to the household. He went back to his study and added the name to his adversary ledger. Not in light speculative ink this time. In the darkest ink he had, pressed hard enough to score the page. Then he added the note beside the name, Fenglu City. 6 families on a list. Systematic culling. Connected to the census program. Connected to the emperor. He looked at the name for a while. Ho Wenxiu, Grand Steward. The man who had burned Shui Linglan's family. Who was now, according to Bao's analysis, going to be assigned to this compound within 2 to 3 weeks. The man who did the emperor's systematic work. Liangchen closed the ledger. He sat at his desk with his hands flat on it, and breathed for a moment with the deliberate quality of someone managing their reaction to a confirmation they had been dreading. Then he opened a new page and began writing the contingency plan for Ho Wenxiu's arrival. Because it was coming. The timeline said it was coming. And the only thing worse than facing Ho Wenxiu at Qingfeng Crossing was facing him in an unfamiliar city without the preparation that the next weeks could build. He wrote the plan in 3 sections. Defensive positions. Escape routes. Minimum cultivation levels required at each section before the section was viable. He filled 4 pages. When he looked up, the lamp had burned low and the third bell was ringing. He had been planning for 2 hours. He was not finished. He was not going to be finished until they were somewhere Ho Wenshu could not easily reach, and the family was strong enough to have opinions about what happened when he did. He extinguished the lamp and went to check the twins one last time before sleeping. They were asleep, facing each other, close enough to feel each other breathe, the harmonic core glowing faintly between them in the dark, a thin aurora of intertwined silver and gold, barely visible, the steady breathing of a formation that had been running without pause for 31 days. He watched it for a moment. Then he went to sleep, because the plan was made as well as it could be made tonight, and tomorrow required him to be rested. And tonight had confirmed that the threat was larger than even Bao had estimated. Chapter 15. The Dong Ambush on the 32nd night. Exactly as Elder Su had predicted, the Dong family's hired cultivators came over the eastern wall at the second watch bell. They were 6. Professional, well-equipped, core formation all, moving in the coordinated silence of a crew that had done this work before. Their intelligence was that the Wei compound held a foundation tempering head cultivator, household servants at low ranks, a recovering invalid, and 2 children. Their intelligence was thorough and 3 weeks out of date. They came over the wall at 3 points, which was textbook. Spread the initial contact, prevent concentration of the defensive response, secure multiple entry corridors before the defenders can seal any of them. The approach was correct for the target profile they'd been given. The militia met them at the eastern corridor. For servants at Chi Vein opening, and He Mei at foundation tempering, positioned per Elder Su's instructions with the specific assignment of making maximum noise for a minimum of 3 minutes before retreating in good order. They were not expected to fight. They were expected to be loud. They were perfectly, professionally loud. He Mei opened with a cultivation alarm formation that Bao had installed in the corridor specifically for this purpose. A resonant scream that covered the entire eastern sector of the compound in a chi vibration designed to be felt by every cultivator on the premises simultaneously. Old Fong, positioned at the militia's rear, struck the bronze alarm bell with full force. The seasonal workers, stationed at the second corridor, began shouting. Elder Su came out of the guest wing already dressed, already armed, already moving. He reached the eastern corridor in 11 seconds and expanded his domain manifestation field to fill the corridor entrance before the lead hired cultivator's boots had completed clearing the wall. The lead cultivator dropped from the wall and landed in a domain manifestation field. He felt the field a fraction of a second after landing and had time to recognize, with the specific clarity of a professional confronting an assessment error, that the job he had been contracted for and the job that was actually present were not the same job. Domain manifestation. The cultivation pressure was domain manifestation. In a merchant compound that was supposed to hold foundation tempering at the top of its capabilities. He launched a suppression strike anyway, because a professional launches their opening technique and reassesses while it's in flight. The strike entered the domain field, encountered a pressure differential 3 full ranks above its design parameters, and collapsed. Not deflected, collapsed, its structure disassembling under the domain's ambient chi weight the way a paper frame collapses under real rain. I apologize for the inconvenience, Elder Su said, and that was all he said for the next 4 minutes. The fight, if it could be called a fight, which would be charitable to the hired cultivators, consisted of Elder Su's domain field doing most of the work, while Su himself moved economically and deliberately, applying targeted pressure to any cultivator whose individual formation maintained coherence against the domain's ambient effect. 2 of the 6 hired cultivators had enough skill to maintain partial coherence. He addressed them specifically. The other 4 were handled by the ambient field and their own panicking attempts to break through it. 3 retreated over the wall. 3 sat against the eastern corridor wall when the domain field receded to a more comfortable radius, waiting to be told what happened next. Liangshan arrived and surveyed the scene. He Mei's militia was pressed against the walls, wide-eyed and breathing hard. Su stood at the corridor's center with the settled stillness of someone who had just done something unremarkable. Liangshan addressed the 3 remaining cultivators. "Where is Dong Qiushan?" Directing from outside, one of them said, with the flat professional tone of a man recalibrating to the conversation's actual phase. not present. Tell him that the cost of tonight includes your fee, plus the cost of this operation's exposure, plus whatever it costs him to explain 6 core formation cultivators found inside a private compound in the dead of night. Liangshan paused. I have documentation of the incident being prepared now. The governor's office will receive it before dawn. I named the Dong patriarch in the documentation. He went inside. He sat at his desk and wrote. Xiaoyang appeared in the doorway and asked if Elder Su had handled it. Was told yes. Was told to go back to bed, and went back to bed without further argument, which was itself a form of trust. The letter to Governor Lin was precise, documented, and formally correct. It did not accuse Dong Xiushan directly. It described the incident, named no principals, and requested the City Watch investigate the identity of 6 core formation cultivators found on private property in the Eastern District. The letter's purpose was not to accuse. Its purpose was to create an official record before the Dong Patriarch could create his own version. By dawn, both letters were filed. By mid-morning, the Dong Patriarch had received a City Watch inquiry requesting him to account for the movements of 6 core formation individuals associated with the Dong household on the previous evening. He had not expected the inquiry to arrive before he could compose his narrative. The surprise showed in the quality of his response, which took 4 hours longer than it should have. But the inquiry was also a signal to the governor's relay, which was a signal to the capital, which added one more data point to the picture being built about the Wei compound, a compound that had now demonstrated the capacity to hold off a 6-person core formation attack with no apparent casualties and had filed perfect documentation within hours. That was not the profile of a merchant family. That was the profile of a prepared defensive operation. In the capital, someone noted this and moved the Wei family up 2 categories on a priority assessment list, from census target to active enforcement priority, effective immediately. The night duty clerk who made the update thought nothing of it beyond the routine action. He had updated dozens of similar entries. The process was standard. Note the triggering event, check the threshold criteria, apply the category upgrade, file the notation with the correct department. The correct department, in this case, was the Grand Steward's office, the office of Ho Wenxiu, who ran the Census Program's Enforcement Division and who had been briefed on the Wei compound file 3 days ago when the domain manifestation flag was added. Ho Wenxiu was not at his desk when the notification arrived. He was in the Imperial stables, personally inspecting the 12 fast horses that had been requisitioned for the compound's enforcement deployment. He had requisitioned them 4 days ago, before the ambush report, before the active enforcement upgrade. The domain manifestation presence in a merchant compound was sufficient trigger by itself. He was a methodical man. He had been managing the census enforcement program for 22 years. He had conducted 41 enforcement operations against cultivation site irregularities ranging from minor formation violations to full pillar steward extractions. His success rate was complete. Not a single target had escaped his program's resolution. The Wei family's file was his 42nd case. He finished the stable inspection, approved all 12 horses, and sent a message to his 12-person enforcement team. Depart at the next bell. Standard suppression loadout. Priority 1 deployment. Standard suppression loadout meant formation disruption tools, cultivation sealing manacles for up to 6 subjects, transport vessels for 2 small children, and one item Ho Wenxiu never disclosed in his formal requisition paperwork, but always brought on pillar steward operations, a void-grade extraction needle, designed to remove a harmonic core from its living hosts without destroying either host, a process that Ho described to himself, in the private language of a man who has done a job, long enough to stop softening its vocabulary, as harvest. He had done this 17 times. He would not be doing it an 18th, but he did not know that yet. Chapter 16. Repercussions 2 days after the Dong ambush. Governor Lin summoned Liangshan to the government hall at the 3rd bell of afternoon. Liangshan attended with documentation. The cultivators abandoned equipment from the eastern corridor, Bao's cultivation trace analysis showing 6 external core formation signatures on the compound's eastern wall stones, Hime's formal statement of the incident, Elder Su's written account, and the photographs in jade that Bao's formation mapping had captured of the footprint patterns consistent with external entry points. Governor Lin Xiaozong received him in the formal reception room and did not offer tea. He was 57 years old, neat and precise in the manner of someone who considers carefulness a form of armor. He had 12 years in this position. He had survived 12 years in this position by being exactly as useful to powerful people as they needed him to be, and not so useful that he became a dependency they'd eventually want to control. Wei Liangchun, he said. The incident reports from the Eastern District are creating administrative complexity. I am glad to simplify that complexity, Liangchun said. He set his documentation portfolio on the desk. I've brought a comprehensive account. Lin did not look at the portfolio. In the interest of civic stability, I am levying a cultivation conflict fine of 200 spirit stones against the Wei compound. Immediate payment preferred. Liangchun looked at the portfolio sitting on the desk, untouched. My compound was the site of an unauthorized entry by 6 core formation cultivators. Your compound was involved in a cultivation conflict within city limits, Lin said. With the practiced neutrality of a man reading from an administrative script, he is prepared in advance. The city's law does not privilege either party in a cultivation conflict until a formal investigation has reached conclusion, and formal investigations require 6 weeks minimum. The fine covers administrative costs. Of course, Liangchun said. He paid from his merchant's purse, which was exactly as smooth an action as he'd intended it to be. No hesitation, no argument, the payment itself communicating. This amount does not matter to me. 200 spirit stones did matter to him, but performing that it didn't was worth the cost. Additionally, Lin said, I am attaching a city watch oversight post to your compound gate. 2 guards, rotating 4-day shifts. For the security of the district. I appreciate the city's concern for the district's security, Liangchun said. What rotation schedule should I expect? Lin gave him the rotation schedule without apparently noticing that Liangchun had asked a question that surveillance targets did not generally ask. Or perhaps he noticed and chose not to flag it, because flagging it would reveal that he understood the question's purpose. Liangchun left. Outside, Elder Su had both horses ready. They rode back in the late afternoon light. 40% of the rotating guards report to him directly, Su said, as they rode. I've identified Sergeant 1 as the career officer and Constable Dai as the reporting operative. Dai takes the day 3rd rotation, which leaves us uninspected windows at night and 2nd rotation days, Liangchun said. What do you know about Sergeant 1? Foundation tempering, 12 years on the force, declined 2 promotion opportunities that would have put him in administrative positions. He prefers field work. Su paused. He would take a better offer if it was offered plainly and without manipulation. Offer it, Liangchun said. Plainly. Tell him we need honest eyes at our gate, and we'll pay 3 times his city watch salary in spirit stones, monthly. If he asks what we want in return, tell him, report what you actually see, don't report what you don't see, and tell us anything that seems like it's coming from outside your normal chain of command. He paused. That's all. We're not asking him to report on the city watch. We're asking him to be honest, which he already is. Su made a sound of mild assessment. That's a well-structured offer. It's the only kind worth making, Liangchun said. When he returned to the compound, Bao was waiting with 3 pieces of information. First, the governor's personal relay ran its cycle every 4 days, which meant they had a 4-day window between reports. Second, the relay pointed northwest rather than east, which meant it was routing to a provincial hub and not directly to the capital, which added a transfer node that added delay. Third, the governor's intelligence operative file on the Wei compound now contained the phrase, potential domain manifestation cultivator concealed on premises, which was the most significant status escalation the file had received. Domain manifestation on premises, Liangchun said. That changes the required response level. It moves the response from census administration to enforcement coordination, Bao said. The census program has enforcement protocols that activate when sites demonstrate domain level or higher cultivation without registration. Grand Steward Ho Wenxiu runs those protocols. He looked at Liangchun steadily. He will be assigned to this compound within 2 to 3 weeks of the report reaching the capital. And Shui Linglan says he's the man who burned her family's compound, Liangchun said. Yes, Bao said. The pillar burned above them, and Liangchun stood in the courtyard for a moment looking at it, calculating not days but weeks, not movements but contingencies, not one enemy, but the chain of enemies that each response would generate. Begin preparations for Qingfeng Crossing, he said. The full route assessment. I want a travel plan that assumes 12 people, 1 injured member in a wheeled transport, and 1 formation scholar's equipment load. Assume no more than 3 days travel time per stage. Bao was already writing. Liangshan walked to the gate to watch the messenger depart with the evacuation route documents. The city was just beginning its afternoon activity. Merchants arranging stalls, the distant sound of the market quarters noise, a sedan chair moving down the central road with the unhurried pace of whoever was inside, having nowhere to be at any particular speed. A perfectly ordinary city afternoon. No evidence, from outside these walls, of anything extraordinary inside them. He turned back toward the compound and began the day's final inventory. The pillar seed compression sequence. Bao had designed it over the previous week, the mechanism for collapsing the full resonance pillar into the portable jade disc that could sustain approximately 30% of full output in transit. They had not tested it yet. They would need to test it tonight, in controlled conditions, to confirm the compression worked without disrupting the twins' harmonic core. A failed compression attempt could destabilize the core. A successful one would reduce cultivation output for several days while the pillar rebuilt at the new location. He added, test pillar seed compression tonight. Low-stakes controlled test before the actual departure. If it fails, recalibrate and try again tomorrow. He added, make sure every household member has a minimum 3-day supply of spirit stones for individual cultivation support in case the pillar output drops below baseline during transit. He added, tell Mei Ruohua about the Qingfeng route tonight. She would want to know the specifics, and she would have observations that improve the plan. He walked back into the compound and found Xiaoyang sitting on the courtyard step with his knees drawn up, watching the pillar turn in the late afternoon light. Are we really going? Xiaoyang asked. Yes, Liangshan said. Tonight, when it's dark. He sat beside his son on the step. Are you ready? Xiaoyang looked at the pillar for a moment. I don't want to run, he said. The anger was there, under the surface, the familiar yang-hot quality of it. I know that's not the right answer. I know why we're going. But I don't want to run from them. We're not running from them, Liangshan said. We're running toward a better position. There's a difference. A merchant who sells in the wrong market at the wrong price isn't retreating by finding a better market. He's choosing where to make the trade. He paused. We can't defeat the emperor here. We can't even make him uncomfortable here. But in 30 days, in a better position, with more advancement, we can begin to make him uncomfortable. Xiaoyang looked at his hands. Gold light pulsed at his fingertips with each heartbeat. How long until we can do more than make him uncomfortable? Liangshan put his hand on his son's shoulder. Ask me again in 30 days, he said. I'll have a better answer, or I'll have a plan that makes the answer irrelevant. Chapter 17. The children's breakthrough on the 35th day, the twins advanced to Qi vein opening and the pillar doubled in height. They did it at the 7th bell of afternoon, in the middle of a calibration session that had been running at above-average synchrony for 14 consecutive minutes. Bao Tingji had noted the synchrony quality at the 12-minute mark and had been writing faster. He had noted at 14 minutes that the harmonic core's resonance frequency was accelerating past the normal calibration ceiling and had opened a new page in his notes. At the midpoint of the 43rd breath cycle, both twins exhaled completely and did not inhale. This was not voluntary. They were not holding their breath. Their bodies had simply completed the breath at the same moment the Qi vein opening seal locked into place in both of their cultivation cores simultaneously, and the exhaled breath became the anchor point. The harmonic core's synchronization mechanic working at the level the primordial text had described as perfect resonance advancement. One twin's breakthrough channeled through the shared core, generating an advancement signal so coherent that the second twin's core absorbed it as its own. 2 breakthroughs at exactly one moment. The pillar pulsed once, a single massive pulse that was neither the gentle strengthening pulses of normal cultivation progress nor the sustained glow of equilibrium, but something between a struck bell and a detonation. A wave of Yin-Yang resonance expanding outward from the ancestral hall at a rate that Bao's compass registered as 3 times any previous recorded expansion. The pulse hit the 8-ring concealment formation and went through it. Not around it. Not through the gaps. The pulse was sufficiently coherent that the concealment formation's logic, designed to baffle diffuse ambient qi leakage, had no framework to contain it. A formation built to muffle a candle was not designed for a floodlight. The pillar rose to 40 meters. 42. It stabilized at 43 meters and burned there, its intertwined helix spinning faster than its previous record, its yin-yang gradient sharp and clear against the afternoon sky, for an estimated 3 li in every direction. In the city's cultivation quarter, 3 li from the compound, a cultivator in the middle of a session felt the pulse and lost concentration so completely that their technique collapsed. In the tea house on the corner of the market district, for cultivators drinking at the same table, all stopped talking at the same moment. An elderly man in his garden felt his core formation pulse with a clarity it hadn't had in years and sat very still for a moment, trying to understand what he was feeling. Inside the compound, every household member was affected. Old Fong's qi vein opening solidified to a stability beyond anything he'd previously achieved. Auntie Pei felt her cultivation sense, which she'd been developing in the patient and pragmatic way she approached all new skills, extend another 3 meters in range. Himei's foundation tempering seeding completed, a process that had been 4 days from completion, in the space of one breath. In the east wing, Mei Ruohua stood. She had been practicing her standing form in her morning window by the time the pulse hit. When it reached her, it hit her meridians like a warm tide at high force, and her conductivity jumped to 58% in one event. Her legs held her weight without effort. Without the managed, careful application of cultivation support she had been practicing each morning. Without thinking about it, she walked to her doorway, through the corridor, into the inner courtyard, 40 feet, without stopping, without the wheelchair. The twins were still sitting in the training position with their eyes closed, and the quality of absorption that followed a significant advancement, the internal quiet of a system incorporating something new. The pillar blazed above them. Bao Tingji was filling the 4th page of notes for the session, writing faster than Liangshan had ever seen him write anything. Liangshan came into the courtyard from the study doorway and saw his wife standing at the far entrance on her own feet. He crossed to her. He stopped beside her. He did not make it into more than it was, because she had not made it into more than it was, and his job right now was to match her register. They broke through, she said. Both of them. At the same moment. I felt it, she said. It feels different from their ordinary advancement. It feels like the pillar itself advanced. Bao says the harmonic core's synchronization mechanic shifts the quality of an advancement when they do it together, Liangshan said. It's not just 2 advancements. It's 1 advancement at twice the depth. He looked at the pillar. The height has stabilized at 43 meters. How far can the light be seen? 3 li, at minimum. Possibly more. He glanced at the compound gate. Through the wooden planks, he could see the silhouette of the city watch guard, standing, not sitting, turned toward the pillar, report talisman already in hand. The capital will know by tonight. Ho Wenshu's timeline will compress. Then we're moving sooner than you expected, she said. Yes. He looked at her. How are your legs? Better than yesterday, she said. Significantly. A pause. I'll be walking without assistance when we move. You don't need to plan around the wheelchair. He looked at her for a moment. She looked back with the expression of someone stating a professional assessment, not making a promise. He had learned, over 15 years, the difference between the two in her face. Good, he said. He went inside to revise the evacuation plan. At the gate, the City Watch operative had already sent his report talisman. The pillar's 43-meter height and its 3 li visible radius were going into the governor's intelligence file within the hour, and from there to the capital relay, and from there to whoever read it with the kind of attention that came from 4 centuries of hunting. In the ancestral hall, the twins opened their eyes at the same moment. Xiaoyin looked at her hands. Xiaoyang looked at the pillar. We're different now, Xiaoyin said. Yes, Xiaoyang said. I can feel the pillar differently, she said. It's like, I could hear it before. Now I can see it. The whole structure of it. Every thread. Xiaoyang held up his hand. Gold light gathered at his fingertips in a controlled concentration that would have been impossible an hour ago. Not scattered sparks, but a focused point, dense and precise. I can hold it, he said. I could barely hold it before. Now it's just there, waiting. They looked at each other. Faster, Xiaoyang said. Xiaoyin nodded. Faster. The word hung in the ancestral hall, and the pillar burned above them. and outside the compound wall the city was carrying on with its ordinary evening, without knowing that two children had just measured their own advancement against the necessity of survival and had reached the only conclusion available to them. Bao Tingji closed his notes and looked at the twins with the expression he wore when he had observed something he needed to mark as significant. He wrote a single line, Day 35. Subjective recognition by both subjects of urgency requirement. Correlated with 4.3% harmonic core synchronization increase over previous session. The pillar, above the compound, had reached 43 meters and was burning with a steady patience that had nothing of ambiguity in it. It had been burning for 35 days. It had advanced from nothing to something that 3 Li of cultivators felt every morning in their pathways without knowing why, and would feel more strongly tomorrow and more strongly the day after. Liangshan came into the ancestral hall at the end of the session and looked at his children, flushed, bright-eyed, sitting in the pillar's light with the specific quality of people who have just made a decision that settles something. Come, he said. Dinner. Then I want to show you the route maps for Qingfeng Crossing. You should know the plan. The twins stood. Xiaoyang's Yangqi was banked to its evening ember state, warm and controlled. Xiaoyin reached out and took his hand without ceremony. The reflex of the harmonic core calibration they'd been running all session, maintaining contact, keeping the core steady. They walked out of the hall together. The pillar burned behind them, recording everything in a ledger somewhere in the celestial architecture above the mortal world, patient and precise. And the entry it made tonight read, Dual Pillar Children, Day 35, Qi Vein Opening Complete. Harmonic Core Synchronization, 73.4%. Estimated timeline to resonance absolute threshold, advancing ahead of previous projection. In a palace 300 li north, someone who had been waiting for this threshold crossed a number off a list and wrote the Wei family's name at the top of a different one, not a watch list, but in elimination order. Chapter 18. Allies and enemies. On the 36th day, 7 delegations arrived at the Wei compound gate before noon. The first came at the 7th bell of morning. A sealed letter from the Liang family cultivation clan expressing admiration and a desire to discuss cooperative arrangements at the Wei family's convenience. The second was a basket of spirit fruits from the Wang cultivation school, the school's headmaster adding a personal note requesting an introductory meeting. By the time Liangshan had read the 5th letter, he had them sorted into 3 categories: genuine interest with reasonable terms, strategic positioning without real intent, and intelligence gathering dressed as courtesy. Elder Su sat across the desk from him at noon and looked at the pile. More dangerous than the enemy who attacks, Su said, is the friend who wants your secret. Which of these has genuine intent? Liangshan said. Su sorted through the letters with the practiced speed of an observer who has attended enough political meetings to read a page's purpose in the first sentence. Wang School. Their headmaster is a foundation tempering cultivator with 40 students and no political ambitions. He wants access to the pillar's passive field for his students, and he's saying so directly, which means he understands that the value of saying it directly is that it distinguishes him from everyone who isn't. He moved to the next. The Cultivation Guild, the one that sent the spirit wine. They dislike imperial interference on principle. They would be practical allies in a conflict situation, not reliable in calm periods. The Liang family, ambitious but not yet powerful enough to be independently dangerous. They are currently assessing which direction to position themselves. If we give them a direction that costs them nothing and earns them something, they'll go that way. He set the letters down. The remaining 4 sent courtesy gestures without requests. They are watching to see if the Wei compound becomes more interesting before they commit to anything. I'll respond to Wang and the guild today, Liangshan said. Polite deferral for the rest. He looked at the pile. I want to make one alliance concrete before we're forced to move. If the Wang School's headmaster can be positioned as a neutral cultivation observer who has documented visits to the compound, his testimony about the compound's legitimate cultivation activities creates a public record that's harder to erase than a government file. An alibi, Su said. A history, Liangshan corrected. History is harder to revise than an alibi. He drafted both responses that afternoon. While he was writing, Bao brought him the completed assessment of the city watchguard rotation. Sergeant 1, career officer, honest, routing only through standard channels. Constable Dai, intelligence operative, private relay, daily reports to the governor during his day 3rd shift. Make Sergeant win the offer, Liangshan told Su. Tonight. Do it outside the compound and away from Dai's shift window. Tell him the terms plainly. Su went at the 8th bell of evening. He returned at the 9th bell and said, he accepted. He asked one question. Do we want him to report anything or simply not report things? I told him we wanted him to report what he actually saw and to tell us if anyone asked him to alter his reports. He said that was a deal he could make without thinking about it twice. Good man, Liangshan said. Also, Su added, he mentioned that Constable Dai's private relay schedule has been running double frequency for the past 2 days. Since the twin breakthrough. He looked at Liangshan. Daily reports to the governor. Twice daily since yesterday. The governor is nervous, Liangshan said. Which means his asset in the capital is getting nervous. He closed his ledger. How much time do you think we have before Ho Winshu receives the assignment? Su considered. 10 days. Possibly 8. Then we need to be moving by day 6. The Qingfeng route is ready, Su said. Bao finished the assessment yesterday. The river barge option is the strongest. 4 stages, 3 days travel, arrives at Qingfeng Crossing with a plausible commercial cover. Merchant caravan heading south. Have everyone briefed on the route by tomorrow evening, Liangshan said. Without triggering the watchers. Use the natural household rhythms as cover. The briefings happen during the evening group form. Spoken while the cultivation coordination provides background chi noise that masks conversation at 3 meters. Su looked at him for a moment. You planned that coordination specifically for this purpose, didn't you? The evening form serves multiple purposes, Liangshan said. It strengthens the pillar. It builds household cohesion. And it provides a context in which a large group of people can have quiet conversations without a watcher being able to pick out what's said. He stood. Useful habits are the ones that serve more than one purpose. He went to complete the evening group form himself, taking his position at the center of the household formation, the meridian intersection point, where his own cultivation most directly fed the pillar's anchor. The household was already assembling. Old Fong with his steady chi vein opening thread, Auntie Pei with her growing practical cultivation sense. He may solid and reliable at foundation tempering's upper range. The seasonal workers, Shui Linglan with her core formation carefully calibrated to look like foundation tempering for anyone watching from outside the walls. 12 people. The group form began. They moved in coordinated silence. The breathing form that Liangshan and Elder Su had developed, which required no vocal coordination and left enough attention for quiet speech. During the 2nd cycle, Liangshan murmured to Mei his instructions for the morning Qingfeng briefing. During the 3rd cycle, Su passed the final route confirmation to Old Fong, who would coordinate the household's logistics. During the 4th cycle, Bao confirmed with Shui Linglan that the inner compound formation was calibrated for maximum pillar seed retention during compression. All of it, to any watcher, looked like a family conducting evening cultivation practice. Nothing communicated. Nothing revealed. The pillar strengthened through the form cycles, feeding on the coordinated presence of 12 people in genuine accord. And at the form's end it had climbed 6 inches higher than it had stood at the form's beginning, adding 6 inches to a height that was already 43 meters. Tomorrow night they would be gone, and the pillar would be compressed into a jade disc, and the 43-meter column of light would vanish from above the compound and leave the city's cultivators with the inexplicable sensation of something missing, like a note that has been sustaining so long you only notice it in the silence after it stops. But tonight it still burned. Tonight the family was still here. Tonight the form ran its cycles, and the pillar responded, and the city outside the walls continued its ordinary evening, unaware. Sergeant 1, on the gate's night shift, watched the form through the compound window with the expression of an officer who has seen something every evening for a week and has begun to understand that it is not ordinary, and who has decided that the best thing he can do with this understanding is exactly what his new employers asked. Report what he actually sees, and not report what he doesn't. He saw a family. He reported a family. That was all. And it was, for this one night, enough, but only one night remained. In the morning, the group form would run for the last time in this compound. In the morning, Bao would begin the pillar seed compression test. In the morning, Liangshan would walk the household through the final evacuation briefing, and old Fong would pack the cultivation stores with the systematic efficiency he brought to every logistics task, and Auntie Pei would prepare 3 days' worth of shelf-stable cultivation provisions, and He Mei would quietly brief the seasonal workers on the cover story they'd give if anyone asked after the family's departure. In the morning, the Wei compound would begin the process of becoming a compound that had once held something extraordinary and now held only memory. The pillar would compress into the jade disk. The 43-meter column would vanish from above the ancestral hall. The city's cultivators would wake to the inexplicable sense of something missing, a note that had been sustaining for 38 days gone from the ambient chi field. Some would investigate. By the time they arrived at the gate would be locked and the household would be on the river, and the investigation would find an empty compound with a lingering resonance signature and no explanation. Let them wonder. Wondering cost time. Time was what the family needed. Sergeant Wen blew a small cloud of breath into the cold night air and watched the compound's light do the thing it always did. Burn steady, patient, unthreatening to look at, and entirely unlike anything he'd seen in 12 years of gate watch. Tomorrow night, it wouldn't be here. He didn't know that yet. He was just doing his job. The form ran its final cycle. The household dispersed for sleep. The pillar turned above the compound for the 38th consecutive night, not knowing it had one more night to turn before its anchor moved. And somewhere between this city and the next, 2 different groups of people were moving toward the same road, and neither group knew the other was coming. Chapter 19. Bao Tingji's warning on the 38th day. At the 3rd bell of morning, Bao Tingji came to Liangshan's study with 3 notebooks and an expression that combined discovery and alarm in equal proportions. He had not slept. This was evident not just from his appearance, but from the specific quality of his wakefulness, the sustained, sharp-edged alertness of a person who has spent too many consecutive hours at the edge of understanding something and has finally crossed it, and who is now awake in the way you are awake after a shock, when the adrenal clarity hasn't resolved to fatigue yet. Liangshan was awake. He had the lamp burning. He was on the 3rd page of a letter to Lady Shun Yueqing detailing everything they'd need when they arrived at Qingfeng. "Tell me," he said. Bao sat. He opened the first notebook, turned it to face Liangshan, and began. "The harmonic chord generates a resonance record," he said. "Not the kind that dissipates in days. A permanent record, continuously updated, stored in the heavenly ledger's living registry. Every advancement, every calibration session, every core expansion, every technique the twins successfully deploy, it all goes into the ledger's active file in real time. And I have now determined the precise nature of what that active file contains." He tapped the notebook. "The ledger doesn't just record what the core has done. It records what the core can do. The theoretical output ceiling based on bloodline analysis. The rate at which the twins are advancing toward that ceiling. The synchronization percentage at last reading. The estimated timeline to resonance absolute generation." Liangshan looked at the notebook. "Someone reading the ledger right now knows all of this." "For the past 38 days, Bao said. "Since the moment of awakening." He turned to the second notebook, which contained the condensed results of 6 days of archival analysis. "I spent the last 3 days cross-referencing every piece of information I have access to about the Hollow Emperor, which is not a great deal, because his information is deliberately suppressed in public records. But the pattern I can reconstruct from what remains is this. The Hollow Emperor Su Wangshan has not been one person for 400 years. He has worn successive host bodies, transferring a cultivation parasite entity from body to body as each host approaches physical depletion. The parasite carries the cultivation advancement he has accumulated across every host. The host body's own cultivation is merely the container." He paused. "This means killing the current emperor does not end the threat. The entity transfers. It requires either destroying the entity's primordial core, the anchor for the parasite itself, or containing it in something it cannot escape. Where is the primordial core?" "I don't know yet," Bao said. "I have a direction to research. It will require access to records that are in the palace archives." He paused. "There is something else I found tonight that I did not include in the written report I gave you 3 days ago, because 3 days ago I was not certain it was significant, and tonight I am." "Tell me." "The primordial text described the purpose of the Pillar Steward bloodline in a way I initially read as allegorical. I now believe it is literal." He turned to the third notebook. The void architects who designed the bloodline were not cultivation theorists engaged in academic exercise. They were responding to a specific threat that had already been identified. The Hollow Emperor's cultivation parasite predates the current dynasty by a century at minimum. The void architects knew about it. They designed the Pillar Steward bloodline specifically as a countermeasure. He turned the notebook to show Liangchen the relevant passage, copied in careful translation. The Pillar Steward line produces, at full synchrony, what the architects called the resonance absolute, a chi form that can rebalance any cultivation system that has been corrupted, including a cultivation parasite that has been sustained across 4 centuries by absorbing other people's cultivation cores. He looked at Liangchen steadily. The Wei twins are not the Emperor's target because of what they can do for his cultivation. They are his target because of what they can do to it. The resonance absolute, fully generated, would end him. He knows this. He has known it since before the twins were born. He has been hunting the Pillar Steward bloodlines for 4 centuries not to absorb them, but to eliminate them before they can generate the technique that can destroy him. The lamp between them burned low. The 17 families he's already taken, Liangchen said. Eliminated, Bao said. Not absorbed for power. Eliminated as threats. His voice was very level. The census program is not an intelligence operation. It's a prevention operation. He identifies Pillar Steward bloodlines in the heavenly ledger, dispatches the census as cover, and ensures they never reach the synchronization level required for resonance absolute. He closed the notebook. Our twins have been advancing at an extraordinary rate because of the Pillar's full household synergy effect. They are already closer to the resonance absolute threshold than any Pillar Steward pair has been in 400 years. The Emperor knows this because the ledger tells him, and he is running out of patience for the polite approach. The pillar burned above the compound, its light steady as it had been since the beginning, and Liangchen sat across a low-burning lamp from the only man who had been working hard enough to reach this conclusion, and he understood with full clarity that the 30-day window on the census letter was a mercy that had already been superseded by the event that had made the mercy unnecessary. They were not going to receive 30 days. The breakthrough had moved the Emperor's calculation. He was going to move faster, and the 7 days of the imperial decree were not a courtesy. They were net. The decree that arrives tomorrow, Liangchen said. Bao looked at him. You already know. I know the timing, Liangchen said. A formal decree, not a letter, a decree, arrives no earlier than the 3rd day after confirmation of a significant development. The twin breakthrough was 35 days in. The monitoring talisman confirmed the core on day 29. He's been preparing this since then. He stood. What I don't know is how long we have from receipt of the decree before the enforcement team follows it. If it follows standard census enforcement protocol, Bao said, the enforcement team departs simultaneously with the decree, traveling by spirit relay fast horses. They arrive 3 to 5 days after the decree reaches you. So the decree is theater. The enforcement team is already on the road. Yes, Bao said. Liangchen blew out the lamp, because the eastern sky was beginning to think about becoming less dark. Wake the household at the 5th bell, he said. Full briefing. Everyone. He walked toward the door. And Bao, when we get to Qingfeng, I need the pillar's anchor formation rebuilt from scratch with the full knowledge of everything you've learned tonight built into its architecture. Not a portable formation. A permanent one. One that protects itself. I've been designing it for 6 days, Bao said, from the dark room behind him. Good, Liangchen said. Finish it on the road. Bao closed the last notebook and looked at the lamp between them. There is one thing I didn't include in the written analysis, he said. A detail I wasn't sure was relevant until tonight. Tell me. The primordial texts have a term for the moment when the Hollow Emperor decides to move from the preparation phase to the acquisition phase, Bao said. They call it the harvest summons. The description in the text matches the formal decree format. Imperial silk, jade dragon seal, specific language about evaluation. He paused. The texts say, when the harvest summons is issued, the pillar stewards who received it and did not act immediately within 6 hours did not survive. The lamp burned low between them. 6 hours, Liangchen said. The enforcement team doesn't depart after the decree. They depart with the decree from the other direction. They're already traveling. He met Liangchen's eyes. The decree arrives 5 days after issuance. The enforcement team, traveling fast, makes the same journey in 3 days. They are 2 days ahead of the paper. Liangshan sat with this for a moment. The decree arrives tomorrow morning, he said. Yes. And the enforcement team will be here tomorrow evening, not in 5 days. Yes, Bao said. I believe so. I should have connected this pattern earlier. The 6 family list Shui Linglan mentioned, the ones in Fenglu City. Each one received a census invitation and a formal decree before the enforcement team arrived. The pattern is always the same. The decree reads as a 5-day window, but the team is already 3 days out when it arrives. Liangshan stood. Then we're not leaving tonight, he said. We left the moment the decree was delivered. The clock started at first bell. We have been leaving since this morning. We simply didn't know it yet. He went to the door. Wake everyone. We're moving in the next 4 hours, not tomorrow night. Because the enforcement team was already 2 days ahead of the decree, and they were running out of time. Chapter 20. Cliffhanger. The Imperial Decree. The Imperial Decree arrived at the first bell of morning on the 40th day, exactly as Liangshan had calculated it would. 6 couriers in the gray and gold of the Crown Prince's household brought it to the gate. 6. Because 6 was the number that communicated. This is not a message. It is a demonstration of what will follow if the message is refused. The lead courier presented sealed documents with impeccable manners and a face trained to express exactly nothing. Liangshan received the decree in the courtyard in his morning robe. He broke the Jade Dragon seal, the Emperor's seal, not the Crown Prince's household seal, which was a distinction he had been waiting for, and which told him that the Emperor had grown tired of using his son as intermediary. He read the decree twice, not because he needed to read it twice to understand it, but because reading something twice in front of the people who delivered it communicates a different message than reading it once. The decree ordered all household members of the Wei compound to present themselves at the capital. It named the twin pair specifically, using the term that had apparently entered imperial administrative language, the dual pillar children. Attendance was required within 7 days of issuance. The decree had been issued 2 days ago. 5 days. Non-compliance would result in the Wei family compound and all assets being classified as a strategic national cultivation resource and placed under direct imperial administration. The language was formal and impeccable and meant, we take everything. The 6 couriers waited. The lead courier waited. The early morning light was just beginning to fill the courtyard, and the pillar above the ancestral hall burned in the near darkness, like something that had been lit to show someone the way to something they had been navigating toward for a very long time. Liangshan rolled the decree closed. He handed it to Elder Su, who had appeared at the guest wing door the moment the gate had opened, because Elder Su did not sleep deeply when he expected significant events. Su read it. His expression held its shape with the deliberate absence of change that communicated more than change would have. 7 days from issuance, Liangshan said to the courier captain. Yes, sir. The issuance date is stamped in the second seal. 48 hours ago, Liangshan said. Yes, sir. Liangshan handed the decree back to the courier captain. Please inform His Imperial Majesty's office, he said, with the formal courtesy that was exactly what the situation called for, precisely calibrated so that the courier would have nothing to report except perfect compliance with protocol, that the Wei family has received this decree and will make appropriate arrangements. The courier captain inclined his head. The 6 cultivators behind him shifted into departure formation. The gate closed. Liangshan turned to his household, who had gathered at the sound of the morning gate. He looked at each face. Old Fong with his 63 years and his newly real chi thread. Auntie Pei with her practical hands and her extraordinary patience with new things. He may at foundation tempering, the most advanced non-family cultivator he'd ever employed. The seasonal workers. Xueling Lan, standing very still in the manner of a person who has been through this before and is not going to let it end the same way twice. Bao Tingji, already calculating. Elder Su, who had been waiting for this moment since long before Liangshan had known to look for it. Mei Ruohua, standing in the east wing doorway on her own feet. The twins at the inner courtyard gate, Xiaoying's hand on Xiaoyang's arm. Xiaoyang's jaw was set. His yang qi burned underneath his skin in the specific pattern it took when he was angry and managing it. Xiaoying was looking at her father with the expression she wore when she had already run the calculation and was waiting for him to confirm what she'd concluded. We leave tonight, Liangshan said. He said it the way he said things when there was no version of the statement that wasn't simply the truth, plainly, without softening. We pack only what cannot be left behind. Bao begins the pillar seed compression at the 4th bell of afternoon. Elder Su, we move in 3 groups via the river route. You know the staging points. Xueling Lan, you assist my wife with the east wing. Everyone else, I will give individual instructions within the hour. He looked at them all. The pillar moves with us, he said. The cultivation continues on the road. We are not surrendering. We are relocating to a position from which we can grow without a net closing around us. He paused. We are going to a place where the people who want what we have will have to work significantly harder to reach us. And while they're working, we are going to get significantly harder to take. The courtyard was very still. Xiaoyang said, Where? Qingfeng Crossing, Liangshan said. Independent city-state jurisdiction. Imperial writs have no authority within its walls. He paused. It won't hold them forever. But it doesn't need to. It needs to hold them long enough. Long enough for what? Xiaoyang said. Long enough for the pillar to make us the kind of family that doesn't need to hide, Liangshan said. Long enough for your cultivation to reach the point where the emperor's options narrow from take them to negotiate with them. He won't negotiate, Xiaoyan said. Her voice was very calm. No, Liangshan agreed. He won't. He met her eyes. Which is why we're not planning to negotiate. We're planning to become something that makes his previous plans obsolete. He turned toward the study. 1 hour. Individual instructions. Be ready. He went inside. He sat at his desk for exactly 3 minutes, doing nothing except looking at the wall map with its accumulated marks. Every enemy identified, every route assessed, every resource cataloged, every timeline calculated. 3 minutes of looking at the whole picture at once. Then he picked up his brush and began writing instructions for 12 people who were about to become something different than what they'd been. Behind him, through the window, the pillar turned in the morning light. And somewhere on an imperial road 300 li north, a formation embedded in the underside of the decree's jade seal was transmitting the Wei compound's cultivation signature at a frequency tied to a cavalry unit that had been on the road for 47 hours and was closing the distance at 12 li per hour. The 5-day window was theater. The escort was already coming. And whoever had designed the decree had designed it knowing they'd be received by a family that would spend 5 days preparing to leave, which meant the intercept point was not the compound. The intercept point was the road between the compound and wherever the family thought they were going. Liangshan would not know this until the gorge, when the river barge rounded the bend and found a fleet of cultivators waiting on the water. But that is the next chapter. Tonight, the family prepares. The next 4 hours ran at the speed of controlled urgency, not panic, because Liangshan had refused to allow panic into his household on the grounds that panic was a form of information leakage, and they could not afford information leakage right now. But urgency, because urgency was appropriate. Bao began the pillar seed compression test at the 5th bell. The test was a partial compression, not the full sequence, just enough to verify that the mechanism worked without disrupting the harmonic core. The twins sat at the center of the compression formation and held each other's hands and kept the core steady while the pillar's light slowly contracted inward, the 43-meter column pulling downward, narrowing, condensing, until at 3 meters above the ancestral hall's roof, it folded into the jade disc with a sound like a long-sustained note cutting off. The compound went dark. Then the pillar seed pulsed once in Bao's hands. Warm, contained, 30% of full output cycling inside a disc the size of a dinner plate. And the twins let out identical slow exhales. It works, Bao said. Expand it again, Liangshan said. We need the full field for the next 3 hours while the household packs. The pillar expanded back to its full height. The compound lit up. The family moved. Old Fong packed with the methodical efficiency of someone who had packed and unpacked merchant cargo for 30 years. He knew what was essential. He knew what was replaceable, and he knew the weight limits of what a person could carry while maintaining cultivation practice. Auntie Pei prepared provisions. He may organize the cultivation stores. Xue Linglan assisted Mei Ruohua, who packed her cultivation notes and her personal items and left the wheelchair in the corner of her room where it had stood for 3 years and did not look at it as she left. The pillar compressed again at the 8th bell. This time, it did not re-expand. The compound was dark when they left. The gate locked behind the last person. The pillar seed was in Liangshan's breast pocket, its warmth steady against his chest, and behind them the city continued its mourning, and the ancestral hall stood empty, and the space where the pillar had burned for 40 days was gone. And the decreased jade seal, lying on Liangshan's desk where the courier captain had formerly placed it, transmitted its signal steady into the morning air, telling something very far away exactly where the Wei family had been and in which direction they were moving. Chapter 21. Flight by river. The Wei family's barge departed the city's southern dock at the 9th bell of evening, slipping into the commercial shipping window when dock handlers were occupied with 3 incoming grain vessels too large and too loud for the workers to pay careful attention to a flat barge loading merchant goods under a license that Lady Xin Yueqing had arranged 3 days before she sent her message to Liangshan, because she had understood, before he had written a single word, exactly what the message would require when it came. 12 family members, 2 trusted retainers, brothers named Fong Daqiu and Fong Dali, who had served the Wei merchant network across 2 provinces and who carried the debt of a favor Liangshan's father had done their family when their business failed, a debt they had been waiting years to repay. Elder Su, sitting on a supply crate at the barge's center line like a man who had done exactly this before and found it only mildly inconvenient. Bao Tingji, assembling his formation assessment station at the prow from components he had kept ready since the day the imperial decree arrived. Xueling Lan, her core formation cultivation suppressed behind the dampening bands Bao had fitted to her wrists 3 days prior, sitting near Mei Ruo, as though proximity were its own kind of protection. The seasonal worker Bo Cheng, who had been offered departure and had chosen to stay with a single flat refusal that asked for no further discussion. Shanli likewise. Wei Dajin, Liangshan's second cousin, who had been told he could leave and had also chosen to stay, and whose presence Liangshan monitored in the careful peripheral manner he gave to unresolved complications. The twins sat together on the barge's central housing. Xiaoyin had her knees drawn up, her silver chi pulled in tight and quiet. Xiaoyang sat with his back straight, watching the dock lights the way he watched cultivation forms, with the attention of someone cataloging each detail against possible future use. The imperial decree's jade seal was in the pocket of the robe Liangshan had left on his study desk. He had discovered the tracking formation inside it 2 hours before departure, when Bao had done a final scan of all items being carried. He had left the robe. He had left the seal. He had sent the barge's 2 lead horses ahead on the road to the capital's tributary city as a decoy, carrying mundane merchant goods and a spirit puppet driver that would maintain a human chi signature for approximately 72 hours before the formation ran out of charge. The seal, Bao said, from the prow, without looking up from his instruments. Left it, Liangshan said. The tracking formation inside it? Pointing north on the road caravan. The puppet signature will hold for approximately 72 hours. He watched the dock lights growing distant as the current took them. Anyone following the formation is 30 li north of us already, going the wrong direction. They'll know something is wrong when the puppet's signature degrades, Elder Su said, without opening his eyes. Day 3. What are their options when they recalculate? River, Liangshan said. Standard escape logic. Someone leaving under pressure chooses river travel because it leaves no ground tracks. Any competent pursuer knows this as the first logical alternative. He folded his hands on the stern rail. So they activate River Watch assets at day 3. We need to be past the second stage inspection post before that activation reaches the checkpoint keepers. We'll clear the second stage at noon of day 2, Bao confirmed. Current season, current speed. The numbers hold unless the weather produces something extraordinary. Then we have 1 full day of gap, Liangshan said. 1 day before the River Watch net is up and searching. 1 day is manageable. 1 day is sufficient, Elder Su said. Wake me at the first stage. The barge moved into the full river dark, the city's cultivation light fading behind it until there was nothing on either bank but tree-lean silhouettes and star-crowded sky. Away from the city's spirit stone lanterns and formation nodes, the stars were extraordinary, densely packed, bright as crushed jade, the kind of sky that only appeared when human light stopped competing with it. Earlier in the evening, in the frantic 2 hours between the decision and the departure, Liangshan had made himself stand in the ancestral hall while Bao conducted the compression sequence. He had made himself watch the pillar narrow, compact, draw itself downward into the jade disk. The ancestral hall had gone dark for the first time in months. The darkness had lasted 6 seconds before Bao fitted the seed into its protective casing. He had told himself it was the same. It was not the same, but it was what they had. Mei Ruohua was sitting on a crate at the prow, facing upstream. She had been offered the boat chair one of the Fong brothers had found. She had declined it. She sat with her feet flat on the deck, her face toward the water, with the specific stillness she brought to things that were genuinely new. Not fear, not calculation, just an open attention that held the thing steady while she determined what it was. Shuelinglan sat beside her without being asked. Neither spoke. Xiaoyin's voice came from across the barge, quiet but certain. Father. Yes. The harmonic core is different on the water. The seed's field isn't fixed the way the full pillar's radius was. It follows us. The field contracts and expands with the family's relative positions. She paused, her hand moving briefly over her sternum. I think that's how the seed is meant to work. Mobile cultivation. Not a fixed anchor, but a traveling companion. The field, when it follows us, is actually more concentrated than the pillar's ambient field was. Less range, but higher density within that range. Another pause. We might advance faster on the water than I initially assumed. Good, he said. We don't stop training. Whatever is waiting for us on this river, I want you further along when we face it. He stood at the stern and turned his attention to the gorge. Bao's route had them entering a canyon section on day 2, a stretch where cliff walls came down to within 40 feet of the water on each side, where the current ran fast and the banks gave no room to maneuver. The fastest route through to the southern plain. Also, as Liangshan had marked in his mental adversary map, the single best intercept point for a force that had anticipated river travel and prepositioned ahead of them. He had not mentioned the gorge to the household yet. He would mention it at the first stage, when he had better information about what was behind them. The barge moved through the night, 12 people quiet in the river's darkness, and above them the stars were brilliant, and the seed pulsed warm against his chest like a second heart, counting out the hours toward whatever the river had waiting. And Liangshan stood at the stern and counted them too, with the careful patience of someone who knows the reckoning is coming and intends to meet it fully prepared. Bao Tingji, for his part, had spent the first 2 hours of the river journey completing a preliminary analysis that Liangshan had not asked for, and which Liangshan read at the second staging point with the specific attention he gave to things that arrived before the question had been formally asked. The analysis concerned the pillar seed's behavior in transit. Bao had been observing it since the moment of compression, making notations in the small formation assessment journal he kept in his left breast pocket and which had, over the months of their association, accumulated more practical observations about the dual harmony resonance than any existing text. The seed was not simply a compressed version of the pillar, Bao had written. It was a different structural state, the same energy, organized according to a different geometry, one that was specifically adapted to movement rather than anchorage. The pillar's geometry was radial. It expanded outward from a fixed center point. The seed's geometry was something else. Bao had written orbital, with a question mark, and then crossed it out and written propagating, and then also crossed that out and written following, and underlined it twice. The seed followed the family. The pillar had stood in the ancestral hall, and the family had come to it. The seed went where the family went. This was either a property of the compressed state or a fundamental characteristic of the system that the anchored pillar had simply not expressed because the pillar had never moved. Does this affect the reconstitution? Liangshan asked, reading the analysis. I don't know, Bao said. I've never reconstituted a pillar in the field. I've only theorized it. He paused. The theoretical models suggest the following geometry would actually assist reconstitution if the anchoring formation is strong enough to convert the seed's following motion into a fixed radial expression. Like catching a river in a bowl. If the bowl is precisely the right shape, the river becomes a pool. If it isn't precisely the right shape, the river finds its way past the bowl's edge. And you have access to precisely the right bowl, Liangshan said. I believe I've been building it for 11 years without knowing precisely why, Bao said, and went back to his instruments. The river moved under the barge's hull with the dark certainty of geography committed to a direction. Liangshan sat with Bao's analysis and the seed's pulse and the particular quality of forward motion that rivers produced regardless of what the people carried on them intended or feared or hoped, and thought that 11 years was a long time to be building something for a reason you didn't understand yet, and thought also that it was exactly the kind of timeline the work required, and felt a gratitude toward Bao that he had no adequate language for, and so simply carried instead, like the seed, like the hairpin that would come later, like all the things that were too important to put into words and therefore had to be held. And he did not yet know, as the barge moved into the darkness, what the river was carrying toward them. Chapter 22. The pillar seed's limitation. Dawn arrived gray and flat, the river mist settling over the water in long horizontal sheets that reduced visibility to 20 meters and turned the world into a tunnel of gray-green quiet. The first staging point, a river merchant's covered dock, its private rooms arranged through Lady Shen's network, materialized out of the mist on the northern bank at precisely the 6th bell of morning, exactly when Bao had calculated it would. They docked for 3 hours. Liangshan spent those 3 hours with Bao's formation notebooks, working through a problem he had noticed during the night's travel. The pillar seed's 30% output was not uniformly distributed. During the river journey, 12 people were positioned across 40 feet of barge deck in arrangements dictated by practical necessity, comfort, function, the simple geometry of a floating platform with limited usable space. The result was a formation pattern that bore no relationship to the natural resonance geometry the family had unconsciously maintained in the compound, where rooms distributed around the ancestral hall in proportions the primordial texts could explain, but which had originally emerged from habit and the particular way the compound had been built. On the barge, that natural geometry was absent. The seed's field still covered everyone, but the ratio of seed output to actual cultivation absorption, what Bao called field efficiency, was significantly reduced. Bao had been measuring since midnight. His compass showed an efficiency rating of approximately 60%. 60% of 30%, Liangshan said. 18% of full pillar output, Bao confirmed, with the expression he wore when reporting inconvenient truths precisely. At compound conditions, the family absorbed 100%. In current barge configuration, 18%. He set his brush down. The advancement rate in the compound was driven by that full 100%. At 18, the rate drops to roughly a fifth. Liangshan sat with this number. A fifth. Still real, still meaningful. But the margin was narrowing, and the family's survival depended on advancing fast enough to face what was coming before it arrived. Can we improve the efficiency? Yes. Bao spread his notebook flat and produced a diagram he had been working on since the 4th bell. The seed's field efficiency is tied to the spatial arrangement of the linked cultivators, specifically to whether that arrangement preserves the resonance geometry of the harmonic core. In the compound, the family had created an efficient geometry without designing one. On the barge, we can recreate it deliberately. They spent 40 minutes redesigning the barge's usage pattern. Twins at the center. That requirement was absolute, non-negotiable. Liangshan and Mei Ruohua equidistant from the twins' position, creating the primary resonance axis. Elder Su at the barge's stern, perpendicular to that axis, his domain manifestation cultivation anchoring the outer ring. The Fong brothers at calculated angles. Bao himself at the prow, occupying the position the texts called the leading edge node. They tested it at the staging dock, everyone holding assigned positions for 15 minutes, while Bao walked the perimeter with his compass. The reading came back at 73%. 22% of full pillar output, Bao confirmed, writing the number twice. Sufficient to maintain advancement rates at roughly a quarter of compound peak pace. The arrangement needs to be maintained for sleeping, eating, and rest periods. Everyone has an assigned zone on the barge. It will require adjustment. I'll tell them. He called the household together at the staging dock's covered platform. The explanation took 8 minutes. No arguments. The family had absorbed sufficient understanding of the pillar's mechanics to recognize the logic when presented clearly. Old Fong Daikyu examined his zone at the barge's aft section, nodded, said the view was better from back there anyway. Auntie Pei asked if her cooking position was within the permitted geometry. Bao moved the brazier 2 feet aft and confirmed it was now acceptable. Liangshan waited until the household dispersed, then said quietly to Bao, The gorge. Bao looked up. We enter the gorge section on day 2, Liangshan said. 40 feet of navigable water between vertical cliff walls. One entry, one exit. The fastest route to the southern plain. It is also the ideal intercept position for a force that anticipated river travel. Bao was quiet. I know about the gorge, he said. I chose it because the alternatives add 4 days and cross roads that are more easily watched than river water. The gorge is dangerous precisely because it's efficient, which is also why it's the best route. He picked up his compass and turned it in his hands. But if someone anticipated a river escape, the gorge is where they'd position force. So we move through it carefully, Liangshan said. And if we find force waiting, we discover what the seed can do in an enclosed space. He looked at the dark water ahead and thought of everything he hadn't fully tested about the system he was carrying. The system his children had created, that Bao was still only partially able to explain, that had been 3 months since it awakened and was still revealing capabilities at inconvenient moments. Whatever is in that gorge, he said, it does not know what we have become since we left the compound, and that gap in its knowledge is the only advantage we need. Auntie Pei, having accepted her new cooking position with the pragmatic equanimity that characterized all of Auntie Pei's responses to circumstances she could not change, immediately began reorganizing the cooking supplies around the new position with an efficiency that suggested she had been mentally redesigning the barge's kitchen layout since before the staging point. She had a cook's sense of what needed to be within arm's reach and what could be in secondary storage, and within 40 minutes she had reproduced, in the constrained space of a river barge's cooking area, something that functioned to her satisfaction. Liangshan watched her work and thought about what she was doing, which was not cooking, or not only cooking. She was reinstating the household's domestic rhythm in a new location. She was asserting, through the specific authority of food preparation, that the household still existed, still had internal order, still generated the daily necessities that made a family rather than a group of individuals under stress. The barge was not the compound. The barge was temporarily the compound, and Auntie Pei understood that the way she understood stock reduction and seasoning, not as a philosophical matter, but as a practical one that required immediate and competent action. The twins had taken their positions in the new formation geometry with the focused attention they gave to cultivation work. Xiaoyin was already in a light meditation, her yin-qi cycling in the slow, steady rhythm she used for passive absorption. Xiaoyang was doing the dynamic calibration exercises he preferred, small movements that kept his yang circulation active without spiking the visible expression that the suppression bands were still managing. Bao measured the field efficiency at 73% for 15 minutes, then 20 minutes, then 40. Holding, he said, with the spare satisfaction he showed when a calculation proved correct in practice. The geometry is stable. The efficiency is maintaining. 73% is the new baseline, Liangshan said. What do we need to improve it further? Time, Bao said. The formation geometry, like all formation work, becomes more efficient as the participants adapt to it. In the compound, the family's natural adaptation to the pillar's geometry took approximately 3 weeks from the initial awakening before efficiency peaked. On the barge, with a deliberate geometry rather than an emergent one, the adaptation curve should be faster. He made a note. By the end of the river transit, I would estimate the barge efficiency at 78 to 80%. On the road, in the formation-optimized positions I'll design for the cart arrangement, we should approach the compound's numbers within 10 days. He looked up. The system is adaptable. That's the most important thing. It is not only a fixed structure anchored in stone, it is a living formation that responds to its conditions. He paused. Which means our conditions, however difficult they become, cannot fully defeat it. They can only reshape it. And we reshape with it. And the gap between what they know about the pillar and what the pillar has become is already wider than they realize, and grows wider every day we keep moving. He closed the notebook and thought. The question is not whether we are ahead. The question is whether we stay ahead long enough. Chapter 23, River Pirates. The gorge began without announcement. One moment the river ran between low wooded banks, broad and gray. Then the banks rose. Stone emerging from soil, rising above tree lean, vertical and close. The river channeled between walls of pale granite cut over 10,000 years into surfaces as clean as intentional architecture. The barge entered at the 7th bell of the second morning. The gorge's walls narrowed the sky to a band of pale blue above, and the acoustics shifted immediately. Every river sound amplified and returned from the stone faces. Liangshan was at the stern when the first reading came from Bao's instruments. Formation fragments, Bao said, pitched for Liangshan's ears only. Fresh placements. Suppression field anchors at the gorge's upstream entry, placed within the last 12 hours. These are not natural formations. They are deliberate, designed to. The first vessel came around the upriver bend. Not a barge. A flat-bottomed river attack craft, narrow and fast, its deck crowded with 12 cultivators in rough-spun, poorly concealing formation-woven armor beneath. For more craft behind it, fanning out to fill the gorge's 40-foot width in a pattern that was competent and clearly rehearsed. River pirates did not carry imperial suppression nets. River pirates did not rehearse gorge intercept formations. River pirates did not anticipate, with a day's preparation, the exact route of a family fleeing a specific imperial mandate. Ho Wenxiu, Liangshan said. Not a question. He has anticipation resources we didn't fully account for, Elder Su said. He was already standing, his walking stick laid aside. He was already moving the river option before the puppet's charge ran out. 3 seconds to decide. The gorge walls were 40 feet apart. The barge was 30 feet wide. No room to turn. The attack craft's spread formation had covered the upstream passage. He pulled the seed from his chest pocket. The pillar seed was designed as a cultivation support mechanism, not a weapon. But the primordial text described the resonance pillar's field as something that could be directed as well as diffused. He did not know if the seed could project offensively. He was about to find out. Twins. Calibration stance. Full contact with the seed's field. Amplify what the seed produces. Do not release qi independently. The twins moved to his sides, each placing a hand on his forearms, Xiaoyin left and Xiaoyang right. The physical contact completed the circuit, both polarity streams feeding into the seed's compression field simultaneously. He felt the connection lock. He projected outward. The seed's field expanded, not the soft ambient cultivation field of normal operation, but something directed and compressed. A wall of resonance energy pushed forward along the barge's heading. It hit the lead attack craft's formation net at full speed. The net shredded. The cultivators on the lead craft had their qi disrupted simultaneously, not harmed, but momentarily disconnected from their cultivation channels. They staggered. 3 men fell. The craft's formation-driven propulsion stuttered, and the vessel swung sideways in the current. 2 of the following crafts stopped to avoid collision. 1 didn't, and the gorge walls amplified the impact into something significantly louder than the actual crash. The remaining functional craft adjusted and came from a different angle. Elder Su stepped to the port side and deployed a domain manifestation technique, a 30-foot column of compressed air that hit the craft's hull like a horizontal avalanche. The craft inverted. Its crew entered the river. Cultivators could survive cold, fast-moving water. But swimming in formation armor in a gorge current occupied both hands and full attention, which meant it precluded further hostile action. Liangshan kept the projected field active through the gorge. The drain was real. He felt it burning through his foundation tempering meridians, spending reserves he would need time to rebuild. He spent them anyway. The barge cleared the gorge's southern end 8 minutes after entering. Behind them, the attack crews sorted themselves out on cliff ledges, alive, disarmed by the current, unable to pursue. First indication, Elder Su said, settling back onto his crate, that the seed functions offensively. Xiaoyin released Liangshan's arm. Her face was bright with the exhilaration she showed when the system demonstrated something new. The amplification through the harmonic core, when Xiaoyang and I both fed the field simultaneously, there was a resonance multiplication. Not additive, multiplicative, like the veil burst technique, but at the seed level. You've been practicing the veil burst? Bao asked, from his position at the prow. Daily, Xiaoyin said. We developed it in the compound. Yin suppression layered over Yang burst, sequential activation within 0.3 seconds. She looked at Liangshan. We didn't report it because we wanted to be certain it was stable first. Liangshan registered both parts of this. The technique itself, which was genuinely useful and demonstrated the twins' independent tactical development, and the decision not to report it, which would require calibration. Valued initiative? Yes. Within appropriate communication structures? Equally yes. He held that conversation for later. Show me the full sequence tonight, he said. After we make camp. He pulled the seed back to his chest and felt its diminished warmth. The projection had cost him. He would sleep tonight with a reduced cultivation well and wake tomorrow with less than he had at departure. He would rebuild it. That was the work. That had always been the work. But the gorge had taught him something new about what the work could become, and the knowledge felt like weight and like possibility simultaneously, pressing into his sternum alongside the seed's cooling pulse as the barge emerged into open river and the stone walls fell away behind them, and the sky opened wide again overhead. Xiaoyang had questions about the gorge that he did not ask while they were inside it, because asking questions during tactical situations was, he had come to understand, not the most productive use of the available attention. He asked them after, when the barge had cleared the gorge's southern exit, and the cliff walls had receded to tree-covered banks, and the sky had opened again, and the specific tightness of the enclosed passage had resolved back into the ordinary particular tightness of everything else. The resonance multiplication, he said. When Xiaoyin and I both fed the seed simultaneously, the output was higher than the sum of the two inputs. Much higher. That's not how the formation math works in any of the texts we've studied. It's not addition, Xiaoyin said, with the specific patience she used when explaining something she had already understood for longer than her brother had. Addition would be 1 + 1 = 2. What happened was more like, the seed is a catalyst. When both polarity inputs reach the catalyst simultaneously, the seed converts them into a combined output that exceeds the individual inputs by a factor determined by the resonance coefficient of the current harmonic core synchronization. She paused. The higher the synchronization, the larger the multiplication factor. You've calculated this, Liangshan said. We were at 78% synchronization this morning, Xiaoyin said. At 78%, the theoretical multiplication factor is approximately 3.5. What Bao measured during the gorge incident was consistent with that calculation. She was quiet for a moment, watching the river's surface. At 100% synchronization, at the resonance absolute, the multiplication factor is unknown. The texts describe it as incalculable, which either means very large or means the mathematics break down entirely at that level. Bao had been listening from his position at the prow. He did not turn around. The texts use incalculable when they mean they don't have the math for it, he said, which is different from impossible to calculate. It means no one has attempted the calculation from a position of sufficient knowledge. A pause. We are, currently, generating data points that no prior cultivator has generated. When this is over, when the immediate survival problem is resolved and there is time for theoretical work, the data from the harmonic core system will represent a genuine contribution to cultivation science. Another pause, shorter. I mention this not because it's immediately relevant, but because I find it helpful, when practical problems are very large, to remember that the work has value beyond the immediate problem's resolution. Liangshan looked at Bao's back and thought about the formation master who had arrived uninvited at his compound 3 months ago, announced he had sensed the pillar from 3 Li Wei, and proceeded to make himself indispensable in every subsequent crisis with the comfortable assurance of someone who had known from the moment of arrival that this was where he was supposed to be. Bao, he said. Yes. Thank you. He paused. For all of it. Bao made a small adjustment to one of his instruments. I would say it's nothing, he said, but it is in fact quite a lot. So instead I'll say, you're welcome. And the next stage of the river is approximately 2 hours without further incident unless my compass is wrong, which it isn't. And whatever comes next is, as always, data we did not have before, and that is never entirely a bad thing. Chapter 24. The hidden valley. The southern plain began at the gorge's exit. Flat farmland cut with irrigation channels, villages every 4 li, a road that ran straight toward a distant forest belt that Bao called the Fenglin corridor. They transferred from water to road at a transit point where barge-to-cart exchanges were common enough that their cargo transfer attracted no particular attention. The cart caravan Bao had prearranged was waiting. For covered wagons, legitimate merchant markings, a lead driver named Shu, who had worked the corridor route for 10 years and who asked no questions that were not directly relevant to the transport contract. The Phonlin corridor was 3 days of tree shadow, narrow road, and bird call at intervals that were not quite regular enough to be entirely natural. On the second day in the corridor, Bao directed them off the road. The turn was unmarked. The path, if it deserved the name, was a deer track that widened just enough, in 3 specific places, to allow a single cart passage. Bao navigated it from memory, which meant he had walked it before, which meant this was not improvised. "You knew about this place before we left," Liangshan said. "I have known about it for 11 years, Bao said. "Since I built the concealment array." The path ran for half a li into the corridor's interior, then opened. The valley was small, perhaps 300 meters across at its widest, and completely surrounded by the forest's dense canopy, which closed overhead in a continuous vault that blocked any aerial cultivation scan. The concealment array was invisible to the eye but immediately obvious to any cultivator's spirit sense. A subtle wrongness in the air, a quality of practiced non-presence, the specific signature of a formation designed not to attract attention by projecting the ambient chi readings of empty forest. Inside the valley, a compound, stone-walled, roofed with living turf, its visible profile low enough to be tree stump height from a distance. A well, a garden plot overgrown, a storage building, a formation workroom with heavy stone walls, and a ventilation shaft designed to contain cultivation flares. "Formation laboratory," Bao said. "My own. No one living knows of it." The twins had descended from the cart before Liangshan could speak. Xiaoyin moved immediately to the valley's southern edge, crouched, put her fingers in the stream running over pale stones, looked up at the canopy ceiling with the expression she used when measuring a new environment's chi quality. Xiaoyang crossed the stream at the stones, climbed the far bank at speed, and announced from 12 feet above, "Yang qi saturation in the eastern slope soil. Higher than anything I've felt outside our compound. The forest composition is doing something to the ambient qi." "The corridor trees are old," Bao said. "Centuries in some cases. Old trees accumulate ambient qi the way old stone does, slowly, incompletely, but over sufficient time the total is substantial. I've measured this valley's saturation for a decade. It's above average for an unimproved natural site." He began walking toward the compound entrance, which is why I chose it, and why the concealment array was worth the 11 months it took to build. The household unloaded. Bao unlocked the formation workroom with a key formation sequence performed from muscle memory. The workroom exhaled the particular air of a sealed space undisturbed for years, dry, still, carrying the faint metallic smell of old formation ink. At a central work table, a large diagram had been drawn in the dark mineral ink Bao reserved for permanent reference work, a scaled version of the Wei compound's ancestral hall formation, annotated in his cramped technical notation. "Can we re-anchor the full pillar here?" Liangshan asked. "Yes, that's what this is." Bao gestured at the table. "I drew this 4 years ago. I annotated it as a theoretical study. I think now I was drawing it because part of me knew the Wei family situation was not going to remain stable indefinitely, and that when instability arrived, a pre-prepared anchoring solution would be necessary." He covered the diagram with its sheet. "Give me 5 days to adapt this work for the valley's geometry." Outside, through the workroom's ventilation shaft, Xiaoyin's voice carried across the valley, calling something to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang answered, and there was a quality to the answer, lightness, genuine pleasure, that Liangshan had not heard from his son since before the Dong patriarch's first visit. The sound of it stopped him for a moment. He stood in the stone-walled workroom with the old diagram under its cover and his family's laughter coming through the shaft, and the seed warm in his pocket, and thought about what it meant that this was already better than 3 days ago. 5 days, he said. "Show me what you need." But the question behind the question was already answered, and tomorrow they would begin, and begin was the word he needed to carry through the night to sleep. The compound's interior smelled of stone and old formation ink and decades of careful isolated work, and it smelled also of the specific absence of the people who had not been here in 4 years. A quality of waiting that was not discomfort, but not comfort either, the neutral patience of a space that had been built to last, and was simply doing so. Elder Su walked the compound's perimeter without being asked to, as he walked all perimeters, with the systematic attention of a domain manifestation cultivator whose perception range made a casual stroll equivalent to a complete security assessment. When he came back to the courtyard entrance, he looked at Liangchen. "Clean," he said. "No residual surveillance formations, no entry evidence from external parties in the last 2 years at minimum. The concealment array has held." "Bao built it to hold," Liangchen said. "He built many things to hold." Elder Su agreed, looking at the formation workroom's heavy door with the expression he used when revising assessments upward. "He is more useful than he appears, and he appears quite useful." The twins had by this point explored the valley's full extent, or Xiaoyang had, while Xiaoyin had conducted a more methodical assessment of the valley's qi geography by sitting in 5 distinct positions and measuring the ambient flow from each. She had a small formation compass of her own, a gift from Bao in the compound's 3rd week, and she used it with the precise attention that Bao used his own instruments, making notations in a cultivation journal that was filling faster than either of her parents had expected. The Yin Qi distribution in the northern section has a secondary saturation zone approximately 40 meters east of the stream, she said, returning to the courtyard with her compass and her journal. "It's fed by a spring that isn't visible at the surface, underground source, probably 15 meters down, running from the stone escarpment that forms the valley's northeast wall. The water is very cold, which produces a Yin saturation effect in the soil above it." She showed Bao her compass readings. "If you can anchor the formation's northern node over the secondary saturation zone rather than directly at the stream, the Yin input will be higher and more stable." Bao took the compass, read the notations, and looked at Xiaoyin with the expression he used when encountering information that required updating his existing calculations. "That changes the anchoring geometry by approximately 12 degrees, he said, "which means the central node moves." He pulled out his notebook and began recalculating immediately. "Yes, this is better. This is considerably better." He looked at her over the notebook. "You've been studying formation theory." "I've been watching you," Xiaoyin said. "There's a difference, but not as much of one as you might expect." That evening, after the household had settled into the compound and the supplies had been inventoried and the first watch rotation established, Liangchen sat on the courtyard's edge stone and listened to the valley's night sounds, the stream, the forest's low-frequency hum, the occasional distant bird calling from somewhere in the canopy, and felt, for the first time since the decree had arrived, something that was not urgency, not safety, not relaxation, not the absence of threat. Those things were still present and would be for a long time. But underneath the urgency, beneath the calculation and the planning and the perpetual forward motion, there was something that had been there from the beginning and had been waiting for a quiet moment to be acknowledged. The specific quality of trust that the pillar system had been building in him, month by month, fact by fact, since his children's qi had first risen in the ancestral hall. He trusted the system. He trusted the family. He trusted, in the way that evidence rather than faith produced, that the system and the family together were adequate to what was coming. This was not optimism. It was the product of the same careful accounting he applied to everything, and the accounting, reviewed honestly in the valley's quiet dark, came out in their favor, not by a large margin, but by sufficient margin, and sufficient was enough. 5 days, and then the pillar rose again, and everything the family had been holding toward would become real, if the concealment held, and the timing held, and nothing had already found them. Chapter 25, Reconstituting the Pillar. The reconstitution took 5 days and changed everything. Day 1. Bao spent 18 hours in the formation workroom with Liangchen assisting on the calculations. The challenge was not the anchoring sequence itself, but the valley's irregular qi geometry. The eastern slope ran high in yang qi. The valley's northern section had cold spring-fed water producing the Yin saturation Xiaoyin needed. The center, where the compound stood, was a mixed zone suited to neither polarity maximally, but serving both adequately. Bao adapted the anchoring formation to take advantage of this natural differentiation rather than fighting it, producing in fresh ink over the 4-year-old theoretical work something now specific to this valley and this family. Day 2. Liangchen, Elder Su, and the Fong brothers cleared the compound's central courtyard and laid the formation's physical components under Bao's direction. 11 formation nodes at precise intervals, each charged with specific chi frequencies generated by particular family members. The twins provided the core node frequencies, Xiaoyin feeding cold-centered Yin pulses into the northern arc, Xiaoyang feeding heat-spiked Yang pulses into the southern arc. Liangshan fed the central node from his foundation tempering cultivation. Day 3. The outer ring was charged and sealed. Bao ran the first test cycle. A thin column of intertwined light appeared above the central courtyard, visible only to cultivator perception. Lasted 11 minutes before the calibration drifted and the column collapsed. Expected, Bao said. The nodes need settling. This is what solvable calibration failures look like. Day 4. 3 more test cycles, each lasting longer. The last ran 2 hours and 17 minutes. When it collapsed, the seed in Liangshan's pocket pulsed hard in a way it had not pulsed since the night they left Wuling City. It recognizes the formation, Xiaoyin said, standing at the central node. The seed is trying to transfer back into full form, like a river that's been held in a vessel, and the vessel is starting to open its end. Not yet, Bao said. The formation needs to hold the anchor point for full reconstitution. If we open the seed's transfer before the formation is stable, the energy disperses. We lose everything. He looked at her over his instruments with an expression combining patience with absolute precision. Tomorrow, Day 5, morning calibration showed all 11 nodes stable. The ambient qi saturation in the valley had been measurably altered by 4 days of formation work. Bao said, now. Liangshan removed the seed from his pocket. The reconstitution took 11 minutes. He stood at the central node and fed the seed's stored energy into the formation's receiving arc, the twins cycling polarity streams in opposition. Elder Su maintaining the outer boundary, with his domain manifestation cultivation providing the stable platform that lower-ranked cultivation could not. The pillar rose, not gradually, with the sudden, absolute declaration of something that had decided to exist. The intertwined silver and gold column erupted from the central courtyard, cleared the compound walls, cleared the tree-line, and stopped at 40 meters, 20 meters above the valley's canopy ceiling, below the concealment arrays visible from sky, threshold by exactly the margin Bao had calculated. Every family member in the valley lurched forward in cultivation simultaneously. The cook, Luo Changsan, had been hovering at the upper boundary of Qi vein opening for 3 weeks, stalled by the seed's reduced output during travel. He broke through to foundation tempering's first stage in the moment the pillar reconstituted, sat down on the courtyard stones, and pressed his hands over his face with the private quality of a person experiencing something he had been told he was too old and too ordinary to ever experience. Liangshan did not look away from Mei Ruohua. She was standing at the formation's northern edge, at the position Bao had assigned her within the reconstitution formation's outer ring. She had been standing through the 5 days of formation work. Not perfectly steadily. There had been moments when she held a wall or a post, but she had been standing, which was itself a measure of what the pillar and the seed and the accumulated weeks of the family's cultivation had been doing to her shattered meridians. When the pillar rose, she took 10 steps. Not supported steps. Not steps with her hands against the wall. She walked from the northern formation node to the central courtyard's edge, 10 full steps on her own legs, her spine straight, her head up. She reached the courtyard edge, put her hand on the doorpost to stop, not to catch herself, but simply to stop, and stood there breathing for a moment. Her face was turned away from him. He had fought the Dong patriarch's hired cultivators. He had outmaneuvered the Imperial spy's scan. He had read the Imperial decree twice and said, "We leave tonight," and meant it. He had navigated the gorge and the river and the corridor and 5 days of formation work with the steady practicality that the pillar required. He had not cried. He came very close now and controlled it. And when she turned to look at him, he met her eyes across the courtyard with the expression of a man who was not crying but had recently passed quite close to the possibility. She smiled at him. The smile was the one she had had before everything, before the attack and the wheelchair and the 3 years of stillness. The smile that said she knew exactly what he was doing and found it both admirable and completely transparent. 10, she said. 10, he agreed. Elder Su, from his position at the formation's southern node, said nothing. He looked at the pillar for a long moment. Then very quietly he resumed his sitting posture against the compound wall with the specific demeanor of an old warrior who had seen such things before and still found them worth seeing. And the pillar rose between them all, burning silver and gold above the valley's hidden green, announcing to no one who could hear it that the Wei family had arrived somewhere and intended to remain. The cook, Luo Changsan, had been sitting on the courtyard stones for 7 minutes when he finally lowered his hands from his face. His expression was the one specific to people who have just experienced something that exceeded every limit they had set on what they were allowed to experience. Not joy, or not only joy, it was more complex than that. It was the expression of a cook who had spent 28 years at the Wei household stove and had never once expected his life to contain a moment like this, and who was now confronted with the necessity of revising his accounting of what his life was and what it might yet become, and who found that accounting both overwhelming and entirely, completely welcome. Bao Tingji, who had been monitoring the formation stability output during and after the reconstitution, made his final notation and set down his compass. He did not look at the cook. He looked at the pillar. Full output confirmed, he said. Stable anchoring. The valley's geometry is performing as the revised calculations predicted. The Yin saturation from Xiaoyin's secondary spring location is feeding the northern arc at approximately 16% higher than the original model estimated. He paused. The full pillar in the valley is more powerful than the full pillar in the compound. Liangshan looked at him. The compound's geometry was emergent. It developed naturally around the ancestral hall and was never optimized. The valley's geometry has been deliberately designed around the harmonic core's specific resonance requirements, using a decade of theoretical work and the specific chi characteristics of this location. Bao looked at his compass readings again. The compound pillar was excellent. The valley pillar is more. More. Liangshan held the word and let it settle into the accounting. More, meaning the family's advancement rate in the valley would exceed the compound's already extraordinary rate. More, meaning the window between the family's current capability and Ho Wenshu's force was widening faster than Ho Wenshu's intelligence indicated it was. More, meaning that every day they remained in the valley was a day the gap grew. He looked at Mei Ruohua, who had moved from the courtyard edge to a bench near the formation workroom's entrance, where she was sitting with her hands in her lap and her face in the late afternoon light, with the expression she had when she was deliberately not crying and was doing it successfully. He walked to the bench and sat beside her. She did not say anything. He did not say anything. The pillar rose above them both, silver and gold intertwined at 40 meters, invisible to the external world, entirely present to anyone standing inside the valley's concealment array, and the system's warmth settled over both of them like the particular weight of something that had been earned through difficulty and refused to be taken back. May, he said. 10 steps, she said. That was 10. Yes. Tomorrow I'll try for 15. He thought about this. He thought about the doctor who had said 3 years ago that the damage was too severe, that the meridians were too fragmented, that the realistic expectation was accommodation and management and not recovery. He thought about accommodation and management and not recovery. He thought about 10 steps across a courtyard in a hidden valley in a forest, on a day when the system they had built together produced exactly what it had promised it would produce. 15, he said, and I will be watching every step of everyone. Chapter 26. The romantic thread begins. She came through the concealment array's north face entry on the 6th day, at the 3rd bell of afternoon, riding a gray gelding with the assurance of someone who knew exactly where the hidden entry was because the person who had installed the array had given her the key 11 years before. On an afternoon in the capital, when they had both been considerably younger and considerably less careful about what they gave each other. Lady Xin Yueqing arrived without announcement. This was entirely consistent with how she had always arrived. She dismounted in the compound's outer yard with practiced ease, and she was already scanning the household, counting people, assessing visible injuries, evaluating the compound's defensive posture before her feet were fully settled on the ground. The survey took 4 seconds. Then her eyes found Liangshan's. You got through the gorge, she said. We got through the gorge. Ho Wenshu's hired cultivators have been reporting back since the day before yesterday. He knows you're in the corridor region. He doesn't know the valley. She walked toward the compound entrance with the stride of someone whose destination is certain. He has 3 soul ignition level capture squads deployed, currently positioned at the corridor's 2 main road entries and 1 at the southern river channel. She was carrying 3 supply crates on the gelding's pack saddle, which the Fong brothers were already beginning to unload without being asked. A smaller leather satchel at her hip. "Sit," Liangchen said. "I'm not tired. You've been riding since dawn. Since the second bell of morning. There's a difference." But she sat at the covered entry bench and accepted the tea Shanli brought, without anyone directing Shanli to bring it, because Shanli had also learned to recognize situations that called for tea. She was 31 years old. He had known her since they were 9, when her merchant family's caravan had spent a winter in Wuling City and their fathers had done business together, and the two of them had spent 4 months exploring every warehouse and back alley the city contained. She had core formation cultivation, the mid-level kind that came from disciplined training over years, and she wore it the way she wore everything, lightly, without advertisement. She had never married. He had known this fact for several years and had made a choice, which was to not examine it too carefully, because examining it carefully would require him to account for things he did not have time to account for. Mei Ruohua's recovery, the family's survival, the pillar, the twins. And because the honest accounting would arrive at a conclusion he would then be required to do something about, at a cost the current structure of his life could not afford. She opened the leather satchel. Spirit stones, a grade above what the family's merchant income had been producing, bundled in formation-wrapped packaging. Cultivation manuals, 3 texts he did not immediately recognize. A sealed letter from a capital contact whose information had proven reliable before. "Supply line," she said. "I've arranged a relay through 3 intermediary merchants. None of them know the destination, only the next drop point. The relay can sustain the family's material needs for 4 months. After that it needs renewal, which will require me to travel." She paused. "I arranged this the morning after your decree arrived in the capital. Word of imperial decrees travels faster than the decrees themselves if you know which channels to monitor." She looked at the pillar's light, visible from the compound entrance as a warm column against the valley's filtered afternoon light. Her expression was the particular one of someone encountering something their informed expectations had not fully prepared them for. "It's beautiful," she said. Then, "And you're considerably stronger than the last time I assessed your cultivation rank. Foundation tempering moving toward meridian expansion," he said. The pillar's full re-establishment this morning accelerated the timeline significantly. "Good." She looked at the pillar another moment. Then she looked at him with the directness that had always been her natural mode. "I didn't come only because the Wei family was in trouble," she said. "I came because you were in trouble. Those are different things." He looked at his tea. "I know they're different things," he said. "Yes," she said. "I know you know." She picked up her tea and drank it with the air of a woman who had said what she came to say and was entirely prepared to let the silence that followed be whatever it needed to be. From the central courtyard, through the open compound gate, Xiaoyan's voice carried. 78% harmonic core synchronization. 6 points from foundation tempering breakthrough. And Xiaoyan's quieter answer, which had the quality of a correction, probably 77, probably calculated from the less optimistic data set. Liangchen smiled, despite everything. "I'll show you your quarters," he said. "The formation workroom is occupied. There's a second room. Bao has been using the table in there for storage. We'll clear it." She stood and picked up her satchel. "Lead the way," she said. And she followed him into the valley that she had been preparing for him for 11 years without knowing that was what she was doing. And neither of them mentioned that. But both of them knew it. And the knowledge lay between them like the hairpin she had not yet given him, waiting for the moment its time arrived. Lady Shun's supply arrangement, as Liangchen discovered during the subsequent hour of detailed review, was not merely thorough. It was constructed with the architectural precision that someone applied to a problem they had been thinking about for considerably longer than the 3 days since the decree arrived. The relay ran through 3 independent merchants, each knowing only the next link and the drop point. The authentication method used a rotating spirit stone cipher that would be compromised if any link in the relay was broken, producing a detection mechanism as well as a supply chain. The cultivation manuals she had brought were not random selections from available texts, but specific volumes she had identified 3 months ago as the most relevant to the dual harmony resonance system's theoretical gaps. Texts on dual polarity formation theory, a rare regional text on twin cultivation systems she had located in a private collection in the capital, and a standard advanced foundation tempering manual that was simply excellent. You've been preparing this since before we sent the first message to each other, Liangshan said. She was sitting on the bench now, reviewing the manual's organization with the efficient attention she gave to well-built things. I've been preparing for the possibility of this since the winter you told me about the twins awakening, she said. Not this specifically. I didn't know you'd need a concealment array key or a river barge charter or false caravan identities. But I prepared for the general category of the Wei family is going to need resources and information and someone who is prepared to provide them. She set the manual down. The specific preparation followed from the general one. Liangshan considered this. 3 months of preparation, minimum. Possibly 6, possibly longer. The concealment array key had been in her possession for 11 years. The information network had been running independently of him for reasons she had described as general merchant intelligence practice, but which, reviewed now, with the benefit of everything she had just told him, also served purposes that were quite specifically about the Wei family's survival. The spirit beacon, he said, the small jade piece she had given him years ago, which he had carried in his cultivation pouch as a habitual item without thinking carefully about its properties. It's how you found the valley. Yes, she said. I calibrated it to the valley's formation grid when I had access to the formation notes. If you were within 2 li of the valley, the beacon would register the grid's signature and I would know. She met his eyes. I did not tell you about this because I did not want you to feel watched. I wanted you to feel that you had the option of distance and that I would respect it. He thought about what it meant to have been watched, carefully and with complete respect for the distance he needed, for 11 years. He thought about what kind of discipline that required and what kind of care and what kind of person chose, repeatedly and freely, to maintain that discipline and that care without requesting anything in return. Shen Yueqing, he said. Yes. I am very glad you came. He said it the way he said the things that were most true, which was with the specific directness that had no room for qualification. Not for the supply lines. Not for the maps. Because you came. She looked at him for a moment. Then she looked at the pillar's light, which was warm and gold-silver in the valley's afternoon air. Yes, she said. I know. She stood. Dinner. I'm told Auntie Pei has already begun something involving the dry goods I brought. I hope it's not the dried mushrooms. Those were meant for the supply reserves. She walked toward the kitchen with the stride of someone resuming practical activity with purpose, and did not look back, and Liangshan sat on the bench in the pillar's light and thought about 11 years, and distance respected, and what it meant to be seen clearly by someone who then chose to stay. And the thought carried something in it that was not resolution but was, at least, a kind of honest acknowledgement. Chapter 27. Shen Yueqing's Intel. The intelligence briefing took 2 hours, conducted at Bao's formation workroom table after Bao cleared enough surface area to lay the maps flat. Lady Shen had brought 3 of them. A regional map of the corridor, a cultivation intelligence map with Imperial squad positions marked in the coded notation used by capital-connected merchant information networks, and a document that Bao unfolded, read, and refolded with concentrated concern before asking where she had obtained it. From someone in the Crown Prince's administrative staff with interests in ensuring the Crown Prince does not accumulate the kind of power the resonance pillar would represent, she said. The source is reliable. The risk to the source in obtaining this document was not trivial. The document was a briefing summary prepared for the Crown Prince's cultivation affairs advisor. It described the dual harmony resonance, the Wei family's confirmed capabilities, and the strategic value of the twins' harmonic core to an imperial cultivation program focused on producing multiple soul ignition cultivators simultaneously. The language was administrative and entirely clinical about the twins as research subjects rather than children. Liangshan read it once. He folded it the way Bao had folded it. Tell me about Ho Wenxiu, he said. Lady Shen spread the cultivation intelligence map. Grand Steward Ho Wenxiu received imperial authorization 7 days ago. The authorization is broad. It permits conscription, suppression formation deployment, and necessary force to secure the Wei family for capital transport. She pointed to 3 marked positions. His capture squads, soul ignition rank, 5 cultivators each, positioned to cover the corridor's main exit points. 50 additional Imperial soldiers at a base camp here. She pointed 3 li from the corridor's northern edge. He anticipated you'd come to the corridor. The corridor is the most logical refuge between Wuling City and Qingfeng Crossing, Bao said. He's not wrong to position here. But he doesn't know about the valley. His squads are watching roads and river approaches. He's expecting travel, not stationary occupation. How long before that assessment changes? The pillar's reestablishment this morning produced a chi burst detectable at close range, Bao said, tracing distances on the map. Ho Wenshu's squads are positioned 3 to 5 li from our location. The concealment array absorbs ambient chi expression up to a certain threshold. Today's burst may have crossed that threshold at the outer array boundary. He paused. I will inspect the array's absorption logs this evening. If the burst registered at the boundary, we must assume Ho Wenshu may receive an anomaly report within 24 hours. The room was quiet. The Crown Prince is competing with Ho Wenshu for credit, Lady Shin said. He wants the twins presented to him before Ho Wenshu can report a completed conscription. Ho Wenshu wants to deliver before the Crown Prince can arrange an independent acquisition. She tapped the blank back of the briefing summary. This competition is a vulnerability. If both parties are working against each other's timelines, they create gaps we can move through. She met Liangshan's eyes. I know someone in the Crown Prince's network who might be persuaded to pass misinformation, sending the Crown Prince's private acquisition team north while host squads look south. If both parties are simultaneously misled, the corridor becomes temporarily safe. She paused. It requires 2 days to arrange. Arrange it, Liangshan said. Bao, check the array's absorption logs now. If we have 24 hours before Ho Wenshu receives an anomaly report, I want to know in 2 hours, not tomorrow morning. He looked at Elder Su. Can you feel the squad positions Lady Shin identified? Elder Su closed his eyes. His domain manifestation cultivation extended outward in perception mode. After a moment, the northern one, approximately 3.5 li. The eastern position is at the edge of my range. Possible, not certain. He opened his eyes. The concealment array is doing its work. They are not feeling us. But close range will change that. Then we have a window, Liangshan said. We use every hour of it. He paused at the door. Lady Shun, the supply arrangement, the maps, the source document. All of it. A pause. The family is in your debt. She shook her head once, briefly, with the decisiveness of someone declining a formality that did not accurately describe the situation. No debt, she said. Not between us. He held that answer and walked out into the valley's late afternoon light, and thought about everything the phrase contained, and all the things it carefully did not say, which were the things that would keep him awake for the first hour of sleep, until exhaustion made the decision for him. After the others had left the workroom, Bao remained to inspect the array's absorption logs. The logs were recorded in a formation-specific notation that Liangshan could not read without Bao's translation, but which Bao read with the rapid fluency of someone for whom the notation was a native language rather than an acquired skill. He read for 11 minutes. Then he looked up. The eastern boundary breach was smaller than I feared, he said. 4 seconds of excess output at a narrow aperture. The burst propagated outward approximately 12 meters past the array boundary before the ambient forest chi absorbed it. At 12 meters of dispersal, a sensitive compass would register an anomaly, a spike above background that warranted logging. But it would not be interpretable as a family cultivation event without context. He paused. Ho Wenshu's operator will have logged it as anomalous chi signature, possible concealment array, and passed it up the chain. The processing chain for that classification is log, report to squad leader reports to Ho Wenshu. Ho Wenshu decides response. How long for that chain to complete? 6 hours from the burst, Bao said. The burst occurred at dawn, approximately the 5th bell. 6 hours puts us at the 11th bell. If Ho Wenshu's response is to send a reconnaissance unit to map the anomaly, that unit would arrive at the array boundary by the 2nd bell of tomorrow morning at the earliest. He set the log aside. We have approximately 15 to 18 hours before his people are at our door. But we use only 12 of them, Liangshan said. Because that's when Lady Shun's misdirection window opens. Yes. Bao gathered his analysis materials. The plan is sound. The timeline is tight, but workable. He paused at the workroom door. There's one additional element I want to address before you sleep tonight. The dissolution sequence on the anchoring formation. I need to set the trigger time precisely, because if the pillar collapses too soon, before we're fully clear of the array boundary, the collapse will generate a secondary burst that could guide Ho Wenshu's people toward our exit direction. He turned to Liangshan. I need 2 hours before the second bell. I'll work on the dissolution settings while you brief the household. Take 3 hours, Liangshan said. Brief the household myself. 2 is sufficient, Bao said. I've built this kind of sequence before. I know where the precision requirements are. He paused again. The twins should sleep. They'll need full cultivation capacity for whatever happens after the breakout. Even foundation tempering cultivators have recovery limits. A pause. Especially ones whose harmonic core is still calibrating after the most recent advancement. Liangshan looked at Bao for a moment. Their advancement, he said. 78% synchronization is 6 points from foundation tempering breakthrough. If they break through during the breakout. The resonance ring, Bao said. Yes. At foundation tempering joint advancement, the ring is visible for several seconds to ordinary sight at range. If it appears during the breakout, it negates all concealment and serves as a precise location signal to every sensitive compass in the region. He met Liangshan's eyes, which is why they need to sleep fully tonight. A well-rested twin pair in controlled conditions can suppress the breakthrough impulse for several hours through deliberate calibration modulation. A fatigued twin pair in a high-stress situation will break through spontaneously regardless of intent. He picked up the dissolution settings log. Sleep. Both of them. That is not a suggestion. That is a tactical requirement. Liangshan went to tell the twins to sleep early, which produced from Xiaoyang the specific expression of a son who had been told to do the correct thing and found it unexpectedly convenient and was therefore suspicious of it, and from Xiaoyin a nod that said she had already calculated the same conclusion 3 hours ago and was already prepared, and the night settled over the valley with the tense, particular quality of a night that is both the last one in a place and the first one toward wherever comes next, and he did not know, precisely, which was the more frightening direction to face. Chapter 28. Ho Wenshu's approach Bao's inspection of the array's absorption logs that evening confirmed what he had feared. The reconstitution burst had exceeded the array's threshold at the eastern boundary. A narrow spike, for seconds, at a level that would register on a sensitive formation compass as an anomaly report rather than background noise. Ho Wenshu's eastern squad had a formation compass operator. By dawn of the 7th day, the outer perimeter showed signs of surveillance. A cultivation signature at approximately 500 meters on the eastern facing, stationary for 20 minutes, then withdrawing. Not an attack preparation. A reconnaissance pattern, someone mapping the edge of the anomaly without yet understanding its source. By midday, the pattern had extended to the valley's northern and southern approaches. They were being surrounded. Carefully, methodically, spending time to establish complete coverage before committing to action. Bao watched the perimeter signatures from the formation workroom and marked positions in the map's notation. How many? At the perimeter positions, based on chi signature density, I count at minimum 30 individuals, Bao said. Likely more. He's keeping his main force back until the survey is complete. He set down his compass. He sent a message. The message had been delivered to the north face entry stone in the formal sealed format of an authorized imperial officer. Bao had retrieved it during the night's array inspection. Liangshan read it in the workroom. The message was polite. It was polite in the specific way that power chose politeness when it was confident of its position and wished to create the appearance of reasonable process before exercising force. Ho Wenshu expressed his understanding of the Wei family's concerns. He expressed his personal assurance that their comfort and well-being would be ensured throughout any transit to the capital. He expressed his readiness to discuss terms of voluntary cooperation. He asked for a response by dawn of the following morning. He did not say what would happen if no response came. He did not need to. He's stalling his own timeline, Elder Su said, from his corner of the workroom. He needs another 12 hours to close the net. The politeness is operational, not genuine. He needs complete perimeter coverage before committing his force. 12 hours we can use, Lady Shin said. She had the map out. My contact in the Crown Prince's network sent confirmation this morning. The Crown Prince's private acquisition team departed northward toward a false location. They'll be 2 days north before they realize the information was incorrect. She traced the map. The misdirection opens a 12-hour gap in the northern approach coverage. A party leaving the valley through the northern forest section, staying off the marked roads, could clear Ho's perimeter before it closes. Not the whole household, Bao said immediately. The full formation, 12 people plus retainers, generates a cheese signature the perimeter scouts would detect the moment we're outside the array's coverage. Smaller parties, different exits. We divide, move separately, converge at a prearranged point outside the corridor. Qingfeng Crossing is the objective, Liangshan said. Outside imperial jurisdiction. Once inside Qingfeng's city walls, Ho Wenxiu has no legal authority to act. He looked at the map. We need to reach Qingfeng before his net closes completely. He looked at the perimeter positions Bao had marked and thought about the 12 hours, and the gap in the northern approach, and the twin children who were even now in the valley's courtyard under the pillar's light, running their evening form at 80% harmonic core synchronization, 7 points from the threshold that could change everything. 12 hours. He had worked with less. We move at the second bell of morning, he said. Bao, calculate the exit angles. Lady Shun, group assignments. Elder Su, perimeter timing. I want the schedule confirmed before the household sleeps. Elder Su conducted the perimeter timing analysis during the afternoon of the 7th day, walking the valley's inner boundary with his domain manifestation cultivation extended in perception mode, building in his memory the precise schedule of Ho Wenxiu's external scouts. When each position was active, when each position's operator shifted attention, when the gaps between observation rotations opened. He presented his analysis to Liangshan at the workroom table alongside Lady Shun's map and Bao's exit geometry calculations. The eastern squad has a 16-minute rotation gap between the second and third bell, Su said. The northern approach has a gap of approximately 11 minutes at the fourth bell, when the northern operator's attention was consistently drawn toward the larger camp's activity. The southern approach is the most consistently monitored, no reliable gap longer than 7 minutes. The tunnel exit comes out south, Liangshan said, which was before the tunnel route became compromised, Su said, without expression. North face is the correct choice regardless. The 11-minute gap at the fourth bell plus Lady Shin's documentation delay gives us a combined window of 51 minutes, Bao said. 51 minutes to move the entire household from the north face exit to a position beyond the squad's detection radius. Su looked at the map. At standard movement pace for 12 individuals, including a woman with recovering leg meridians and an elderly cook, covering 300 meters of concealment array approach followed by the open forest section, approximately 8 minutes from exit to open forest. 8 minutes of vulnerability if the timing drifts. He paused. 8 minutes is a very small margin. It's the margin we have, Liangshan said. It's the margin we have, Su agreed. He studied the map for another moment. I will set the decoy departure 5 minutes early. Not to increase our margin, we can increase it from our side, but to ensure that if the timing drifts toward early rather than late, the decoy is already in motion and drawing attention before the household begins moving. He addressed Liangshan directly. I've done this kind of exfiltration before. The variables that kill plans are not the ones you prepare for. They're the ones that arrive from the direction you weren't watching. The preparation we do is not protection against all variables. It is the statement that we are not passive in the face of the unknown. Liangshan sat with this for a moment. That's a more philosophical statement than I expected from you tonight, he said. I have 12 hours before the second bell, Su said. Some portion of it will be philosophical. He stood and picked up the map. The rest will be practical. I'll brief the decoy group before the household sleep rotation. The decoy needs to know exactly where the eastern squad's attention will be and when, and how to maximize their cultivating output's visible expression to produce the most convincing flight impression. He paused at the door. Wake the household at the first bell. Move at the second bell. If something happens between the first bell and the second bell that I have not accounted for, use the seed's projection capability and the twins' amplification, and trust that meridian expansion plus core formation plus domain manifestation plus 2 foundation tempering joint cultivators is sufficient to break a perimeter of 30 soul ignition cultivators in an unplanned engagement. He held Liangshan's eyes steadily. It is sufficient. I have done the arithmetic. He left. and Liangshan sat with the phrase, has done the arithmetic, and wondered what it had cost Su to become a man who could say it so calmly. Liangshan sat at the workroom table after Elder Su departed and thought about the 11-minute gap in the Northern Approach's coverage. 11 minutes. Bao had said the household could clear the perimeter in 8 minutes at standard movement pace. 8 and 11 left 3 minutes of margin. 3 minutes was not large. 3 minutes was, in his merchant career experience, approximately the gap between a transaction that succeeded and one that required renegotiation. He pulled out the small notebook he carried for operational calculations and wrote, 8M movement, 11M window, 3M margin. He looked at the numbers. Then he wrote below them, unknown variables, and listed them. Auntie pays pace with the injured ankle from the road travel 2 weeks ago, now recovered but not tested at urgency pace. The cook's chi core stability under stress movement. Mei Ruahua's current leg meridian recovery percentage versus optimal movement capacity. The concealment array's exit path, which none of the household had walked in darkness. The unknown variables could each cost 30 seconds. 4 of them together could cost 2 minutes. 2 minutes from a 3-minute margin left 1 minute. 1 minute was not a comfortable margin. He closed the notebook. He went to find Bao and asked him to add 1 additional calibration to the dissolution sequence. A noise formation anchored at the valley's eastern approach that would activate simultaneously with the concealment array's outer boundary dissipation. Not a dramatic sound, but the specific ambient chi noise signature of a small group of cultivators moving at speed through the eastern forest. Sufficient to draw a formation compass operator's attention for approximately 90 additional seconds. While it resolved into background, 90 seconds was the difference between 1 minute of margin and 2.5. That's a clever piece of misdirection, Bao said. I don't like 1-minute margins, Liangshan said. 2.5 is still not comfortable, but it is better. Chapter 29. The breakout plan. Wei Dajin was in the storage building, organizing supply inventory. Work he had given himself without being asked, the kind of self-assigned useful task a person takes on when they need to occupy their hands while their mind deals with something that won't resolve. He was 26 years old. He had grown up at the Wei compound's secondary house, close enough to the main family to be counted kin, distant enough that the lines of obligation and loyalty were looser than they would have been for a brother. He had chosen to stay on the barge when offered departure. He had chosen again at the staging dock and again at the valley entry. 3 choices. Each choice, in Liangshan's accounting, was genuine. But a person could choose correctly multiple times without those choices representing anything permanent about their character under sufficient pressure. You know we're breaking out, Liangshan said. I heard the preparation. Dajin set down the supply box he was holding. What do you need from me? Honesty. Liangshan studied his second cousin's face with the same peripheral attention he had applied since the barge. Not accusation, just observation. Ho Wenshu has been offering amnesties. Standard technique. There are always family members who would exchange information for a guarantee of personal safety. I don't know if anyone in this household has been contacted. He paused. I'm asking you directly because you are the person in this household whose position I understand least. Dajin was quiet for the particular kind of pause produced by a person who is choosing to answer carefully rather than defensively. I haven't been contacted, he said. If I had been contacted, I would have told you immediately. He met Liangshan's eyes with the direct steadiness of someone who is done being the subject of peripheral attention. I know what I look like in your accounting. Second cousin, loose obligation, offered departure 3 times and stayed 3 times without being able to explain why in terms that are strategically useful. I understand why that reads as an unresolved complication. He picked up the supply box again. But I stayed because this family is the only thing I have that is worth staying for. That's not useful to your calculation. It's true anyway. Liangshan looked at him for a moment. Can you ride? Yes. Then you're with Elder Su's group. Secondary decoy. Su leads the eastern breakout to draw Ho's perimeter attention. You ride point on the second horse. He turned toward the storage building's door. If anyone contacts you with an amnesty offer before we move, you tell me immediately and we adjust the plan. Understood. Dajin. Yes. I heard you. He paused at the door. 3 times is enough to count for something. He did not wait for an answer. He went to find Bao and finalized the plan's timing. The plan had 3 prongs. Elder Su led the decoy group, himself, Dajin, Bo Chung, and Shan Li, out the eastern exit at midnight, at maximum visible cultivation output, with the specific purpose of drawing Ho Wunshu's perimeter attention toward the eastern approach. Their chi signatures would look, to a perimeter scout's compass, like a small family group making a panicked breakout. Simultaneously, Lady Shun would approach Ho Wunshu's lieutenant at the northern perimeter position with fabricated credentials identifying her as a government-authorized cultivation inspector requiring documentation compliance before any formation-based operation could legally proceed. The documentation requirement was real under cultivation law. Processing would take a minimum of 40 minutes. In those 40 minutes, Liang Chun, the twins, Mei Ruohua, Bao Tingji, Shui Linglan, Auntie Pei, Old Fong, and the cook would leave through the drainage tunnel Bao had discovered in his valley surveys, a natural water channel that ran under the valley's southern rim and emerged in a hollow 100 meters outside the concealment array. The tunnel is low, Bao said, reviewing the plan for the second time, his formation master's precision finding nothing wrong with it, but checking anyway. The twins will need to crawl. Auntie Pei will need assistance at the bend. The cook, I'll carry him if necessary, Liangchen said. Bao looked at him. He weighs 60 kilos. Then it will be good cultivation training. He looked at the plan laid out on Bao's table and thought about every element that could go wrong with it and cataloged them carefully. Weather, timing drift, an unexpected third squad position, Dajin's decoy group, not creating sufficient diversion, Su's domain manifestation drawing more attention than calculated rather than less. All real risks. All accounted for in the contingency layer that Bao and Elder Su had built into the plan's design. We run it as planned, he said. At the second bell, the household spent the 2 hours before departure in the specific kind of preparation that was about both the physical and the intangible. Checking packs, checking positions, checking the formation geometry one last time against Bao's final calculations. And also, quieter, less systematic, but no less real, checking on each other. Old Fong Daikyu went to the cook's room and sat with Luo Changsin for 20 minutes, not speaking, just present. The cook was nervous about the breakout in the specific way that someone without combat cultivation experience is nervous, not afraid to die, exactly, but uncertain about the correct behavior inside a dangerous situation, worried about being the one who made the wrong move at the wrong moment. Fong Daikyu, who had been in 2 merchant caravan ambushes in his career and had survived both through a combination of practical sense and the specific quality of staying very still when staying still was what was needed, sat with him and conveyed this without words. Shan Li and Bo Chung reviewed the Elder Su decoy group's route together, using a rough map they had drawn from Bao's more precise version. They were not formation experts, and they were not combat cultivators, but they were people who had spent their working lives in physically demanding situations that required following instructions precisely under pressure, and that quality was exactly what the decoy group needed from them. Shui Linglan prepared for the breakout in the way she prepared for everything she considered a protection assignment, by identifying every possible threat vector, ranking them by probability and severity, and determining her specific response to each ranked threat. She did this sitting on the floor of the equipment alcove with a candle and a small notebook, working through the threat matrix with the systematic thoroughness of a woman who had learned this approach in circumstances that did not allow for incomplete preparation. At the bottom of the threat matrix, she wrote, Twin safety, primary. Prioritize above all other threats, including personal survival. She had written this at the bottom of every threat matrix she had prepared since the day Liangchun had let her stay. She would write it at the bottom of every threat matrix she prepared for the rest of her life, however long that was, because it was the only promise she had made to herself since her family died that she had any power to keep. Mei Ruohua was in the main courtyard when Liangchun came through on his final walkthrough. She had the twins with her, the 3 of them sitting in the formation's central node position in the cultivation geometry that was now so habitual it required no conscious design. Xiaoyin was in light meditation. Xiaoyang had his eyes open, watching his mother's face. Mei Ruohua's foundation tempering cultivation was running in the steady, careful rhythm of a cultivator who had been told to conserve capacity and was following instructions precisely. Liangchen stopped. Mei Ruohua looked at him across the courtyard. Her face in the pillar's light held the expression she had had since the 10 steps. Not the same as before the attack and the years of stillness. Not exactly. But something that contained what had been before, and also what had been after, and also what was currently happening. All of it held together without contradiction. The way a person who has survived sufficient difficulty eventually holds all of it. "We're ready," she said. "I know," he said. "We leave in 20 minutes. She nodded. Xiaoyang looked at the wall, calculating something. Xiaoyin opened her eyes and said, very quietly, "Bao says the dissolution sequence is set. The pillar will collapse 3 hours after we leave." A pause. I asked him to tell me. I wanted to know when it would stop. Liangshan looked at the pillar above them, the silver and gold column, 40 meters of intertwined light above the valley's hidden green. In 3 hours, it would collapse. In 5 days, they would rebuild it somewhere else. At the second bell, he said, and turned toward the breakout position, which was, he noted with the peripheral tracking he gave to unresolved risks, still the only plan they had. And the only plan they had would have to be enough, because there was no time to build another. Chapter 30. Family betrayal. The plan changed at the second bell of morning. Shui Linglan had been awake since midnight. She had been awake most nights since the barge departure. Her core formation cultivation running in the light monitoring mode she had developed over years of keeping watch over people she had chosen to protect. She did not sleep heavily. The last time she had slept heavily, her family had died. At the second bell, she was in the compound's south corridor, near the drainage tunnel entrance, doing the final equipment check Bao had assigned her. She was 4 steps from the equipment alcove when she heard the voice from the tunnel's approach path. Not inside the tunnel, but at the outer hollow, in the acoustic convergence zone where sound from outside traveled inward with unusual clarity. The voice was Wei Dajin's. She stood absolutely still. The cultivation monitoring sense extended fully. Confirmed, Dajin, at the outer hollow's position, speaking in a low, steady voice to someone outside the valley. Not a formation comm, direct voice communication, which meant the someone was physically close to the outer hollow, which meant someone had moved inside the corridor's forest without triggering Bao's outer sensors, which meant they had been guided. She walked directly to Liangshan's room without running, because running produced sound. She told him in 3 sentences. Liangshan said, "The tunnel route." Yes, he was describing it. The approach angle, the hollow's position, the internal path. She paused. "I don't believe he finished the description. I came to you before the exchange completed." Liangshan was dressed and moving before she reached the end of the 3rd sentence. He went to Elder Su first. The decoy departure, still scheduled, still necessary, now also serving the purpose of taking Dajin out of contact with whoever was outside the hollow. Then he went to Bao. The tunnel route was compromised. New exit required. Bao's face had the expression of a man told that a plan he spent considerable effort building had just failed. The expression lasted approximately 2 seconds before his formation master's instinct replaced it with calculation. "North face," he said. "If Lady Shun is at the northern perimeter engaging the lieutenant, the approach path between the exit and the main road is temporarily clear." He was already drawing on a new sheet. "Not ideal. We're moving through an area with active perimeter coverage as recently as 6 hours ago. But if Shun's documentation delay is holding, go north," Liangshan said. "Move now. Full household except Elder Su's decoy group." He went to find Dajin. He found him at the drainage tunnel entrance, coming back inside from the hollow, moving with the careful quiet of a man who has done something and is now managing its aftermath. Dajin saw Liangshan. He stopped. "How much did you tell them?" Dajin's face did the thing that faces do when the decision has been made, and the making of it was worse than the person expected, and there is nothing useful to say. "The tunnel approach," he said. "I didn't finish. I didn't give them the internal path." His voice was steady in the way that steadiness costs. "They offered amnesty 6 days ago, the first day in the valley. Not for the family. Just for me." He paused. "I have 2 children in the eastern province. I thought that if I gave them something small, I could secure my children's." He stopped. "It was the wrong thought. I know it was the wrong thought. I stopped before I finished." Liangshan stood in the tunnel corridor and looked at his second cousin for a long moment. "Your children," he said. "Names." Dajin blinked. "Lingling and Xiao Fun. I'll send a message through Lady Shen's relay to an associate in the eastern province. A family that owes the Wei merchant network a standing obligation. They'll watch your children until this is resolved." He paused. You're confined for the breakout. You travel with Elder Sue's group as planned. Sue will know what you did and will decide how to handle you on the road. Whatever he decides, you accept. I understand. You stopped, Liangshan said. Not warmly. Not coldly. That counts for something. Not as much as not starting would have counted, but something. He turned. The information you gave them will find the hollow empty by dawn. We'll be through the north face before they reposition. Your incomplete information has bought us perhaps an hour. He moved toward the north face corridor. Use it. The household moved through the north face exit at the second bell of morning with the quiet efficiency of people who had been doing difficult things under time pressure long enough that difficulty and time pressure no longer required commentary. Mei Ruohua moved through the concealment array's exit path with Shui Linglan at her arm, not leaning, just walking together. The cook moved with the calm of someone who had survived enough cooking fire accidents over 70 years that a nighttime concealment array exit felt relatively orderly. Above them, through the canopy, the pillar's light was visible as a warm column against the dark sky. The full pillar, re-anchored, burning at full output, marking the valley's location with the precision of a signal fire. Bao had placed a dissolution sequence on the anchoring formation before they left. It would activate 3 hours after their departure, collapsing the pillar back into the seed, leaving the valley dark and empty. It was not enough. It was what they had, and what they had, Liangshan reminded himself as they moved through the forest's dark, was a family that had learned to become what it needed to be on considerably shorter timelines than any of their enemies had accounted for, and that gap in their enemy's knowledge remained the sharpest weapon in his possession. The household moved through the north face exit at the midnight bell with 12 sets of feet, finding the dark forest path by the particular navigation of people who had memorized a route they had not walked before but had been told enough times to know it. Mei Ruohua moved through the concealment array's exit path with Shui Linglan at her arm, not leaning, just walking together, which was faster than either would have been alone, and which had the quality of a decision that was practical and also something more than practical. The cook moved with the calm born of surviving enough cooking fire accidents over 70 years that a nighttime exit through a concealment array felt relatively orderly. Old Fong and his brother moved at the formation's outer positions, their bodies covering the family's flanks with the trained peripheral attention of men who had spent a career watching the edges of things for problems. The north face forest section was 20 meters of dense undergrowth between the concealment array's boundary and the first open path that led toward the northern road approach. 20 meters that took 4 minutes to cover carefully and 6 seconds if the situation required covering them at full cultivation speed. They covered them in 4 minutes, carefully, because the situation required careful and they had learned, over the weeks of preparation and flight, the difference between careful and slow. Beyond the undergrowth, the path opened. The timing held. Lady Shun was at the northern perimeter position with her fabricated inspector credentials, and the lieutenant there was engaged in the specific bureaucratic frustration of a man required to produce documentation he did not have, while someone with apparent authority insisted on its production. His attention was completely occupied. His formation compass, which would have detected the household's movement, was on the table beside him, face down as he searched his saddle packs for papers that were not in them because he had never been required to file them before this morning. The household cleared the perimeter. Liangshan counted them as they crossed the point he had marked in his memory as the outer boundary of Ho Wenshu's known perimeter coverage. 12, crossing one by one. He was last. He crossed the line. Behind him, at the valley's center, invisible through the trees and the concealment array but present in his cultivation sense as a warm, steady pulse, the pillar was still burning. For another 2 hours and 30 minutes, it would burn. Then the dissolution sequence would activate and the valley would go dark and the seed in his pocket would pulse warm for a moment as the compressed form reestablished, and Ho Wenshu's search teams would find an empty valley and a dissolved formation and no family and no trail. And they would have to begin the tracking calculation again from a position of significantly less information than they currently believed they had. The gap was still the weapon. The gap was, if anything, wider than it had been when they left Wuling City. He moved into the dark forest with his family ahead of him and the pillar behind him and the seed warm in his chest pocket counting out the remaining hours, and thought, "We have been in worse positions, and we are not in this one by accident. And what we are not in by accident, we can be out of by design, and the design, even now, is still holding. Chapter 31. Breakthrough in battle. They ran into Ho Wenshu's eastern squad 2 li north of the valley. Not expected. The eastern squad was supposed to be occupied with Elder Su's decoy group, but Elder Su's decoy group had exited 23 minutes late due to the dodging situation, and in those 23 minutes, the eastern squad's commander had grown impatient and moved his people inward toward the anomaly source rather than waiting for contact to come to him. 5 soul ignition cultivators against a household of 12 civilians and 1 core formation scholar, 1 core formation former maid, 1 foundation tempering merchant with meridian expansion on the near horizon, a pair of foundation tempering children, and 1 elderly woman with recently healed chi vein opening cultivation who had spent the last hour climbing through a forest in the dark. If Liangshan calculated those odds clinically, they were very bad. He did not have time to calculate clinically. The first soul ignition cultivator's chi signature hit his spirit sense at 30 meters, moving fast through the tree line on the right flank. He had the seed out before the thought completed. He pushed it forward, projecting the field the way he had in the gorge, compressed, directed, the harmonic core amplification feeding through both twins' contact on his arms. The first cultivator hit the projected field and slowed. Soul ignition cultivation encountered pillar resonance suppression and did not simply stop. It adapted, fought back, pushed through with the stubbornness of a trained cultivator who has hit interference before. Slowed to perhaps 60% of normal speed, his techniques misfiring as the resonance field disrupted his chi channel's coherence. 60% was still a soul ignition cultivator at speed in dark forest. He hit Liangshan. The impact was what foundation tempering cultivation felt like against soul ignition power. Not a single blow, but a continuous pressure that found every weak point in his meridian network and leaned into them simultaneously. He took the impact against his forward guard, the seed flaring hot in his fist as the resonance field tried to compensate for the rank gap and felt something crack. Not a bone. Something inside his cultivation itself. One of the meridian expansion boundary membranes. The thin, energetic boundary that separated foundation tempering's full expression from meridian expansion's first stage, cracked under the simultaneous pressure of maintaining the seed's projected field and absorbing a soul ignition impact. He felt it happen with the clarity of someone watching a wall they have been pushing against finally give way. The crack opened. Chi poured through. His entire meridian network lurched, expanded, found new pathways that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. And the seed in his hand detonated. Not destructively, not in the resonance collapse mode the text described as the system's failure state, but in the release of a full pillar pulse from a point source, a sphere of resonance energy expanding outward from his fist at the moment of breakthrough. The sphere hit all 5 soul ignition cultivators simultaneously. It threw them 20 meters of air, horizontal, the trees stopping their momentum with the particular decisiveness of old forest. 3 cultivators hit trunks directly. 2 landed in the undergrowth between trunks and required several seconds to locate their bearings. None were immediately capable of continued combat. Liangshan stood in the dark forest with his new meridian expansion cultivation burning through channels that had not existed a minute ago, the seed cold in his hand, drained, the breakthrough pulse having spent almost everything the reconstitution had rebuilt. He was breathing hard. His entire body ached in the particular way of sudden rank advancement, the system's reorganization of his physical cultivation foundation operating on an accelerated timeline that was not comfortable. Xiaoyang was laughing. Not mockingly. Not at the fallen cultivators. At the pillar pulse, at the expansion, at the specific exhilaration of watching the system demonstrate something neither of them had known it could do. It was the laugh of someone who has seen the possible and found it significantly larger than the anticipated. Xiaoyang's grip on his arm tightened once, then released. Meridian expansion, she said. First stage. First stage, he confirmed. His voice was rough. Keep moving. We're not clear yet. They cleared the perimeter before Ho Wenshu's squads could respond to the pulse. The breakthrough had been detectable at range, and the window between the pulse and the pursuit response was approximately 4 minutes if Ho's people moved fast. They moved through the forest's northern edge and onto the road at a point 2 li past Ho's camp position, Bao navigating by 11 years of valley survey memory, the family moving fast and quiet in the pre-dawn dark. Above the tree lean behind them, the pillar collapsed as Bao's dissolution sequence activated, the column of light narrowing, contracting, vanishing, the valley going dark. Elder Su, when the decoy group converged with them on the southern road 3 hours later, reported that Ho Wenxiu had watched the pillar collapse from his camp position and had revised his threat assessment upward. The revision was visible on his face, Elder Su said, in the specific way that calculated men showed reassessment. He's not underestimating us anymore, Elder Su said. Good, Liangchen said. Let him see what he's chasing. He looked at his meridian expansion hands that had been foundation tempering hands 30 minutes ago, and felt the new channels still settling, still mapping themselves against the architecture of his cultivation history, and thought, we are not the family that left Wuling City. That family is gone. What we are now is something the imperial assessment does not have a record for, and that is the only advantage that matters. Bao's dissolution sequence activated exactly on schedule. From Elder Su's position on the southern road, 3 hours after the household cleared the valley, he saw the light change above the tree line. The warm column of silver and gold that had been visible above the Fenglin corridor's canopy from certain angles in the final approach to dawn. It flickered. It narrowed. It drew downward into a single bright point that lasted less than a second before going entirely dark. Then the seed in Liangchen's pocket went cold for approximately 15 seconds, and then warm again. And the warmth was the familiar warmth of the seed's portable field, not the large warmth of the full pillar, but it was continuous, and continuous was sufficient, and sufficient was what the moment required. Elder Su's decoy group converged with the household on the southern road at the third bell of morning, having drawn Ho Wenxiu's eastern squad on a 45-minute pursuit that ended when Elder Su turned, deployed a modest domain manifestation cultivation pressure that was nonetheless sufficient to convince a soul ignition squad that continuing the pursuit was inadvisable, and then turned again and walked south at a pace that invited no further challenge. Wei Dajin rode at the group's rear on the second horse, not speaking, his face holding the particular quality of a person who has made a mistake they cannot undo and is now deciding, in real time, what kind of person they intend to be in the aftermath of that mistake. When the groups merged on the southern road and Liangchen performed the 12 count, Dajin saw him do it. Saw him count every person, name by name in his memory. Saw the specific quality of attention that was not roll call but accounting. The accounting of a person who has accepted responsibility for 12 lives and tracks that responsibility with every breath. Dajin said nothing. He took his position at the formation's outer edge and rode with the household toward Muyang town, and something in his face that had been tight since the tunnel corridor gradually resolved into something that looked, from a certain angle, like the very first stage of a decision that he had not yet fully made but was beginning to see the shape of. Liangchen did not mention any of this. He noted it in the peripheral way and rode forward and considered the road ahead and the destination and the 30 days of Qingfeng crossing stability that was waiting on the other side of whatever came next. The pillar was gone from the valley. The valley would be found by morning. Ho Wenxiu would stand in an empty courtyard under an open sky where a 40-meter column of cultivation light had burned 6 hours before, and he would revise his assessment again, and the revision would make him more dangerous than he had been. Good. Let him be dangerous. The gap between Ho Wenxiu's assessment and the family's actual current capability was wider than it had been when they left the compound in the dark, and every day that gap grew by the exact amount that the cultivation system produced. And the cultivation system, in the valley's brief residency, had produced more than anyone watching from the outside had been positioned to observe, and that gap, between what they knew and what the family had become, was the sharpest weapon Liangchen carried. Chapter 32, Dispersal and Regrouping Emergency Protocol. 3 groups, 3 routes, 1 convergence point. Liangchen had designed the protocol in the valley's first days. At the same time, Bao was designing the breakout routes, because designing a breakout meant also designing its failure mode, and the failure mode for a forced exit under pursuit was dispersal. Group 1, Liangchen, the twins, Xue Linglan. The twins were the priority. They moved first, moved fastest, and moved with the seed. Xue Linglan's core formation cultivation and focused protective attention made her the correct escort. They took the western road. Group 2. Bao Tingji, Mei Ruohua, Lady Xin Yueqing. Bao's route knowledge, Lady Xin's travel documents and network contacts. Mei Ruohua's steady practicality under stress. The Central Road. Group 3. Elders Su, the Fong brothers, Shan Li, Bo Chung, Auntie Pei, the cook, Wei Dajing. Elder Su's domain manifestation cultivation as insurance against anything the other groups might encounter. The Eastern Road, deliberately the most exposed. Elder Su had agreed to this without being asked, which told Liangshan something about Elder Su he had already suspected. The convergence point was Muyang Town. 2 days' travel south, large enough to have a legitimate in district, small enough to be below the threshold where imperial agents maintained permanent informants. Lady Xun had contacts there through her merchant network, a tea merchant whose backroom had been arranged as a safe house. Group 1's journey took 1 day and 11 hours of near-continuous movement through secondary roads and 1 off-road stretch through farmland that left them covered in irrigation channel mud by the second morning. The twins handled the pace without complaint. Xiaoyin was quieter than usual, not distressed, just running her internal calibration in the sustained way she did when something in the harmonic core had shifted and she was assessing it. Xiaoyang was the inverse, more voluble than usual, filling the road hours with observations about the pillar pulse, the way the breakthrough had felt from inside the resonance amplification. "Did you know it would do that?" he asked Liangshan, on the second road's 3rd hour. "No. Bao suspected it," Xiaoyin said, from 3 steps ahead. She had not been part of that conversation. She was reading it from the core's shared impression. "He mentioned it to me the night before we left. That breakthrough under maximum projection load might produce a pulse. He wasn't certain. He didn't tell me," Liangshan said. "He wasn't certain," she repeated. "He doesn't report uncertain things. He reports confirmed things." A pause. "You would have factored it into the plan if he'd told you. He didn't want the plan's design influenced by an uncertain variable." Liangshan walked in silence for a moment. "I'll discuss this with him at Muyang Town." "He knows that," Xiaoyin said. He was comfortable with it. They arrived at Muyang Town at the 7th bell of the 2nd evening. Bao's group arrived 4 hours later. Group 3 arrived the following morning, missing 1. Auntie Pei had twisted her ankle on the Eastern Road's stone-paved section and had been carried the last 3 li by the Fong brothers in alternating rotation, arriving intact but requiring rest. All 12 family members present. Liangshan counted them personally in the tea merchant's backroom, name by name, the same way he had counted them at the dock in Wuling City in the dark. 12. Present. He had not permitted himself to track the number with anxiety during the road. He tracked it now, at the convergence, because that was the correct time. 12. He said nothing to the household. He went to find the cook's cracked chi core and spent the night sitting with it. Because they were present and intact, and he was not done keeping them that way, not by a long distance. And the work continued regardless of whether the road had been long. Xiaoyin fell asleep on the western road somewhere around midnight, her head against Shui Linglan's shoulder, her yin qi cycling in the slow automatic rhythm of deep sleep cultivation absorption that the harmonic core produced in the twins even when they were not consciously engaged. Xiaoyang did not fall asleep. He walked the road beside Liangshan with the focused, sustained attention he gave to situations he considered unresolved, which was his way of processing the things that required processing rather than suppression. At the 2nd hour, he said, "Dajin." "Yes," Liangshan said. He told them about the tunnel. Not a question. A statement confirmed by something Xiaoyang had observed on the road. The specific quality of Dajin's behavior during the march that told anyone watching carefully that he was managing the aftermath of something rather than simply the stress of the flight. "Yes," Liangshan said. But he stopped. He stopped before finishing. Xiaoyang walked in silence for another minute. His yang cultivation was visible at his hands in the faint gold light that the suppression bands had been managing. The band's charge was running low, and at midnight the yang cycle ran on its own internal tide regardless of external suppression. Faint, but present. "The children," he said. His children. Lingling and Xiao Fun. He had heard the names from across the courtyard, through the harmonic core's ambient awareness. He was choosing between us and them. "Yes," Liangshan said. Xiaoyang was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had the quality it took on when he had arrived at something through logic that came out somewhere he hadn't expected to arrive. That's not a choice I know how to judge, he said. I don't know if I would have chosen differently. I've never had children. I don't know what that changes about the calculation. He looked at his father. Do you know what it changes? Liangshan looked at his son, foundation tempering, young cultivator, 12 years old in body and considerably older than 12 in every way that the cultivation and the pressure of the last months had produced, and thought about what he knew about the weight of children in a calculation. It changes everything, he said, and it doesn't change the responsibility we have to each other. Both of those things are true at the same time. He paused. Dajin made a choice I can understand and cannot forgive in the same breath. Both of those things are also true at the same time. He looked at the road ahead. That's not a comfortable answer. No, Xiaoyang said. But it's true. He walked in silence for another mile. And then, Xiaoyin says she would have made the same choice. For us. She says she tells me this, so I understand where she would land if the situation were reversed. He paused. I think she means it as a warning. Or a description, Liangshan said. Sometimes a description of what someone would do and a warning are the same sentence. He looked at the dark road ahead, at the outline of Muyang Town's first buildings just beginning to separate from the tree line on the road's horizon, and thought, we are 12 people who are still intact, still moving, still together, and the things that complicated that were real and the things that sustained it were also real, and the balance between them was what the work produced, and the work continued. And that was enough. It was always enough. It simply required accepting that enough would have to be sufficient, because sufficient was all that anything ever actually was, and sufficient, he reminded himself, was what had gotten them this far, and what would have to get them the rest of the way. The Muyang Town Road had a waypoint shelter 2 li out from the town's south gate, a public covered platform built for merchants caught by late arrival, with a water source and a basic formation heat lamp that burned on stored spiritstone charge. The household stopped there for 40 minutes while Bao conducted the post-movement cultivation assessment he ran after every significant transit. The assessment confirmed what the movement had already shown. The pillar seeds field had maintained 73% efficiency throughout the march. The twins' cultivation had continued absorbing during the movement, and the family's overall advancement had not paused during the crisis and the road travel. It had slowed. Movement conditions were below valley conditions were below compound conditions, but it had not stopped. We are, Bao said, looking at his compass readings, still ahead of where we would have been without the pillar system under these same conditions by a factor of approximately 4.5. He wrote the number in the margin of his assessment notebook. I note this not because it's immediately relevant to our current situation, but because it is easy, in crisis, to measure only what we have lost. The correct measurement includes what we have retained despite the crisis. He closed the notebook. We retained quite a lot. Chapter 33. Muyang Town. The cook's name was Luo Changsen. He was 71 years old. He had been with the Wei household for 28 years, since before Liangshan's father died, before Mei Ruohua's attack, before everything. He had been, for the majority of those 28 years, a mortal shell cultivator. No qi, no rank, no expectation of any. He had cooked and managed the kitchen staff and kept the household fed through every crisis with the steady impersonal competence of someone for whom quality of food was a form of respect that could not be compromised simply because circumstances were difficult. The pillar had changed this. When the pillar rose, Luo Changsen had been the first household member to advance, mortal shell to chi vein opening overnight. In the compound, he had continued advancing. Chi vein opening's second stage, then third, then the first inklings of foundation tempering appearing in his chi pathways with the tentative quality of a possibility that had not yet decided to commit. The battle's chi turbulence had caught his newly forming foundation tempering core at precisely the worst moment, the stage where a nascent core is most vulnerable, before the formation process completes its preliminary crystallization. The turbulence had cracked the protocore. Not destroyed, cracked. Still viable, but fragile and destabilized, in need of external qi support to complete the formation process rather than fracture further. Liangshan fed him pillar-stabilized qi through the night from the seed, sitting on the floor beside Luo Changsen's cot, with his cultivation output held at a steady, controlled level calibrated to the frequency Bao had described as proto-core stabilization resonance. Not difficult cultivation work. Simply the long, quiet, continuous kind, which was its own category of demanding. Elder Su found him there at the third bell of morning. The old man. His core cracked in the battle chi. He needs stabilization support until it completes the formation. Su looked at Luo Changsun sleeping with the deep exhaustion of someone whose cultivation had been through significant distress. How long? Bao estimated 2 days of steady support. Possibly 3. Liangshan kept his qi output level. His body doesn't process cultivation the way a trained cultivator's body does. He's been advancing on pillar ambient energy, which means his physical cultivation foundation has been built faster than his body's natural adaptation can keep pace. The crack is partly a consequence of that. A pause. The pillar system produces rapid advancement. Rapid advancement in older bodies with no prior cultivation experience has limits I should have been tracking more carefully. You tracked what you could track, Su said. He settled onto the room's second cot. You can't prevent every consequence of something that has never existed before. A pause. I'll take the second half of the night. You sleep. I'm not tired. You are meridian expansion first stage, 20 hours post-breakthrough, having spent the seed's reserves in the pillar pulse, and then walked 30 li of roads. Su looked at him with the expression that had sometimes, over the months of their association, contained something of what Liangshan's father might have expressed if his father had lived long enough to see his son in these circumstances. You are tired. You are choosing not to be. The choice is admirable and also counterproductive. Rest. Liangshan looked at Luo Changsun's sleeping face. The old man's qi pathways were fractionally more stable than they had been 3 hours ago. The progress was real. For hours, he said. Then I continue. He slept for 4 hours on the room's third cot, which was too short for him, and had a board where the mattress had failed, and slept in it as deeply and completely as he had slept anywhere in the last month. In the morning, the 2 retainer brothers reported the town was quiet, and Lady Shun came in from an early morning visit with a document in her hand and an expression that said it contained something important. In the kitchen, the Fong brothers had found enough supplies to produce a real breakfast. Auntie Pei, ankle-wrapped and propped on a stool, was directing the breakfast production with the focused efficiency of someone who found it both practical and genuinely comforting to resume useful work as quickly as possible after a crisis. Muyang town smelled of morning river mist and baking grain, and somewhere distant, the specific sweet-bitter note of a tea merchant's early pressing. The family was intact. The family ate together. And in the back room, the cook's proto-core was fractionally warmer and fractionally more stable than it had been the night before, and Liangshan, watching the family eat, thought about everything that was still wrong and everything that was now, despite everything, considerably less wrong than they had been 3 days ago, and decided that the balance was still trending in the correct direction, which was all he had ever asked of any morning. By the second morning at Muyang town, the cook's proto-core was stable. Not complete. The formation process had further stages that would require weeks of pillar field exposure to complete fully. But stable. The crack had been prevented from widening. The nascent foundation tempering structure was holding its preliminary form, and Luo Changsun was walking around the tea merchant's backroom kitchen territory with the specific purposefulness of a person whose occupation has been restored to them. He had not asked to return to cooking duty. He had simply returned to it. The same morning that Bao confirmed the proto-core stability, with the same methodical efficiency he had brought to the Wei household kitchen for 28 years, as though a brief interruption of geological violence in the middle of a mountain range life were no particular reason to alter the kitchen schedule. Auntie Pei, whose cooking authority in the household was theoretically senior to the cook's, but who had in practice operated alongside him in an arrangement of mutual respect that had never required formal definition, watched him cook with the expression she reserved for things that deserved acknowledgement and did not require saying out loud. Bao spent the morning conducting a full household cultivation census from the seed's formation diagnostics. The seed was capable of reading every linked cultivator's current state, a property that Bao had documented in the first weeks and that continued to provide practical value. He read the results to Liangshan at noon. Liangshan, meridian expansion, first stage, 2 days post-breakthrough, cultivation channels still stabilizing. Estimated advancement to second stage. 3 weeks at full pillar conditions, 6 at seed only. Elder Su, domain manifestation, upper range. I've been estimating his rank conservatively, The actual reading is higher than I've previously stated. I'll need to revise my tactical calculations. Mei Ruahua. Qi vein opening. Third stage. Meridian healing at 68%. Accelerated significantly by the valley pillar exposure. She is approaching the foundation tempering boundary. Estimated timeline, 4 to 6 weeks. The twins, foundation tempering, first stage joint, harmonic core at 83% synchronization. Shui Linglan, core formation, second stage. Core formation, first stage. He set the diagnostic down. The full family's combat and cultivation capacity represents a group that should not, by conventional cultivation metrics, be in a position to survive what He Wenxiu is applying to them. We are surviving it because the conventional metrics do not account for the pillar system's multiplier effect. And because we keep making good decisions, Elder Su said, from his corner of the room. The decisions and the system are not independent variables, Bao said. The system requires good decisions to function. Good decisions require the system's output to be viable. They reinforce each other. He paused, which is the original design principle of the dual harmony resonance. I found a passage in the twin cultivation text Lady Shun brought that describes it exactly. The system does not make the family strong. The family makes the system strong. The strength is mutual and cannot be extracted by separating the components. He set the census down and addressed Liangchen. This is also why He Wenxiu's approach, conscript the twins and take the system's benefit, is fundamentally misconceived. The system's benefit cannot be taken. It can only be earned. He folded the census. I thought you should know I have confirmed this theoretically, because it implies that whatever He Wenxiu believes he will gain from acquiring the twins, he will not gain it. And eventually he will discover this. And at that point his strategy will change in ways we currently cannot predict. Liangchen sat with this for a moment. Then, how much time before he discovers it? Unknown, Bao said. Some months, probably. The discovery requires an experiment, and the experiment requires having the twins, which he does not currently have. A pause, which is the most important reason to ensure he never does. He set the census down, and the room was quiet with the particular weight of a calculation whose conclusion was correct and whose implications were not yet finished being understood. Chapter 34. The twins advance again. It happened on the morning of the third day at Muyang Town, during the twins' dawn calibration form. They had been running the form since the compound, a sequence of alternating yin and yang qi cycles, each polarity reaching maximum expression before handing off to the other, the handoff moment the key. Too slow and the harmonic core lost sync. Too fast and the energies mixed before separating cleanly. In the compound the form had taken 20 minutes. On the road it had been compressed to 15. In Muyang Town, with the seed running at full capacity and the family's formation geometry carefully maintained even in the tea merchant's backroom layout, the form had been building towards something for 2 days. Liangshan was in the courtyard watching when the synchronization reached its threshold. He did not know immediately what he was seeing. The twins were in their facing positions, Xiaoyin North, Xiaoyang South, 3 meters apart, the standard calibration distance, and the qi expression was bright, but not anomalously bright, the silver and gold columns steady in the morning air. Then the harmonic core synchronized, not to 78%, not to the 83% they had been running. Complete synchronization, both qi streams locked in perfect opposition resonance, each polarity amplifying the other without interference, the harmonic core's linking mechanism operating at theoretical maximum efficiency. The resonance ring appeared above them. Not the pillar. The ring was something different. A horizontal circle of intertwined light, perhaps 30 meters in diameter, floating at 10 meters elevation, visible to ordinary sight as well as cultivation sense, distinctly, unmistakably visible to any resident of Muyang Town who happened to be outdoors at dawn. 3 blocks away, a cultivator at his morning practice stopped and turned toward the light. A merchant at his warehouse, loading crates, stopped and stared upward. A city watchman at the Northern Gate district reached for his formation communication device. The twins broke through to foundation tempering simultaneously. The harmonic core's synchronization fed each twin's energy to the other at the breakthrough moment. A positive feedback loop, the primordial text called joint advancement resonance, each twin receiving the full amplified product of the shared synchronization rather than half. The ring flared brighter for 4 seconds, then diminished as the breakthrough completed and the twins' new foundation tempering cultivation stabilized. Liangshan was already moving to contain the attention. Bao. The ring. I saw it. Bao was at his formation station. 11 seconds. Full visibility, 30-meter radius. Cultivation sense range approximately 3 li. Everyone within 3 li who has any cultivation awareness knows something significant just happened here. How fast does that information travel to Ho Wenshu's network? 12 hours before his intelligence arm receives a field report, Bao said. Processing time plus messenger distance to the nearest city with Imperial administrative presence. Lady Shen appeared in the courtyard entrance. 3 local cultivators came to the outer gate asking to speak with whoever conducted that formation, she said. She already had a sealed letter of merchant credit in her hand. I sent them away with a story about a calibration test gone briefly wide. I offered the merchant credit letter as a courtesy for the disruption. They accepted. They are, for now, satisfied. She met his eyes. The courtesy bought us approximately 1 hour before their natural desire to describe an extraordinary thing to everyone they know outweighs the social obligation of the courtesy gift. We should leave within the hour, he said. Yes, she agreed. He looked at the twins. Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang were standing in the courtyard in the specific stillness of new advancement, the foundation tempering breakthrough spreading through their meridians in the gradual wave that characterized rank advancement. They were both smiling, not the exhilaration smile Xiaoyang wore after the gorge and the battle, but a different smile, quieter, turned inward, the smile of people who have arrived somewhere they worked hard to reach and are taking a moment to feel it properly before moving on. He let them have 30 seconds. Pack, he said. We leave at the next bell. He looked at his son and daughter, foundation tempering, both of them, having advanced through mortal shell and chi vein opening in the compressed timeline that the harmonic core's joint advancement resonance produced, and thought about what the pillar was building, rank by rank, step by step, and felt the weight of it and the extraordinary improbable beauty of it simultaneously, pressing against his sternum where the seed rested, warming his hands from the inside. The resonance ring had dissipated by the time the household finished packing and began loading the carts, but its effects had not. Lady Shin's 3 local cultivators had accepted the merchant credit letter with the polite gratitude of people who recognized a generous offer and understood its implicit request. They had withdrawn from the gate with the dignity of people who were also very curious and were currently exercising considerable social discipline. The discipline would hold for approximately the promised hour, and then would not hold further, because human beings are not formation equipment, and their ability to contain extraordinary information against their nature to share it has natural limits. Liangshan had 40 minutes. He used them efficiently. The household packed in 32 minutes, a record, and one that would have been impossible for this particular group 3 months ago, but was achievable now because the repeated emergency departures had produced a household that knew exactly what was essential and exactly where it lived and exactly how to move it without discussion. The 8th minute of packing, Xiaoyin stopped briefly at the courtyard's edge, where the resonance ring had been visible. She stood there for approximately 4 seconds, her Yin cultivation quiet, her face holding the inward expression she used when she was consulting the harmonic core's stored impression rather than her external senses. 83%, she said. She was talking to Xiaoyang, who was on the other side of the courtyard and heard her through the core's ambient channel rather than through air. The breakthrough happened at 84.7. We're post-settlement at 83. That means we have room, Xiaoyang said, from across the courtyard. We always have room, Xiaoyin said. That's what the core is for. She returned to packing. She was the fastest packer in the family, not because she moved quickly, but because she had identified, in the compound's 2nd week, exactly what she needed and what she did not, and had maintained that inventory with the precision of a person who had understood from the beginning that lightness and speed were the same word in the right situation. Bao was at his formation station, which was the last thing to be packed because it was the first thing to be operational at every new location, a priority that had the quality of a principle. He watched the twins with the expression he used when he was integrating new data into an existing model. 83 post-settlement, he said. 84.7 at breakthrough. The settlement loss is normal. The core's synchronization fluctuates by plus or minus 2 to 3% post-advancement during the stabilization period. Over the next 3 to 4 days, the settlement will complete and the new baseline will establish. He made a notation. The new baseline will be higher than the pre-advancement baseline. It always is. He paused. At the current advancement rate, assuming Qingfeng Crossing provides full pillar conditions, and we have 6 weeks of uninterrupted cultivation time, the twins will reach foundation tempering's upper boundary and approach core formation within the first month. He met Liangshan's eyes. At core formation, the veil burst technique's multiplication factor increases by a factor of 2. The harmonic core's synchronization ceiling also increases. Core formation twins can operate at higher synchronization levels than foundation tempering twins. He closed his notebook. By Ho Wenxu's most optimistic intelligence timeline, he expects to be dealing with foundation tempering children for at least another 2 to 3 months. He is not. He picked up his station. We leave in 8 minutes. And he thought, 8 minutes. And what they were building here was not yet finished, and there was never enough time, and there had never been enough time, and somehow that had never stopped them. Chapter 35. Lady Shin's confession. They were alone for the first time since the valley's formation workroom, in the tea merchant's back corridor, while the household packed around them. She said it without preamble, because she had decided before she came to the corridor that preamble would make it worse. I have loved you since we were 17, she said. I have never married because of it. I've arranged 3 supply lines, 2 information networks, 1 concealment array key, and a set of false family identities because of it. None of those are complaints. I made the choices, they're mine, I'd make them again. She looked at him with the directness that had always been her natural mode. I'm telling you now because we are about to go to Qingfeng Crossing and things are going to become considerably more complicated, and I wanted you to know exactly where I stand before the complication increases. He looked at her. He thought about 17 years old, and the capital's winter, and what he had known and not said. He thought about Mei Ruohua. 10 steps across a sunlit courtyard. Her face turned away from him, and then turned toward him with the smile that knew exactly what he was feeling. He thought about what the honest accounting required. I know where you stand, he said. I've known for a long time. He paused. I'm not in a position to offer you what your standing deserves. My heart is. He did not finish the sentence. Mei Ruohua is my wife. Her recovery is not yet complete. The family needs what it needs. This is not indirectness about something I don't intend. I'm telling you the truth about where I am. She nodded. Once, cleanly. I know, she said. I'm not asking for anything other than honesty. You've given me that. She picked up her satchel from the corridor hook. The false identities are arranged. The family travels as the Lin caravan. You are Lin Shenwei, tea merchant. The twins are Lin Shuyin and Lin Shuyao, cultivation suppressed, documented as family members with minor cultivation sensitivity requiring dampening care. The travel papers are thorough. She paused, her voice still steady. The jade hairpin in the left compartment of the satchel. It's my family's crest carving. Old betrothal adjacent custom in our region. I'm giving it to you because I want to, not as an obligation and not as a claim. You can accept it or not, as you see fit. He took the satchel. He opened the left compartment. The hairpin was small, ivory white, carved with the Shun merchant family's flowering plum crest, the carving precise and old. He held it for a moment. He put it in his inner robe pocket, with the seed. He felt them together, the jade warmth of the one and the pulse of the other, and held the question of what it meant to carry both and give nothing back that was asked, only what was freely given in return. Thank you, he said, for everything. The supply lines, the maps, the documents, the 11 years you've spent building things that happened to be exactly what we needed. He met her eyes. That is not a small acknowledgement. I mean it completely. She said nothing. She walked to the corridor's end and turned toward the courtyard without looking back, jaw set, her stride the particular stride of someone who has said the thing they came to say and is done requiring anything further from the moment. And he stood in the corridor and watched her go and thought, she will be at the next crisis too, and the one after that. And every time she will have prepared something that was exactly what was needed. And every time he would be exactly here, standing in the corridor, holding the thing she gave him and unable to give her back what she deserved. And that would have to be the shape of it. And the shape of it would have to be enough for both of them, for as long as the road required. The Lin caravan organized itself outside Myong Town's south gate with the practiced quiet of a family that had done this before, which was both a technical description and a statement about what 3 weeks of flight had produced in the Wei household's operational competence. Lady Shin checked the false identity documents one final time, not because she expected to find problems she had missed in the previous 3 reviews, but because a final check before departure was the kind of discipline that had kept her information networks functional for a decade, and she did not abandon functional disciplines simply because the immediate urgency was high. If anything, high urgency was the time to be most methodical. The documents were correct. Liangshan watched her work and thought about the jade hairpin in his inner robe pocket, and thought about what it meant that he was carrying it there, next to the seed, and that he had not questioned the placement. The seed was the family. The hairpin was something else. He was carrying both of them in the same place, which was either a decision or a convenience, and he had not yet determined which it was, and he thought it might be some time before he did. He thought about Mei Ruohua, who was loading the second cart with the specific efficiency of a person newly discovering that her body would do more than they were told it could do, and has not yet fully revised their expectations upward to match. She was lifting supply bags that 3 weeks ago she could not have lifted, moving between the cart and the supply pile with a stride that was still careful and still not the stride she had had before everything. But that was a stride, and was getting stronger every day that the pillar's field was active. He thought about what the next month in Qingfeng Crossing would produce, if the city held its protection and Bao could re-anchor the full pillar and the twins continued their current advancement rate. He thought about how Wenshu camped outside the city walls with his 20 cultivators and his imperial mandate and his patience, and about the specific arithmetic of patience against growing strength, and about which one had the better numbers. The better numbers were theirs. Liangshan had run the calculation the same way he ran every calculation, from the data, not from hope, and the data said the better numbers were theirs, and the margin was growing. "Ready," Lady Shin said, holding the document packet. "Ready," he said. They left Myong Town at the first bell of morning. The Lin caravan southbound on the road toward Qingfeng Crossing, and behind them the town smelled of morning mist and tea pressing and the specific ordinary smell of a place that would not remember them in 3 days, which was exactly right and exactly what they needed, and ahead of them the road ran straight toward whatever was waiting at the gate, and they were ready for it. Not because they were without fear or without uncertainty, but because they had been made ready by everything that had come before, and the making was sufficient, but sufficient was a word that carried its own weight, and the weight was not finished yet. The Lin caravan's Southgate departure required one final check that was not on the formal preparation list. The emotional readiness assessment that Liangshan had learned in the weeks of flight was as necessary as the supply inventory. He walked the household's assembly area, the tea merchant's courtyard, in the gray pre-dawn light, and looked at each face once, quickly, with the specific attention he had developed over the months of working with the pillar system. The pillar read family harmony as a cultivation input. He had learned to read the same signal with his eyes. Old Fong Daikyu, steady. He had the quality of a man who had made a decision about where he stood and found the decision clarifying rather than burdensome. Fong Dali. The same, which made sense, because the two brothers had been arriving at decisions together since childhood and continued to do so. Bo Chung. Quiet, attentive, not nervous. Shanli. The same. Xue Linglan. Present. Her core formation cultivation running in the full active state that she maintained when she was on protection assignment. Her eyes were on the twins. They were always on the twins. The twins themselves, Xiaoyin standing with her cultivation centered and her attention outward, measuring the road's qi ambient as she did at every new location. Xiaoyang standing with the contained energy of someone who has been asked to wait and is waiting with every available capacity prepared to do something else the moment the waiting ends. Mei Ruohua, standing without support, her weight distributed correctly across both legs, her meridians running at the qi vein opening third stage with the steady rhythm of someone who has found their cultivation practice and is doing it, simply because it is theirs to do. The family was ready. The pillar seed was warm in his pocket. The road was open. "We leave," he said. And they left. Chapter 36. Ho Wenshu's ultimatum. They were 2 days south of Myong Town when the wanted notices appeared. The first one was in the market town of Yinqing, posted on the cultivation registration board near the city's Keystone Exchange. Large format paper notices with formation printed portrait impressions that were, Liangshan noted with professional appreciation for Ho Wunshu's administrative resources, remarkably accurate. His own portrait showed him in foundation tempering, old intelligence, now a rank behind his current meridian expansion. The twins' portraits were rendered from a description, accurate in coloring and approximate age, but not individualized in the way that made recognition immediate. The text declared the Wei family national cultivation fugitives. Bounties: 10,000 spirit stones per adult family member, 50,000 per child, specifically for the juvenile cultivators Wei Xiaoyin and Wei Xiaoyao. The imperial administrative authority behind the bounty was Ho Wunshu's name and seal. 50,000, Xiaoyang said, reading the notice from 3 paces distance, suppression armbands hiding his yang expression, hair tied in the caravan hand style Lady Shun had showed him. Per child, he sounded more impressed than alarmed. Don't be flattered, Xiaoyin said quietly. It means every cultivator and informant between here and Qingfeng Crossing is now looking for 2 children with cultivation signatures. She turned away from the board. Father, I saw it, Liangshan said. He had read the notice in 4 seconds and moved on, his merchant caravan pace unbroken. At the next town, Bao found a second notice. At the 3rd waypoint, for notices posted in different locations, covering different cultivator registration categories, an administrative thoroughness that spoke to Ho Wunshu's staff, deploying a bounty campaign with systematic professionalism. He's distributing the search burden to the regional cultivation community, Bao said, in the low voice of the Lin Caravan's family discussion at the Waypoint's common room. 50,000 spirit stones motivates independent cultivators in ways that 30 imperial soldiers cannot. He's expanding his net without expanding his direct force. The notices are also addressed to cultivation councils, Lady Shin said, pointing to a specific line on the copy she had taken from the board. Regional cultivation councils are notified that harboring the listed fugitives constitutes violation of Imperial Cultivation Regulation Section 14, Clause 8, enforceable by immediate revocation of council recognition. She turned toward Liangshan. Every independent jurisdiction between here and Qingfeng Crossing is now under implicit threat if they offer the family any form of formal protection, including Qingfeng Crossing. Qingfeng's independence is treaty protected. The threat doesn't apply directly. She folded the notice. But it's a message to Qingfeng's council. Cooperate with this family and become a target of imperial administrative pressure. Qingfeng Crossing has faced imperial administrative pressure before, Bao said. Its commandant, Ren Shiji, according to the most recent governance records, has held the gate against imperial pressure twice in the last decade. He paused. The question is whether Ho Wunshu has the rank to challenge Qingfeng directly. He's domain manifestation at minimum, Elder Su said. He can challenge the borders. Qingfeng's walls are substantial. It would be a significant political event if he attempted a direct forced entry. He won't attempt it while the treaty holds, Lady Shin said. The treaty requires him to respect Qingfeng's jurisdiction. Violating it would have continental consequences he's not authorized to provoke without the emperor's direct order. She studied Liangshan's face. If we reach Qingfeng's walls, he cannot follow us inside. Then we reach Qingfeng's walls, Liangshan said. Before he closes the road between here and there. He stood and walked to the waypoint's window that faced south toward the road they had not yet traveled, and thought about 50,000 spirit stones in the hands of regional cultivators and 4 cultivation squads in pursuit, and a treaty that was the thinnest possible kind of wall, made of law and precedent rather than stone and formation, and thought. Thin walls still stop what they stop, and what they stop only needs to be stopped long enough to grow past it entirely. Lady Shun had, with the particular foresight she applied to information that would be needed before it was requested, already drafted a contingency document for the scenario where the bounty notices appeared and the household needed an explanation for the cultivation dampening armbands on the twins' wrists that was different from the standard dampening care authorization. She had drafted it 3 days before the notices appeared, which meant she had anticipated the notices 3 days before they appeared, which told Liangshan something about the speed of her information network that he had not fully appreciated before. The contingency document described the armbands as medically prescribed cultivation stabilization devices, issued by a certified cultivation physician in the regional city of Hungshan, treating a condition called reactive meridian hypersensitivity. The documentation included a physician's seal, a treatment record number, and a diagnostic summary in the correct medical notation format. It was flawlessly constructed. "You made this before the notices appeared," Liangshan said. "I made it when I prepared the other documents," she said. The bounty notice was a predictable element of Ho Wenshu's escalation pattern. He uses administrative pressure as the first wave and physical force as the second. The administrative pressure wave was coming. The only question was the specific form. She had the contingency document already integrated into the document packet as its third supplementary item. The form turned out to be wanted notices. The contingency document addresses the form. "What's in the fourth supplementary slot?" he asked. She showed him. A complete alternative caravan identity, a different merchant name, a different origin city, a different cargo manifest, different documents for every family member, with a switching procedure that could be executed at a road waypoint in approximately 20 minutes if the Lin caravan identity was compromised. "Fifth supplementary," he said. She showed him. An arrangement with a river barge operator on the eastern tributary, prepaid and predated. Available for a 48-hour activation window that ran from today until the day after tomorrow, providing an emergency water exit from the current road corridor if the road became impassable. He looked at her. "I believe in contingency planning," she said, with the air of someone stating a professional philosophy that had been formed through experience rather than preference. "In my experience, the plans that fail are not the ones with too many contingencies. They're the ones where someone decided the primary plan was sufficient and stopped thinking about alternatives." She began reorganizing the document packet into its traveling order. The primary plan gets you to the destination most of the time. The contingencies get you there the rest of the time. Since we are trying to be alive all of the time, both matter equally. "I will remember this," Liangshan said. "You already practice it," she said. "You've been preparing contingencies since the day Bao told you the governor's spy had transmitted. You just don't always call them contingencies. You call them options, or plans B, or things to know in case." She looked at him with the particular look that said she had observed him carefully for many years. "You build the same architecture I build. You just don't always label the rooms." He was quiet for a moment. "The fifth contingency," he said. "The river barge option." "Yes. If we need to use it. The family leaves Qingfeng Crossing before we've established the pillar." He thought through the implications. "Which means we need to establish the pillar faster than we might otherwise prioritize, so the contingency has less cost to exercise." "Yes," she said. "That was the intended implication." "Good," he said. "We prioritize the pillar establishment on arrival." He looked at the road ahead. "Thank you. For the contingencies, and for explaining them." He paused. "For everything, again," she said, "again," and returned to the documents. And he watched her focus return to the work, and thought that this, too, was a form of trust that he was not yet certain he had earned. The document was complete. Chapter 37. The Disguise in the Lin Caravan. The twins became Lin Shuin and Lin Shuyao. Lin Shuin was a quiet girl with dark hair and a slight build and a habit of watching things carefully before speaking. Entirely consistent, all observers agreed, with the character of a merchant's daughter given cultivation dampening treatment for a sensitivity condition. She bought a white lotus at a flower stall in the second town south of Muyang and carried it for 2 days before it wilted. Lin Shuyao was the harder problem. He was, by nature, a person whose yang qi expressed itself through his body whether he intended it or not. Warmth at his skin surface when he was calm. Visible gold light at his hands when he was engaged. A general quality of radiance at dusk when the yang cultivation cycle peaked. That was not metaphorical. It was a literal light phenomenon visible to ordinary observation. Bao's suppression armbands addressed approximately 70% of it. Sufficient during most conditions. Daytime travel, ordinary interaction, the normal range of emotional states a caravan journey produced. Evening was the problem. At dusk, the yang cultivation cycle reached its daily peak, and the extra 30% the armbands didn't address became visible as a warm gold flush at the skin. Faint but present, the specific quality of light that cultivators recognized as active yang expression even when the source tried to suppress it. Cloth, Xiaoyang said. On the second evening of the Lin caravan journey, he had already wrapped his forearms in plain, undyed fabric. If the light is under cloth, it looks like lamplight from inside a cart. Not cultivation. Lamplight from inside a cart at dusk, while walking on a road, Xiaoyang said. That is a specific and somewhat unusual phenomenon. Then I walk inside the cart during the dusk period. 20 minutes. Then the peak passes and I walk normally again. It's a workable solution, Bao confirmed. The dusk period is 20 to 30 minutes at this latitude, this season. After the peak, the armbands manage the remainder. He paused. The deeper problem is the suppression band's charge level. Spirit iron formation work attenuates with use. The bands lose charge at approximately 8% per day under continuous load. They were at full charge 4 days ago. Current charge, 68%. At this rate, complete depletion in approximately 8 days. We need to recharge them. Can you recharge them in the field? Not without a formation workroom and approximately 4 hours of dedicated work. He paused. If we reach Qingfeng Crossing in 2 days, the town has adequate facilities. We reach Qingfeng in 2 days, Liangshan said. Calculate the route. The Lin caravan traveled. At dusk, Lin Shuyao rode inside the cart for 23 minutes and emerged after the peak wearing the expression of someone who found the accommodation only slightly dignified but was entirely prepared to make the practical choice. At the waypoints, people looked at the caravan and saw a merchant family. This was because the merchant family was the correct surface to display, not an elaborate disguise requiring maintenance, simply the true skin of what the Wei family had always been, worn deliberately rather than casually. The merchant licenses were genuine. The tea goods in the crates were real tea. Liangshan conducted himself with the practiced confidence of a merchant who had navigated 100 road passages and found the current one unremarkable. He was a merchant. He had always been a merchant. The cultivation had grown around the merchant the way the compound's pillar had grown around the ancestral hall, organically, in the shape of what was already there. And it occurred to him, walking alongside the lead cart in the afternoon light with the smell of dust and tea and the seed's warmth against his chest, that everything that had come for them, the Dong patriarch, the imperial decree, Ho Wenxiu, the bounties, the gorge, the forest, had come for what they were becoming, not for what they had been, and that the two things were so thoroughly inseparable that no amount of costume would ever change what was underneath it, for good or ill. On the third evening of the Lin caravan's journey south, Xiaoyang failed to suppress his yang cultivation peak entirely. The armbands had been running at 68% capacity, then 63, then 59. The attenuation that had been sufficient at 73% was no longer sufficient at 59, and the dusk yang cycle peak, which operated on its own internal biological cultivation schedule regardless of what any external device was attempting, reached its maximum expression at the 11th minute of the 20-minute suppression window. The gold light was faint, visible only to a cultivator's trained perception at normal distances. But the cultivator-trained perception was not entirely absent from the road, and Bao's formation compass pinged twice during the 23-minute window, indicating 2 separate passive readings at road proximity. Both passive, Bao said, after the peak had passed and Xiaoyang had returned to road walking with his expression of dignified inconvenience. Neither triggered a follow-up active scan. At this level of visible expression, a passing cultivator registers it as a mild cultivation-sensitive individual. Not unusual, not the specific signature they'd be looking for from a wanted notice individual. He paused. At 59% armband capacity, the peak output is at the threshold of the passive registration range. Below 50%, it enters active registration range, which would trigger a follow-up scan, which would produce a closer look, which would require active response on our part. He set the compass down. We have approximately 4 days of charge remaining before we cross the 50% threshold. And Qingfeng Crossing is 2 days away, Xiaoyang said, from his position in the cart. Yes, Bao confirmed. The arithmetic is acceptable. The margin is not comfortable, but it is positive. What happens at the gate if the armbands are at 55%? Xiaoyang asked. Acceptable, with careful positioning. The gate inspection is a standard scan, not a deep probe. At 55%, the armband's output is still above the passive registration threshold for a cursory scan. Bao paused. But the gate inspection is not the only scan exposure. If Ho Wenxiu has positioned cultivators along the road in the 2 hours before the gate. He has positioned cultivators along the road in the 2 hours before the gate, Elder Su said, from his position on horseback. He had been running his domain manifestation perception forward on the road for the last 3 hours and had not yet said anything, which meant he had been processing rather than reporting, which meant there was something to report that required processing first. I count 7 individuals at distances between 1 li and 3 li on the road south of our current position. Station positions, not moving. The spacing is consistent with a sensor cordon. They're positioned to detect and report, not to intercept directly. Which means they'll flag us to the gate, and Ho Wenxiu will arrive at the gate, Liangshan said. If they recognize us, Su said. At current armband capacity, with the Lin caravan's documented identity and the twins' cultivation suppressed to the seed's ambient field signature rather than their own identities, he paused. I assess a 65% probability that the sensor cordon does not produce a match sufficient to flag. A 35% probability that it does. He held Liangshan's gaze. 65 is not a comfortable margin. No, Liangshan said. He looked at the road ahead, at the sensor cordon positions Su had described, at the gate still 2 days beyond them, at the seed in his chest pocket and the twins in the cart, and everything the system had built, and everything it still needed to build. But 65 is better than 50, and 50 is better than 0. He touched the seed through the cloth of his robe. We walk through the cordon as the Lin caravan, and we let the documents speak, and if the documents aren't enough, then we find out what the seed can do at a gate, with meridian expansion and 2 foundation tempering amplifiers and a domain manifestation cultivator who has done this before. He looked at the sensor cordon positions ahead and thought, we are about to find out if that confidence is correct, and there was no alternative to finding out. Chapter 38. The caravan rode the Dao Enforcement Patrol found them on the 2nd day. Not Imperial soldiers. Dao Enforcement was the regional arm of the Pre-Alliance Cultivation Governance Authority, an older institution, locally administered, technically independent from Imperial authority, but practically cooperative with Imperial administrative requests. Its officers wore dark green cultivation robes with the silver enforcement band at the left wrist, and they stopped road traffic with the confident impersonal authority of people who knew they were permitted to. For officers, the patrol's senior was a young woman, perhaps 25, who had the quick scanning assessment of someone recently promoted to road duty and taking it seriously. She examined the Lin caravan's lead cart with the methodical pattern of a standard cargo check. Documents first, cultivation sense scan of the cargo second, physical inspection third. The documents held. Lady Shin's network had built them carefully. The Lin caravan's registration, Liangshan's merchant license, the family's travel authorization, the twins' dampening care documentation. The junior officer reviewing them found nothing irregular. The cultivation sense scan was the problem. The senior officer ran her spirit sense over the caravan in the standard 3-pass pattern. First pass, cargo, T, goods, legitimate. Second pass, registered cultivators. Liangshan presenting with suppressed expression due to road stress, a common enough designation. Lady Shun documented as a core formation merchant associate. Third pass, Elder Su's cart section. Elder Su had, over the previous 24 hours, been compressing his cultivation expression to a degree that Liangshan had not previously known was possible for domain manifestation rank. Not suppression, Su didn't have suppression bands. Pure internal containment, a technique that Su had described as requiring approximately 40 years of cultivation discipline to execute correctly. The spirit sense registered, empty cart section. The senior officer frowned. She ran the pass again. Empty cart section. She stepped to the cart side and looked through the canvas flap. Elder Su was sitting in the empty cart section with his cultivation entirely contained, dressed in plain road clothes, eyes closed, the specific attitude of someone sleeping off a long night's watch. This man, the officer said, registered, hired on at Yinxing, Liangshan said, from the lead cart, in the voice of Lin Chengwei, the tea merchant. Not hurried, not defensive, the voice of someone for whom this question had an obvious and uncomplicated answer. Registered day driver. His cultivation document is with the route manager at Yinxing's caravan registry. The supplemental hire papers allow same-day documentation lag. He produced the supplemental higher authorization format Lady Shun had included precisely for this scenario. The officer examined it. She looked at Elder Su, who had opened his eyes and was regarding her with the faint polite patience of an old man interrupted from sleep. She looked at the suppression armbands on the twins' wrists. These are cultivation concealment devices. Medical cultivation management, Liangshan said. My children have reactive qi sensitivity. Their pathways flare under direct cultivation sense contact, which produces pain. The dampening devices regulate expression for their comfort. The documentation is on page 3 of the dampening care authorization. She turned to page 3. She read it. She handed the documents back. Carry on, she said. Safe journey. The patrol moved to the next caravan. Liangshan did not release the breath he was holding until the patrol was 50 meters behind them, and their voices were merged with the general road noise of the afternoon. He looked straight ahead, at the road stretching south toward the faint outline of Qingfeng Crossing's distant gate towers, and thought about all the things that had almost gone wrong in the last 4 minutes, and all the things that had been in place to prevent them from going wrong, and felt the particular exhausted gratitude of a person who has just survived something that had a significant probability of not surviving, and then set it aside, because there was still road ahead, and the road did not wait for gratitude. The patrol's junior officer, having found the documents technically correct and the family's qi signatures consistent with their documentation, spent approximately 40 seconds being satisfied, and then another 20 seconds not being satisfied without being able to articulate precisely why. Elder Su, in the cart behind him, was aware of the 20 seconds. He held his cultivation compression with the absolute stillness of 40 years of practice and thought. For seconds more, and the officer's professional obligation will require him to act on the dissatisfaction. 22 seconds more, and the obligation will resolve itself into a logged observation. 38 seconds more, and the patrol will have moved on. He counted 17 seconds before the officer handed the documents back. Within the 17 seconds, the officer had looked at the documents twice, looked at the twins twice, looked at Liangshan once, looked at Elder Su once through the canvas, and looked at the armbands on the twins' wrists approximately 3 times with an expression that suggested they were, to him, the least explicable element of the entire presentation. The armband's documentation was on page 3 of the dampening care authorization. Liangshan had said so. The officer had turned to page 3. He had read the medical notation with the expression of someone reading a technical document in a field that is not their own, understanding the general shape of the information, but not the specific density. The physician's seal at the bottom of the page had the correct form and the correct ink color and the correct stamp depth, all of which Liangshan knew because Lady Shun had told him what to look for when verifying that a document seal was correctly constructed. After the patrol moved on, Xue Linglan said, very quietly, from the second cart, the junior officer will file an unusual activity report. Bao has already confirmed the transmitter pinged, Lady Shun said, equally quietly. Standard format. Routing to regional council channels. Processing time before it reaches Ho Wenshu's intelligence assets. 3 hours. Which means we have 3 hours before our position and description are in his hands, Liangshan said. He did not change his pace or his expression. The Lin caravan's lead cart continued at normal merchant caravan speed, because changing pace after an inspection produced exactly the kind of behavioral anomaly that would be more informative to a following observer than the inspection itself. He had learned this in 12 years of merchant road travel, and the lesson had never been more relevant than at this moment. We maintain pace, he said. We do not accelerate. We arrive at the gate on normal merchant caravan schedule, and we walk through the gate as the Lin caravan. He looked at the road ahead. If Ho Wenshu arrives at the gate before the gate closes behind us, then the documents have done their work, and we have a jurisdiction argument, and the jurisdiction argument is the wall we needed. He paused. Bao. After the gate closes, how quickly can you begin the pillar re-anchoring process in a rented Qingfeng compound? Bao looked at his notes. 4 days to preliminary stability with adequate space and the valley formation diagram as a reference. Full pillar establishment, perhaps 7 to 10 days. He paused. The formation conditions in a city compound will be less optimal than the valley, but better than the barge or the road. I assess full pillar re-establishment within 10 days of arrival, with a preliminary seed support formation running from day one. He paused again. If we have 10 days. We will have 10 days, Liangshan said. We will have 30. We will have what we need. He said this in the voice he used when the calculation was not complete but the direction was certain, and hoped, somewhere underneath the certainty, that the direction was not the only thing the moment required. He took one more breath, then clicked the cart forward at standard merchant caravan pace, which was approximately the speed of a person walking with purpose, steady, unremarkable, the pace that said there was nothing here worth hurrying away from or toward, which was exactly the impression the moment required. Chapter 39. Liangshan's bluff. The inspection had not fully ended. The junior officer who had reviewed the documents had done so with the professional efficiency of someone running a checklist, finding nothing irregular because the documents had been built to address precisely those irregularities. But the junior officer had the quality that Liangshan recognized from years of merchant negotiation, the quality of someone who felt something was not quite right, but could not identify the specific technical basis for the feeling. The junior officer filed an unusual activity report. Bao Tingji had a formation instrument that detected unusual activity report transmissions, specialized equipment, technically permitted under regional cultivation law, but not the kind one advertised widely. It pinged twice in the hour after the patrol stopped them. They've reported us, Bao said. Standard unusual activity format. Not an alert, not a pursuit order, just a logged observation routing through the Regional Cultivation Council's information network. How fast does it reach Ho Wenshu's intelligence assets? The regional network and the Imperial Intelligence Network have a 3-hour synchronization cycle. Bao checked the time. The report filed at the 6th bell. Synchronization runs at the 9th bell. Ho Wenshu's intelligence team receives it at the 10th bell, plus processing. The current time was the 7th bell. 3 hours, Liangshan said. 3 hours before his people know a Lin caravan with cultivation-dampened children was flagged on the southern road. Bao's voice was precise and without editorial. The road from here to Qingfeng Crossing is 5 hours at caravan pace. Which means they know before we arrive. Which means Ho Wenshu knows before we arrive, Bao confirmed. Whether he can act on the knowledge in the remaining 2 hours between receiving the report and our reaching the gate is dependent on his current position and his fastest available response assets. Liangshan calculated. Ho Wenshu could move a fast advance group, his personal escort, capture squad leaders, to an intercept position in less than 5 hours on horseback on paved road. Perhaps 20 cultivators. The seed, he said. At full output with meridian expansion projection and twin amplification, the pillar pulse capacity is unknown, Bao said. You haven't done it twice. The first time was a breakthrough event, which may have produced an abnormal output level. May or may not, Liangshan said. May or may not, Bao agreed. He did not make this sound better than it was, because Bao did not make uncertain things sound better than they were. It was one of the things Liangshan had, over the months of their association, come to rely on absolutely. The man would not soften the calculation, and the man would not abandon the calculation, and in the space between those two commitments there was always a path. The Lin caravan traveled the remaining road to Qingfeng Crossing at the fastest pace a loaded merchant caravan could maintain without attracting attention for moving too fast. At the 10th bell, Liangshan reorganized the family's positions. Elder Su onto a horse, Shui Linglan's dampening bands removed, and her core formation cultivation returned to active expression. The twin suppression bands remained for the gate documents. But everyone who could fight was now in a position to fight, wearing the surface of a merchant caravan that happened, on its inside, to be quite considerably more than that. We arrive at the gate, he said to the household. We enter. We walk through the gate as the Lin caravan, with correct documents, at a normal travel pace. If Ho Wenshu arrives before the gate closes behind us, then I speak with him at the gate. He will not cross into Qingfeng's jurisdiction without treaty violation. He looked at each face. Trust the plan. Walk normally. Whatever happens at the gate, we are inside when it closes. He looked at the road ahead, at the distant gate towers that were now close enough to see their detailed construction, and thought about the 200 meters of road still between them and the gate, and the 3 hours that Ho Wenshu had had to calculate and ride, and thought, we will make it, or we will make it interesting. And either way we will find out what the system can do. which was, he had discovered over the last month. The answer he always arrived at, and the answer had always, so far, been sufficient. The sensor cordon they had identified was, as Elder Su had assessed, positioned for detection rather than intercept. 7 cultivators, stationed at intervals, each running a passive spirit sense, scan across the road at a frequency calibrated to detect chi signatures matching the wanted notice descriptions. The Lin caravan passed through the cordon over approximately 40 minutes of road travel. During those 40 minutes, the twins sat in the second cart with their suppression armbands running at 57% capacity and their cultivation expression held at the minimum viable level for foundation tempering cultivators who had been explicitly instructed to keep their chi quiet. 4 of the 7 sensor cultivators registered the Lin caravan's passage. 3 of those 4 registered it as a normal merchant caravan with standard cultivation-sensitive documentation. 1. The 4th, positioned at the cordon's southern terminus, with a formation compass that Bao assessed as approximately 15% more sensitive than standard equipment, registered something that produced a 2-second hesitation in his passive skin pattern before he resumed normal operation. The 2-second hesitation was not nothing. It was also not a match. Liangshan counted the hesitation in his peripheral awareness and continued at merchant caravan pace and measured the specific weight of 2 seconds in the balance of this moment and concluded, insufficient to trigger action, sufficient to generate a second log entry to accompany the unusual activity report from the patrol. And the combined weight of those 2 entries would reach Ho Wenxiu's intelligence desk at approximately the same time as the first entry, and the combined weight would produce a response that was faster than either entry alone. He'll be at the gate, Liangshan said, to Bao and Elder Su, in the low voice of the Lin caravan's family discussion. Before us, or at the same time? At the same time, Su said. He's moving a fast response element. I can feel the chi signature of mounted cultivators at high speed approximately 4 li north of US and closing. Based on speed and direction, they'll reach the gate approximately 20 minutes after we do. He paused. Or approximately when our second cart is clearing the arch. 20 minutes is the gate inspection, Bao said. Standard merchant inspection at the Qingfeng gate runs 12 to 25 minutes, depending on cargo volume. Our cargo documentation is prepared for a 12-minute inspection. He looked at Liangshan. If we reach the head of the gate queue without incident and the inspection runs at the prepared pace, the second cart will be through the arch before Ho Wenxiu's fast response element arrives. And if the inspection runs at 25 minutes? Then the second cart will be in the gate arch when Ho Wenxiu's fast response element arrives, Bao said, which is not a comfortable position. We move faster, Lady Shin said, from her position at the front of the lead cart's bench. Not enough to look hurried. The gate queue will have other carts ahead of us. Our speed is determined by the queue's movement, not our own. She looked at the distant gate towers, which were now large enough to see specific architectural features. We have 2 li of road between us and the gate. The fast response element has 4 li plus the time to reach the gate road from wherever they're currently positioned. We arrive first. She paused. We need the inspection to run fast. That means documents ready, cargo declaration clear, no supplementary questions required. She turned to Liangshan. Let me manage the inspection presentation. I've done more high-pressure customs presentations than anyone else here. And the Qingfeng gate officers respond to female merchant authority presentation in a way that reduces the average inspection time by approximately 4 minutes. For minutes, the margin of the entire approach, compressed into 4 minutes of customs presentation time. All yours, Liangshan said. He looked at the gate towers ahead and thought, everything we've built to this point was for this gate, and the gate is 2 li away, and we have 20 minutes, and we will arrive first. We will arrive first because we have always arrived first when it mattered, and this matters most of all. And the gate was 2 li ahead, and Ho Wenxiu was 4 li behind, and the mathematics had not yet settled into a final answer. Chapter 40. Cliffhanger. Ho Wenxiu at the gate Qingfeng Crossing's outer gate was massive. Not metaphorically massive. The city had been built at a regional trade choke point. Its architecture specifically designed to process the volume of merchant traffic that the crossing's geographic position generated. The outer wall was 30 feet of dressed stone with a gate complex designed to handle 6 simultaneous inspection lanes, each lane wide enough for a heavy freight wagon. Formation lights ran along the top of the wall in both directions, and the gate's arch bore the carved crest of the Qingfeng Cultivation Council, the independent city-state's governing authority, whose jurisdiction extended to the outer wall's exterior face. The Lin caravan entered the gate queue at the 12th bell, with 2 cart lengths of space ahead of them, and the specific energy of the final approach. Everyone quiet. Everyone performing normalcy with the particular intensity that is not quite the same as the actual article. The space ahead closed. The inspection officer was efficient. The documents, Lady Shun presenting the lead caravan authorization in her capacity as senior merchant associate, moved through the check with the ease of thorough preparation. Pass through, the gate officer said. Welcome to Qingfeng Crossing. The first cart moved through the arch. The second cart was halfway through the arch when the sound of hoofbeats came from behind them. Fast hoofbeats, the specific rhythm of horses pushed to their limit on paved road, arriving from the direction they had come. Liangshun turned in the cart seat. 20 cultivators in black imperial armor, riding blood-dark spirit horses with cultivation-enhanced speed. At their lead, a man he had not seen before but recognized from Lady Shin's intelligence description immediately. Medium height. Methodical face. The cultivation presence of someone whose domain manifestation rank had not been acquired recently and was entirely comfortable inhabiting. Grand Steward Ho Wenshu brought his horse to a stop at the gate's outer edge, precisely at the boundary of Qingfeng Crossing's jurisdiction, where the territorial marker was embedded in the road's stone surface. His cultivators fanned out behind him in the formation pattern of people who had done exactly this before. He looked at the caravan. He looked at Liangqin. His voice was not loud. It did not need to be loud. Domain manifestation cultivation, at low register, carried across distances in ways that ordinary voices did not. Lin Chengwei, he said, or should I say Wei Liangqin. Step away from the gate. The children come with me. The gate officer had gone very still. Behind the caravan, in the gate queue, the other merchants and travelers had stopped moving with the collective held breath of bystanders who recognized that the situation has changed categories entirely. Liangqin's first cart was already through the arch. His second cart, Mei Ruohua, the twins, Bao Tingji, Shui Linglan, was half inside, half outside. The seed in his chest pocket was warm against his sternum. He looked at Ho Wenshu across the territorial line. He looked at the 20 imperial cultivators. He looked at the gate arch above him, the city of Qingfeng Crossing behind it, the carved council crest that represented a jurisdiction Ho Wenshu could not cross without making a very large, very documented mistake. He looked back at Ho Wenshu. My children, Liangqin said, clearly enough to be heard by the gate officer, the bystanders, and the wall guards above, are inside Qingfeng Crossing's jurisdiction. As is my family. As is my caravan. He kept his voice exactly at the register of someone stating something factual and finding the statement entirely sufficient. Commandant Ren Shiji's gate officer has documented our entry. We are registered residents as of this moment. If you have business with residents of Qingfeng Crossing, you will need to file a jurisdiction request with the Cultivation Council. I understand the processing time is approximately 30 days. Above him, at the wall's crenellation, guards had appeared. An officer in Qingfeng's dark green uniform who looked down at Ho Wenshu's line of imperial cultivators at the territorial boundary, then at the gate officer, then began speaking quietly into a communication stone. Ho Wenshu's face did not change expression. His eyes did not leave Liangqin's. You are in a city, he said, not a fortress. Cities can be made uncomfortable in many ways that do not require crossing a territorial line. He let that settle. Then, I am patient, Wei Liangqin. I have all the time the emperor's authority requires. He looked past Liangqin at the gate arch, at the children barely visible in the second cart, and his expression held something that was not hunger exactly, but that had all of hunger's quality of calculation. The expression of a man who has waited for something before and is entirely prepared to wait again, with the specific patience of someone who knows the waiting is not the end of the strategy, only its most visible stage. Do you have as much time as I do? The gate officer was a compact man with the unhurried efficiency of someone who had processed thousands of merchant caravans and had long since developed a system that produced consistent results without requiring variable judgment for most cases. He reviewed the Lin caravan's documentation with the rapid scan of someone running a practiced pattern his cultivation sense doing a parallel passive sweep of the cart's contents and the family's chi signatures. Lady Shun presented the documents in the order and manner she had described, with the quiet authority of a merchant who had done this before and found the process straightforward. The gate officer moved through the checklist. He looked at the twins' armbands and looked at page 3 of the dampening care authorization and moved on. He looked at Elder Sue's supplemental hire documentation and moved on. He looked at the cargo manifest for the lead cart's tea goods and moved on. Pass through, he said. Welcome to Qingfeng Crossing. He had said this to approximately 40,000 merchant carts over his career. He said it now without inflection and meant it in the same way he had meant it all the previous times. As a functional completion of a transaction, the verbal equivalent of a form's final signature. Liangshan heard it with a quality of attention he had not given to a gate officer's standard welcome in his entire merchant career. The first cart moved through the arch. The second cart's horses stepped forward into the arch's shadow, and Mei Ruohua was inside Qingfeng Crossing's jurisdiction, and the twins were inside Qingfeng Crossing's jurisdiction, and the arch was overhead with the carved council crest that represented a legal reality that Ho Wunshu could not override without actions that would have continental consequences. The second cart was halfway through the arch when the hoofbeats came. Liangshan heard them before he turned. The specific sound of horses pushed to their maximum. The particular cadence of spirit horses whose cultivation-enhanced speed had been maintained over 4 li of road. He turned in the cart's seat and saw them coming. 20 cultivators in black imperial armor at the boundary of the territorial line embedded in the road's stone surface. At their lead, Grand Steward Ho Wunshu stopped his blood-dark spirit horse at the exact boundary of Qingfeng Crossing's jurisdiction with the precise placement of someone who had calculated the territorial line's location before arrival and was stopping exactly there, not one step closer, demonstrating by the precision of his stop that he understood the law and was choosing to remain within it, for now. His eyes found Liangshan's. His voice carried across the distance with the exact amount of cultivation authority required for the words to reach their target without performing for the wider audience. Lin Chengwei, or should I say Wei Liangshan, step away from the gate. The children come with me. On the wall above, wall guards appeared. An officer in Qingfeng's uniform. A communication stone going to mouth. Bao Tingji, in the lead cart already inside the jurisdiction, had his formation instruments active. The gate officer had gone very still. Liangshan looked at Ho Wunshu across the territorial line. Looked at the 20 cultivators who had ridden 4 li at maximum speed to arrive at this line. Looked at the gate arch above him, and the carved council crest, and the city that existed behind it precisely because people had, for several generations, believed that the crest meant what it said. My children are inside Qingfeng Crossing's jurisdiction, he said. As is my family. As is my caravan. He said it clearly, in the specific tone of someone stating something factual and finding the statement entirely sufficient. Commandant Ren Shiji's gate officer has documented our entry. We are registered residents as of this moment. If you have business with residents of Qingfeng Crossing, you will need to file a jurisdiction request with the Cultivation Council. I understand the processing time is approximately 30 days. Ho Wunshu did not move. He looked at Liangshan with the face of a man who has encountered an unexpected obstacle and is calculating, with the specific patience of someone who believes patience is its own form of force, exactly how much the obstacle weighs. You are in a city, Ho Wunshu said, not a fortress. Cities can be made uncomfortable in many ways that do not require crossing a territorial line. He let that settle. I am patient, Wei Liangshan. I have all the time the Emperor's authority requires. His eyes moved past Liangshan, finding the shape of the twins in the second cart, finding the gate arch with the carved council crest, finding the wall guards and the officer with the communication stone who was, even now, speaking to someone inside the city about what was happening at its front gate. Do you have as much time as I do? Liangshan turned back to his cart. Yes, he said, clearly enough for Ho Wunshu and the gate officer and the wall guards above and the bystanders behind them and anyone within 50 meters who was paying attention. I find I have exactly enough time. He clicked the cart forward through the arch. Behind him, the gate's great mechanism engaged as the wall guards began the closing sequence, the deep grinding of counterweight stone moving on precision-cut channels, the sound of a city closing itself against the outside world. He heard the mechanism engaging. He heard the second cart's wheels clear the arch. He heard Ho Wenshu hold his position at the territorial line, calculating. He did not hear the sound of a treaty being violated. The gate closed. Inside Qingfeng Crossing, the Wei family stood in the gate square in the afternoon light, dusty from the road, 12 people intact, and outside at the territorial line, Grand Steward Ho Wenshu settled into the posture of someone who is not going anywhere and intends to make that fact felt, which was the next problem, and the next problem had, already, begun, and Liangshan thought. We are inside, and inside is what we needed, and from inside we build, and what we build here in 30 days of uninterrupted pillar cultivation will make the outside problem solve itself, or find that the calculation it has been running is missing the most important variable, and that variable was 30 days of uninterrupted growth, and it was already beginning. Chapter 41. The gate standoff. The gate had closed, but the standoff had not. On the wall above, 2 more officers in Qingfeng Crossing's dark green cultivation uniform had appeared alongside the first. One of them was speaking into a communication stone. Another was looking at Ho Wenshu's line of 20 imperial cultivators at the territorial boundary with the specific expression of someone conducting a formal threat assessment and arriving at a number that required escalation. Inside the gate square, the Wei family stood in the late afternoon light with the accumulated dust and road weariness of the last week of travel on them, not moving, waiting for the next necessary thing to become clear. Bao Tingji had his formation instruments active, a standard precaution he maintained whenever they were in new territory. The readings showed Qingfeng Crossing's internal formation grid as dense, layered, and significantly more sophisticated than a casual city inspection would have revealed. The formation grid of an administrator who had been maintaining a city's independence against external pressure for a long time and had never stopped reinforcing. Commandant Ren Shiji arrived at the inner gate complex 7 minutes after the closing sequence completed. He was not what Liangshan had expected from Lady Shun's descriptions of a commandant who had held the gate against imperial pressure twice in the last decade. He was short, perhaps 50 years old, with the built quality of a veteran who had spent decades combining cultivation with physical training, and he moved through the gate complex with the unhurried confidence of someone on whose ground all of this was happening. His cultivation presence was soul ignition, not hidden, not advertised, simply present the way the formation grid was present, as a fact of the environment. He faced Liangshan with the question. He looked at the seed in Liangshan's inner robe. The seed was not visible through cloth, but a soul ignition cultivator with a well-developed perception sense could feel its warmth from this distance. Wei Liangshan, Commandant Ren said. Yes. You filed as Lin Chengwei at the gate. I did. The documents are correct. I am a licensed tea merchant, and I have been operating under the Lin business name for my current transit. The change of operating name is a standard practice under the Regional Merchant Registration Compact. He paused. The name I was born with is Wei Liangshan. I don't believe lying to you about it would serve either of us. Ren studied him for a moment with the particular assessment of a cultivator who has been told a great deal about a person by people who had different motivations for their descriptions, and is now comparing those descriptions against the direct evidence. Ho Wenshu is at my gate, Ren said. He claims you are national cultivation fugitives carrying a strategic imperial resource. He claims the children are imperial wards under a valid conscription order. He looked at the twins. The twins looked back at him with the expression people use when looking back at someone that they had developed over the last month. Not defiant, not afraid, simply direct, attending to the situation with the full focus of people who had learned that full focus was what situations required. They don't look like imperial wards, Ren said. They're my children, Liangshan said. My son Wei Xiaoyang and my daughter Wei Xiaoyin. They are Qi vein opening cultivators under my parental custody. There is no valid conscription order under any law that permits the imperial government to conscript minors from living parents without cause, regardless of the strength of their cultivation. He met Ren's eyes. The conscription order is a unilateral administrative declaration issued without judicial review. It is not valid under treaty law. If you are uncertain, your council has cultivation law expertise that I'm confident will confirm my reading. Ren sat with this for a moment. He looked at the wall guards above, who were monitoring the territorial line where Ho Wenxiu and his cultivators had settled into the patient stillness of people who were not going anywhere. Ho Wenxiu is domain manifestation, Rin said. His force, plus the soldiers he has camped outside the corridor, represents a military capacity this city has not faced directly in 20 years. I understand, Liangshan said. Do you have anything that addresses that calculation from your side of the ledger? Liangshan reached into his inner robe and removed the seed. He did not activate it. He simply held it, and the seed's warmth, at 30% of the full pillar's output, in the compressed form it had been carrying since Wuling City, pulsed outward in its ambient field in the way it always did when he held it uncovered. 3 of the gate complex's nearby cultivators, guards and officers who had nothing to do with the Wei family or with cultivation pillar systems, lurched slightly in their stances as the seed's field touched their cultivation meridians. Not dramatically, not painfully, simply the specific sensation of a cultivation enhancement field encountering an active cultivator and immediately improving their qi circulation quality by approximately 20%. Commandant Ren watched his guards' involuntary reactions for a moment. That, he said, is the resonance pillar? That is the pillar seed, Liangshan said. The pillar itself is approximately 10 times stronger. I need a stable compound and 5 days to re-anchor it here. He paused. If you give me those 5 days, what Qingfeng Crossing's cultivators experience from that moment forward will not be what you're feeling from the seed right now. It will be substantially more. He held the seed for another moment, then returned it to his inner robe. I don't say this as a bribe. I say it as a description of the asset Ho Wenxiu is actually trying to acquire, and what it would mean for Qingfeng Crossing if it remained here instead. Ren looked at the gate wall above, where the territorial boundary held Ho Wenxiu's force at bay like a line drawn on paper that 20 cultivators in imperial armor were treating as if it were a wall of stone. File your resident paperwork today, Ren said. Full family, correct names. I'll have my council's cultivation law officer review the conscription order validity overnight. He turned toward the gate complex's administrative building. Find a compound. I'll have 3 potential properties identified by morning. A pause. And Wei Liangshan. Ho Wenxiu will attempt other approaches. He is a methodical man. He will try economic pressure, diplomatic channels, and possibly infiltration before he tries force again. He looked back. Be ready for all of it. I have been ready for all of it since before I arrived at your gate, Liangshan said. Ren almost smiled. It was the specific almost smile of someone told he will have an interesting problem and finds, against his better judgment, that interesting problems are what he is best at. And for the first time since entering the gate square, Liangshan thought, this city will hold. And now the question was what holding it would cost them. Liangshan watched Commandant Ren manage the situation from the inside. The precise language, the cultivated patience, the specific way he positioned himself between the Wei family and the administrative machinery that Ho Wenxiu had been deploying for months. This was a man shaped by decades of decisions about what to protect and what to release, and those decisions had made him harder and more specific than cultivation rank alone could account for. The question is not whether we stay, Liangshan said quietly to Elder Su, who had settled beside him against the inner gate wall while Commandant Ren handled the external communication. The question is what we owe for the staying. Elder Su considered this with the patience of an elder who had long ago learned that questions worth asking usually required time before answering. Commandant Ren did not open his gate as a transaction, he said eventually. He opened it as a choice. The difference matters. It mattered in the way that all distinctions between transaction and choice mattered. It changed the structure of what was owed and how it could be repaid. Liangshan filed this as something to address directly and soon, before the ambiguity accumulated into misunderstanding. Xiaoyin had found a position near the gate's secondary formation pillar, the large one, octagonal cross-section, running the gate's secondary ceiling array, and was examining it with the close attention she brought to formations that interested her professionally. Not touching, not activating, simply reading with her spirit sense and then reading with her eyes. Bao had noticed and positioned himself nearby, not to supervise but to be available if she reached conclusions she wanted to test against a second perspective. Commandant Ren returned from the wall communication with the expression of a man who had achieved what he intended without achieving everything he would have preferred. Ho Wenchu's people will maintain position at the territorial boundary for 3 days. Standard administrative window for a formal protest through prefectural authority, after which they are technically required to withdraw or escalate formally through continental channels. He paused. He will not escalate through continental channels. He does not have the standing for it after Muyang Town. What does he have standing for? Liangshan asked. Patience, Commandant Ren said. Which is, in my experience, the most dangerous resource an adversary can have. He met Liangshan's gaze directly. He will not go away. He will shift his approach. Coming inside my gate has not ended the problem. It has changed its shape. I want you to understand that clearly before we proceed. Liangshan had understood this before arriving. The point of Qingfeng Crossing was not that it ended Ho Wenchu's pursuit. It was that it gave the Wei family a stable position from which to do what came next. I understood that when I chose this city, he said. Good. The acknowledgement one professional extends to another upon discovering they have been thinking along the same lines. Then we begin with the actual situation rather than my explanation of it. He turned toward the inner courtyard passage. Come, I will show you the compound. Your formation specialist will want to examine it before you commit to the anchor work. The grid is built into the structure rather than overlaid, which creates installation complexities she will need to account for early rather than halfway through the process. And Liangshan thought. The question was not whether complications would arise, but which ones. Chapter 42. Inside Qingfeng Crossing. Qingfeng Crossing was a city that had organized itself around the specific logic of independence maintained over time. This was visible in the architecture, which had grown through layers rather than according to a single plan. The original trade route structures, practical and dense, overlaid with the cultivation council buildings that had been added when the city achieved city-state status 2 generations back, overlaid with the expanded residential districts that reflected the decades of immigration by people who wanted to live somewhere that did not have an imperial prefect telling them how to cultivate. The result was a city that felt lived in and deliberate simultaneously, every district reflecting both the need that had created it and the care of people who valued what they had built enough to maintain it. Liangshan filed the family's resident paperwork at the administrative building within 40 minutes of Commandant Ren's departure. The building's registration officer was a middle-aged woman with core formation cultivation and the specific efficiency of someone who processed a large volume of registrations daily and found this one noteworthy, but not surprising. Qingfeng had seen a steady stream of imperial-adjacent refugees over the years and had a developed registration process for families arriving under pressure. The family is registered, she said, pressing the formation seal to the documents. Resident status is effective immediately. The protection compact applies from this moment. She slid the documents back across the desk. The council will review the conscription validity challenge filed by Commandant Ren's office. Expected timeline for review, 3 to 5 days. She looked at the twins, who were standing behind Liangshan with their suppression armbands now removed. Bao had taken them off the moment they cleared the gate, citing charge depletion and the fact that they were now inside a jurisdiction where the family's cultivation was no longer a liability to advertise. Your children's cultivation signatures are already logged in the city's formation grid. Anyone attempting to harm them within city walls will trigger the protection compact's enforcement mechanism. She paused. The mechanism is not advisory. It is responsive. I understand, Liangshan said. Thank you. After the paperwork was complete, there was a specific type of moment that happened. Xiaoyin stopped at a flower stall. She bought one white lotus without deliberation, the transaction conducted with the directness of a woman who has known what she wanted since she saw it, and does not require the intermediary stage of considering alternatives. She carried it in her left hand as the family moved through the city toward the 3 compound properties that Ren's staff had flagged for their review. Xiaoyang walked beside her and said nothing about the flower for approximately 6 minutes, which was longer than Liangshan had expected, and then said, "You know flowers don't last." "They last long enough," Xiaoyin said. Xiaoyang considered this. Long enough for what? For the moment they're in. She held the lotus up briefly in the late afternoon light, the white petals catching it cleanly. Not everything needs to last past that. Xiaoyang was quiet again. Then, that's a very in-polarity perspective. Yes, she agreed. It is. Liangshan walked 3 steps ahead of them and listened to his children talk about flowers and persistence. and thought about the last month of compressed crisis and difficult decisions, and reflected on the fact that Xiaoyin had bought a white lotus at the first available opportunity after weeks of having no available opportunities, and thought that the observation told him something about his daughter that he was not certain he had known before, not something new about her character, but something about what her character required that had been suppressed by necessity and was now, in the first quiet moment, asserting itself. He filed this, the way he filed everything that was important enough to carry. The first compound Ren staff had identified was too large and too expensive for a family maintaining the low-profile approach that the current situation required. The second was too small, adequate for sleeping quarters, but without the formation workroom space that Bao required for the pillar re-anchoring work. The third was right, a middle-sized compound in the city's northwest quarter, walled, with a central courtyard large enough for the anchoring formation's geometry and rooms distributed in a layout that, Bao confirmed after a 15-minute survey, could be adapted to the resonance geometry with minimal structural adjustment. This one, Bao said. This one, Liangshan agreed. They paid 3 months' rent in advance from the spirit stone supply Lady Shin had brought, and moved in before the 6th bell of evening. And Auntie Pei began organizing the kitchen within 4 minutes of arrival, and the cook began assessing what the kitchen required, and the household began the specific, quiet, ordinary work of becoming present in a new place. The seed in Liangshan's pocket pulsed warmth in the courtyard's evening air, and above the compound the stars were coming out, and somewhere outside the city walls He Wenxiu was settling his cultivators into their siege positions with the patient efficiency that Commandant Ren had described and that Liangshan had already fully accounted for. 5 days. Then the pillar rose again, and with it, a visibility neither twin had planned for and could not now take back. Xiaoyin spent the first afternoon of the Qingfeng residency examining the compound's formation grid with the systematic attention she brought to work that would define the coming months. The grid was, as Commandant Ren had indicated, built into the structure, not installed on top of existing architecture, but grown through it over generations of modification, each layer reflecting the craftsperson who had added it, each addition solving a specific problem while creating adjacent ones that the next craftsperson would eventually address. She made notes in her cultivation journal, the same one she had been carrying since foundation tempering, now half filled with formation observations from a dozen cities and compound structures. By the evening of the first day, she had identified the modifications she would need to make and estimated the timeline. 7 days minimum, 12 if she discovered complications within the deeper structural layers. There will be complications, Bao said, reading her notes at the evening meal. There are always complications, Xiaoyin said. I have already accounted for 4 of them. Liangshan watched the city from the compound's upper observation platform while this exchange occurred below him. Qingfeng crossing at dusk had a quality that settled his thinking. The architecture of a city that had organized itself around independence maintained through practical measures, the cultivation formations visible to spirit sense as layered and specific rather than decorative. The merchant district still active in the hour before closing with the particular energy of commerce that had learned to function under sustained external pressure. This was the kind of city that produced Commandant Ren's, that shaped people toward the specific combination of patience and stubbornness that independence required over decades. He thought about what it meant to arrive here as a household asking for shelter and leave as something the city could define itself against or beside, and thought about which of those outcomes was better and which was achievable, and concluded that the aim was both. Elder Su found him on the observation platform as the city's lanterns came up along the main commercial avenue. The children are settled, he said, meaning the younger household members, Mei Ruohua's contingent, who had spent the road journey in varying states of stress and were now in beds for the first time in 11 days. Mei Ruohua is improving. The walking now extends to 2 unassisted circuits of the inner courtyard. 2 unassisted circuits meant the worst was likely past. Liangshan let himself feel this before filing it away. Good, he said. That is very good. She asked about your father, Elder Su said. Liangshan was quiet for a moment. He thought about Wei Sangjuan in the ancestral hall, stable but not recovering, the injury that had set all of this in motion still present in the background of every calculation the family made. What did you tell her, he asked. That he was at the ancestral hall, and that the hall was stable, and that we would return when the situation permitted. Elder Su paused. She accepted this. She understands something of the situation's shape even without the full briefing. She is, by nature, a person who works with what is available rather than mourning what is not. She has always been that way, Liangshan said. Since before any of this. Before my father's injury. It was always her quality. Yes, Elder Su said. Which is partly why the household has remained intact despite everything. He looked out over the city's evening lights for a long moment. The qualities people arrive with matter more than the cultivation they develop, in the end. Cultivation compounds what is already there. It does not replace it. He paused. We have good people, Liangshan. That matters, more than you might be giving it credit for right now. He said it as a strategic assessment rather than reassurance, and Liangshan received it as such, because that was the language they had both been speaking for months. And it was, Liangshan thought, the most useful language he had ever been taught. Chapter 43, The Local Cultivation Council. The Qingfeng Cultivation Council convened in a formal chamber that reflected the city's character. Built for functional governance rather than display, its walls hung with cultivation map records rather than decorative pieces, its seating arranged for working discussion rather than ceremony. 8 council members, ranked from core formation to Commandant Ren's sole ignition, sat around a rectangular table that had clearly been in use for decades without ever being replaced because the table worked and replacement would have been merely cosmetic. Liangshan presented the family's case for formal protection status on the morning of the second day, with Bao Tingji at his left and Elder Su at his right, and the twins standing behind them in the contained cultivation stillness they had developed over the weeks of careful public behavior. The presentation took 20 minutes. Liangshan described the Wei family's situation with the precision of a merchant preparing a contract. The facts, the supporting evidence, the legal basis for the council's jurisdiction, and the absence of any legal basis for the imperial conscription order under treaty law. He did not appeal to sympathy. He did not use the word injustice. He presented the documentation and let the documentation present its own case. The council was skeptical, not hostile. Qingfeng's cultivators were not sympathetic to imperial overreach as a matter of institutional culture, but skeptical in the way that institutions responsible for protecting their members' interests were skeptical of any claim that required them to directly antagonize an imperial officer with a domain manifestation rank and 50 soldiers. Head Counselor Tan Weiming, an elderly soul ignition cultivator with the deliberate presence of a strategist who had been conducting political calculations for longer than most of the other council members had been alive, asked the question the other counselors were working around. The pillar seed, he said. We have heard, from our own cultivators who were present at the gate yesterday, that it produces a detectable cultivation enhancement field. The enhancement was involuntary and significant, from a brief, unshielded exposure. He looked at Liangshan steadily. We would like to understand what we are being asked to protect before we formally commit to protecting it. Liangshan looked at Bao. Bao looked at the council, at the chamber's formation sensing apparatus that was active and running its standard monitoring, and made a decision that Liangshan recognized as the formation master's particular form of calculated risk, the decision to demonstrate rather than describe, with the precise control of a cultivator who has determined that the demonstration will produce a specific and manageable outcome. He removed the twin suppression bands. For 11 seconds, the twins' foundation tempering cultivation ran at full expression in the council chamber. 11 seconds of Xiaoyin's silver Yin current and Xiaoyang's gold Yang current meeting above the council table in the attenuated form of the pillar seed's ambient field. 11 seconds during which the 8 council members sat in a concentration of cultivation enhancement that the seed, even at 30% of the full pillar's output, in compressed form, after weeks of transit, delivered with the unconcerned generosity of a natural phenomenon that does not calibrate its output to the comfort level of its recipients. 3 council members' cultivation advanced a sub-level in those 11 seconds. Not a small sub-level, a meaningful sub-level, the kind that would normally require weeks of dedicated cultivation practice to achieve under normal training conditions. Bao replaced the suppression bands. The field dropped back to ambient. The council chamber was quiet for approximately 30 seconds. Full protection status, said the council member who had advanced the most noticeably. a core formation woman in her 60s who had the specific expression of someone who has just received something he had spent a long time working toward and is trying to determine whether to be grateful or suspicious. I move that we grant the Wei family full protection status under the compact. She paused. Seconded. For voices seconded. Head Counselor Tan Wei-Ming, who had not advanced to sub-level and who was looking at Liang Xun with the particular attention of a practitioner who has just watched a demonstration and is now re-evaluating his prior assessment of the demonstrator's sophistication, said, "The motion carries. Full protection status, effective immediately." He paused. "I would like to schedule a private meeting with you, Wei Liangqin. Not council business. Personal business." His voice had the quality of someone stating a price that they have already decided on, without the formality of calling it a price. "The day after tomorrow. At my residence. The second bell of afternoon. I'll be there," Liangqin said. As the council filed out, Elder Su stepped close to Liangqin and said, at a volume the retreating council members could not hear, "Tan Weiming wants the pillar's enhancement for his own advancement. He's approaching core formation ceiling. The protection he just granted you will cost something." "Yes," Liangqin said. "I know. That's why I said yes to his meeting." He watched the head counselor's retreating figure. "The protection is real even if the motivation behind it is self-interested. In cultivation politics, real protection offered for self-interested reasons is still real protection." He paused. "We need real protection right now more than we need pure motivations." Elder Su sat with this observation for a moment. "You've become more practical than you were 3 months ago," he said. "The road has been practical," Liangqin said. "I adapted." Elder Su said nothing for the first 40 minutes of the council demonstration. This was his specific technique in formal negotiation contexts, the silence that communicated he had formed his assessment and was waiting to see whether the other party's further speech would confirm or refine it. The council members, accustomed to being the ones who held silence as a negotiating tool, found themselves talking more than they had intended. The cultivation demonstration itself was straightforward, the twins' resonance pillar rising to its full 15-meter expression in the council chamber's inner courtyard, the silver and gold frequencies running clean against each other, Bao providing the technical commentary about synchronization rates and output stability that the formation specialist members wanted and that the others found reassuring simply by virtue of its specificity. Specific claims read as credibility regardless of whether the listeners could independently verify them. "The technique has been tested under active cultivation combat conditions," Bao said, consulting his notes with the manner of someone who did not require notes but used them to signal thoroughness. "At Muyang Town, at the river crossing south of Pingnan, at 3 separate interdiction attempts during the road journey here. Degradation under sustained hostile cultivation pressure was measurable but not critical. Recovery time from partial damage was faster each incident. The system develops resilience through use, not despite it." Counselor Chin Baksu, seated at the left edge of the council arc rather than integrated into its center, which was a spatial choice Liangqin noted and filed, asked the first pointed question. "The technique requires both twins' simultaneous presence. What happens in a combat context where the twins are separated?" "The range limitation is approximately 300 meters at current development," Liangqin said. "Inside that radius, the connection maintains through obstacles including formation barriers. Outside it, the technique degrades over approximately 4 to 6 minutes rather than immediately. Accurate and incomplete in equal measure. The specific combination he preferred when answering questions from people whose motivations he had not yet fully assessed." The council discussed the protection arrangement for another hour. The terms that emerged were functional from the Wei family's perspective. Compound use, access to city infrastructure, informal protection from the city's cultivation authority, in exchange for the household's participation in the city's cultivation defense structure in the event of direct attack. Not an arrangement of equals. Qingfeng Crossing was providing substantially more than the household was providing in return at this stage, but structured honestly enough that both parties could proceed without the accumulated resentment that came from imbalanced arrangements that pretended to be equal. After the formal portion ended, Liangqin found himself beside Counselor Yang Mei, the middle-aged woman who had asked the most technically sophisticated questions during the demonstration, the one who had pushed Bao hardest on the formation mechanics. "You tested Bao deliberately," Liangqin said. not adversarially. You wanted to see how he responded under technical pressure. She examined him with the expression of a professional who has been accurately read. I wanted to know if he understood what he was doing, she said. A formation specialist who deflects under technical questioning is a liability. One who engages is an asset. She paused. He engaged well. He always does, Liangshan said. Then you have already been fortunate in at least one thing, she said, and moved toward the reception table. And Liangshan filed this away as information about both Counselor Yang Mei and the council's internal dynamics. Because a council member who assessed people by how they performed under technical pressure was a council member with a particular kind of mind, and that kind of mind was worth understanding thoroughly, before it became important in the specific, costly way that important. Things became important in situations like this one. Chapter 44. Allies in Qingfeng head counselor Tan Weiming's residence was, unlike the council chamber, built for display as well as function. Not ostentatious. The display was of cultivation achievement rather than wealth. The walls hung with formation diagram originals rather than artwork. The cultivation atmosphere of the rooms reflecting decades of high-ranked practice in a space that had been specifically arranged to support it. The whole residence carried the ambient warmth of a soul ignition cultivator's long presence, which was its own kind of declaration. Tan received Liangshan in a study that had 3 bookshelves of cultivation texts and a formation workstation that had clearly been in active use very recently. The ink on the topmost diagrams was still slightly wet at the margin annotations. He was 73 years old and at the upper boundary of soul ignition rank, which was, as Liangshan had been briefed by Bao, a position of considerable frustration for a cultivator who had spent decades approaching the domain manifestation boundary and finding it resist. I'll be direct, Tan said. I don't do business through indirection when I don't have to. I appreciate that, Liangshan said. I want access to the pillar's enhancement field on a regular basis. Not indefinite access. Not the kind of structural access that would require formal contract or the council's involvement. A standing arrangement, my residence and the Wei compound share a walking distance. If the pillar operates at full output in your compound, I am within range of its ambient field. The benefit to my own cultivation is significant. He spoke to Liangshan with the directness of a leader who has calculated what she wants, determined it is achievable, and is now managing the transaction. In exchange, I provide the Wei family with the council's best protection, which is considerably more than the formal compact offers. I provide informal advance notice of anything that comes through the council's intelligence channels regarding Ho Wenshu's pressure campaign. And I provide, through my personal network, the political relationships that will be necessary when this situation escalates to the continental level, which it will. Liangshan sat with this for a moment. Tan was correct that it would escalate to the continental level. He had known this since before the valley. The pillar system was too significant, too visible, too attractive to too many different categories of powerful interest to remain a regional dispute. Ho Wenshu was the current immediate problem. But behind Ho Wenshu was the crown prince, and behind the crown prince was the emperor, and the emperor was the entity that Bao had named in the valley's first days as the most likely entry point in the heavenly ledger, the hollow emperor, whose nature and capabilities were still not fully understood. For that level of problem, Tan Weiming's network was genuinely useful. I accept your arrangement, Liangshan said. On one condition, everything you share with me from the intelligence channels, you share completely. If you filter it before I receive it, the arrangement ends. I need the full picture, not the picture that serves your assessment of what I should know. Tan looked at him. That's a bold condition. It's the necessary one, Liangshan said. I've made every significant error in the last 3 months from incomplete information. I don't intend to make the same class of error in the next 3 months. He met the counselor's eyes. Complete information or no arrangement. Your choice. Tan was quiet for a moment. Then, complete information, he said. You have my word on it, which in this city is a formation contract equivalent. He extended his hand in the palm-up gesture that Elder Su had told Liangshan was the Qingfeng City Compact's form of oath exchange. We have an arrangement. Liangshan placed his palm over Tan's. The formation compact sealed itself with the specific quality of qi that soul ignition oath exchanges produced, warm, certain, binding in the way that cultivation-backed promises were binding when both parties were willing. On the walk back to the compound, Elder Su said. He's using you. Yes, Liangshan said. And you're accepting it. He's using me for cultivation advancement. I'm using him for continental political protection. He walked in silence for a moment. The arrangement serves both of us. The fact that it serves him doesn't make it stop serving us. He paused. What concerns me is not that Tan Weiming has self-interested motivations. What concerns me is whether his self-interested motivations remain aligned with the family's survival for long enough to matter. He looked at the compound's gate, now visible ahead. That's the thing to watch. I've been watching it since before you had the meeting, Elder Su said, with the tone he used when he was confirming that his surveillance had been running while the primary conversation was occurring. I know, Liangshan said. That's why I didn't watch it myself, which means we continue exactly as though the surveillance was never running, and let him believe the advantage is still his. Tan Weiming poured the tea himself, a deliberate signal, in a residence with evident household staff, that this conversation was being treated as private even within a formal setting. Liangshan accepted the cup and read the signal correctly and adjusted his register accordingly. Qingfeng Crossing has maintained independence for 63 years, Tan Weiming said. In that time we have been besieged 3 times, pressured economically 11 times, and subject to cultivation authority interference 7 times. We have survived all of it by being more useful to regional stability than we are worth as an imperial acquisition. He set his own cup down. The Tao Alliance's expansion northward changes that calculation in ways that make a city-state our size more vulnerable than we have been since the Second Siege. I want you to understand this before we discuss any arrangement. Liangshan listened with full attention. Tan Weiming was telling him the city's vulnerability because he wanted the Wei family to understand what they were sheltering inside, and because understanding it would affect how the Wei family made decisions about what to offer and how long to stay. This was the communication style of someone who preferred his allies to be fully informed rather than comfortable. The alliance's expansion northward puts Qingfeng within their projected administrative boundary in approximately 3 years, Liangshan said. Longer if independent city-states resist systematically. Shorter if they do not. 2 to 4 years, depending on how hard the alliance pushes and whether the Northern Cultivation Councils unify against them, Tan Weiming agreed. Your presence changes that timeline. Not dramatically. A family household, even one with your demonstrated capability, is not a standing army. But this technique is an asset the Tao Alliance cannot acquire easily and will not want deployed against them. That makes you valuable to us. It also makes you a further target for them, which you already are. We are already a target for the Crown Prince's administrative network, Liangshan said. Adding the Tao Alliance changes the quantity of opposition, not the quality of the problem. The quality of the problem is already significant, Tan Weiming said, with the tone of a man making certain his ally was not understating their situation. I understand that. I am structuring it, not minimizing it. 2 separate threat sources with partially overlapping interests, the Crown Prince's administration and Shun Beihong's Tao Alliance. They may coordinate. They may not. Their interests diverge in ways I intend to use. He met Tan Weiming's eyes directly. Helping us is not a neutral position for Qingfeng Crossing. It puts this city more firmly against both those powers than you were before we arrived. Tan Weiming was still for a moment. The particular silence of a leader who appreciated being spoken to directly and was deciding how to respond in kind. We were already in their administrative sites before you arrived, he said finally. Your presence gives us a reason to resist that is more concrete than principle. He picked up his tea. I prefer concrete reasons. They are easier to explain to the council. Liangshan thought about this city and this man and the 63 years of independence behind both, and considered what it meant to be the Wei family. Newly arrived, still incomplete, still building. Sitting at the table of a governance structure that had survived what they were facing and expected to survive it again. The difference in scale was real. The difference in kind was smaller than it appeared. We will not stay forever, Liangshan said. This is not our permanent base. We have a home to return to. I know, Tan Weiming said, which is partly why I trust this arrangement. People who plan to stay forever make certain kinds of decisions. People who plan to leave make different ones. I prefer the latter. They are more careful about the ground they stand on. He stood. Also, your formation specialist will want access to the city's archive formation records. I will arrange authorization today. The construction plans go back 40 years and will help with the anchor work. He paused. Use Qingfeng Crossing as a foundation, Wei Liangshan. That is what it is for. And you, so far, seem to understand what you are standing on. Chapter 45. Ho Wenshu's Siege Strategy. Ho Wenshu's siege was systematic. It began with the merchant contacts. 3 days after the Wei family's arrival, the tea merchants in Qingfeng Crossing's commercial district began receiving notices from their imperial administrative contacts. Any commercial relationship with the Wei family or its known associates would be logged as a matter of imperial cultivation regulation interest. The notices did not specify consequences. They did not need to. The specific quality of imperial administrative interest in the cultivation world was self-executing. Merchants who valued their licenses and their supply chains withdrew quietly from any contact that might attract it. By the end of the week, 5 of the 6 local merchants who had expressed initial interest in the Lin Caravan's tea goods had declined to complete their transactions. The 6th, a stubborn woman named Merchant Dao Lihua, who had been in the Qingfeng trade community for 40 years and who had developed a personal policy of refusing to respond to imperial administrative pressure as a matter of professional principle, continued her transaction and increased her order by 20%. Administrative pressure, she told Liangshan when he thanked her, is what powerful interests use when they don't have enough legal force to do what they actually want. If they had enough legal force, they would use it instead of sending notices. She signed the trade document with the finality of a leader who has made a calculation and is done with the calculation. The fact that they're sending notices means they don't have the force, which means the notices are worth approximately what you paid for them. Liangshan filed Merchant Dao Lihua's name in his mental register of genuine assets. The economic pressure was the first wave. The diplomatic wave arrived in the following week. A formal challenge to Qingfeng's protection order, filed through the Continental Cultivation Governance Administrative Channel, citing 16 specific treaty provisions that Ho Wenshu's legal staff had identified as potentially relevant to the Wei family's conscription order. The challenges were professional and thorough, the product of an imperial administrative apparatus that had been refining its approaches to independent jurisdiction pressure for generations. Commandant Ren's council mounted their own legal response, which Tan Weiming, having been briefed on the family's situation in full, coordinated with considerable expertise. The challenge and response cycle would continue for months. That was its purpose, from Ho Wenshu's perspective, not to win quickly, but to occupy Qingfeng's administrative attention and resources, to create a continuous drain of energy that would eventually convince the city that the household was more trouble than it was worth. Tan Weiming had, when briefing Liangshan on the strategy, been characteristically direct. He's not trying to win the legal argument. He's trying to exhaust the city's willingness to maintain the argument. Qingfeng has held its position against imperial pressure before, but both previous times the pressure lasted less than 8 months. Ho Wenshu knows our institutional endurance from those precedents. He's planning to exceed it. How much time do we have before the city's willingness starts to erode? Liangshan asked. 8 to 10 months, if no additional pressure vectors develop. Less if the economic pressure impacts the city's revenue significantly. More if we can demonstrate that maintaining the Wei family's protection produces more value than losing its saves. Ten had looked at Liangshan steadily. The pillar's full re-establishment is the most important event in that calculation. Once the pillar operates at full output within the city, Qingfeng's cultivators advance at a rate that no other city in this region can match. That advancement rate is economic value and political capital simultaneously. He paused. Re-anchor your pillar. Do it as visibly as you reasonably can without provoking Ho Wenshu into attempting something reckless. Make the city's cultivators feel what they will lose if you leave. He folded his hands. Make yourself indispensable. Liangshan walked home from that meeting and told Bao. Accelerate the anchoring timeline. 3 days, Bao said. Make it 2. Bao looked at his formation notes, then at the compound's courtyard, then at the notes again. 2.5, he said. That's the actual minimum. 2.5, Liangshan agreed. Starting now, before he figures out what we are actually building here. The merchant pressure escalated on the 4th day of the residency. Liangshan learned of it from 3 sources simultaneously. Shui Linglan's intelligence network, which had been active in the commercial district since the 2nd day without announcement. a direct report from a tea merchant who had traded with the Wei family's contacts in Liu province and felt morally obligated to pass along what was being said to him, and Commandant Ren's administrative briefing, which arrived by message stone with the spare phrasing of an administrator who had seen this particular tactic before. He is cutting supply lines methodically, Bao said, examining the combined reports. Tea merchants first, most numerous, easiest to pressure without triggering formal commercial interference complaints. Then the fabric suppliers. Then, and this is the sensitive point, the spiritual material traders. If he succeeds with the spiritual material traders, our anchor work timeline extends by 3 weeks minimum. He will not succeed, Xiaoyin said, not looking up from the formation diagram she was revising. The spiritual material traders operate under a 3-city compact with Qingfeng Crossing that predates the current council by 11 years. Breaking it would require imperial-level administrative authority outside the prefectural boundary, which Hou Wenshu does not have. He has 12 people stationed at the boundary, Bao said. People who could be repositioned to individual supply routes. People who would then be visible as the specific cultivators who disrupted 3-city trade compact routes, Xiaoyin said. Visible in ways that Ten Weiming's administrative network would document in detail. He is not ready to be that visible. He has tried to destroy us quietly twice and failed. A third quiet attempt is the only option that does not cost him more than it gains. Liangshan listened to this exchange with the specific attention he gave to conversations where the participants were reasoning from expertise he did not fully share, noting where their confidence was highest and where it was assumption rather than analysis. Bao was right that the spiritual material supply was the sensitive point. Xiaoyin was right that Hou Wenshu's constraints were real. Both were working from accurate information and arriving at conclusions that were probably correct but contained margins he needed to account for. We prepare for the scenario where he finds a workaround, Liangshan said. Specifically, what are our material reserves, and what do we substitute if the supply breaks? Bao ran through the inventory with systematic clarity. The short version, they had enough for Xiaoyin's anchor work with a 12-day buffer, sufficient if the original timeline held. If complications arose, and Xiaoyin had already flagged that complications were likely, the buffer shrank to 4 days. 4 days was not comfortable margin. We source from a second supplier in parallel, Liangshan decided. Independent of the Qingfeng Compact. Commandant Ren will have contacts in the Eastern Supply Network. I will ask him this afternoon. Commandant Ren had exactly the contacts Liangshan had expected, because a commandant who had survived 3 sieges had learned to maintain redundant supply relationships as basic precaution, and agreed to introduce Bao to the Eastern Trader Network by evening. Hou Wenshu will notice the parallel sourcing, Commandant Ren observed. Let him, Liangshan said. He will spend resources pressuring 2 supply chains instead of 1. Less resource for everything else he is running. He paused. I want him occupied with management. Occupied adversaries make calculation errors, and every error he makes narrows the gap between what he believes our position is and what our position actually is. He thought about Hou Wenshu sitting somewhere outside this city running numbers about how long patience cost compared to what waiting would eventually give him, and thought, the correct response to an adversary with patience is to ensure that waiting costs more than he has calculated, and that when the error finally surfaced, it surfaced at a moment of his choosing rather than theirs. Chapter 46. Full pillar re-establishment. The re-anchoring took 2 days and 17 hours. Bao slept 4 hours during that window. He ate at the formation workstation without interrupting his calculation work. On the morning of the 2nd day, he consumed his 5th pot of strong tea, wiped the formation compass lens for the 14th time, and told Liangshan, the alignment is ready. The reconstitution sequence required the same elements as the valley. Twins at the center, Liangshan feeding the seed's energy through the anchoring formation's receiving arc, Elder Su holding the outer boundary. But the compound's geometry was different from the valley, and the city's ambient qi was different from the forests, and the formation had to account for both. Bao had accounted for both. The pillar rose at the 11th bell of morning on the 3rd day. It rose differently than it had in the valley, because the compound's courtyard was smaller and the city's formation grid received the pillar's field with the specific filtering effect of an established cultivation environment. The column was 45 meters tall, 5 meters above the valley's height. because the compound's stone walls provided a more stable base than the valley's earth, and its light was contained within the city's formation grid in the way that Qingfeng's cultivators were immediately aware of its presence and its character and its quality. But the light itself did not flare above the city's roofline in a way that would be visible to external observers. Inside the city, every cultivator within the pillar's field range, approximately half a mile in the compound's direction, the full output range of the pillar rather than the seed, felt the field activate with the immediate, undeniable clarity of a cultivation resource that had no equivalent in their prior experience. Within the first hour of the pillar's operation at full output, Qingfeng's Cultivation Council's duty officer reported 27 spontaneous cultivation advancement events among the city's registered cultivators. Not minor events, genuine advancements, the kind that would have required weeks of dedicated training under any condition other than full pillar exposure. Commandant Ren sent a message to Liangshan's compound that evening. It said, "Whatever you need, whatever we can provide, anything." Liangshan wrote back, "Your city's patience and your gate's integrity. That's all we ask." Inside the compound, Mei Ruohua had been sitting in the courtyard since the pillar rose, in the formation's primary resonance zone, her cultivation running with the steady focused attention of a specialist who has been waiting for this exact resource and knows precisely what to do with it. Her meridians were 60% healed, functional for qi vein opening's full expression, approaching the boundary of foundation tempering's earliest stages. The pillar's full output was washing over her with the specific quality of a tool used for its intended purpose, and the healing progress over the first evening of full pillar exposure exceeded the previous 2 weeks of seed-supported advancement combined. She was not wearing the expression she had worn when she took the 10 steps in the valley. She was wearing the expression of someone who is in the middle of work, focused, present, not done. The 10 steps had been a milestone. This was the road. Liangshan sat with her in the courtyard until the 6th bell of evening. Not cultivating, just present. He had learned, over the years of her recovery, that presence in silence had a different kind of value than presence with words, and that there were moments when the correct offering was simply the fact of being there. At the 6th bell, she opened her eyes and regarded him with the assessment she used when she had been working intensively and was taking a calibration break. "Foundation tempering is closer than I expected," she said. "The pillar at full output is considerably different from the seed. I can feel the difference in how the meridian healing is processing." "How long?" she considered. "Bao can calculate it better, but my own estimate is 3 to 4 weeks. She paused. "Maybe less." A pause. "The ice vein is expressing itself more clearly under full pillar conditions. It's complementary to Xiaoyin's yin polarity in a way I didn't fully understand until now. The pillar is doing something with the combination that produces a secondary resonance layer I can feel but can't fully describe." She looked at the pillar above them. "Whatever it is, it's accelerating everything." "Tell Bao," Liangshan said. "He'll want to know about the secondary resonance layer." "I already did," she said. "He's been making notes about it since the pillar came up. He says it's a previously unobserved property of the yin polarity family formation when a natural ice vein constitution is present in the formation's outer ring." She paused. He said, "unobserved," with the specific tone he uses for things that are very exciting. Liangshan looked at the pillar above them and thought about unobserved properties that were very exciting, and about the accumulation of them over the months since the children's awakening, and about the fact that every unobserved property that revealed itself had so far been in their favor. He was cautious enough to not allow himself to find this reassuring without qualification, and cautious enough to know that the next unobserved property might not be in their favor. On the morning of the second anchor day, while Bao's calculations were running and Xiaoyin was handling the eastern quadrant of the installation, Liangshan sat in the formation workroom and reviewed every piece of intelligence they had accumulated about Ho Wenxiu since the river crossing. The picture that emerged was specific and, in certain ways, more useful than the one he had held while they were running. Ho Wenxiu was a prefect class administrator who had advanced through cultivation to soul ignition and then stopped, not from incapacity, but because the administrative role that gave him his actual power did not require further advancement. His cultivation was genuine, but functional rather than developmental. He used it as a tool the way a craftsperson uses a good chisel, precisely, without sentiment about what it was, replacing it when a better one became available. Administrative logic said, apply pressure until the target yields or is destroyed. Administrative logic said, the goal is resolution, not the specific method. Administrative logic said, if one approach fails, find another approach, and never allow a setback to become a defeat through the error of treating it as one. This was a more resilient kind of adversary than a cultivator who identified personally with their power. A cultivator whose ego was invested in their cultivation level would take a loss as an attack on their identity and might overreach in response. Ho Wenxu would simply adjust. Understanding the specific direction of each adjustment was the work. The pillar returned to full expression at the 22nd hour of the anchor work, without ceremony, one moment partial, the next whole, the silver-gold frequencies running clean in the formation grid with a specific resonance that meant full synchronization. Xiaoyin sent a message stone from the eastern installation point. Stable. Testing compression now. The compression test took 4 hours. 3 cycles of pillar to seed form and back. On the 4th cycle, something in the grid interaction shifted. Not wrong, but different, and Bao dropped everything else to investigate, because different information work was either a development or a problem, and both required immediate attention. It was a development. The interaction between the pillar's seed form and the compound's formation grid had created a reinforcement effect. The grid was amplifying the seed's holding structure in a way that extended stability duration from the previous 4-day maximum to something Bao estimated at 7 to 9 days, with the caveat that the estimate depended on grid conditions they had not fully mapped. This is a function of the grid being grown through the structure rather than overlaid on it, Xiaoyin said, reading his calculations when he brought them to her. The seed treats the grid as a cultivation environment rather than an external container. Different physics than what we have worked with before. She made notes in her journal. I want to test the limit. If we can extend stability to 2 weeks, the tactical implications change significantly. After the anchor work is complete, Bao said. Of course, Xiaoyin said. With the tone of a formation specialist who was already planning the test, she had agreed to postpone. Liangshan learned of this development from Bao's evening report and spent an hour thinking about what it meant. A seed that held for 2 weeks, in an environment that reinforced it. That was the difference between a technique useful for short deployments and a technique useful for extended strategic positioning. If the compound grid was doing this, other cultivated environments might produce similar effects. Sect formations, natural cultivation sites, locations the pillar's resonance simply found compatible in ways they had not yet explored. They had been thinking of the seed as a degraded form of the pillar. It was worth asking whether that framing was complete, or whether the seed was something more specific and capable that required different thinking to understand properly. And if so, what else about the technique were they still misunderstanding? Chapter 47. The Twins' Mastery. The veil burst technique, when run at foundation tempering against a stationary target formation on the morning of the 5th day in the Qingfeng compound, produced an output that caused Bao to set down his tea and pick up his compass with the specific rapidity he reserved for events that exceeded his existing calculation parameters. That was the formation's 3rd structural layer, he said, studying his compass readings. The veil burst disrupted the 3rd structural layer of a foundation tempering test formation. The 3rd structural layer is significantly more resistant than the first 2. He looked at the twins. How long have you been running this technique at this output level? Since the gorge, Xiaoyang said. We developed the amplification linkage during the river transit. The output has been increasing as our synchronization baseline increases. He had his hands on his hips in the posture he used when he was reporting technical cultivation data and finding the numbers satisfying. At 83% baseline synchronization, the technique's output scales approximately linearly with the synchronization level. At 85, we project a further 20% improvement. He paused. At 90%, don't project past 90, Bao said. The mathematics at 90% synchronization or above involve the resonance absolute threshold, and the resonance absolute is currently theoretical. Projecting from theoretical is how you arrive at conclusions that are not actually supported by the data. He made additional compass readings. Let's work with what we know. What they knew, as Liangshan had been documenting since the gorge, was this. The veil burst technique at the twins' current foundation tempering rank, with 83% harmonic core synchronization could reliably disrupt any cultivation technique below core formation and significantly impair techniques at core formation rank. It could slow soul ignition cultivation by approximately 30%. It had not been tested against domain manifestation, and Liangchen had no intention of testing it against domain manifestation until he understood better what the outcome would be. Beyond veil burst, the twins had developed secondary techniques that had emerged organically from their training rather than from deliberate design. Xiaoyin had refined the Yin veil into a precision instrument, a zone of cold qi suppression that she could maintain for up to 3 minutes, within a radius of approximately 10 meters, that slowed any non-Yin cultivation technique inside it by approximately 40%. This was a defensive application primarily, though it had obvious offensive uses in combination with Xiaoyang's techniques. Xiaoyang's Yang burst had developed into something more complex than its original form. Less a straightforward energy release and more a shaped charge, its output direction and width adjustable through the specific training he had been doing with the formation tests. He could produce a concentrated Yang burst with a 5-degree spread angle that carried enough focused energy to disrupt a core formation cultivator's technique from 30 meters. Veil then burst, Xiaoyin said, demonstrating the sequential activation timing on a test formation Bao had erected in the courtyard. The Yin veil slowed the formation's internal qi circulation. Half a second later, Xiaoyang's Yang burst hit the already slowed cultivation mechanism with the compounded effect of disruption against a target operating at reduced capacity. The test formation collapsed entirely. Bao made another note. Sequential activation window of 0.3 seconds is the current optimum, he said. Tighter produces interference between the two techniques. Looser loses the compound disruption effect. He met Liangchen's eyes directly. If I were designing tactics for a family formation combat engagement, I would build everything around this 2-person sequence. Xiaoyin opens, Xiaoyang closes. You and Elder Su hold the center while they work the flanks. He paused. It requires the twins to operate at distance from you, which creates a harmonic core tension at the current 300-meter safe separation radius. Can we extend the safe separation radius? Liangchen asked. The radius increases as the twins advance in rank, Bao said. At core formation, which, at the current advancement rate, is approximately 6 to 8 weeks away, the safe separation radius is estimated to increase to 500 meters. That significantly improves tactical deployment flexibility. He closed his notebook. In the meantime, the family operates within 300 meters, and the twins take flanking positions within that constraint. Liangchen looked at his children, his son and daughter standing in the compound's morning light, their foundation tempering cultivation running in the easy, practiced quality of people who have internalized their techniques to the point where the technique is no longer something they do but something they are, and thought about everything that was coming, and thought about what they had become, and thought, not ready for all of it, but further along than anyone who had seen them 3 months ago could have predicted, which was the only position the work had ever asked of them. And the Hollow Emperor's message, when it came, would ask something the work had not yet prepared them for. The training session that morning lasted 6 hours. Not because the veil burst required 6 hours. The technique had been mastered in the technical sense, the full sequence running clean from activation through detonation without the hesitation points that had characterized the early attempts. The 6 hours were for refinement, for the specific kind of mastery that comes from running a technique so many times that the variations become visible, the edge cases surface, the failure modes reveal themselves in controlled conditions before they reveal themselves in the conditions that matter. Bao observed from the compound wall with his compass and notation journal, calling measurements after each run with the detached efficiency of someone documenting a system. Elder Su was present at the wall's south end, watching with the cultivation veteran's eye for things instruments would not catch, the body language of cultivation under pressure, the micro-expressions that preceded synchronization errors, the breathing patterns that indicated whether a practitioner was managing their energy well or burning through it faster than advisable. At the 4th hour, Xiaoyin encountered the failure mode they had not yet mapped. The trigger was a wind shift, the kind that changed ambient cultivation pressure on the compound's eastern side by a small but measurable amount. It interacted with the veil burst's Yin expansion phase in a way that introduced a half-breath hesitation. The Yang compression phase, running on its own timing, arrived out of sequence. The result was not catastrophic. The technique discharged without full amplification rather than misfiring entirely, but it was wrong, and both twins felt it simultaneously and stopped. The Yin expansion phase is wind pressure sensitive, Xiaoyin said, breathing carefully to center herself. Not injured, but a cultivation mismatch of that kind left residual sensation in the meridians that required management. Not significantly, but in the ambient shift range we just experienced, which is a normal weather range, the timing window narrows by half a count. Compensation method? Liangchen asked. I advance my initiation sequence by half a count when I detect the wind pressure shift. The Yang phase stays constant, the Yin phase adjusts to it. She met his eyes steadily. I can do this reliably. I need practice to make it reflex rather than calculation. 60 more runs, Liangchen said. With wind shift simulation. They ran 60 more runs. By the session's end, Xiaoyin had the adjustment reliable in moderate wind conditions. High wind conditions were a problem for a separate session. Liangchen sat against the courtyard wall afterward and spent 10 minutes in deliberate stillness. The practice he had developed over the last several months. The pause after training to let the body's assessment of itself stabilize before the mind ran its review. 10 minutes of actual silence. No planning, no analysis. Just the physical information of how he felt and what it said about his cultivation's current state. What it said was, he was substantially stronger than he had been at the river crossing. Soul ignition had opened cultivator perception expansion, the ability to read cultivation situations at a distance, to sense the quality of an opponent's technique before it fully manifested. Not power, exactly, but the comprehension of ground. The territory of engagement had become legible in ways it had not been before. He thought about the gap between where he stood and where the hollow emperor existed, void crossing, possibly higher, in a cultivation realm he could not yet fully perceive. He thought about gaps closing through work and time, and that both were available to him in different amounts, and that the question was whether the available time was sufficient for the necessary work, and concluded that the only way to answer that question was to keep working and find out. Chapter 48. Soul Ignition Breakthrough. The breakthrough took 3 days. Liangchen had not planned for it to take 3 days. He had entered the cultivation session with the intention of a focused, intensive advancement push, the kind of session, lasting 8 to 12 hours, that meridian expansion cultivators undertook when they were approaching the soul ignition boundary and had accumulated sufficient qi reserves for a breakthrough attempt. The session began at the second bell of morning on a day when Qingfeng Crossing's weather was clear and cold, and the pillar was running at its most efficient output of the entire compound residency. It did not complete at 12 hours. At 12 hours, he was still at meridian expansion's final boundary. The qi reserves he had built over weeks of full pillar conditions pushing against the soul ignition threshold with the particular force applied to a door that was not yet ready to open. He could feel the threshold. He could feel the distance. The distance was not zero. He kept going. By the end of the first day, Bao had modified the compound's formation geometry to concentrate the pillar's full output on the cultivation session's location. Elder Su had stationed himself at the session's perimeter to monitor for external threats, not because a threat was expected, but because a 3-day breakthrough attempt produced vulnerability windows, and Elder Su treated vulnerability windows as training opportunities for his perception. The twins ran their calibration forms in extended shifts, maintaining maximum harmonic core synchronization to push the seed's field efficiency as high as the compound's formation geometry allowed. This was not something Liangchen had asked for. He had not needed to ask. At the midpoint of the second day, Mei Ruohua brought tea to the session's outer boundary and left it without interrupting the cultivation state. The gesture contained the 11 years of married life that had produced it. She knew what he needed, which was the tea, and what he did not need, which was any additional information about the tea or any social transaction around it. He became aware of the tea through the cultivation state's attenuated sensory channel at approximately the 48th hour. He did not drink it then. He was aware of it as a presence, warm, attentive, exactly what was needed without being asked. The breakthrough happened at the 52nd hour. Soul ignition was, in the cultivation rank progression, the transition at which the spiritual soul fused with cultivated qi to produce a unified cultivation state that was qualitatively different from what had existed before. The transition was, according to every text Liangshan had read and every description Elder Su had provided, unmistakable when it occurred. Not a gradual crossing but a threshold event. A single moment of fusion that was experienced as either nothing or everything, depending on the cultivator's preparation. He experienced it as everything. For approximately 4 seconds, he was aware of every chi pathway in every person linked to the pillar within the compound. Not as abstract information, but as direct experience. Xiaoying's yin current cycling in its precise silver rhythm. Xiaoyang's yang warmth, a constant gold presence. Bao's formation-modified core formation running in the layered efficiency of a cultivator who has spent years optimizing his technique. Elder Su's domain manifestation, like weather, vast and stable. Mei Ruohua's meridians, healing at the accelerated rate the pillar had been producing. Not yet at foundation tempering, but not far. Not far at all. The pillar's output tripled. Not from the pillar's formal structure changing. From Liangshan's own cultivation breakthrough propagating through the pillar's resonance field. His soul ignition adding its specific frequency to the formation's output in the way that each ranked cultivator's advancement contributed to the pillar's overall power level. The tripling was not metaphorical. Bao's compass registered the output increase in real time and set down the compass when the reading exceeded the scale he had calibrated it for. Mei Ruohua advanced to foundation tempering that evening. She was in the courtyard when it happened, sitting in the formation's northern resonance zone. Her cultivation running the qi vein opening third stage technique she had been practicing, and then the technique ran at foundation tempering level instead because her meridians, at 68% healing and with the tripled pillar output driving the remaining repair at a rate that compressed weeks into hours, completed their preliminary crystallization and her cultivation crossed the boundary. She sat in the courtyard for a moment after it happened, understanding what had happened, with the expression of a practitioner who has been working towards something for a very long time and has arrived, and is taking the first moment to hold that fact. Then she looked for Liangshan. He was at the session's outer boundary, on his feet for the first time in 52 hours, somewhat unsteady in the specific way of a person whose physical cultivation foundation has just reorganized itself at a rank advancement event. He was looking at her from across the courtyard with the expression he had worn when she took the 10 steps in the valley. Not quite the same expression, because this was different from 10 steps. This was foundation tempering. This was the first cultivation rank she had ever achieved despite 3 years of injury and 3 months of the pillar's rebuilding work, but the same quality of expression. She walked to him. Not 10 steps. The full width of the courtyard. He caught her hands when she reached him and said nothing for a moment, and then said, "First rank." And she laughed with the specific laugh that he had not heard in 3 years, and that sounded, in the compound's evening air, like something that had been waiting for exactly this moment to return. Lady Xin Yueqing, who had maintained a diplomatic distance from all emotionally significant family events since the Muyang town corridor, appeared from the kitchen building with a bottle of aged yellow wine that she had been keeping in her traveling supplies for a circumstance of exactly this specific type. She set the bottle on the courtyard table and produced 4 cups from somewhere and said, this seemed like the right moment. And the family, those of them who drank wine, which was most of them, drank. The breakthrough itself was quiet, which surprised those who witnessed it. Breakthroughs at meridian expansion and below tended toward visible external manifestation, cultivation light, atmospheric pressure shifts, formation grid readings that spiked in ways Bao had learned to flag immediately. Soul ignition breakthroughs, Liangshan learned from the experience of having one, were different. The main event was interior. What happened inside the cultivation core during those 3 days was a structural reorganization so fundamental that the external display, the golden light that filled the workroom, and the atmospheric pressure shift that Elder Su noted from across the compound, was, by the measure of what it represented, understated. What changed most significantly? The spiritual sense expanded from a cultivation tool to something closer to an additional sensory faculty. Before soul ignition, Liangshan had perceived cultivation presences as external data, information about the environment he processed alongside sight and sound. After, the cultivation sense was integrated, ambient, always running. Reading the cultivation ecology of whatever space, he occupied the way the nose reads ambient air without being asked. What also changed? The connection to Xiaoyin's cultivation became clearer and more specific. Not closer, it had always been close. Always the constant background resonance of her cultivation running alongside his own. But now he could read it with more resolution. He could sense, without looking, what stage of her cultivation cycle she was in, whether her meridian flow was running clean or encountering resistance, the quality of her focus when she was working on a problem that genuinely interested her versus one that merely needed to be solved. She appeared at the workroom threshold and said, "You are perceiving me differently. Your cultivation is more legible to me now," he said. The soul ignition expansion. I read cultivation the way I read expressions. She considered this. Can you read mine right now? Full flow, clean circulation, mild elevated focus. A formation problem you are working through while standing here. The same problem you were running when I went into the session 3 days ago. You did not stop working while I was unavailable. It was an interesting problem, she said, without apology. Your 3 days gave me time to work it through properly. She came in and sat across from him. The grid's anchor work has a resonance harmonic I had not accounted for in my original calculation. Not a problem for the anchor itself, but it creates an opportunity for a secondary formation layer I would like to build when the primary work is complete. Is this your way of responding to what just happened? He asked. The formation problem is more concrete than anything I could say about what your breakthrough means, she said. You know what it means. We both know. There is no useful version of me describing things you are already feeling more clearly than I can describe them. She met his eyes with the steadiness she brought to anything she took seriously. What I can do is keep the compound grid optimized so you have the best possible environment to develop what you just became. That is the more useful contribution. Mei Ruahua's voice came from the courtyard, careful and hopeful. Is he done? Can we come in? He is done, Xiaoyin called back. Come in. The household came in. Elder Su first, then Bao with his compass still in hand from the monitoring he had been running throughout. Then Mei Ruohua, moving with the careful independence of someone whose walking had recently become reliable again. Then the younger household members in a quiet group. Grandma Zhou was last, carrying a bottle she had apparently been holding in reserve for exactly this moment. And she set it on the workroom table with the deliberate placement of a woman who had lived long enough to know that the moments worth marking should be marked completely, without qualification, before moving on to what came next, and tonight. What came next was the question of what soul ignition changed, and whether they were ready for what the change was about to ask of them. Chapter 49, Betrayal. The council mole. The mole's name was Counselor Chen Boxu, and he had been on Ho Wenxu's administrative payroll for 11 months. Shui Linglan discovered this by doing something that she had not been asked to do and had not announced she was doing. Developing a friendship with the Cultivation Council's record keeper. The record keeper was a woman named Paima, perhaps 35 years old, core formation rank, who maintained the council's formation and cultivation records with the meticulous attention of someone who found her work genuinely satisfying and did not distinguish between records that were politically sensitive and records that were not. Because a record was a record and the record-keeping standard did not change based on the record's content. Paima was the kind of person who found Shui Linglan's precise, attentive quality immediately recognizable as the quality of someone who understood careful work, and their friendship developed with the natural ease of two people who had found a genuine compatible register. At the end of the second week of the Wei family's Qingfeng residency, Paima mentioned, not as intelligence, just as conversation, that she had noticed an anomaly in the communication logs from Counselor Chen Boxu's formation station. A transmitted formation package, addressed through an unusual routing chain that Paima had only noticed because the routing chain used a configuration she had seen once before in a different context that had turned out, on review, to be an intelligence relay format. She mentioned this to Shui Linglan because she mentioned most things to Shui Linglan. Shui Linglan listened. She asked 2 questions, both framed as casual conversational curiosity. She brought the information to Lianchun that evening with the specific economy of language she used when she was reporting something she had confirmed to her own standards. Counselor Chen Boxu has been using a Qingfeng Council communication formation to transmit to an intelligence relay that routes through an Imperial Administrative Post 40 Li North, she said. The most recent transmission was 3 days ago. The timing correlates with the morning after our pillar reestablishment. She paused. The transmission is consistent with reporting the pillar's reestablishment specifications and the family's compound location to Ho Wenshu's intelligence staff. Liangshan asked, "How reliable is your source?" "The source is not a cultivation intelligence operative," Shui Linglan said. "She is a careful record keeper who noticed an anomaly and described it accurately to someone she trusts. The accuracy of the description I would assess as high. The interpretation, that the transmission constitutes intelligence reporting, I assessed independently based on the routing chain format, which matches formats I have personal familiarity with." She paused. "I assessed it as reliable before bringing it to you." "Take it to Commandant Ren," Liangshan said. "Directly, not through council channels. Ren needs to verify independently before any action is taken against a council member, and the verification needs to happen through his authority rather than ours." The verification took 1 day. Commandant Ren's security formation, applied to Councillor Chun Baksu's communication station with the authority of the Commandant's office rather than a council subpoena, confirmed the relay connection and produced 2 weeks of transmission logs that were far more extensive than the single post-pillar transmission Paima had noticed. Ren arrested Chun Baksu the following morning, in the council chamber, in front of the other council members, with the specific public character of an arrest that was meant to be seen. He produced the transmission logs, which the other council members read in full session. He filed a formal treaty violation complaint against the Imperial Camp's intelligence operations on the grounds of foreign power espionage within an independent jurisdiction. The complaint produced, 2 days later, a formal diplomatic apology from the Imperial Administrative Channel, not from Ho Wenshu, who had not authorized the apology and was, Tan Weiming informed Liangshan, furious about it, and the arrest of one of Ho Wenshu's intelligence officers for operating without jurisdiction. The diplomatic incident was, from Ho Wenshu's siege perspective, a setback. Not a fatal one, but a setback. One of his intelligence assets inside the city was gone. His direct communication with the council's interior was broken. The city's institutional willingness to maintain the Wei family's protection had, if anything, increased, because nothing creates institutional solidarity like discovering you have been infiltrated. Shui Linglan, when Liangshan thanked her, said, "I was doing my job." "Your job has boundaries I did not define as carefully as you did," he said. "You set your own boundaries on this. The standard you held was higher than the standard I asked for." He met her eyes with the direct steadiness he brought to things that needed to be said clearly. "Thank you. Specifically, and for this." She accepted the thanks with the economy of a person who has received what was necessary and requires nothing more, and returned to her morning cultivation practice, having done more for the household that morning than most practitioners accomplished in a week. Shui Linglan presented the evidence in the formation workroom, with Liangshan and Commandant Ren both present, and Councillor Chun Baksu's entire record of communication with Ho Wenshu's administrative network laid out in order on the workstation surface. She had been thorough. The record extended back 11 months, before the Wei family had arrived, before the siege pressure had intensified, to the point where Chun Baksu had made the initial calculation that Qingfeng Crossing's independence was probably not permanent, and that positioning himself on the imperial side before the city fell was more prudent than continued loyalty to a council he served on. The first payment was in a separate ledger she had found in a rented room he maintained outside the council district. The subsequent payments were routed through 2 commercial fronts that she had traced through 6 degrees of transaction separation. How long did this require? Commandant Ren asked. 12 days of active investigation, plus 3 days before I began formal investigation when I noticed something in his communication patterns that did not fit the person he presented in council meetings. She paused. People managing concealment develop particular communication habits. I have some experience recognizing them. Commandant Ren looked at Liangshan. You're intelligence specialist. Yes, Liangshan said. Did you ask her to investigate the council? No, Liangshan said. Commandant Ren sat with this for a moment. He was processing 2 things simultaneously. The discovery that a council member had been on enemy payroll for nearly a year during a period of active pressure, and the secondary information that the Wei family's household contained a practitioner who had identified this without being asked and then followed the evidence to completion without institutional support. Chen Boxu will be detained before evening by the City Guard Authority on an administrative matter, without public explanation, Commandant Ren said. The formal accusation will be processed through the Council's internal discipline mechanism. The Council addresses it internally, which prevents the public perception that the siege has penetrated city governance. He turned to Xue Linglan. Are there other council members with connections to the Imperial Network? 2 council members have received indirect commercial benefits that may reflect Imperial side involvement. I need 2 more days to determine whether they are knowing participants or unwitting beneficiaries. My preliminary assessment is the latter, but I will not confirm without completing the work. Continue, Commandant Ren said. He stood. Wei Lianshan. Your household has contributed to this city's security that exceeded the original arrangement's scope. Tan Weiming will be informed this evening. The arrangement's terms will be reviewed. He gathered his administrative focus and left. After he left, Xue Linglan gathered her documentation with the systematic efficiency of someone for whom completion was its own sufficient reward. Lianshan watched her and thought about what she had done and why, and what it said about the household he was building. She had done it because it needed doing, and she was the person who could do it. Not for recognition, not for strategic positioning within the household, not because she had been asked. She had identified a problem within the system she was part of, assessed her ability to address it, addressed it, and brought the completed work to the appropriate authority without using it for personal leverage of any kind. This was, Lianshan thought, the quality most difficult to deliberately cultivate in a household member and most valuable when it was naturally present. He said, "Thank you, Xue Linglan." She received this with the economy of a person who had gotten what was necessary and had no use for elaboration, and went back to her morning cultivation practice, which she had delayed 4 hours for this briefing, without comment, because the briefing clearly took priority, and Lianshan thought, "This is what we built, and what we built is better than what we planned." Chapter 50. Ho Wenshu's Assault the Night raid came on the 22nd day. It was sophisticated, and Liangshan would give Ho Wenshu the credit of acknowledging it as sophisticated. The manufactured border dispute that divided Commandant Ren's attention was real, a genuine incident engineered through several layers of intermediary action that Ren would only fully trace after the fact. The 40 cultivators who scaled the city wall at the northeast section did so during the 3-minute window when the wall's formation sensors were undergoing a routine recalibration cycle that someone in Ho Wenshu's intelligence network had correctly timed. What the intelligence network had not correctly timed was the Wei family's own watch cycle. Bao Tingji had, on the 4th day of the compound residency, installed a formation sensor network that monitored the compound's approaches with finer resolution than the city's standard formation grid. The sensor network pinged at the 11th bell of evening, 20 minutes before the 40 cultivators had reached the compound's outer wall. Liangshan was awake. 40, Elder Su said, from the window above the outer courtyard, his perception sense having swept the approaching force as Bao's sensor network was confirming numbers. Soul ignition, most of them. 5 at domain manifestation. Ho Wenshu is not with them. He's in the direction of the border dispute, managing the distraction. He turned from the window with the quality common to men who has been waiting for this, and now that it has arrived has no particular feelings about it beyond readiness. They've committed too many people to this. They expect resistance. Then let's give them the resistance they're expecting, Liangshan said. But not the one they've prepared for. He did not deploy the family in a defensive posture. He deployed it in the posture Bao had described in the Valley's tactical discussions. Twins at flanking positions within the harmonic core's safe separation radius. Elder Su at the compound's primary gate approach. Xue Linglan at the secondary approach. Liangshan at the center with the pillar's full output active and his soul ignition cultivation running at full expression for the first time since the breakthrough. Soul ignition, with the pillar's tripled output feeding the domain expression that came with the rank, was, as Liangshan discovered in the first minute of the engagement, not the same category of force as anything he had operated at before. The pillar dome rose over the compound as the 40 Imperial cultivators breached the outer wall. It was not the seed's projected field, not the directed pressure that had functioned in the gorge and at the breakthrough moment in the forest. It was the full pillar, at full output, operating as the defensive architecture it had been designed to be. a resonance field that covered the entire compound in an enhancement dome that raised every allied cultivator's chi output by 60% and imposed a 60% disruption on every hostile technique that crossed its boundary. The first 5 cultivators who breached the outer wall and entered the compound's pillar field stumbled as the field's enhancement effect hit them and the disruption effect simultaneously hit their offensive techniques, producing the specific combat disorientation of a cultivator whose technique has just misfired in close contact with an opponent. The 5 behind them, seeing the stumbling, slowed. The 5 behind them, seeing the slowing, stopped entirely. Liangshan walked to the compound's center point and said, in the clear carrying voice of a soul ignition cultivator with a field advantage, "You are inside the pillar's range. The longer you remain inside it, the more your techniques will degrade. You can fight that degradation, or you can withdraw, and if you withdraw now no one will be hurt." He looked at the 40 cultivators. "I don't want to hurt anyone. I want you to report to Ho Wenshu that the Wei family's pillar, at full output, is not something a standard capture squad can overcome with numbers." He paused. "That assessment will save him future losses. Give it to him from me." The 40 cultivators looked at each other. The domain manifestation 5 at the front looked at the dome above them, which was generating a visible light that was not aggressive, but was extremely clear about the nature of what it was and what it contained. They began to withdraw. Elder Su let them withdraw through the point where 3 of them had been hanging back from the retreat, calculating. He could feel the calculation in their chi pressure, whether the numbers justified a secondary action. He let them complete the calculation and arrive at the correct conclusion and leave. Then he reported to Liangshan, the 5 domain manifestation. One of them I recognized. He's a personal escort lieutenant of Ho Wenshu's from a previous context. They'll report what they saw. He paused. What they saw will change Ho Wenshu's assessment. Good, Liangshan said. He looked at the compound's courtyard, where the household was assembled and intact. Everyone in one piece. Everyone was in one piece, but Liangshan could already see the shape of the next attempt, and it would not come from the same direction as this one. The 3-alarm system Bao had built into the compound's formation grid activated at the second bell of night, in the sequence that meant hostile cultivation signature, external origin, multiple sources, coordinated approach. Liangshan was moving before the first alarm cycle completed, his soul ignition spirit sense reading the compound's perimeter with the expanded resolution he was still calibrating. He could feel Xiayin across the courtyard, already awake, already at the formation pillar, her cultivation cycle rising toward combat readiness with the quick, clean acceleration of a fighter who had drilled this response until it was reflex rather than decision. 7 signatures, he said at the threshold of the formation workroom, where Bao was already at the monitoring station. 2 soul ignition. 5 meridian expansion. 8. Bao corrected, not looking up. The 8th is running a suppression formation on the south wall, masking their numbers. The suppression pattern is detectable by the secondary grid sensors, which they did not know about because I built them into the structural elements rather than the primary formation layer. Good, Liangshan said. Location: south approach and east approach simultaneously. Split force. Bao pulled up the grid display. South is the main force, both soul ignition signatures, for meridian expansion. East approach is the distractor. This was a more sophisticated raid design than the previous attempts. Using a border incident to divide Commandant Ren's attention was one layer. Using a split approach to divide the compound's defensive concentration was a second layer. Both together suggested a plan written by someone who had analyzed the previous failures and identified the defender's ability to concentrate force as the critical variable to address. Ho Wenshu had performed genuine after-action analysis and had applied the lessons. He was learning. The rate of his learning relative to the Wei family's development was a calculation that needed active management. He moved to the inner courtyard, where the pillar was rising. Xiayin had initiated the anchor sequence, and the silver-gold frequencies were building with the speed that came from a formation grid that had absorbed the pillar's resonance through weeks of cohabitation. Elder Su was at the south wall with a defensive array template from Bao's pre-prepared formation library, specifically designed for elder-level practitioners who needed to hold ground without the twins' direct support. Mei Ruohua, he said to the air. Inside and warded. Her voice came back from the inner chamber window. Grandma Zhou and the others with me. The east assault came first, faster than the split design would suggest, which meant either the east force had jumped the timing out of nerves, or the east approach was a feint design to look like it moved early, intended to pull the compound's response toward it before the main south force committed. Liangshan read both possibilities and decided. East handled by Xiaoyin at reduced output, south held until the main force revealed its full commitment. He passed this to Xiaoyin through the twin connection, directional, intentional, the specific compressed communication they had developed through months of coordinated training, and felt her acknowledgement before she moved. The engagement lasted 47 minutes. The east feint absorbed Xiaoyin's Yin veil at condensed output, substantially more than sufficient for the 5 meridian expansion practitioners involved, who had not expected to encounter the full Yin frequency in compressed form, and spent the following hour recovering outside the city's territorial boundary. The South Main Force encountered Liangshan and Elder Su and the compound grid at full anchor capacity, a defensive environment built and refined over 6 weeks for exactly this scenario. The 2 sole ignition commanders of the South Force withdrew after the third exchange, when it became clear the compound's defensive advantage was not going to change. They withdrew with the careful, measured movement of professional cultivators who understood that ungraceful retreat under pressure made its own statement, and who had too much professional pride to make that statement if it could be avoided. Chapter 51. Ho Wenshu defeated. Ho Wenshu did not accept the assessment. He received the report from his lieutenant at the second bell of morning, verified it against the sensor data his intelligence formation had been running throughout the night operation, sat with the implications for approximately 3 hours, and then rode to the city's outer gate personally and issued a formal demand. Commandant Rin was to withdraw the Wei family's protection status, citing the night operation as evidence that the family constituted an active cultivation destabilization threat. Commandant Rin declined. Ho Wenshu rode back to his camp. 2 days later, he came himself. He did not scale the city wall with 40 cultivators. He rode through the front gate under a formal diplomatic envoy designation, which required the gate to allow him entry under the treaty's envoy protection provisions, and he presented a formal writ from the Imperial Administrative Authority that, using the legal challenge framework his staff had been developing for the previous 3 weeks, claimed the Wei family's protection filing was void under a treaty provision his lawyers had identified as applicable. The writ's legal argument was sophisticated. It would require Qingfeng's counsel to mount a formal response. The response would take days. He used those days. He requested a personal meeting with Liangshan, citing the envoy protection provisions that required a diplomatic host to meet with formal envoys. Liangshan granted the meeting in the compound's outer room, with Elder Su present at the door, which was his right under the same treaty provisions. Ho Wenshu sat across from Liangshan at the meeting table and regarded him with the face of a methodical man who has been engaged in a campaign that is not resolved on his anticipated timeline and is reassessing. I want you to understand, Ho Wenshu said, that the Emperor's interest in the resonance pillar is not going to diminish because you have inconvenienced my operations. It is going to intensify. He said this without hostility, as a simple statement of systemic reality. The entity behind the Emperor's interest is older than this empire and considerably more patient than I am. What I represent is the polite version of its attention. The Hollow Emperor, Liangshan said. Something in Ho Wenshu's face changed. Not much, but enough for Liangshan to register it. The name had produced a reaction. You know that name? Ho Wenshu said. Bao Tingji named him 3 months ago, Liangshan said. A cultivation parasite who has been harvesting resonance energy from bloodlines across the realm for centuries. The Heavenly Ledger records the Wei family's pillar from the moment of the twins' awakening. He kept his voice level. I know what the pillar represents to the Hollow Emperor, and I know what would happen to my family if we went to the capital voluntarily. He met Ho Wenshu's eyes. You know it too. You're an intelligent man. You know what the Hollow Emperor does with the resources he acquires. Ho Wenshu was quiet for a moment. I have orders, he said. I know, Liangshan said. I'm not asking you to defy your orders. I'm asking you to consider whether the orders you've been given have been fully honest about what they're for. A pause. Whatever conclusion you arrive at is yours. I've said what I needed to say. The meeting ended without resolution. What ended with more resolution was the confrontation in the city's outer cultivation district the following morning, when Ho Wenxiu, having apparently concluded that the diplomatic approach had exhausted its utility, moved against the compound directly with his personal cultivation at full domain manifestation expression. He was faster than Liangshan had anticipated. Domain manifestation at the level Ho Wenxiu had cultivated was not a rank that allowed for the 20-second gap between the field detection and the response, and he crossed the distance between the outer district and the compound gate in a time that was, by any honest accounting, impressive. Elder Su was at the gate. The two domain manifestation cultivators engaged in the street outside the compound gate, with a ferocity and precision that cleared the nearby street of pedestrians within approximately 3 seconds. Not because Liangshan ordered evacuation, but because Qingfeng's cultivators had enough experience with high-rank combat to recognize the category of event and move accordingly. Ho Wenxiu was, as Elder Su would later describe it, very good. He was not good enough. At the moment when Ho Wenxiu deployed his most powerful technique, an imperial killing formation that Elder Su identified in the half-second before its activation and deflected, but could not fully absorb, Xiaoyin's Yin veil came from the compound's eastern face and settled over Ho Wenxiu's qi circulation with the cold, precise suppression effect that 40% cultivation slowdown produced at exactly the wrong moment. Elder Su's counter, delivered into that 40% gap, hit Ho Wenxiu's right arm's meridian network at the formation's most vulnerable point and cracked it. Ho Wenxiu did not fall. He withdrew. He reached his mount, rode to the city gate, and passed through it under the envoy protection provisions that required the gate to open for a departing diplomat. He rode to his camp with a broken right arm and a cracked cultivation network and the expression, Commandant Ren's gate guards reported, of someone who has sustained a defeat and is calculating, with the specific cold patience of someone who is not done, what comes next. He vowed to return. Elder Su reported to Liangshan, with a slight tone of professional respect. He said it to the gate guards. He said it clearly. He paused. He will, but not immediately. A cracked cultivation network requires months of recovery. We have time. We use it, Liangshan said. All of it, because Ho Wenxiu is already reaching toward the Tao Alliance, and the window before they coordinate is the only window we have. Ho Wenxiu received the raid report personally from the field commander, a soul ignition practitioner named Li Wei, who had participated in 11 contested cultivation situations over 22 years of service. Li Wei delivered the report with the complete accuracy of a professional who understood that inaccurate reports were more dangerous than unfavorable ones. Result: target household intact. Compound grid fully operational. 3 meridian expansion practitioners from the East Force requiring recovery time. No significant damage to target. 2 complications. The household's lead cultivator was now confirmed at soul ignition. The surveillance formation had read the cultivation signature change during the engagement, and the council intelligence asset had been identified and removed before the raid, which meant the household's intelligence network had found him, processed him, and handed him to the city authority, all without announcement. Ho Wenxiu sat with this for a long time. He was not, as a general matter, a man who sat with things. His administrative training had been designed to produce decisive action under uncertainty, and he had spent 23 years exercising that training. The problem was that each decisive action he took against the Wei family he took was producing outcomes that improved their position rather than degrading it. They had arrived at the river crossing as a foundation-tempering household with an unusual technique and no political standing. They were now soul ignition, anchored inside an independent city-state with a documented intelligence network, a tested formation defense, and regional allies beginning to formally align. He adapts faster than I revise my approach, Ho Wenxiu said. The technique is the complication, his senior aide said. That technique does not simply add power. It generates capability that scales differently than individual cultivation advancement. Each improvement in one twin produces compounded returns for both. The system learns from what is done to it. This was the accurate statement of the problem. Ho Wenxiu had been treating the twins as cultivators with an unusual technique. They were, more precisely, a cultivation system that happened to consist of 2 people, and cultivation systems could not be addressed by the same methods that addressed individual cultivators. He made 2 decisions. First, The administrative pressure approach would continue. Supply disruption, commercial isolation, regional reputation management, slow tools. But slow tools compounded the way cultivation compounded and eventually produced results even against strong defensive positions. The timeline extended, but the strategy did not change. Second, he would request a consultation with the Tao Alliance's Regional Intelligence Office. Not coordination, not yet, and perhaps not ever, because coordination with the alliance meant giving them information they would eventually use for their own purposes. But an exchange of assessment. They were now a relevant consideration for both parties, and understanding what the alliance knew would help him understand the full shape of the problem. He sent the request through a neutral channel, framed as professional courtesy. He did not expect a rapid response. In the Qingfeng compound, that same afternoon, Liangshan reviewed the battle in full and spent 3 hours noting everything the engagement had revealed about Ho Wenshu's capabilities, his team's training, and the gap between the first raid attempt and this one. The gap was significant. This raid had been more sophisticated in design, more specific in targeting the compound's perceived weaknesses, more willing to absorb cost in service of the objective. He was getting better. The rate at which Ho Wenshu was improving his approach needed to stay below the rate at which the household was expanding its capability, and that was a calculation that needed active management from here forward, because Ho Wenshu had just contacted the Tao Alliance, and the window before they coordinated was narrower than Liangshan had been planning for. Chapter 52, Regional Consequences. The Continental Protest was filed the morning after Ho Wenshu's withdrawal, bearing the seals of Qingfeng Crossing's Cultivation Council, Commandant Ren's administrative authority, and 3 neighboring independent city-states whose own cultivation councils had been monitoring the siege campaign with the specific attention of people who understood that Qingfeng today was a preview of what any independent jurisdiction might face tomorrow. The protest cited imperial soldiers operating outside authorized jurisdiction, an imperial officer conducting personal combat operations within an independent city-state under diplomatic envoy protection, the destruction of city district property during an unauthorized combat action, and 12 additional specific treaty violations accumulated over the 3-week siege campaign, each documented with the precision of Qingfeng's legal staff and Tan Weiming's personal expertise in continental cultivation law. The Continental Cultivation Governance Authority, which was technically required to respond to formal protests from registered independent jurisdictions within 30 days, received the filing and began its review process. The Solidarity delegations arrived within the week. First came a delegation from the independent city-state of Mengqing, 3 days' travel south, bearing gifts of cultivation materials and a formal statement of support for Qingfeng's protection order. The next day, delegations from Yiling Crossing and from the mountain compact of 3 allied small cities in the eastern range, each carrying their own statements of support and their own political reasons for being publicly documented as standing against imperial overreach in independent jurisdictions. The Wei family became, without Liangshan's intention or desire, a political symbol. He sat with this for 2 days before discussing it with anyone, because the discussion required him to have arrived at a position, and the position required understanding something he had been avoiding, that the pillar system, the family's survival, and a broader political contest over the independence of non-imperial cultivation communities had become entangled in ways that he could not separate without choosing sides. And choosing sides meant accepting a level of public exposure and political consequence that he had not. When the decree arrived in Wuling City and he had said, "We leave tonight," been planning for. Bao Tingji said, when Liangshan finally raised the conversation, "Symbols either win or become martyrs. Choose which." "There's a third option," Liangshan said. "What is it?" "Become strong enough that the question of symbolism becomes secondary to the reality of what you are." He paused. "Symbols need other people to protect them. What we need to become is not a symbol, but a force that can protect itself and, by extension, everyone who has stood with us." He looked at Bao. "How long until that is the accurate description of what the family is?" Bao thought about this with the precision he brought to calculations that mattered. At the current advancement rate, with the pillar running at full capacity, and assuming the next 6 weeks are not interrupted by another assault, he made a notation. Liangshan at Soul Ignition advancing toward Domain Manifestation. Elder Su at Domain Manifestation, already. Twins at foundation tempering, approaching core formation. Mei Ruahua at foundation tempering and advancing fast. Shueling Lan at core formation, second stage. He set the pen down. 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, the family's combat capacity changes category. You will not be a symbol of resistance. You will be a regional military reality. He paused. That is what Ho Wenshu is afraid of. That is why he moved when he did rather than waiting longer. He calculated that if he waited 6 more weeks, the window would close. He was correct, Liangshan said. He just moved too early and closed the window on himself instead, but Xin Beihong was not Ho Wenshu, and Xin Beihong would not move until the window was fully open. The formal protest document bore 47 seals beyond Qingfeng Crossing Zone, cultivation councils, independent merchants associations, city-state administrative authorities from across the northern prefecture, all documenting specific objections to the use of cultivation force against a civilian household within the boundaries of a recognized independent city-state. Tan Weiming had organized this response with the systematic efficiency of a governor who kept relationships with 47 different authorities precisely for moments like this. He had spent 2 days on communication stone calls and formal letters, invoking 3 different historical precedents for prefectural intervention against unauthorized force deployment. The result was a document that, by the standards of prefectural administrative review, constituted a significant formal record of regional objection, the kind that accumulated in administrative archives and became relevant when larger proceedings began. This does not stop him, Liangshan said, reading through the document at the morning briefing. No, Tan Weiming agreed. It makes his next action more expensive. Every step he takes from this point that can be characterized as continued pressure adds to the record. The record becomes relevant if this escalates to continental review. He paused. Which it may. If the Tao Alliance's expansion northward forces the continent's cultivation councils to take formal positions on prefectural force deployment practices. 3 neighboring city-states have offered informal cultivation support in the event of a direct siege, Commandant Ren added. Not formal treaties, but commitments from cultivation commanders who have their own reasons to want Ho Wenshu's methods demonstrated to be ineffective. Liangshan thought about this regional response and what it represented. 3 months ago, the Wei family had been a household with an unusual technique and no political standing, running down a river. Now they were the occasion for a 47-seal formal protest and informal military commitments from 3 city-states. The change was not primarily because the Wei family had become more powerful, though they had. It was because Ho Wenshu's methods had made them into a regional symbol. Every city-state that had ever worried about prefectural overreach had reason to want his approach to fail publicly. They had become the clearest available test case for whether cultivation force could be applied against independent households without regional consequence. This is not a position I sought, Liangshan said. Positions rarely wait for you to seek them, Tan Weiming said. The useful question is what to do with the position now that it is yours. He watched Liangshan with 63 years of independent governance experience behind the assessment. You are the reason this city's regional relationships have activated. That has value to Qingfeng Crossing independent of anything the Wei family does militarily. I want you to understand that clearly, because it changes what I can offer you and what I will ask of you. What do you need from us? Visibility, Tan Weiming said. Controlled visibility. The neighboring councils need to know the Wei family is here, is operational, and is choosing to stand its ground. Not performance. I am not asking you to project confidence you do not have. I am asking you to attend 3 council functions in the next 2 weeks, participate in the cultivation demonstration we are scheduling for regional delegates, and not do anything that would make the 47 seals on that document look like they were attached to a cause that quietly resolved itself. Liangshan agreed to the functions, agreed to the demonstration, and thought about what controlled visibility meant for a family that had spent 4 months trying hard not to be visible at all, and concluded that the answer was, it meant choosing the visibility rather than having it chosen for you, which was a meaningfully different thing. In the days after Ho Wenshu's formal withdrawal, Liangshan observed a change in how the city's residents moved around the Wei family compound. Not deference. Exactly. Qingfeng Crossing was not the kind of city that produced deference easily, and its residents had survived too much to be impressed by cultivation demonstrations alone. But a particular kind of attention. The recognition that the household at the East Compound had remained when remaining was costly and had done it without appearing to be in distress about the cost. This was, Liangshan thought, a quality of standing that could not be performed. It accumulated through behavior over time, and the city's residents were reading it accurately because they had lived long enough under their own city's independent governance to know what that accumulation looked like. He had been building something without entirely planning to build it, and the building was visible in ways he needed to understand and use deliberately rather than allowing them to accrue randomly. He spent an afternoon walking the commercial district with Commandant Ren, letting himself be seen in conversation with a man the city knew and trusted, and felt the calculus of the city's attention shift in ways that were intangible but real, and wondered how much longer that intangible quality would remain intangible before the Tao Alliance's letter arrived to make everything concrete. Chapter 53. The family's growing strength. The cultivation census that Bao conducted on the 30th day of the Qingfeng compound residency produced numbers that he read aloud to Liangshan in the formation workroom, with the carefully neutral tone he used when presenting results that exceeded his own projections. Liangshan, soul ignition, advancing toward the rank's middle stage at approximately 1.5 times normal advancement pace due to the pillar's output and the domain expression training that soul ignition rank enabled. Estimated breakthrough to domain manifestation, 12 to 16 weeks at current rate. Elder Su, domain manifestation, upper range, cultivation stable and not advancing further, which was standard for cultivators who had been at domain manifestation for decades and had arrived at a stable ceiling within the rank's range. His power was not increasing, but his technique mastery was, which was a different kind of advancement and one that Elder Su pursued with the specific methodical focus of a man who had accepted that vertical advancement was unlikely and horizontal depth was still fully available. Mei Ruawa, foundation tempering, second stage, advancing rapidly. Estimated breakthrough to core formation, 3 to 4 weeks. Her ice vein constitution, interacting with the pillar's Yin resonance in the way she had described to Bao after the pillar's full reestablishment, was producing an advancement rate that Bao had revised his estimates on twice in the past week. The twins, Xiaoyin and Xiaoyang at foundation tempering third stage, harmonic core synchronization at 85%. Estimated breakthrough to core formation, 4 to 5 weeks. The joint advancement resonance would apply at the core formation boundary, producing a simultaneous breakthrough event that Bao projected would generate a resonance pillar surge visible at approximately 1.5 miles. Bao Tingji, core formation, first stage, stable and advancing slowly. His cultivation was not his primary focus, his formation work was, and the formation work was producing results that his cultivation advancement could not have produced alone. He was comfortable with this trade-off. Shuelinglan, core formation, second stage, advancing at a rate that consistently surprised her, which Liangshan had noted was characteristic of cultivators who had spent years suppressing their cultivation out of necessity and found, in a sustained safety environment, that the suppressed potential released in steady increments. 6 fighting-capable members, Bao said, at the end of the census, which is technically the whole household minus the non-combatants, who are all chi vein opening or above and cannot be entirely called non-combatants at this point. He looked at his notes. The household's average cultivation rank is now well above what the regional cultivation records would show for a comparable-sized independent family. He paused. No comparable-sized independent family has a comparable-sized independent pillar at full output, which is the difference that makes the comparison not entirely useful. He set the notes down. We should begin tactical training. Formal tactical training, not the ad hoc version we've been doing since the Gorge. The family has the capacity for structured formation combat operation now. We should develop it deliberately. Begin the training schedule tomorrow, Liangshan said. I'll run it with Elder Su's input on technique. You design the formation positions. He looked at the census numbers. He looked at them carefully, the way he looked at any accounting that contained important information, not with satisfaction, because satisfaction implied completion, but with the specific attention of someone who is reading a report on a project in progress and tracking the distance between where they are and where they need to be. The distance was still substantial. The direction was correct. That was, as it had always been, what the work required. The direction correct and the distance closing. One step at a time, one advancement at a time, one day at a time. That was sufficient. That was what the system had been designed to produce, and what the family had been building since the day the pillar first rose in the ancestral hall. 23 meters of silver and gold light, and now 53, with the scouts outside the city wall recording every meter of it. Bao presented the cultivation census with the carefully neutral tone he used when presenting results that significantly exceeded his prior projections. The numbers: Wei Liangchen, soul ignition, first subrealm, synchronization rate with twin at 91%. Wei Xiaoyin, meridian expansion, third subrealm, synchronization rate at 91%. Bao Tingji, foundation tempering, second subrealm. Shui Linglan, foundation tempering, first subrealm, with specific intelligence cultivation refinements that placed her effective capability above standard first subrealm for her particular applications. Elder Su, core formation, advanced stage, with defensive formation compatibility that matched a practitioner one realm above his level. Mei Ruohua, qi vein opening, third subrealm, and improving consistently. The trajectory of someone whose recovery was producing cultivation acceleration rather than simply returning her to prior level. Then the extended household. 3 of Mei Ruohua's contingent had advanced to foundation tempering during the Qingfeng residency. 2 were at qi vein opening third subrealm, with advancement imminent. Grandma Zhou, listed last on Bao's census with the precision of a practitioner who had needed to research this entry thoroughly, was at core formation, advanced stage, with a particular meridian configuration that indicated decades of integrated household cultivation practice. Grandma Zhou is core formation? Liangchen said. Advanced stage, Bao confirmed. She has not discussed her cultivation background with anyone in the household directly, but the census does not lie about cultivation signatures. He paused. I did not think it was my place to ask her about it. That seems like a conversation for you. Liangchen filed this as a conversation to have soon. Grandma Zhou had arrived with Commandant Ren's introduction as a potential household specialist and had immediately begun improving the household's daily operations with the quiet efficiency of a specialist who had been running cultivation households for a long time. Core formation, advanced stage, was a cultivation rank that put her above Bao and Shui Linglan. Whatever her past was, it was more extensive than she had presented. He looked at the census numbers as a whole and thought about what they represented. Not just individual advancement, the aggregate. A soul ignition household head, a meridian expansion specialist, 2 core formation practitioners, multiple foundation tempering members, a pillar running at 91% synchronization with documented combat performance across 6 engagements in 8 months. The family had arrived at Liangchen's generation as the kind of household that was respected for historical reasons and marginally functional in present terms. His father's injury had been both disaster and catalyst, stripping away the comfortable fiction that the household was fine, forcing the kind of actual development that only happened under genuine pressure. They were not the same household that had existed a year ago. They were not even the same household that had existed at the river crossing. He thought about his father in the ancestral hall, stable and waiting, and thought, when we return, you will not recognize what you have sent out. And that, he decided, was entirely the correct outcome, the only outcome that made any of this worth what it had cost. The census conversation he needed to have with Grandma Zhou happened that evening, in the kitchen, while she was finishing the preparations for the household's meal. He asked her directly, because directness was how she communicated, and anything other than directness would have been a form of disrespect. Bao's cultivation census placed you at core formation, advanced stage. I did not know this when you joined the household. I would like to know what I should have known. She put down what she was holding and regarded him with the attention of a person who has been asked a fair question and is deciding how much of the fair answer to give at once. The Zhou family served 3 cultivation households across 4 generations, she said. I am the last member of the family currently active. The household cultivation practice we maintained, formation cooking, household protective arrays, the specific cultivation of domestic spaces that creates environments conducive to advancement, is not well documented outside the families that practice it. It is also not considered impressive by the standards of the cultivation world as it is currently organized. She paused. I did not lie about anything. No, Liangchen said. You simply allowed me to make an incorrect assumption. I allowed you to assess me at the level I was presenting myself at, she said, which was the level I thought was appropriate for what you needed at that time. She met his eyes steadily. I am not in the habit of leading with my full history. I find it tends to create expectations I do not want to manage. Liangshan thought about this, about the specific intelligence of a veteran who had spent decades being underestimated by cultivation households that organized their assessments around formal rank, and who had learned to use that underestimation as a tool. What else should I know? He asked. The household protective arrays I can build, she said. They are more useful than anything Bao has found in the standard formation libraries. And Grandma Yi knows them too. She turned back to the meal preparation. We will begin tomorrow, and when we are done, the compound will be considerably harder to move against than it is right now. Chapter 54, A New Threat, the Dao Alliance. The scouts' report arrived through Tan Weiming's intelligence network at the end of the 5th week of the Qingfeng residency, delivered to Liangshan's compound in the form of a sealed briefing packet that Tan had annotated with his own assessments in the margins. Dao Alliance representatives are in the region, Liangshan said, reading the briefing at the workroom table with Bao and Elder Su. Bao was already reading over his shoulder. Not hostile yet, he said. Position intelligence only. Questions about unregistered continental cultivation formations. Standard Alliance reconnaissance language, which means they're mapping without committing to a position. What formation are they asking about? Ours, Bao said. Specifically, the resonance pillar's signature is registered in the Heavenly Ledger, as I confirmed in the Valley. The Dao Alliance has Heavenly Sage-ranked members capable of reading the ledger. They've had a record of the Wei family's pillar since the twins' awakening. He paused. The Alliance's interest in unregistered continental cultivation formations is a standing mandate. Any formation above a certain Qi output threshold that is not registered under Alliance oversight is technically categorized as an independent cultivation event requiring evaluation. He closed his own copy of the briefing. The resonance pillar, at full output, is approximately 40 times above the threshold. They've known about us for 3 months, Liangshan said. Why are they moving now? Ho Wenshu's assault, Elder Su said. The Continental Protest. The Solidarity Delegations. The Wei family is no longer a private situation. It's a public political and cultivation event with continental documentation. He looked at the briefing. The Alliance doesn't move until a situation has sufficient public record to justify intervention. The public record now justifies intervention. He paused. And there is one additional factor. Bao had gone pale. Not very pale. Bao's expressions were always controlled. But the specific, deliberate stillness he held when he was confronting something he would have preferred not to confront was visible to anyone who had spent months observing him. Bao, Liangshan said. The Alliance Master, Bao said. The name in the briefing. Shen Beihong. He paused. I know Shen Beihong. Or I knew him, years ago, in the context of formation research. He is, another pause. He is a generation ahead of almost anyone else in long-range intelligence and formation theory. The 2 texts I referenced most frequently in the Valley anchoring work were texts he published under Alliance Imprimatur. His gaze settled on Liangshan. He is intelligent, patient, ideologically committed to the Alliance's mandate, and entirely without the kind of practical concern for individual families that Ho Wenshu at least understood enough to name. He set the briefing down. He does not see the pillar as an asset to acquire. He sees it as a formation that should be under continental oversight, because he believes individual family formations at this power level are inherently destabilizing to cultivation equilibrium. He paused. He's an old enemy in the sense that we've disagreed fundamentally on the theory of cultivation governance. He is also deeply dangerous. Another pause. And then, we are significantly less prepared for Shen Beihong than we were for Ho Wenshu. The workroom was quiet. Liangshan looked at the briefing, at Tan Weiming's margin annotations, at the specific language, unregistered continental cultivation formation, that the Alliance scouts were using, and thought about the next category of challenge, and thought about the 6 weeks that Bao had calculated before the family's combat capacity changed categories, and thought about whether 6 weeks was enough, and concluded that it would have to be, because 6 weeks was what they had, and what they had was what the work required. Though whether what 6 weeks could produce was what the work actually needed was a calculation he had not yet finished. Shun Beihong was, according to the intelligence summary Tan Weiming had annotated, a cultivator at domain manifestation, 2 full realms above Liangshan's current level, who had built the Tao Alliance from a regional cultivation sect into a continental administrative force over 28 years of systematic expansion. The expansion method was worth understanding in detail. Shun Beihong did not conquer cultivation territories. He incorporated them. He identified independent cultivation powers in a region, mapped their specific assets and vulnerabilities, and then made arrangements that were, technically, mutually beneficial, until the arrangements had run long enough that disentangling from them was more costly than continuing them. The territories did not fall to the alliance. They grew into it over 5 to 10 years of progressive integration, after which the distinction between being in the alliance and being part of the alliance had collapsed. This was, Liangshan thought, a much more dangerous approach than direct force would have been, because it left the incorporated territories believing they had made good decisions and resisted the framing that they had been absorbed. The specific threat to the Wei family from this approach, the alliance would not attack them directly. It would begin by offering arrangements. Partnership licensing agreements for the twins' cultivation technique. Access to alliance cultivation resources in exchange for exclusive licensing. Protection from the Crown Prince's administrative network in exchange for alliance affiliation. All genuinely beneficial in the short term. He will not send a military force, Liangshan told Commandant Run, after reading Tan Weiming's annotated intelligence 3 times. He will send a negotiator with an offer that is difficult to refuse. Then a follow-on offer that is even more difficult to refuse. Then a third offer that is slightly less attractive but comes with a deadline. That is the alliance's method. He paused. The difficulty is that the offers will be real. The benefits will materialize. The integration happens so gradually that there is never a clear moment to say no. Then how do you say no? Commandant Ren asked. You say no at the beginning, before the first offer creates any dependency, Liangshan said. Before anything has been given. Before gratitude has been accumulated. Before the framing has been established that the alliance is the entity that provided what you have. And if the first offer has already been sent before you knew to say no at the beginning? Liangshan looked at the intelligence packet, specifically at the date of the first alliance intelligence gathering activity in the Northern Prefecture, highlighted in red, 6 weeks ago. 2 weeks before their arrival in Qingfeng Crossing. Then we are already behind the ideal timeline, he said. Which means we begin preparation immediately, before the letter arrives, while we still have the initiative. 6 weeks is what we have. We use every day of it. He thought about what 6 weeks of preparation looked like against a domain manifestation cultivator with 28 years of regional expansion experience, and thought, the gap is not closable in 6 weeks. But the gap does not need to be closed, it needs to be managed. That was a different calculation, and one he was prepared to work. The intelligence gap that most concerned Liangshan about Shun Beihong was not his cultivation level, which was known and could be accounted for in strategic planning, but his information about the Wei family specifically. The letter's reference to Wei Sangjuan's condition was the clearest evidence. Either a source inside the Wei family's prior network, a source inside He Wenxiu's administrative records, or a source inside the Ancestral Hall's own administrative contacts. All 3 possibilities were troubling in different ways. He brought this analysis to Shui Linglan, who listened with the specific focus she brought to problems that required both intelligence and cultivation understanding simultaneously. He Wenxiu's administrative records are the most likely source, she said. His network conducted extensive intelligence gathering on the Wei family before the first pursuit attempt. If the alliance has an exchange relationship with He Wenxiu's network, and based on the timing of the alliance's first intelligence gathering activity in the region, 6 weeks ago, they almost certainly do. Then anything He Wenxiu knows about Wei Sangjuan's condition, Shun Beihong now knows. Which means Shun Beihong's intelligence advantage is bounded by what He Wenxiu was able to gather, Liangshan said. And He Wenxiu's intelligence on the household's current capability is several weeks out of date. Yes, Shui Linglan said. The 53-meter pillar is now in his record. The soul ignition confirmation is now in his record. But the specific tactical advantages Xiaoyin and Bao have developed in the compound over the last 2 weeks, those are not in his record. She paused. The gap between what Shun Beihong believes our capability is and what it actually is may be smaller than you want it to be. But it is not zero. Not zero was the starting point for every advantage Liangshan had ever worked with, and not zero, in a situation like this one, was enough to begin. Chapter 55, Shen Yueqing's departure. Lady Shen Yueqing announced her departure on the 42nd day of the Qingfeng compound residency. At the morning briefing, with the directness she brought to all communications that involved things she did not want to spend extended time discussing. The supply lines are under pressure, she said. 3 of my intermediate merchants have received imperial administrative interest notices. The same pressure Ho Wenxiu applied to Qingfeng's commercial sector, but targeted at the relay points. I need to be present in the network to reroute around the compromised points and establish alternatives before the supply lines collapse. She had a map on the table, the relay points marked in her notation. If I stay here, the supply lines erode. If I travel, I can maintain them. She met Liangshan's eyes with the directness she had maintained since the Muyang town corridor. I need to leave within 2 days. The routes, Liangshan said. How long to stabilize them? 4 to 6 weeks, if I can establish 3 alternative relay points and verify each one's operational security before moving to the next. She traced the map. The Eastern Relay requires personal contact with a merchant I've worked with for years, but have not verified under the current pressure conditions. That alone is 3 days of travel. She folded the map. I've prepared a comprehensive briefing on the supply network structure so that anyone can manage the incoming deliveries in my absence. The supply itself will continue. The active maintenance is what requires me to be present. She was managing the conversation the way she managed all conversations about her departure, with efficiency and without invitation for the counterargument that would have required her to justify the decision she had already made. Understood, Liangshan said. I'll need the briefing before you leave. I'll have it ready tonight. The preparation for her departure took 2 days. On the evening of the 2nd day, after the briefing had been delivered and reviewed, and the supply network's incoming arrangements confirmed with the compound's new supply manager, old Fang Daikyu, who had the organizational capability for it, and who had, Liangshan suspected, been prepared for this role since the moment Ho Wenxiu's economic pressure began. Lady Shen came to the compound's outer courtyard. Liangshan was there. She stood in the courtyard in the evening light with her traveling pack at her feet and the particular quality of a traveler who has finalized a departure and is in the moment before leaving, not uncertain, not reconsidering, simply present in the last moment of a place. The supply network will hold, she said. I'll send word through the relay when the eastern route is resecured. I know it will, he said. You built it. She looked at him with the directness that had always been her natural mode. Take care of yourself, she said. Not the family. Yourself. A pause. The family has 12 people looking after it. You have, she paused. Fewer. I have Elder Su, he said. Elder Su takes care of your security, she said. That is not the same thing. She held his gaze for a moment, and in the moment he understood that she was saying something that she was not going to say more directly, because more directly was not available in the current configuration of their relationship, and she had accepted the current configuration with a grace that he found simultaneously admirable and, beneath the admiration, something more complicated. I know, he said. I hear you. She picked up her traveling pack. She did not look back from the gate, and she did not hesitate at the gate, and she was gone with the particular efficiency of a leader who has decided on a direction and intends to take it. He stood in the courtyard after her departure in the pillar's evening light, thinking about what care for yourself looked like when the self in question had spent 3 months becoming entirely indistinguishable from the work of keeping 12 other people alive, and whether those 2 things could be separated or whether they had grown together in the way that vines grew together with the structures they climbed, inseparable, each giving the other shape. He did not resolve this. He went to find Bao, because the planning for the Dao Alliance's approach needed to begin today, before the letter arrived, while the initiative was still theirs to hold. Lady Shen's departure was, like most things she did, organized in advance and announced when the organization was complete rather than when she had begun planning it. She had arranged her own transport, confirmed her return route through 2 separate cultivation relay stations that would be clear of Ho Wenxiu's monitoring network, and conducted her own farewell conversations with every household member she considered necessary before the morning briefing at which she announced she was leaving. The farewells had been thorough. Liangshan learned this from Elder Su, who had spent an hour with her the previous afternoon. From Xiaoyin, who had sat with her in the compound garden in the early evening. From Mei Ruohua, who said only that Lady Shun had given her specific advice about continuing her walking practice, and had said something else that Mei Ruohua declined to repeat, but that had clearly mattered to her. After the morning briefing, Liangshan walked with Lady Shun to the compound gate. "You were supposed to be a temporary traveling companion," he said. "You stayed 3 months and reorganized the household's intelligence structure." "I stayed because the work required it," she said. "And because your household is not stupid, which is rarer than you might think in people who do not yet know what they are." "What are we?" Liangshan asked. She stopped at the gate threshold and looked at him with the direct consideration she brought to questions she intended to answer fully. "A family that has decided to be serious," she said. "About cultivation, about each other, about the kind of power that requires people rather than just practitioners. Most cultivation households that produce the advancement rate you have shown in 8 months do it by treating family as secondary to cultivation. You have done the reverse, and the cultivation has accelerated because of it rather than despite it." She paused. "I wanted to see how far that went." "I have seen enough." "And how far does it go?" he asked. "Far enough that I would not want to be standing opposite you when you are finished becoming what you are becoming," she said. "Which is the most useful thing I can say about your long-term prospects." She passed through the gate without looking back. Lady Xin Yueqing, who had navigated the continental cultivation political structure for 30 years with a precision that Liangshan had watched and learned from across 3 difficult months of running, and who had chosen to spend those months with a household that was not yet what it was going to be. He stood at the gate for a moment after she was gone, thinking about what she had said about serious families and cultivation that accelerated because of people rather than despite them, and thought, that is the thing we have to protect, then. Not the pillar, not the technique, not the political standing we are accumulating, the quality of what we are to each other. That is the actual foundation. He went to find Bao and begin the planning for the Tao Alliance's approach, carrying that thought with him as something always present, always running, shaping the quality of everything that came after. The compound's courtyard was, for the 3 hours after Lady Shin's departure, quieter than it had been since the household had arrived. This was not grief. Exactly. Lady Xin Yueqing had been a traveling companion, and then a colleague, and then something harder to name. A person who had contributed something specific and real to a household she had no formal obligation to, and who had left when her contribution was complete rather than when it was convenient. The quiet was a quality common to households that had taken stock of what it still had and was organizing around the new configuration. Elder Su was in the inner garden, sitting with the stillness he used when he was processing something he was not yet ready to discuss. Mei Ruohua was doing her walking circuits of the inner courtyard, 3 now, up from 2, with the focused attention of someone whose recovery had become, over the last weeks, something she was doing deliberately rather than simply enduring. Xiaoyin was at the formation workstation, working. Bao was at the formation workstation beside Xiaoyin, working. The household was fine. The household had been fine through worse than a departure, and would continue to be fine through whatever came next. Liangshan knew this. He also knew that the person who had named what they were, a family that had decided to be serious, was gone, and that the naming had mattered in ways he had not fully registered until it was no longer being given. He thought, we carry the things people give us when they leave. We carry them better than we carry the things we were handed at the start, because we earned them. Then he went to find Bao, because the Tao Alliance's approach was coming, and between the letters' arrival and their response, there was a window that would either define what the Wei family was or reveal that he had misunderstood it entirely. Chapter 56. Expanding. The family. Commandant Ren came to the compound on the 45th day of the Qingfeng residency with 3 guests. He made introductions in the compound's outer reception room, which had become, over the weeks of the family's residency, a room that bore the ambient warmth of the pillar's field in a way that made visitors' cultivation more comfortable within 30 seconds of entering it. The guests were, Ren explained, people with personal reasons to understand the Wei family's situation. The first was a tall man named Yi Hangkong, domain manifestation rank, with the built quality of someone whose cultivation had been developed in combat rather than in formal training environments. He had a twin sister, Yi Xiaomei, who stood beside him with core formation cultivation and the shared quality of two people who have spent their lives in close proximity and have developed between them the kind of communication that did not require words. They were not the same as Wei Xiaoyin and Wei Xiaoyang. The Yi twins did not have a harmonic core. They were twins by birth, but not by the dual harmony resonance system. But they carried, in their body language and their mutual attention, the quality of people for whom family was the organizing principle of existence. Their own family had been displaced by imperial administrative pressure 6 months before the Wei family's situation began. They had been in Qingfeng since then, rebuilding. The third guest was an elderly woman named Grandma Zhou, perhaps 80 years old, with Qi vein opening cultivation and the specific presence of a master inscription artist. Her hands precise, her eyes always partially focused on whatever formation structure was nearby, her communication efficient and uninterested in social ceremony. She had been an inscription master of some note before the Imperial Cultivation Authority had revoked her studio's license on a bureaucratic pretext that Ren described as transparently political. They have offered to join the household formation, Ren said. Formally, with the pillar bonding ceremony that Bao Tingji described to me. He looked across at Liangshan. I've reviewed their situations. Their motivations are sound. Their cultivation assets are real. A pause. I thought you should meet them before deciding. Liangshan met them. He talked with Yi Hangkong for 30 minutes about combat techniques and family formation defense, and learned that Hangkong had developed a personal domain technique specifically designed to protect a specific formation geometry. The geometry, he explained, that his family had always maintained for their cultivation practice. It was not the same geometry as the pillar formation, but the principle was directly compatible. He talked with Grandma Zhou for 20 minutes about inscription work and discovered that she had designed 3 of the formation nodes in Qingfeng Crossing's city protection grid. He talked with Yi Xiaomei for 25 minutes and discovered that she had been the first person outside the Wei family to figure out, from the resonance ring visible over Muyang town, that the Wei family's cultivation system was not a standard family formation, but something significantly more developed. I knew immediately, she said, with the lack of drama of someone stating a technical observation. The ring's resonance signature is completely unlike any standard formation event. It's polar, 2 frequencies absolutely opposed that reinforce each other instead of canceling. No one designs formations that way. It either occurs naturally or it doesn't occur. She looked at the pillar light filtering through the compound's windows. It occurred. Will you join the household? Liangshan asked. The 3 of them looked at each other in the brief, communicative way of people who have already had the conversation and are confirming a joint decision rather than making it. Yes, Yi Hangkong said. The bonding ceremony extended the pillar's formation to cover 19 linked cultivators. The pillar responded to the extended formation the way it had always responded to new household members. It intensified. Bao measured the output increase at 63%. Not 60. 63. The Yi twins' resonance contribution is higher than I modeled, Bao said, with the tone he used for pleasant surprises. Their cultivation compatibility with the formation's outer ring geometry is exceptional. He made a notation. And Grandma Zhou's inscription work is already interfacing with the pillar's formation nodes. She started before I asked her to. He looked at the elderly inscription master, who was, across the courtyard, running her fingers over the formation anchoring point's inscription marks with the focused attention of someone assessing another craftsperson's work. She's identifying improvements, Bao said. She's going to improve the formation. Let her, Liangshan said. And tell me when she finds something we have not accounted for, because she will, and I want to know about it before it matters. The 3 guests Commandant Ren introduced were Yi Xiaolong, 41 years old, core formation, first subrealm, formerly senior formation instructor at a cultivation academy that the Tao Alliance had incorporated 3 years ago. His mother, Yi Zhongmei. Grandma Yi to everyone who encountered her more than once, 67 years old, Meridian Expansion second subrealm, with the specific cultivation configuration of a formation specialist who had been maintaining household scale formation arrays for more than 40 years, and his grandmother, Zhou Linghua, 83 years old, who had sat through Commandant Ren's introduction with the patience of a woman who had outlasted everyone who had ever tried to describe her to a stranger. Liangshan looked at Zhou Linghua and said, "You are Grandma Zhou's older sister." Zhou Linghua looked at him. then at Bao, who was standing nearby with his compass. Then at Grandma Zhou, who had appeared in the reception room's inner doorway without, apparently, being summoned. You told them, Zhou Linghua said. Bao told him. The cultivation census, Grandma Zhou said. I told you the census would catch it. I told you the census would catch it, Zhou Linghua agreed. I wanted to see how long it took. This exchange had the quality of a conversation that had been having itself in one form or another for approximately 80 years and had arrived at a comfortable equilibrium. Liangshan revised his understanding of Grandma Zhou's background upward from simply more complex to considerably more complex and filed this revision for later investigation. The household absorbed the Yi family members with the organic process Liangshan had noticed developing over the last several months. The way people who were functionally good at things and not interested in performing their usefulness simply found the places they fit and occupied them without ceremony. Yi Xiaolong was at Bao's formation workstation within the hour, examining the anchor work plans with the focused attention of a senior formation instructor who had been missing serious formation problems for 3 years. Grandma Yi was in the kitchen with Grandma Zhou, a conversation occurring between them at the register of two highly capable practitioners who had spent decades being underestimated in household contexts and had long since stopped caring about that categorization. Xiaoyin, when Liangshan found her at the formation workstation examining Yi Xiaolong's annotations on her compound design, had the particular quality of a practitioner who had just discovered a collaborator who understood what she was doing at professional depth. Not a teacher, not a student, a peer, working from different experience toward compatible conclusions. She is identifying improvements, Bao said from the doorway. Let her, Liangshan said. That is what she is here for. And tell me when she finds something we have not accounted for, because she will, and I want to know before it matters. He thought about the household growing, accumulating specific capabilities in ways that had not been planned but that turned out to be necessary, and thought, this is how it works. You make the household somewhere worth arriving at, and the people who need to be here find their way to it. The planning is in making the household worth coming to, not in directing who comes. The process of integrating the Yi family members into the household's operational structure took 3 days, which was faster than Liangshan had expected and reflected both the Yi family's practical competence and the household's developed capacity to absorb new members without the extended adjustment period that inexperienced households required. Yi Xiaolong's contribution to the compound's formation work was immediate and significant. He identified 2 structural vulnerabilities in Xiaoyin's primary anchor design that she had not spotted, not because she was less capable, but because she had been too close to the work for too long and had stopped seeing certain possibilities. The conversation in which he showed her these vulnerabilities lasted 4 hours and produced 17 pages of new notes in Xiaoyin's journal. She is not defensive about it, Bao observed, with the mild appreciation of someone who had worked with practitioners who were defensive about their work and understood the value of the alternative. She is interested in the problem being solved correctly, Liangshan said. The credit is secondary to the solution. He thought about this as a characteristic of Xiaoyin's that he had seen in dozens of contexts over the last several months. The specific quality of a practitioner who had organized their identity around the work rather than around the recognition of the work, which was the only organization that actually produced improvement. Grandma Yi and Grandma Zhou spent the 3 days conducting a thorough review of the household's protective array configuration and then rebuilding it from the foundation layer upward, communicating with each other through a specialized shorthand that suggested decades of collaborative household cultivation practice in earlier settings. The result, when Bao scanned it, showed a protective coverage improvement that he described as substantial and then refused to quantify more precisely, because he said his instruments were not calibrated for the specific type of formation work they were using. It is an old style, Grandma Zhou told him. It does not read on modern instruments. She paused. It simply works, and the things that simply work, in my experience, are the things you do not want to be standing outside of when the siege begins. Chapter 57, Twin Breakthrough. Meridian expansion. The breakthrough came 6 weeks after the Qingfeng compound's establishment, on a morning so cold that the compound's courtyard had frost on the stones, and the pillar's light made the frost sparkle with the silver and gold combination that was, by this point, as natural to the Wei family's environment as sunlight. Xiaoyin broke through first. She was in the eastern cultivation zone, the position the compound's geometry had designated for Yin cultivation work, near the cold wall with the north exposure that she had identified during the compound's initial survey as the location that best served her polarity's natural chi alignment. The breakthrough event, at foundation tempering to meridian expansion, was for a Yin polarity cultivator a particular kind of transition, cold expanding outward, the meridian network widening not with heat, but with the precise crystalline quality of ice growing in structured patterns. Bao felt it on his formation compass at 43 meters away and said, "There." Xiaoyang, in the western cultivation zone at the compound's opposite facing, felt it through the harmonic core's linking mechanism in the specific way that one twin's breakthrough transmitted to the other as a half advancement, not the full event, but the energetic signature of the full event, received by the linked cultivation and processed immediately as an advancement catalyst. Xiaoyang broke through 12 seconds later. The joint advancement resonance activated at the moment both breakthroughs completed. The resonance ring appeared above the compound, 50 meters across, at 20 meters elevation, the horizontal band of intertwined silver and gold light that marked the harmonic core's maximum synchronization event. It was visible to anyone with cultivation sensitivity within 3 miles. It was visible to ordinary sight to anyone within half a mile who happened to be looking at the Qingfeng skyline. Dao Alliance scouts, at the 2 advanced positions they had established in the hills 3 miles east of Qingfeng, logged the event on their formation instruments with the precision of professionals recording something that they had been positioned to record. The pillar rose to 50 meters. Bao had warned that it would reach 50 meters. The actuality of 50 meters of intertwined polarity light above a city compound was still, even for someone who had watched the pillar rise and fall and rise again 3 times in 3 months, genuinely impressive. Commandant Ruan, at the city wall's duty station 4 blocks away, watched it rise and said nothing for approximately 20 seconds. Liangshan stood in the compound's center and felt the pillar's field expand to its new range. Full output now covering the entire northwestern quarter of the city, not just the compound and its immediate vicinity, and thought about what Bao had said about the family becoming a regional military reality, and thought that this morning was the morning the description became accurate. The Dao Alliance scouts logged this, Bao said, from his formation station. This event will have reached Shun Beihong's desk within 48 hours. Whatever timeline he was operating on, this accelerates it. How much? Unknown. But I would expect a formal contact within 2 weeks. He made a note. We should have our position fully articulated before that contact arrives. He turned toward Liangshan. Do we know what our position is? We're working on it, Liangshan said. We have 2 weeks. 2 weeks, Bao said. That is precisely the correct timeline for the question you're answering. The breakthrough came early in the morning, while the compound courtyard still had frost on the stones from a cold night, and the pillar's light made the frost sparkle with the silver and gold combination that was, by this point in the household's residency, simply part of what mornings in the compound looked like. Neither twin had planned for it to happen on this specific morning, which was also how all their breakthroughs had happened. The cultivation work creating conditions for advancement that the practitioners recognized and entered rather than predicted and scheduled. This was, Elder Su had told them months ago, the nature of genuine advancement. It came when the conditions were right, not when the calendar indicated it should. What distinguished this breakthrough from the previous ones? It happened to both simultaneously. Liangshan, at Soul Ignition First Subrealm, had been pressing toward the second subrealm through sustained intensive cultivation that the compound's reinforced grid made possible. Xiayin, at Meridian Expansion Third Subrealm, had been approaching the breakthrough threshold for 2 weeks. The pillar's resonance had been running at higher synchronization rates than at any previous point. 93% in the 3 days before the breakthrough, which Bao had flagged as anomalous and was monitoring closely. The simultaneous advancement was what produced the 50-meter pillar. The previous maximum had been 15 meters at full output. The new expression, when it stabilized, which took 40 minutes, during which the household watched from every available position with the quiet attention of people witnessing something that exceeded their prior reference points, was 53 meters. Silver and gold frequencies running at a resonance quality Bao described, afterward, as categorically different from what had been there before rather than simply more of it. The pillar's light, at 53 meters, was visible from the city wall. Commandant Ren arrived at the compound 40 minutes after stabilization, with the expression of a man who had been at the wall and had seen what had risen from the Wei family compound and wanted to verify his own reading. He stood in the courtyard for a long time without speaking. "The Alliance scouts outside the city boundary will have recorded this," he said finally. "Every cultivation sensor within 30 kilometers will have a reading." "I know," Liangshan said. "Then the timeline for Shun Beihong's formal approach has accelerated." "Yes," Liangshan said, "which is why we are grateful for the 2 weeks of preparation we have already done, and why we begin the next phase today, not tomorrow." Commandant Ren looked at the pillar for another moment, then at Liangshan with the expression he used when updating his assessment. 2 weeks, he said. "That is precisely the correct timeline for the question you are answering, and I believe the formal courier arrives before evening. I am going to accelerate several administrative preparations of my own. I suggest you use the morning well." He was, as it turned out, correct about the timing. The formal courier arrived 4 hours later, bearing the Tao Alliance seal and the specific weight of something that had been planned long before the pillar had risen to 53 meters. The tactical implications of the 53-meter pillar required several hours of structured analysis. At 15 meters, the pillar had functioned as a close combat force amplifier and formation anchor. At 53 meters, its effective range expanded dramatically. Bao's calculations suggested that the pillar's resonance effect extended approximately 160 meters in all directions from the anchor point, which meant that any cultivator operating within that radius was operating inside the Wei family's cultivation environment rather than outside it. The specific advantages this provided in a defensive context were significant. "We have not tested this at range," Bao said carefully. "These are theoretical calculations based on resonance propagation models. The actual effective radius may differ." "By how much?" Liangshan asked. "Within 30% of the calculated value, given the anchor quality in this compound," Bao said, "which means the actual effective radius is between 112 and 208 meters. He paused. "That range is wide. I want to run actual tests before we rely on these numbers in any situation where the margin matters." "When can you run tests?" "Today, if Xiaoyin is available for 2 hours." Xiaoyin was available for 2 hours. The tests ran for 3 hours and produced numbers that fell within Bao's projected range and allowed him to narrow the effective radius estimate to 150 to 170 meters, with a confidence level he described as reasonable for planning purposes. 160 meters. In a city that had defended its independence for 63 years, and had a formation grid built into its structure that reinforced the pillar's seed form significantly. That was a different kind of defensive capability than anything the Wei family had fielded before. Liangshan thought about what it meant for the 30 days ahead. It meant Shin Beihong was sending a letter to a household that was substantially harder to move than the one he had been tracking, and the question was whether he had already updated his assessment or whether that misunderstanding was still available to use. Chapter 58. The Hollow Emperor's first move. The black butterfly arrived at the compound's inner courtyard on the 51st day of the Qingfeng residency, at the 3rd bell of afternoon. It was approximately the size of a large cultivator's palm, constructed from what appeared to be compressed void formation technique. Not a physical butterfly, but a spirit formation artifact given the butterfly's form as a carrier design. It landed on the courtyard's central anchor stone and sat there with the patient quality of a message that had been constructed to wait for exactly as long as necessary and no longer. Liangshan did not touch it. He called Bao. Bao examined it from 3 feet away with every instrument he had, working quickly and in silence for 11 minutes. Then he said, "Celestial rank communication artifact. The construction technique is above anything I can identify from regional or continental cultivation schools. The energy signature is old. This was constructed by a cultivator at a rank significantly above domain manifestation." He paused. "Possibly heavenly sage. Possibly higher." Another pause. "It is not dangerous, in the sense that it contains no trap or activation sequence. It is a message carrier. The message releases on contact with the intended recipient." "Who is the intended recipient?" "You," Bao said. "The recipient formation is keyed to your qi signature specifically." Liangshan touched the butterfly with one finger. The message released as a formation-stored voice impression, the kind that high-rank cultivators used for communications that could not be intercepted through normal channels. The voice was not identifiable as any person Liangshan knew. It had the quality of something that had been heavily modified, or that originated from a cultivation state that produced voice characteristics outside the normal range. The resonance pillar has been registered in the heavenly ledger since the first activation of the twin core synchronization system. The registration is complete, including formation architecture, linked cultivator census, and advancement trajectory projections for the next 18 months. A pause. The entity identified in the ledger as the Hollow Emperor extends one final opportunity for voluntary integration. The terms are as follows. The Wei family travels to the capital. The twin cultivators undergo a guided harmonic core expansion process that is painless and reversible, and in exchange the family receives imperial cultivation resources and protection from all external threats for a period of not less than 20 years. Another pause. Refusal of this offer will be noted in the ledger. The next representative of the entity's interests will not be Grand Steward Ho Wenxiu. The message ended. The butterfly dissolved. The courtyard was quiet. Elder Su, who had been standing at the courtyard's perimeter during the message, said, "Harmonic core expansion. What does that mean, technically?" "It means extracting the resonance energy from the core's shared structure and incorporating it into an external cultivation formation," Bao said. His voice was precise and without emotion in the way it became when the information he was conveying was something he would prefer not to be conveying. The twin pair loses the harmonic core. They can still cultivate, but independently. No shared advancement, no joint resonance, no pillar system. The family loses the pillar permanently. He paused. The Hollow Emperor absorbs the core's energy into whatever parasitic cultivation structure he's been maintaining for centuries. He directed the question at Liangshan. It is painless and reversible in the same way that removing a central architectural support from a building is reversible. Technically, you could put the support back, but the building won't be the same building. Liangshan looked at the courtyard's central anchor stone where the butterfly had sat. He looked at the pillar above him. He thought about the entity that had sent a celestial rank communication artifact to his compound with the quiet weight of an ultimatum that believed its own authority was sufficient to make the ultimatum's acceptance obvious. "Bao," he said. "Yes. Add this message to the documentation file we're preparing for the Continental Cultivation Governance Authority." He paused. The Hollow Emperor just put himself on record. That record belongs in every archive that will accept it. He looked at the empty courtyard stone and began the research into what the Hollow Emperor actually is. Not the political description, the cultivation mechanics. What is he, and what does the extraction process do, and how does someone become what the entity described in that message has become? He paused. "I want to understand what we're facing before it sends someone other than Ho Wenxiu." The butterfly's message, decoded through Bao's analytical formation work over the following 2 hours, contained more than the initial reading had suggested. The surface content was what Liangshan had initially taken it to mean: acknowledgement of the Wei family's existence as a cultivation force worth observing, something that communicated awareness without making a specific demand. But the format of the communication itself was information. The butterfly construct, Bao identified it as a compressed void cultivation communication artifact, requiring void crossing level technique to construct and deploy, was not a message delivery method used by cultivators sending casual acknowledgements. It was used by cultivators who wanted to demonstrate that they had reached through local cultivation screening layers without being detected by those layers. The Hollow Emperor had reached through Qing Feng Crossing's formation grid, through Bao's compound monitoring system, through the ambient cultivation screening that Liangshan's soul ignition sense kept running continuously, and had placed a construct in the compound's inner courtyard without any of those systems having recorded its passage. The grid should have caught it, Bao said. He had been reviewing the sensor logs for an hour. There is no anomaly in the logs for the arrival window. Whatever method was used for insertion, it does not interact with our sensor type. A void attribute technique, Xiaoyin said. Void crossing uses spatial manipulation that does not create the cultivation pressure signature our sensors read. It passes through formation grids the way water passes through nets designed for catching fish. Liangshan thought about this. Void crossing was 7 cultivation realms above his current level. That gap was not a tactical problem to solve in the near term. It would not close in years. What was a meaningful tactical question was, what did a void-crossing cultivator want with the Wei family, and why was it worth his attention to send a communication at all? A void-crossing cultivator who wanted to destroy them could simply do it. The message meant they were not being destroyed, which meant either they had value to the sender or the sender was operating under constraints that made direct action inadvisable. Liangchun, Elder Su said. He had been quiet since the butterfly's arrival, which for Elder Su indicated significant thought rather than a lack of it. The Hollow Emperor is not new. That title appears in the cultivation histories of this region going back approximately 40 years, not continuously, but in patterns that suggest someone who operates in extended cycles of activity and withdrawal. The activity periods correlate with significant regional cultivation disruptions. The withdrawal periods are complete, no record, no trace. 40 years, Liangchen said. At minimum, possibly longer, with earlier activity recorded under different designations or not recorded at all. Elder Su paused. Something about this specific moment triggered the communication. The 53-meter pillar display, perhaps, or the combination of that display with the formal approach from Shen Beihong, or something else we have not identified. He addressed the matter to Liangchen. Understanding what that something is seems important. Liangchen thought about what it meant to be noticed by something that had been operating at void-crossing level across 4 decades of regional cultivation history, and that had chosen to make contact now, and concluded that understanding the trigger for the communication was more important than almost anything else he currently needed to figure out, because the trigger would tell him what role the Hollow Emperor saw the Wei family as playing, and whether that role was one they could afford to play, or whether the Hollow Emperor had already decided that for them. And the message was not an introduction, but a notification. Chapter 59. Planning for War. The family council convened on the 54th day of the Qingfeng residency, in the formation workroom, at the first bell of evening, with every member of the household who had a cultivation rank and a functioning spirit sense. Liangchen, Elder Su, Bao Tingji, Shui Linglan, Mei Ruohua, Yi Hankong, Yi Xiaomei, Grandma Zhou, and the twins. Auntie Pei, who did not have a cultivation rank but had, over 20 years of household management, developed a reliable instinct for when the household was in a meeting that would determine its future, brought tea to the workroom door and withdrew without entering. Liangchen had prepared for categories. Enemies, he said, by power level, current status, and anticipated timeline. He listed them. Ho Wenxiu, Grand Steward, Domain Manifestation, Crippled Right Arm, and Cracked Cultivation Network. Estimated recovery, 4 to 6 months. Current status, withdrawn from direct action. Anticipated timeline for renewed pressure, 6 months. Crown Prince Zhao Junlin, political rank, sole ignition or higher, operating through administrative and financial channels. Current status, second-tier pressure, economic interference continuing. No direct cultivation threat. Dao Alliance, represented by Shun Beihong. Domain Manifestation, Continental Authority. Current status, reconnaissance complete, formal contact expected within 2 weeks. Threat type, legal, administrative, and potentially military if legal approaches fail. The most immediately dangerous threat currently active. The Hollow Emperor, rank unknown, almost certainly Heavenly Sage or above, operating through multiple proxy interests. Current status, first direct communication received. Anticipated timeline for escalation, unknown. Assets, he said. He listed them. The pillar, full output, 50 meters, covering the city's northwest quarter. The single most valuable asset. Household combat capacity, 6 fighting-capable members at core formation or above, 2 at foundation tempering advancing fast, 1 at domain manifestation. Total household formation coverage, 19 members. Political protection, Qingfeng Crossings Compact, Tan Weiming's personal network, the Continental Protest Documentation, 3 allied city-states solidarity declarations. Legal position, the Wei family's protection filing, the conscription orders invalidity documentation, the imperial treaty violations on record. Intelligence, Tan Weiming's network, Lady Shen's supply relay contacts, Bao's formation sensing equipment. The gap, he said. The gap between the enemy's current maximum pressure and the family's maximum resistance capacity was, at today's accounting, slightly, in the family's favor. The gap was not large. The gap was closing in the family's favor as the cultivation advancement continued. But the gap was also under pressure from multiple directions simultaneously, and managing multiple simultaneous pressures required a level of coordination that the family had been developing but had not yet fully tested at the scale the next phase of the conflict would require. We need one more tier of power before the Tao Alliance moves, Bao said. At domain manifestation, Liangshan's cultivation interacts with the pillar field in ways that I have calculated but not yet seen in practice. The resonance field domain, when expressed at full strength through the pillar, produces a family combat formation that is significantly different from what we currently have. Liangshan received his full attention. 12 to 16 weeks is the estimate for domain manifestation breakthrough at current advancement rates. The Tao Alliance's expected contact is 2 weeks. He paused. We will meet the Alliance contact at soul ignition. We need to survive the Alliance's initial phase, legal and administrative, for long enough to reach domain manifestation. Can we? Elder Su asked. The legal and administrative phase, Liangshan said, is where Tan Weiming's network and the protection compact give us the most leverage. Shen Beihong is sophisticated enough to know that direct force against Qingfeng Crossing is politically costly. He will try administrative approaches first. He paused. Those approaches we can manage. The question is how long the administrative phase lasts before he moves to the next level. He looked at Bao. And whether we can use those weeks productively enough. We can, Bao said, if we do everything correctly. A pause. Which we will. The family council held that assessment in silence for a moment, with the specific quality of people who know that the correct answer to the problem they face is to do everything correctly and who have decided, collectively and individually, that they are going to do exactly that. The War Council lasted 3 hours. The structure of the problem, as Liangshan laid it out at the beginning of the session, was specific, 2 converging threats on different timelines, requiring different responses that could not be addressed sequentially because both timelines were now running simultaneously. The Tao Alliance threat, 30 days from Shen Beihong's formal letter, assuming the letter arrived within the current week. Shen Beihong was domain manifestation, 2 realms above Liangshan, and had assembled a regional cultivation network that could deploy multiple domain manifestation adjacent practitioners if he chose direct force. Direct force was not, based on his historical pattern, his likely first approach. His likely first approach was a negotiated arrangement offer so structurally attractive that refusing it cost more than accepting it. The Hollow Emperor threat, timeline unknown, motivation unknown, capability confirmed at void crossing minimum, made contact rather than destroying them, which meant either value or constraint. Neither option was comfortable. The background condition, Wait Songjuan in the ancestral hall, stable but not recovered. The specific injury that had initiated all of this still unresolved, requiring the Wei family to build toward the kind of cultivation power that could address it without triggering the ancestral hall's protective formations prematurely. Bao presented the resource analysis. Yi Xiaolong presented the formation options for the compound's defensive expansion. Xue Linglan presented the current state of the intelligence network and its 3 identified gaps. Elder Su said, "We are not as isolated as we were 3 months ago. That changes what is possible." He meant the 47 cultivation councils on the formal protest document. He meant the 3 neighboring city-states with informal combat cultivation commitments. He meant Commandant Ren's 30-year network of independent governance relationships that had been activating as the situation clarified. Liangshan listened to all of it with the specific attention he brought to decisions that could not be unmade. The decisions that opened one set of possibilities by closing another set permanently. This was one of those. "We do not run," he said, when the presentations were done. "We have run enough, from Liuhe province, down the river, through Muyang town, to here. Running served us. It gave us time to build. But the building has reached the point where the next step is not a retreat to a better position. It is a stand in this one." He looked at the household, at the people who had traveled this road with him, each carrying the specific marks of what the journey had required of them, and thought about the quality Lady Shun had named, a family that had decided to be serious. "Shen Beihong gets his formal response when his letter arrives," Liangshan said. "The Hollow Emperor gets our attention and our preparation. The 30 days become the 30 days in which we become exactly what we need to be for the month that follows them. He paused. Every person in this room has a role in that. I need you all to know your roles clearly before we sleep tonight. And I need you all to tell me now if there is anything in your role you cannot do or will not do. He waited. No one spoke. Good, he said. Then we begin, and we do not stop until we are exactly what we need to be when the 30 days are done. The specific preparations Liangshan assigned from the War Council were Bao and Yi Xiaolong. Finalized the compound's defensive expansion to include the secondary formation layer Xiaoyin had designed, with completion target of 10 days. This was the infrastructure work, the cultivation foundation on which everything else in the 30-day period would rest. Xue Linglan closed the 3 identified gaps in the intelligence network and establish a secondary source inside Shen Beihong's courier network, which Tan Weiming had confirmed was accessible through a commercial contact he could vouch for. This was the information work, knowing what the Alliance was planning before it planned it. Elder Su, review the Ancestral Hall's protection requirements with Grandma Zhou and Grandma Yi and produce a revised estimate of what cultivation resources would actually be needed and in what form, replacing the estimate they had been working from, which was now several months out of date given the household's advancement. Xiaoyin, continue the secondary formation layer work while Bao and Yi Xiaolong handled the defensive expansion, and specifically test the pillar's expanded resonance range against a variety of Dao Alliance cultivation signature types using Tan Weiming's historical intelligence records. Liangshan, maintain the political work, the council functions, the regional visibility commitments, the specific communication with Commandant Ren and Tan Weiming that kept the city's authority fully invested in the household's position, while developing the response strategy for Shun Beihong's letter. Mei Ruohua, who had asked to have a role in the War Council's preparations and who had, over the last weeks, demonstrated the specific capability of someone whose recovery was accompanied by genuine cultivation development rather than simply the return to prior level. Coordinate the household's daily operations and the integration of the Yi family members, which was work that required both cultivation awareness and human judgment, and which freed everyone else to focus on their specific tasks. Every person in the room had left with a clear assignment and a clear timeline. This was, Liangshan thought, what a family that had decided to be serious looked like when it was working, and in 30 days, Shun Beihong would learn whether that was enough. Chapter 60, Cliffhanger. The Alliance letter. The Dao Alliance letter arrived on the 58th day of the Qingfeng compound residency, delivered by a formal Alliance courier to Commandant Ren's administrative building with the notification that it was addressed to the Wei family's household head and required personal receipt. Liangshan received it in Ren's office, with Bao Tingji at his left and Commandant Ren himself standing at the window, looking at the courier's formal green and silver Alliance insignia with the specific expression of a man who has been expecting a letter for 2 weeks and has found the waiting significantly preferable to its resolution. The letter bore Shen Beihong's personal seal, not just the Alliance's administrative seal, but the individual master's seal, the one used for communications that the sender considered worth their personal reputation. Liangshan read it. The letter was polite. It was more than polite. It was genuinely admiring, with the quiet admiration that experts in a field extended toward work they respected, while simultaneously identifying why it was a problem. Shen Beihong described it as among the most remarkable naturally occurring cultivation formation systems I have encountered in 4 decades of continental formation research. He described the harmonic core as a theoretical architecture that my colleagues and I have independently attempted to develop and have not succeeded. He described the pillar's current output as consistent with continent tier designation under the Alliance's formation classification framework. Then he described the Alliance's proposal. The dual harmony resonance would be registered as a continental cultivation heritage site under Alliance oversight. This registration would provide protection from all external threats, including imperial acquisition attempts, cultivation resources equivalent to those available to Alliance core facilities, and recognition of the Wei family as the formation's custodians with full operational authority over its daily use, subject to Alliance review of any formation modifications or expansion events. In exchange, the Alliance would have oversight authority over the formation's development, veto rights over any application of the formation's capabilities to military or political ends, and annual reporting on the formation's technical specifications. The letter's final paragraph. Non-registration within 30 days of this letter's receipt will require the Alliance to treat their cultivation method as an unregistered continental cultivation formation operating in violation of the Continental Formation Compact, Article 7. Under Article 7, unregistered formations above the continent tier threshold are subject to mandatory oversight enforcement, which the Alliance is authorized to implement by any means the situation requires. The Alliance's respect for the Wei family's cultivating achievements and for Qingfeng Crossing's independent status are genuine. I would prefer to resolve this matter through the cooperative path. The alternative path is available if necessary. Liangchen set the letter down. Commandant Run, from the window, said, "What does it say?" "It says the next 30 days will determine everything," Liangchen said. He looked at Bao. "And it says we have considerably less time than we wanted, and considerably more leverage than he knows we have. And the question is whether we can use the leverage correctly before the 30 days run out." He picked the letter up again and looked at Shun Beihong's seal, the calligraphic character of an old, very capable cultivator who had been doing exactly this for 4 decades and was not making his first mistake or his 100th. Then he set the letter down for the second time and considered the specific gap between what Shun Beihong believed the Wei family was and what the Wei family actually was, and thought, that gap is the weapon. The question was whether they could use it before he closed it. The Dao Alliance letter arrived on the 58th day of the Qingfeng compound residency, delivered by a formal Alliance courier to Commandant Ren's administrative building with the notification that it was addressed to the Wei family's household head. Liangchen read it in the formation workroom, alone, twice. It did not threaten. It offered, specifically, concretely, with numbers attached to each offer that were accurate assessments of what the dual harmony resonance was worth in Alliance infrastructure terms. The offer structure, Alliance affiliation for the Wei family household, with the protections and resource access that Alliance affiliation provided. Alliance mediation with the Crown Prince's administrative network, the letter named Ho Wenshu directly, which meant the Alliance had confirmed intelligence about the specific adversarial relationship. And, the most structurally significant component, a cultivation resource transfer that would address the ancestral hall's protection requirements in a timeline the letter estimated at 18 months. That last offer was the one Liangchen read 3 times. The Alliance either knew about Wei Sanjuan's injury, or had deduced the household's urgency from the speed of their advancement, or had estimated that any household running at the Wei family's pace was running towards something specific rather than simply away from Ho Wenshu. All 3 explanations were possible. All 3 implied that Shun Beihong's intelligence on the Wei family was substantially better than Liangchen had been planning for. He set the letter down and looked at the window. Commandant Ren was waiting in the outer room. Bao was in the formation workroom running the day's cultivation development schedules. Xiaoyin was at the secondary formation installation she had begun 3 days ago, the one that built on the resonance harmonic she had identified after the pillar breakthrough. The household was proceeding normally, the specific normalcy of a household that had absorbed multiple significant threats over 8 months and had developed the discipline of normalcy that came from refusing to let each threat reshape the household's operating pattern. They had built something. The letter acknowledged that they had built something. The gap Liangchen had identified when he first read the letter, the gap between what Shun Beihong believed the Wei family was and what the Wei family actually was this. Shun Beihong believed they were running toward resources for Wei Sangjuan's recovery and would trade Alliance for those resources. He was not wrong about the need. He was wrong about the Wei family's price. The price was not resources. The price was independence, not as a negotiating position, but as the actual goal. A family that traded independence for resources was a family that had decided to stop becoming what it was becoming. They were not going to stop. He picked up the letter again and thought about how to say no to something that offered exactly what you needed in a way that made saying no feel like the irrational position, and concluded that the answer was, you said no before the offer was made, and now the question was how to say it clearly enough that Shun Beihong understood it as a genuine position rather than an opening bid. Then he set the letter down for the second time and considered the specific gap between what Shun Beihong believed the Wei family was and what the Wei family actually was and thought. That gap is the weapon, but only if Shun Beihong never closes it, which meant the next 30 days were the days in which Liangshan needed to ensure that every move the Wei family made deepened the gap rather than narrowing it. And that when Shun Beihong finally understood what he was actually facing, it was too late to adjust his approach. He called the household together that evening, in the formation workroom, and read them the letter. Not the full letter, the specific portions that each household member needed to understand in order to know what their role in the response was. Bao needed to understand the resource offer so he could assess its accuracy. Shui Linglan needed to understand the intelligence the letter revealed about the alliance's knowledge of the household. Elder Su needed to understand the ancestral hall reference so he could incorporate it into the revised protection assessment. Xiaoyin listened to the full reading without comment, which was how she listened to things that were significant and required thought before response. After, when the others had taken their portions and left to work, she said, "He knows about father." "Yes," Liangshan said. "That means the source inside Ho Wenshu's network has been active longer than we thought," she said. "Or there is a source we have not identified." She was quiet for a moment. "I want to know which one before we send the response." "Shui Linglan is working on it," Liangshan said. 2 days, possibly 3. Xiaoyin nodded. "The response can wait 2 days." She met his eyes. "We say no." "We say no," he confirmed. "Then the way we say it matters more than the timing," she said. "The response needs to communicate that we are not refusing because we are afraid or because we do not understand what is being offered. We are refusing because we have assessed what is being offered and chosen something different." She paused. "That is the message that narrows the gap in the way you want it narrowed. It tells him we are not operating from desperation, which changes every calculation he is making about what leverage he has." She was right. Liangshan thought about the 30 days ahead and about what it meant to draft a refusal that was itself a form of strength, and thought, "We have built something. Now we need to say clearly what we are, so that Shun Beihong can finally understand the kind of opponent he has actually been approaching." Chapter 61. The family debates. The letter from the Tao Alliance sat in the center of the formation workroom table for 3 hours before Liangshan called the household together, because he wanted to read it again before anyone else's reactions became part of his understanding of it. This was a habit he had developed over the last several months of navigating situations where the first reading of a document was rarely the complete reading. The second reading confirmed what the first had suggested. Shun Beihong's offer was structurally sophisticated. The framing of alliance registration as protection rather than control, the specific language around heritage site designation that made oversight sound like honor, the implicit threat in the final line dressed as a formality. All of it was the craft of a man who had been making these offers for 28 years and had learned exactly how to construct them so that acceptance felt natural and refusal felt aggressive. The household assembled in the formation workroom. Elder Su arrived first, as he always did, and took his position at the table's south end without ceremony. Bao came next with his notebook, then Shui Linglan, then the Yi family members, then Grandma Zhou and Grandma Yi, then Mei Ruo, and finally the twins, Xiaoyang with the focused expression he brought to situations he had already assessed as requiring action, Xiaoyin with the measured attention she brought to situations she had already assessed as requiring understanding. Liangshan read the letter aloud, in full. Then he set it down and looked at the household. The debate that followed lasted 4 hours and reached no consensus. Elder Su argued that compliance bought time, not permanent acceptance, but the specific time that time buying was for. The Alliance's continental legal protection is real, he said. It blocks Ho Wenshu's reform network from operating near Qingfeng immediately. That protection has concrete value. The oversight question can be managed while we grow. Bao argued that the oversight question could not be managed once the registration was accepted. Every organization that has registered with the Alliance has found the oversight expanding and the protection contracting, he said. It is designed to work this way. The value decreases as the dependency increases. We would be trading a window of genuine protection for a progressive loss of the ability to act independently, which is the specific thing our long-term plan requires. Xiaoyang said, "Then we fight them." He said it simply, as a conclusion rather than a proposal, the direct statement of a cultivator who had processed the situation and arrived at the only position that seemed honest. Xiaoyin said, We don't know enough yet. She said it with the steadiness she brought to positions she held firmly. We know what the alliance's past behavior has been. We don't know what Shun Beihong specifically wants from us, what his constraints are, or what his intelligence on the Hollow Emperor situation is. Lady Shun said we should understand an adversary before refusing them. I would like 3 more days to understand this one. Their disagreement, if not managed carefully, would dim the pillar, as every significant disagreement in the household did, because the pillar was a cultivation system built on harmony and registered discord the way a struck bell registered impact. The pillar did not dim. Not quite. But Liangshan felt the resonance shift, recognizing it as the instrument of family that was his primary responsibility, giving him a specific signal about the cost of letting the disagreement run unchecked. He said, 3 days of reflection, as Xiaoyin suggests. No response to the alliance in that time. No further discussion of this until the 3 days are complete. He looked at each household member in turn. Use the 3 days to think about what we are protecting and why, and what we are willing to risk for it. When we reconvene, I want each person's reasoning, not just their conclusion. He paused. We are not going to make this decision quickly and get it wrong. We are going to make it carefully and get it right, and the 30-day deadline gives us time to do that if we use it properly. The household dispersed. Liangshan sat with the letter for a while longer and thought about the specific gap between what the Dao Alliance wanted and what the Wei family was building, and thought, the gap is clear. The question is whether we can make it clear to Shun Beihong before he decides that force is more efficient than negotiation. The 3-day reflection period Liangshan imposed was not silence. It was the structured quiet that followed when a family that had learned to operate as a unit was being asked to stop and recalibrate. He watched how each household member used the time, because how someone used unstructured time told him things about their readiness that structured observation could not. Xiaoyang trained. This was predictable. When he had energy that had no outlet, physical cultivation work gave it somewhere to go. But Liangshan noticed that the training was different from his usual forms, more methodical, less aggressive, as if he was working through the argument and movement rather than simply burning off the frustration of losing it. He came back to the formation workroom on the second evening and asked Bao 3 questions about the Alliance's track record with cultivation systems it had registered. He didn't announce that he was changing his position. He simply started gathering better information, which was its own form of movement. Xiaoyin spent the 3 days at the formation workstation, which was also predictable, but she was working on something specific rather than on whatever piece of the secondary formation layer was next in the queue. When Liangshan looked, she was mapping the Alliance's known registration contracts, the terms, the durations, the exit provisions, the things that had appeared in public records, and the patterns visible in what had been redacted. She was building a comparison framework. When the 3 days ended, she would be able to tell him exactly what accepting the offer would cost and what rejecting it would cost, in terms that could be measured against each other rather than argued about on the basis of feeling. Elder Su did not do anything visibly different during the 3 days. He continued his morning cultivation practice, his afternoon walks through the inner garden, his evening conversations with Grandma Zhou and Grandma Yi. But on the 3rd morning, he came to Liangshan before the household assembled and said, without preamble, the Hollow Emperor has been patient for 4 centuries. Shun Beihong has been thorough for 28 years. The question you are actually deciding is not whether to join the alliance, but whether the alliance is the right tool for what comes next. Those are different questions. You already know the answer to the first one. He went back to the inner garden before Liangshan could respond. Bao produced 14 pages of notes on the technical implications of alliance registration for cultivation systems with bloodline-specific resonance properties. The short version being that the standard registration framework would require the Wei family to submit the resonance techniques mechanics for formal documentation, which would give the alliance permanent legal standing to claim derivative rights over any technique developed from that documentation. This was not what the letter said. It was what the letter meant. If you read the administrative law appendix that Bao had cross-referenced with the actual registration contracts in cultivation archives. When Liangshan called the household together on the 3rd evening, the debate was different, not because the positions had changed completely, but because everyone in the room was now working from better information. The final evening discussion clarified something that the 3-day period had actually accomplished. The household was no longer divided on the question of accepting the offer. Xiaoyang had moved, not to Xiaoying's position entirely, but to a position that acknowledged Bao's analysis and had stopped treating rejection as weakness. The gap between them had been about confidence, not about different assessments of the risk. 3 days of better information had made the confidence question answerable. Liangshan made the decision formally. They would reject Shun Beihong's offer and respond through administrative channels to the 30-day deadline, making the rejection's basis explicitly legal rather than personal. The household did not debate this. They moved to planning. The question was not whether to refuse, but how to refuse in a way that communicated accurate capability, not aggressive, not defensive, not desperate. The gap between what the alliance believed the Wei family to be and what it actually was would not narrow on its own. It needed to be demonstrated, and the demonstration, when it came, needed to be the kind that left no room for reassessment. Chapter 62. Liangshan's journey. The Archive of the Thousand Sects was located 3 days' travel from Qingfeng Crossing, in a mountain library complex maintained by a neutral cultivation organization that had been collecting and preserving cultivation records for 400 years. It was, Bao Tingji explained, the closest thing the mortal cultivation world had to an unbiased historical record, which meant it was biased in its own specific ways, but those biases were at least documented and consistent. Liangshan traveled alone, which was a decision the household debated. Alone meant no pillar support, no paired combat capability, no backup in the event of alliance surveillance catching up with a sole ignition cultivator traveling without escort. Alone also meant one person moving through a mountain library without drawing the attention that a family of 19 would inevitably draw, and without the secondary risk of someone in the household being questioned about where Liangshan had gone while he was gone. He took 3 days to reach the archive and 4 days inside it. The records of the Dao Alliance's historical registrations went back 23 years, which was as far as the archive's collection extended for that specific organization. 23 years of registration agreements, oversight frameworks, compliance reports, and dissolution records. He read them in order, taking notes in the condensed format Bao had taught him for intelligence work, specific claims, dates, outcomes, the gap between what was promised at registration and what was the situation 5 years later. The pattern emerged clearly by the second day. The first 5 years of any alliance registration were, by the historical record, genuinely beneficial. Cultivation resources arrived as promised. Legal protection was real. The organizations that had registered reported advancement rates that exceeded what they had achieved independently. The alliance delivered on its initial commitments. Years 6 through 10, the compliance framework expanded. New reporting requirements, additional oversight mechanisms, and the first cases of alliance representatives attending internal governance meetings, initially as observers, then as advisors, then as participants whose input was documented and referenced in subsequent decisions. Nothing overtly coercive. Everything incremental. Year 11 onward. The organizations that resisted the expanded oversight found their resource flows restricted. The organizations that accepted it found their independent decision-making progressively constrained. By year 15, the historical record showed no registered organization retained meaningful unilateral control over its own cultivation development. They remained nominally independent. They functioned as alliance subsidiaries. The dissolution records were the most informative part of the collection. 3 organizations had attempted to exit alliance registration after acceptance. The first had been legally blocked from operating independently for 11 years before the case was resolved. The second had lost its senior cultivation leadership to what the alliance's documentation called voluntary retirement, and what the organization's own records called something else. The third had succeeded in exiting, but had done so by agreeing to conditions that effectively made alliance registration permanent for the next generation of its members. Liangshan returned to Qingfeng Crossing on the 7th day. He was resolved. He was also, having spent 4 days in an archive full of cultivation history, thinking about something that had not been in his original question. The alliance had attempted to replicate the resonance system 5 times and failed. Xin Beihong had revealed this in the negotiation. The bloodline lock was the critical factor. But bloodline locks in cultivation systems were not natural developments. They were engineered safeguards, which meant someone, at some point, had anticipated the problem of the resonance being replicated and had built in a protection against it. Who built it in? and when, was a question that the archive's records did not answer. But it was a question that, Liangshan thought, was worth asking, because the answer might tell him something important about what the Wei family's cultivation system actually was, and what it was designed to do. He arrived back at the compound at the second bell of evening, with the 3 days of reflection period still running, and spent the night making notes about bloodline-locked cultivation systems and cultivation history and what they typically indicated about the intentions of whoever had built them. The Archive of Thousand Sects occupied a compound in the center district of the nearest major cultivation city, 3 days' travel from Qingfeng Crossing. Liangshan arrived on the morning of the second day, having pushed his travel cultivation to reduce the journey, and spent an hour establishing his credentials as the patriarch of a recognized household before the archivist would allow him access to the restricted sections. The restricted sections contained, among other things, the complete registration histories of every major cultivation technique that had been formally documented with the Alliance across the last 200 years. Liangshan had a specific research question, whether there was a pattern in how the Alliance had handled cultivation techniques with bloodline-locked properties. There was a pattern. It was not well disguised. In 11 of the 14 cases he could find where the Alliance had registered a bloodline-locked technique, the initial registration had been framed as protection, heritage designation, formal acknowledgement, preservation of a unique cultivation heritage. In all 11 cases, within 15 years of registration, the Alliance had filed administrative claims asserting derivative research rights. In 9 of the 11, those claims had been upheld by cultivation tribunals on the basis that formal documentation created a public record that the broader cultivation community had a stake in. In 8 of the 9 where claims were upheld, the original bloodline family had either been formally absorbed into the Alliance's organizational structure within 20 years of registration, or had lost cultivation access to the core technique entirely through the administrative claim process. The other 3 cases, the ones that didn't fit the pattern, involved cultivation techniques with properties that made them unsuitable for the derivative research process. In 2 of those cases, the Alliance had allowed the registration to lapse. In the 3rd case, the registration had been contested by the family. The Alliance had withdrawn the registration offer entirely, and the cultivation tribunal record showed that Shen Beihong, who was 31 years old at the time, early in his administrative career, had authored the withdrawal recommendation personally. The recommendation noted that the technique's properties made the standard derivative framework inapplicable, and that pursuing registration without the ability to derive research value would create a precedent the Alliance could not afford to allow. Liangshan sat with this for some time, looking at the archive's high ceiling and thinking about what it meant that Shen Beihong had identified the problem with that case 31 years ago and appeared to have spent the subsequent decades looking for a case where the problem did not exist. He took notes. He photographed the relevant records with a spirit impression tool. He thanked the archivist formally and returned to his travel mount. He was already drafting the response to Shen Beihong's letter before he reached the city gate. He read the founding document in the restricted section for 2 hours before he was ready to leave. It named the Weiliang bloodline explicitly as the designated Pillar Steward family, a bloodline engineered for a specific function, with specific capabilities built in through cultivation mechanics that the document described in technical detail he could partially follow and partially needed Bao to interpret. The document was written in the tone of someone who expected the reader to be encountering this information approximately where it would be most useful, not too early, when it would be confusing, and not too late, when it would no longer matter. The original engineer had not been optimistic about the problem of cultivators who would seek to prevent calibration. The document acknowledged the threat directly. A cultivator of sufficient patience and resources could prevent the calibration from completing indefinitely, if not opposed. The solution the document proposed was not confrontation, but development. The specific cultivation development of the Pillar Steward family to the point where the calibration threshold became achievable faster than the opposition could prevent it. Liangshan turned this over on the way back to Qingfeng Crossing, reading the situation from the vantage of a designer who had built a problem and a solution 300 years ago. The designer had been correct about the problem. The designer had also been correct about the solution. The question was whether the current family would be fast enough, and fast enough meant something very specific, measured in days he could now count. Chapter 63, The twins in danger. The Alliance's Goodwill Delegate arrived on the second day of the reflection period, introduced through the city's visitor registration system as a cultural cultivation researcher named Xiao Mingxian, bearing a letter of introduction from Shun Beihong's administrative office and a request for a brief educational meeting about cultivation techniques of regional significance. Xue Linglan identified him for what he was before he reached the compound gate. She had developed, over the last several months, a specific skill for reading cultivation practitioners who were presenting themselves as something other than what they were, a skill that had its origins in her own background and had been refined through the intelligence work she had been doing since the family arrived in Qingfeng. Xiao Mingxian moved the way someone moved when they had specific tactical objectives and were performing cordiality as a covering behavior. The anti-resonance tool in his cultivation pouch registered to her spirit sense as a suppression device designed specifically for in-frequency cultivation. She sent a message stone to Liangshan, who was 2 days' travel away at the archive, and then positioned herself between the delegate and the compound's inner entrance, where Xiaoyin was in her morning cultivation session. What happened next lasted 9 minutes by Bao's later timing of the sensor log. Xiao Mingxuan's 3-person escort deployed the anti-resonance tool at close range, targeting Xiaoyin's yin-qi supply with the specific suppression frequency the device was calibrated for. The effect was disorienting rather than immediately incapacitating. Xiaoyin's cultivation didn't stop. It stuttered, the clean flow of her yin-qi interrupted by a frequency interference that felt, she described later, like trying to breathe through a cloth soaked in something cold. In that moment of disorientation, a prepared rope formation attempted to seal her mobility. Xue Linglan came through the compound side door at a run, driving a formation spike into the anti-resonance device's operating array at close range, which destroyed the device and also destroyed the hand that was holding it, which happened to be attached to one of Xiao Mingxuan's escort. The remaining 2 escorts engaged her simultaneously. She sustained a deep cut along her left forearm, a cracked rib from a cultivation-augmented palm strike, and a formation burn across her right shoulder before Elder Su arrived from the training courtyard and ended the engagement decisively. Xiao Mingxian ran. He cleared 3 city blocks before Commandant Ren's city guard closed the street behind him, and he was in custody before the 4th block. By the time Liangshan arrived back at the compound the following evening, having received Xue Linglan's message stone and turned back immediately, covering the 3-day journey in 1 day and a night. Xue Linglan was stable, her injuries treated by the household's cultivation healers, sitting at the workroom table with a cup of tea and a report she had already written while waiting for him. He read the report in full. Then he looked at her injuries, the arm, the rib, the shoulder, and his expression settled into the particular stillness that the household had come to recognize as Liangshan at the point where he had moved beyond anger into clarity. "Thank you," he said, and meant the full weight of it. "It needed doing," she said, "and I was the one who saw it in time." He spent the next hour being present with Xiaoyin, who was physically uninjured but had been shaken in ways the physical absence of injury didn't capture. The disorientation of having her cultivation interrupted at its foundation, the specific violation of having her yin-qi targeted rather than simply her body. She was composing herself with the steadiness that was her characteristic quality. He sat with her until the composure was less performance and more actual state, and then they talked about what had happened and what it meant, and agreed, together, that what it meant was that the Alliance had decided they needed to move before Liangshan returned from the archive, which told them something specific about what the Alliance was afraid of and what Liangshan had been going to learn. Xue Linglan had identified the Alliance delegate before he reached the East Compound's outer gate. She had been running intelligence surveillance on the 3 cultivators who had positioned themselves in Qingfeng Crossing over the previous week, because Alliance Goodwill delegations did not travel alone, and the presence of 3 cultivators with Alliance formation signatures in a city that had recently received an Alliance letter was not coincidence. The one who approached the outer gate on the 2nd afternoon was the most junior of the 3, which told her something. Senior cultivators sent junior ones when they wanted information about a target's perimeter response, not when they expected the interaction to go smoothly. She was at the outer gate before he arrived. The exchange that followed lasted 11 minutes. What she had expected to be a conversation became something else when she noticed the formation tool he was carrying, a compact disk formation artifact that her intelligence training categorized immediately as an anti-resonance suppression device, the kind used specifically against Yin-type cultivation to disrupt signature coherence. He was not there for a conversation. He had been positioned to get close to Xiaoyin, whose cultivation schedule took her to the outer courtyard formation stations every afternoon at the second bell. Xue Linglan intervened before he activated the tool. The fight was brief, asymmetric, and costly. He was core formation, advanced stage, with specific training against Yin-type cultivation that gave him tools she didn't have defenses for. She had intelligence training, close-range formation combat, and the compound's defensive arrays behind her. She won, but the cracked rib and the formation burn that had gotten through her defense on his third counterstrike were not trivial. The deep cut on her left arm from the anti-resonance tool's edge, which had been drawn as a weapon in the last seconds of the fight, would need a formation healer. She was sitting in the outer courtyard waiting for Grandma Zhou when Liangshan returned from the archive. He took one look at her arm, one look at the unconscious Alliance delegate, and one look at the anti-resonance suppression tool she had confiscated, and his expression, which was usually readable to her in ways that were useful, settled into something she had seen only a few times before. The focused calm of a man who had assessed a situation and reached a conclusion that had no ambiguity in it. The Alliance delegate recovered consciousness 3 hours later in the compound's secure room, under a suppression formation that Bao had constructed for exactly this scenario during the compound's defensive preparation phase. He gave his name and his Alliance posting, Junior Assessor, Eastern Regional Office, and refused to say anything else until Liangshan had him informed, through Xue Linglan, that the anti-resonance suppression tool had been registered with the city's Cultivation Enforcement Office as evidence of an assault on a protected household member. At that point, he provided a more complete account. He had been given the assignment through a channel that he had believed was Alliance authorized. The assignment was to acquire a cultivation signature sample from the younger twin using the suppression tool's passive recording function. He had not known the tool had an edge weapon component. He had, he said, been told the interaction would be non-confrontational. Liangshan listened to this and found it credible. The account was consistent with how an intelligence operation would be structured to give a junior operative plausible deniability about its actual purpose. The authorization chain was what mattered. Xue Linglan spent 2 hours working through it with the delegate and produced a name. A senior Alliance assessor in the Eastern Regional Office who had tasked the delegate through an unofficial channel. That name went into the formal compact violation filing as supplementary evidence. Xue Linglan had her arm bound when Liangshan arrived. Not properly treated, bound, because she had been managing the unconscious delegate and waiting for Liangshan rather than going to Grandma Zhou first. He looked at her arm once. Then he looked at her face, the careful stillness of someone who was managing pain by not acknowledging it. And his expression shifted into the quality that the household had learned to read as Liangshan at the boundary between management and action. He sent for Grandma Zhou first. Formation healing, clean dressing, the rib bound properly. Xue Linglan accepted this without resistance, which told him how much pain she was actually in. She was not someone who accepted medical intervention without argument under normal circumstances. When Grandma Zhou was satisfied, Liangshan sat across from her and said, "Everything." She gave him everything. The complete sequence, positioning assessment, intelligence on the 3 Alliance cultivators, her decision to intercept, the fight's progression, the moment she recognized the tool's dual function. She reported it the way she reported everything. Factually, completely, without softening the moments where her choices had been close to wrong. When she finished, Liangshan said, "The compound's outer defensive protocols need to include intelligence assessment before any Alliance-affiliated cultivator approaches within 200 meters. We should have had that before today." "Yes," Xue Linglan said. "I did not recommend it because I did not assess the delegate scenario as likely. I reassess now." She paused. The anti-resonance tool was targeted at Xiaoyin specifically. Not the pillar. Not the compound. Xiaoyin. She met his eyes. He knew exactly who he was looking for, which means he already knows what she is becoming. Chapter 64. Liangshan's counter. The legal filing took 6 hours to prepare, 11 hours to process through the compact's administrative system, and approximately 4 minutes after it was publicly registered for Bao Tingji to declare it a masterstroke, and Elder Su to look at it with the recognition of men who had not expected to see this done correctly. The filing, the twin resonance formation designated as a protected cultural element under the Independent City-State Compact's Heritage Preservation Statute. The statute required unanimous Continental Council consent, not just alliance consent, not just majority consent, but unanimous consent from every member of the Continental Council for any forced modification or seizure of a recognized cultural formation. The specific effect: the alliance's 30-day deadline became legally void the moment the filing was confirmed, because the filing triggered a continental review process that, under the statute's own procedures, could not be concluded in fewer than 90 days and required all parties to maintain the status quo during the review period. The alliance will challenge the filing, Liangshan said, briefing the household on what to expect. They will challenge it and lose, Bao said, with the satisfaction of a researcher who had spent 4 hours reading the statute's specific language. The Heritage Preservation Statute is one of the original founding documents of the City-State Compact. It predates the Tao Alliance by 200 years. The Continental Council cannot simply set it aside without destroying the legal basis of the compact itself, which means destroying the legal basis of every independent city-state's autonomy, including every independent city-state that currently provides the alliance with legal cover for its operations. He looked at the filing record. He has chosen the legal equivalent of throwing a stone into his own foundation. Commandant Run, who had been present for the filing as Qingfeng Crossing's administrative authority and whose seal was the first on the document, said nothing. He simply looked at Liangshan with the steady expression he brought to situations where he was updating a long-running assessment. The filing was sent to the Continental Council's registration office by courier to all 47 independent city-states that had signed the solidarity protest from the week before, and this was Liangshan's specific choice, to 3 major cultivation academies that maintained public scholarly archives. Not as a political communication, as a legal document, a matter of public record. Xin Beihong's response arrived 48 hours later. A formal acknowledgement of the filing's existence, a statement that the alliance was reviewing its legal position, and this was the part Liangshan read carefully, a request for a direct meeting with the Wei family's household head at the earliest mutual convenience. The tone of the request had changed. Not deferential. Xin Beihong was not the kind of person who became deferential when outmaneuvered, but the quality of the adversarial certainty that had characterized the original letter was absent. He was recalculating. He wants a meeting because his 30-day window is gone and he needs to understand what he is actually working with before he decides on the next approach, Liangshan told Bao. Yes, Bao said, and the meeting is more useful to you than to him, because you have already done the research and he has not. He paused. I recommend you accept the meeting request. Liangshan agreed. He accepted the meeting request, set the time for 3 days hence, and spent the 3 days preparing in the specific way that the archive's records had suggested would be most effective against an adversary who relied on information asymmetry, by eliminating as much of the asymmetry as he could before the meeting began. The response to the kidnapping attempt was not what Xin Beihong expected. Liangshan did not send a formal protest. He did not request a meeting. He did not file a complaint with the cultivation tribunal system. He filed a cultural heritage protection claim. Bao had identified the administrative mechanism 3 weeks earlier, flagging it in his notes as a theoretical option that would require significant legal work to activate. The Independent City-State Compact that governed Qingfeng Crossing's autonomous status included a provision allowing recognized cultivation households to register unique cultural heritage elements under a protection framework that required unanimous Continental Council consent to modify or override. The framework had been designed 90 years ago to protect indigenous cultivation practices of small city-states against assimilation by major sect networks. It had been used 7 times in 90 years, all for non-combat cultivation traditions. Liangshan used it to protect the twin cultivation heritage. The filing took 4 hours. The legal language was meticulous, the supporting documentation was extensive, and Commandant Ren had to be woken at the 3rd bell of morning to provide the city's formal endorsement. The Commandant read the filing, read the supporting documentation, read Bao's summary of what the anti-resonance suppression tool had been designed to do, and endorsed it without hesitation. By the time Alliance administrative channels would have processed a standard formal protest, the resonance system was legally protected cultural heritage under a compact protection framework that the Alliance's own administrative lawyers would need 3 weeks to even begin challenging. The 30-day deadline in Shun Beihong's letter was now legally unenforceable. Any Alliance action against the Wei family in that period would be directly challengeable under the Continental Compact protection framework. More importantly, any Alliance action against the Wei family in that period would require the Alliance to publicly acknowledge that its delegate had attempted to suppress the Yin resonance formation against an unconsenting practitioner, which was what the anti-resonance tool's presence constituted as evidence. The administrative calculus had shifted completely. Liangqin sent a brief communication to Shun Beihong's registered Alliance address informing him of the filing. He included the case number and the Continental Council contact address where the Alliance could begin the consent process. The legal response to the 30-day deadline was, Bao noted, the most aggressive use of administrative leverage he had observed in 4 months of working with Liangqin, which said something given what they had been doing for 4 months. The cultural heritage filing did not just extend the deadline. It reframed the entire context of the Alliance's approach. A cultivation household that had filed heritage protection was not a household that was considering the Alliance's offer. It was a household that had already made a different choice and documented it in terms that would take years to undo. Commandant Run, reviewing the filing before signing it, had said, "This is the kind of move that creates permanent records." He had meant it as a caution. Liangqin had said, "Yes, that is the point." The commandant had signed. The permanent record was the point. Shin Beihong and everyone in his administrative apparatus would now be working in full knowledge that this moment was documented, that their response to it would be documented, and that the documentation would be part of the Continental Compact archive indefinitely. The filing was sent through 3 separate legal channels simultaneously to prevent any single point of administrative failure. When it landed in the Continental Council's receiving office, it was already on record with the Cultivation Tribunal Liaison Office and the Independent City-State Administrative Archive. It could not be quietly withdrawn. The Continental Council's receiving acknowledgement came back within 2 hours of the filing landing, faster than standard administrative processing, which suggested either that the Council had been alerted that something was coming from Qingfeng Crossing or that the filing's specific provision citation had triggered a priority review flag in their system. Liangqin found both possibilities informative. Either someone was watching the situation closely enough to alert the Council, or the provision itself was significant enough to flag automatically. Commandant Ren's formal endorsement letter, attached to the filing, was 4 paragraphs long and cited 63 years of the city's independent governance history as the basis for his confidence in the household's cultural heritage claim. The final paragraph noted that the city's formation grid had been built in part around the Wei family's ancestral formation work, which Bao had confirmed was technically accurate and which Commandant Ren had included because it provided additional legal basis for the claim that the resonance formation was genuinely embedded in the city's cultivation heritage rather than simply present in it. The framing was subtle and precise and would be difficult for an administrative challenge to undo without also challenging the legitimacy of the city formation grid itself, which the Alliance could not do without triggering the Independent Compact's infrastructure protection provisions. They had built a legal position that was reinforced by its own components. Attacking one element strengthened the others, and any adversary who tried it would spend the next 3 years finding that out. Chapter 65. Shun Beihong arrives. Shun Beihong was taller than Liangqin had expected from the intelligence descriptions, tall enough that the room's proportions adjusted around him in the way that genuine domain manifestation cultivation presence did, where the cultivator's personal reality domain made the physical environment slightly more legible through their specific quality. His hair was silver, worn long and bound at the back of his neck with a formation engraved clasp. His eyes were the particular gray-blue of someone whose cultivation had refined the visual perception faculty beyond standard soul ignition range. He arrived at the compound with 6 attendants, left 5 of them at the outer reception room, and entered the formal meeting chamber with one, his senior aide, whom he introduced as Scholar Ru Changhua. Liangqin had the full household present in the outer rooms and corridors, available but not visible. The pillar was at full expression. This was a deliberate calibration. He wanted Shin Beihong to feel the pillar's full 53-meter output during the meeting, not because the display was meant to intimidate. Intimidating someone at domain manifestation level with a 53-meter pillar was, by calculation, not achievable, but because the pillar's output affected the ambient cultivation environment. And a domain manifestation cultivator who spent an hour in that environment would have direct experience of what the technique actually did rather than relying on intelligence reports about it. Shin Beihong noticed the pillar's presence immediately. He said nothing about it. He accepted the tea that Grandma Zhou had prepared, took his seat, and looked at Liangchun with the direct assessment of someone conducting an evaluation he had been planning for some time. Wei Liangchun, he said. Soul ignition, first subrealm by last measurement. Domain manifestation if the pillar's output is adding to my reading. 42 years of age. Father of twin cultivators whose harmonic core synchronization rate places them in the top 3 recorded instances in the cultivation archives. He set his tea down. I came to meet you because the filings are a legal matter and I have lawyers for legal matters. I came to meet you because you are not doing what I expected you to do, and I have learned over 28 years to pay attention to that specific condition. What did you expect me to do? Liangchen asked. Run, initially, then negotiate from weakness when the running proved insufficient. He looked at the filing record on the table between them. You filed for cultural heritage designation within 72 hours of the attempted abduction. The filing was legally airtight and was clearly prepared before the abduction attempt, which means you anticipated that I would send someone before your reflection period ended. He paused. You prepared for my next action while I was still assuming you were considering my previous one. That is not the behavior of a household that is operating from a survival posture. No, Liangchen said. It is not. Shin Beihong picked up his tea and drank it. He drank it with the unhurried quality of someone who had arrived at a reassessment and was not in a rush to reach the conclusion before he was ready to reach it. I want to tell you something directly, he said, setting the cup down. Not as an alliance representative. As a man who has spent 28 years building a continent-wide cultivation organization and who understands what an organization like that requires to function. His gaze settled on Liangchen. The dual harmony resonance, in its full expression, is not something the alliance can replicate. I have tried, and I have failed, and I know precisely why I have failed. The bloodline lock is not a technical problem. It is a design principle. Your cultivation system was built to resist absorption. It was built, very specifically, to be the one cultivation system that could not be incorporated into anything larger than the family that carries it. He paused. That design, if it is what I believe it is, was not accidental. And the entity that engineered your bloodline is the same entity that has been systematically hunting your family for 4 centuries. The room was very quiet. You know about the Hollow Emperor, Liangchen said. I know about the Hollow Emperor, Shin Beihong confirmed. More than you do, I suspect, though perhaps not as much as you have begun to learn. And I know that my organization's attempt to register your technique put you in a position of having to resist the alliance while also facing the Emperor's attention, which was, he stopped. The expression that crossed his face was the particular expression of someone acknowledging an error they have made that they do not make often. A miscalculation on my part, he said. One I would not have made if my intelligence on the Wei family's actual situation had been as accurate as I believed it was. Liangchen looked at this man, this domain manifestation cultivator who had built a continental administrative force over 3 decades and who had just sat across a table from him and said, straightforwardly, that he had made a mistake, and thought about what the archive's records had shown and what they had not shown, and thought, the records show what happened to organizations that registered with the alliance. They do not show what happened to organizations that worked with Shin Beihong before the alliance existed. What would accurate intelligence have told you? Liangchen asked. That you are not a family in flight from imperial authority, Shin Beihong said. You are a family in transit toward a specific destination. The running has been a necessary stage of a longer journey. That is a fundamentally different situation, and it requires a fundamentally different approach from anyone who wants to have a productive relationship with the Wei family. He looked at Liangchen. I am proposing a different approach. Tell me about the Hollow Emperor, Liangchen said. What you know specifically, not what the intelligence files say. What you have seen directly. Shin Beihong looked at him for a moment. Then he said, order more tea. This will take some time. Shen Beihong arrived personally on the 7th day, which was 6 days faster than Liangshan had expected. He came without escort into the city, which was either a statement of trust or a calculation that an escort would change the negotiation's character in ways that weren't useful. He presented himself at the East Compound's outer gate, not the administrative entrance, the household entrance, and when Liangshan met him in the courtyard, the first thing he said was not a greeting but a clarification. "The delegate acted without my authorization," he said. "I want that established before we discuss anything else." "It is established," Liangshan said. "It does not change what the attempt demonstrated about your organization's internal culture around cultivators who represent resources your organization wants." Shen Beihong accepted this without argument, which was itself information. He had the look of a practitioner who had been doing a particular kind of work for decades and had learned to distinguish between situations where arguing was productive and situations where accepting the accurate assessment was more efficient. They sat in the formation workroom. Liangshan served tea. Shen Beihong drank it. What followed was not the negotiation Liangshan had been preparing for, the one where Shen Beihong continued to apply pressure through the alliance's administrative and cultivation capabilities. What followed was something else. A man who had been doing a specific thing for 28 years reaching a point where the approach had failed to produce results and deciding to try something different. Shen Beihong set down his tea. He said, "The Alliance has attempted to replicate the dual harmony resonance 5 times over the last 12 years, using bloodline samples from 3 different cultivation families with Yin-Yang twin pair configurations. None of the attempts produced a pillar formation. We do not understand why. I have been researching this for 12 years, and I am no closer to understanding why than I was at the start." He paused. "You have it. It functions. The 53-meter pillar measurement is not a number my instruments could have produced through error. I want to understand what you have that we could not replicate." He met Liangshan's eyes directly. "And I want to tell you what I know about the threat we share. All of it. Not the version in the intelligence files." He put down his cup. "Order more tea. What I have seen directly will take some time." Chapter 66. The negotiation. Shen Beihong's account of the Hollow Emperor, delivered over 3 hours and 2 pots of tea, contained 3 categories of information. The first category was what Liangshan already knew or had deduced. The cultivation parasite that had been operating through the imperial line for at least 4 centuries. The systematic targeting of pillar steward bloodlines. The purpose of the heavenly ledger as a targeting mechanism. The significance of the Wei twins as the last key to reaching eternal apex. The second category was what Liangshan had partially understood but not fully. The specific mechanism by which the Hollow Emperor absorbed resonance energy. Not through the twins themselves, but through the harmonic core, the shared spiritual organ that formed between the twins and enabled their synchronized cultivation. If the harmonic core could be externally accessed and its energy extracted, the Hollow Emperor's cultivation parasite could use that extraction as a pathway to the twins' combined chi reserves. The harmonic core's protection was the family's cultivation household structure itself. The pillar's anchor in a functioning family formation was the mechanism that kept the harmonic core sealed against external access. Which is why his approach has always been to separate the family first, Liangshan said. Always, Shen Beihong confirmed. For centuries of consistent method. Destroy the family formation, isolate the twin pair, access the harmonic core. The Wei family's current structure, multi-generational, psychologically stable, cultivating collectively, is the most resistant household formation he has encountered in a very long time. He has been adjusting his approach since your twins' first awakening. The third category was information Liangshan did not have at all, Shen Beihong's own history with the Hollow Emperor. 12 years ago, Shen Beihong's alliance-building organization had been targeted for incorporation by the Imperial Cultivation Authority, not through the Hollow Emperor's direct intervention, but through a network of cultivators who were, he had learned later, operated by the Emperor as a continental intelligence resource. The attempt had failed. In the investigation afterward, Shen Beihong had begun to understand the shape of what was actually operating behind the Imperial Authority's surface behavior. Over 12 years of quiet research, he had built a picture that was, in his own assessment, approximately 80% accurate and 20% speculation that he could not yet verify. The 20% you cannot verify, Liangshan said. What is it? Whether the Hollow Emperor's ultimate goal is personal cultivation ascension or something else, Shen Beihong said. The eternal apex theory is well documented. But there are indications in the oldest cultivation records I have been able to access that the resonance pillar system was not designed to fuel an individual's ascension. It was designed to do something else. He paused. Something that would make the Hollow Emperor's 400 years of methodical preparation either the most patient long-term cultivation project ever recorded, or the most sophisticated deception in cultivation history. Liangshan thought about this. About the bloodline charter and the concept of pillar stewards. About Bao's research into the heavenly ledger. About the timing of the Hollow Emperor's contact. After the 53-meter pillar, after the alliance letter, at exactly the moment when the Wei family had become visible enough to need addressing. You have been working against the Hollow Emperor for 12 years, Liangshan said. And you came here thinking that registering our technique was the right approach. I came here thinking your technique needed to be secured before the Emperor could access it, Shen Beihong said. Registration was the mechanism I had available. It was also the mechanism most consistent with the Alliance's operational model. I was wrong about which problem I was solving. He met Liangshan's eyes. You were building a family strong enough to resist the Emperor. I was building an organization strong enough to contain the Emperor. We have been working toward the same destination from different angles, and my approach was disrupting yours. What are you proposing? Liangshan asked. Not registration, Shen Beihong said. A working relationship between two organizations that have a common objective and complementary capabilities. Your family provides what the Alliance cannot build, the resonance system's unique capability against void-crossing cultivation. The Alliance provides what your family cannot build, continental political infrastructure, intelligence networks, access to cultivation resources at scale. He paused. And I personally provide what neither of us currently has. A working theory of the Hollow Emperor's actual goal, which I will share in full if you agree that we are working together rather than against each other. Liangshan thought about the archive's records. About 15 years and the progressive loss of independence. About organizations that had entered the Alliance's orbit and never fully left it. This is not a registration agreement, he said. No oversight framework, no compliance reporting, no alliance veto on Wei family cultivation decisions. No, Shen Beihong agreed. And the cultural heritage filing remains in place regardless of what we agree to here. Of course. Then I need 3 days to consult with my household, Liangshan said. And I need Bao Tingji to review any agreement that emerges from those 3 days before it is signed. Bao Tingji is the formation master who has been deciphering the harmonic core mechanics, Shen Beihong said, with the specific tone of someone confirming a piece of intelligence they had held for some time. I would expect nothing less. He stood. 3 days, then. I will arrange a suitable meeting venue for the agreement review. He paused at the door. Wei Liangshan. The pillar's output during this meeting, the ambient cultivation effect. It is, in person, considerably more significant than the intelligence report suggested. He said it with the tone of an observation rather than a compliment. That will matter for what comes next. The negotiation that followed lasted 6 hours. Not a formal negotiation. There was no framework, no legal team, no structured alternation of positions. It was closer to the kind of conversation that happened between two people who had been working on opposite sides of the same problem and had finally decided to compare notes. Shen Beihong spoke carefully, without the administrative precision that characterized his written communications, as if he had been carrying certain information for long enough that he had developed specific language for it, and was now using that language rather than translating it. He had been tracking the Hollow Emperor's activities for 12 years. In that time, he had documented 47 cultivation resources the Hollow Emperor had absorbed, not recruited, absorbed, in the technical sense where the cultivation base was incorporated rather than the cultivator retained. He had also documented the Hollow Emperor's pattern, resources absorbed in clusters, with periods of quiet between clusters, the clusters getting progressively larger in aggregate cultivation value, while the Hollow Emperor's personal breakthrough attempts remained consistently unsuccessful. He has not broken through since foundation tempering, advanced stage, Shen Beihong said. In 240 years, he has absorbed enough cultivation resources to advance to void crossing 3 times over by conventional calculations. He has not advanced. He has maintained. This is not a pattern of cultivation advancement. This is a pattern of cultivation maintenance, which means something in his cultivation foundation requires this level of continuous input to remain stable. He paused. I did not understand what it was. The Alliance's analysis team did not understand what it was. We concluded that there must be a flaw in our understanding of his cultivation base. He then told Liangshan about the bloodline lock. He had discovered it 14 years ago, in the original cultivation documentation from the Weiliang bloodline's founding family, documentation that had been misclassified in cultivation archives as a minor theoretical text rather than as a technical specification. The bloodline lock was intentional. It had been engineered into the bloodline by whoever had built it to ensure that the dual harmony resonance could only be fully expressed by cultivators with the correct bloodline configuration. This was not unusual. Many cultivation techniques had bloodline requirements. What was unusual was the lock's secondary function, which Shen Beihong had only partially decoded. It was not just restricting access to the technique, it was restricting what the technique could do if accessed improperly. I think, he said, with the care of someone presenting a conclusion they had been developing through years of research, that the bloodline lock is preventing the Hollow Emperor from using the resonance for whatever purpose he wants it for. Which means he needs your family specifically, not just the technique. Liangshan let this settle. Then he asked, why are you telling me this? Because, Shen Beihong said, the approach I have been using for the last 12 years has made things worse rather than better, and I have enough professional pride to change approach when the evidence requires it. And because you have been managing this situation more effectively than the Alliance's entire research division, and I would like to understand how. He looked at the formation workroom's walls. All of it. From the beginning. Chapter 67. A false alliance. The agreement that emerged from 3 days of household deliberation and Bao Tingji's 14-hour legal review was, by any honest assessment, not a false alliance. It was a precisely calibrated cooperation agreement that gave neither party everything they wanted and both parties what they specifically needed. What the Wei family received. Continental legal protection that supplemented the cultural heritage filing and created 2 independent legal barriers against alliance seizure. Access to the Alliance's intelligence network for information on the Hollow Emperor's movements and the Crown Prince's post-Ho Wenshu reorganization. And Shen Beihong's personal commitment to provide everything in his 12 years of research on the Hollow Emperor, the complete picture, not the curated version. What the Alliance received. Formal acknowledgement of the cooperation agreement as a public document. Not registration, not oversight, but the political statement